Jiang Jinran has traversed into a novel. The fortunate news is that she has become a young lady from a prestigious family, with each member of her family being a top-tier magnate. Her parents are the lords of the affluent society. Her eldest brother is a domineering CEO. Her second brother is a popular celebrity. Her third brother is a miraculous physician. Her fourth brother is a fierce warrior. And her fifth brother is a legendary hacker. However, the unfortunate news is that these magnates are all antagonists destined for a tragic end thus. This affluent family is doomed. Even worse, she is merely an imposter with a strained relationship with her family. Once the true heiress arrives, she will be abandoned by her wealthy parents and 5 brothers, ultimately confined to a psychiatric hospital for opposing the real heiress. Jiang Jinran is at a loss, on the verge of tears. Chapter 1. The unveiling of inner thoughts post-transmigration. Jiang Jinran has perished. As a self-made, affluent individual, she had just achieved financial freedom at the tender age of 29, only to meet her untimely demise in a car accident. Upon regaining consciousness, she finds herself in a lavish princess bed surrounded by an array of charming plush dolls. Rubbing her dizzy head, a torrent of disordered memories floods her mind. To her astonishment, she realizes she has transmigrated into a novel. Why would such a click scenario occur to her? Jiang Jinran's greatest passion lies in accumulating wealth, dedicating most of her time to this pursuit. Had it not been for a sleepless night when she inadvertently stumbled upon a novel website, she would never have clicked on the book entitled Rebirth, The True Heiress Awakens. This exceedingly Mary Sue novel features the true heiress, Sang Ning, who is adored by all. In her previous life, Sang Ning grew up in the countryside, facing poverty. Upon arriving in the capital, she was oppressed by the upper class, ultimately marrying into a disastrous situation and passing away in despair. It was only at the brink of death that she unearthed her true lineage as the genuine heiress of a prestigious family in the capital. Determined, she rushes to the capital to claim her identity, confronting the false heiress who had tormented her in her previous life, swiftly winning the hearts of her affluent parents and 5 illustrious brothers. Subsequently, she even claims the false heiress's fiancé, the rightful male lead of this tale. Thus, Sang Ning ascends to the pinnacle of her life, while the false heiress becomes a pariah, ultimately confined to a psychiatric hospital due to mental instability. By sheer misfortune, Jiang Jinran has transmigrated into the same named, tragically fated, false heiress. She helplessly rubs her forehead. Should she pack her bags and hasten to the psychiatric hospital for a luxurious bed? Upon stepping down from the bed, she realizes that her height has diminished by at least a dozen centimeters. Her once elongated limbs have transformed into short and pudgy arms and legs. At this moment, the false heiress is merely a 13-year-old girl. The fortunate news is that the true heiress has yet to arrive for her revenge. The unfortunate news is that the reborn true heiress will soon come knocking. A notification sound emanates from her bedside table. It is a text message from the bank, revealing that her account has just received a deposit of 500,000. Wait, is that for real? Jiang Jinran cautiously counts the zeros, confirming the amount, and suddenly feels invigorated, her fatigue dissipating. Being a false heiress is not so bad after all. This 500,000 is merely the original owner's monthly allowance, translating to a life of leisure where she need only lie back and count her money. In her previous life, she toiled endlessly to amass enough wealth for a comfortable existence, and now she can simply relax and await her fate. She has no intention of engaging in a fierce battle with the true heiress. After all, that is the grand protagonist, Sang Ning. What can a mere cannon fodder like her do against the main character? It would be wiser to adopt a laid-back attitude and enjoy her riches. I just called the young lady down for dinner, but she has been unresponsive in her room. The voice of the maid is heard outside the door, filled with concern. Almost instantaneously, Jiang Jinran's door swings open. Instinctively, she grabs a plush doll beside her and holds it in front of herself. Before her stand a young girl with twin ponytails, her bright eyes wide open like round black grapes, accentuating her small, fair face. She clutches a long-eared rabbit toy, her expression innocent and bewildered. The moment Jiang Yuhan opens the door, he is met with this scene. Simultaneously, Jiang Jinran evaluates her suddenly appearing elder brother. The Jiang family is among the most distinguished in the capital, with their children considered exceptional. Each of the 5 brothers possesses unique talents and considerable fame. Yet, the youngest daughter, the original owner, is a mediocre and unlikable anomaly. The original owner is introverted and reticent, with a dreary demeanor, maintaining a poor relationship with her family. Although the Jiang family provided materially for her, their bonds were far from affectionate. Thus, when the intelligent, charming, and understanding true heiress arrives, the Jiang parents and 5 brothers quickly turn their backs on the original owner, neglecting and disdainfully treating her. This dynamic is one of the contributing factors to the original owner's tragic fate. Jiang Jinran subtly purses her lips. What does it matter how prestigious the Jiang family is, or how remarkable her brothers are? As a transmigrator, she is acutely aware of the ensuing narrative. The Jiang family, aside from the female lead, is comprised entirely of villains. In the fierce power struggles of the capital, the Jiang family, as a top-tier clan, cannot avoid becoming embroiled in conflicts. After being framed and incited, the Jiang parents and 5 brothers gradually descend into madness and villainy. The female lead, Sang Ning, representing justice, ultimately finds herself in a position where she must act against her own family. Hence, the Jiang family is destined for downfall. However, by the time that occurs, Jiang Jinran will have long since vacated the scene. As a minor antagonist who exits early, she will already be luxuriating in her psychiatric hospital bed, counting her money. Jiang Jinran gazes upward, locking eyes with Jiang Yuhan, who towers over her by several centimeters. His deep, cold eyes seem to pierce through everything, exuding an air of chilling authority. He is undoubtedly handsome, with sharply defined features, every contour exquisitely crafted. Come down for dinner. Jiang Yuhan suddenly speaks, his tone flat and devoid of emotion, uttering those few words without warmth. Jiang Jinran blinks, her gaze landing on his impeccably tailored suit. Does he always dress so formally at home? Doesn't he find it tiring? The youthful, melodious sound reaches Jiang Yuhan's ears, causing him to momentarily pause. If he heard correctly, that was Jiang Jinran's voice. Yet, the girl before him had not spoken a word. Thus, he dresses so formally. Jiang Jinran is taken aback. She did not expect this icy elder brother to initiate such an extensive conversation. Oh, is that so? Jiang Jinran clutches her long-eared rabbit tightly, nodding obediently, while inwardly exclaiming, wow. The sun must be setting in the west today. This brother is unusually talkative. Has he been stimulated by something? Jiang Yuhan's lips tighten. At this moment, he finally confirms that he can indeed hear Jiang Jinran's innermost thoughts. Chapter 2. The Elder Brother's Fate. His expression remains unchanged as he casts a deep glance at his sister. The depths of his eyes fluctuate, yet Jiang Yuhan ultimately says nothing. Jiang Jinran watches his retreating figure. Is that it? Is he really leaving just like that? I expected him to say a few more words. Jiang Yuhan's footsteps abruptly halt. Would you like to join me for dinner? In the grand European-style dining room, Jiang Jinran and Jiang Yuhan sit across from one another. The man opposite her eats with elegant grace, his lips moving only slightly, producing no sound whatsoever. Jiang Jinran glances at the dinner on her plate. Broccoli, corn, vegetable salad, and a half-cooked steak still oozing blood. This may well be the low-fat health that the upper class pursues. Jiang Yuhan paused slightly, his fingers gripping the knife and fork. Along for hot pot, spicy skewers. Eating steak is rather mundane. It would be far more delightful to dip some fatty beef, accompanied by cilantro and small chili peppers. The flavor is exquisite, Jiang Jinran mused while cutting her steak. Jiang Yuhan set down his utensils, his expression cool as he regarded his sister across the table. Do you not enjoy this? Jiang Jinran was momentarily taken aback by his sudden inquiry, then quickly shook her head. Being new to this environment, she aimed to leave a favorable impression on everyone. The young girl forced a smile, bright and obedient. Not at all. I'm not picky, brother. As she spoke, she speared a piece of steak and popped it in her mouth, nodding as she chewed. It tastes quite good. Not great at all, I'm merely pretending. Jiang Yuhan remained silent. If you do not wish to eat, then do not. Jiang Yuhan stated earnestly, intending to suggest that Jiang Jinran should not force herself, but his tone came across as overly stern, resembling more of a command. Jiang Jinran's eyes widened slightly. Wow, my brother is being fierce with me. Jiang Yuhan pressed his lips together. Jiang Jinran had no intention of concealing her feelings. Her eyes widened further as she candidly expressed her displeasure. Brother, you were quite fierce just now that I was not. Jiang Yuhan, who typically dismissed explanations and denials, found himself unusually softening his tone. calmly uttering those 3 words in response to Jiang Jinran's accusation. You just told me very harshly. Jiang Jinran pouted, mimicking Jiang Yuehan's expression with a serious face. If you do not want to eat, then do not. Jiang Yuehan lowered his gaze. Despite her persistent banter, he surprisingly felt no anger. In truth, he and this youngest sister rarely exchanged words. Jiang Jinran seldom spoke to him. Their relationship could hardly be described as intimate. Calling them the most familiar strangers would not be an exaggeration. Yet perhaps due to this unexpected opportunity, he found himself hearing her innermost thoughts, and Jiang Jinran's demeanor seemed to come alive in that moment. President, tomorrow afternoon. Qiche suddenly entered the dining room, his gaze flitting with surprise upon seeing Jiang Yuehan and Jiang Jinran dining together. After all, such a scene was unprecedented. Jiang Yuehan turned to him, gesturing for him to continue. Jiang Jinran rested her chin on her hand, instinctively studying Qiche. Is this Qiche Tezu, my brother's assistant? He seems a bit slow-witted. Jiang Jinran furrowed her brow. Wait, the eldest daughter of a Liu family? Could she possibly be the legendary beauty of the capital? This is no ordinary beauty. She is the calamity destined for my brother. Jiang Yuehan's attention shifted from Qiche back to Jiang Jinran, who remained lost in thought. Who would have thought that the typically aloof and wise elder brother would transform into a lovesick admirer upon encountering the Liu family's eldest daughter, neglecting his career to pursue her with fervor? Jiang Yuehan clenched his fingers, listening intently, fearful of missing a single word. That Miss Liu is no simple character. She toys with my brother's affections while leveraging the Jiang family's reputation to flourish in high society, only to ultimately embrace another my brother. In his devotion, risks losing everything, becoming embittered, and ultimately turning into the villain. In the past, Jiang Yuehan would have scoffed at such absurd notions from a young girl. However, given that he could now hear someone's thoughts, foreseeing the future did not seem entirely implausible. Perhaps this was a divine hint delivered through his sister. Jiang Yuehan's brow furrowed in contemplation. The Liu family, while notable in the capital, appeared diminutive and inconsequential when compared to the immense Jiang family. Liu Yunxiao, as the eldest son, had begun to take over family affairs in recent years. He was amiable and had made several overtures to Jiang Yuehan, with both families engaging in business dealings. Over time, Jiang Yuehan and Liu Yunxiao had become acquaintances. Liu Yunxiao had often mentioned his sister, Liu Wanning, praising her beauty and charm, expressing a desire to introduce her to Jiang Yuehan. Jiang Yuehan felt no aversion. Having encountered numerous women, meeting another held little significance for him. He regarded it as a typical social engagement. Had he not overheard Jiang Jinran's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have accepted the invitation for tomorrow afternoon. However, now, inform Liu Yunxiao that I am unavailable tomorrow. Jiang Yuehan swiftly changed his mind, his expression remaining impassive. Qiche nodded. Understood. Jiang Jinran blinked. Liu Yunxiao? I remember him as quite the schemer. Jiang Yuehan narrowed his eyes, discreetly listening. Liu Yunxiao, a quintessential opportunist, initially approached my brother with ulterior motives, flattering him solely due to the Jiang family status. Moreover, he secretly courted my brother's subordinates for his own gain, and when my brother fell from grace, he swiftly turned against him, accusing him of harboring ill intentions toward his sister. Wow, is this what they call intrigue? Is this what they term high-stakes business warfare? This is my first encounter with such machinations. Jiang Jinran raised her eyes, unexpectedly locking gazes with Jiang Yuehan's piercing, profound eyes. Perhaps it was the gravity of Jiang Yuehan's demeanor that sent a shiver down Jiang Jinran's spine. Chapter 3. Eating everything will only harm you. Go ahead and eat. I have matters to attend to, Jiang Yuehan said, his previously fearsome demeanor softening as he spoke to his sister. Jiang Jinran pouted in silence, incredulous. Is he serious? Let me continue eating? Even dogs wouldn't consume this. Eating everything will only harm you. She feigned innocence, widening her eyes. Feel free to instruct the servants on what you wish to eat, Jiang Yuehan added patiently. Although they were family, he did not truly understand Jiang Jinran's preferences. She resembled a silent specter, and if he were not her elder brother, he might not have given her a second glance. However, as he gazed into her clear eyes, his emotions became unexpectedly complex. Perhaps he had misjudged her. She simply struggled with words and expression. Unbeknownst to Jiang Jinran, who was lost in her own thoughts, she mused, anything I want to eat? Don't just boast. Let me see your capabilities first. Today was Thursday, and she was determined to indulge herself. Ultimately, Jiang Jinran received a transfer of 100,000 from Jiang Yuan. Brother, why did you suddenly send me so much money? She stammered, astonished as she stared at her phone. What is a windfall? What is unexpected wealth? This was the dream scenario she had envisioned. Money was flowing in from all directions. Observing Jiang Jinran's wide-eyed wonder, Jiang Yuan could not help but be amused by her expression. If that is not enough, feel free to ask for more, he declared generously before turning to leave the restaurant with Cui Yin. Alone at the dining table, Jiang Jinran bubbled with delight. Hee, another 100,000 in the bank. It seems my life in the mental hospital is becoming more promising. Although Jiang Yuan had told her to ask for more if needed, Jiang Jinran was not a fool devoid of emotional intelligence. She understood that sustainability required a gradual approach. If she demanded endlessly from the start, it would only lead to losses. As Jiang Yuan settled into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, he instinctively adjusted his shirt collar. Jiang Jinran's voice seemed to linger in his ears. Lu Yunxiao. The man narrowed his eyes, a haunting and dangerous hue emerging from their depths. Investigate who in the company has been close to Lu Yunxiao recently, he commanded coldly, lowering his gaze to Cui Yin in the driver's seat. Cui Yin remained impassive, though internally alarmed. President, have you discovered something? He wondered, realizing his boss had begun to suspect Mr. Lu. Though troubled, Cui Yin understood his boundaries and refrained from further inquiries. At this time, the summer vacation was nearing its end, and the air conditioning was set to maximum. Jiang Jinran lay comfortably on her bed, unaware of when the protagonist, Sang Ning, would come knocking. Thus, she intended to relax and enjoy life until then. As she unconsciously stretched her arms, her fingertips brushed against something cold beneath her pillow, causing her to pause. With urgency, she sat up and flipped the pillow over, her eyes widening at the bizarre and alluring sight. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her brow furrowed as a flicker of horror crossed her gaze. With a clatter, she took a deep breath, her body stiffening as an inexplicable chill crept over her skin, prompting her to hug her arms around herself. If she recalled correctly, the six-pointed star and the iris were the symbols of a mysterious organization in the novel. This was a world rife with conflict among various factions, where powerful families appeared to control everything on the surface, while numerous formidable organizations lay hidden in the shadows. Shenin was one such powerful and enigmatic organization in the book. The iris blossomed within the six-pointed star. Shenin, Jiang Jinran felt a shiver run down her spine, as though she were haunted. What connection did the original owner have with Shenin? How could a sheltered young lady possibly attract such an entity? Did the original owner attract Shun Yin's attention? Or was it possible that the protagonist had already been reborn and was orchestrating this? Jiang Jinran's mind became a whirlwind of confusion. The memories left by the original owner were far from complete. After much contemplation, she resolved to take things one step at a time. She did not wish to die or attract trouble. In the following days, apart from her elder brother, Jiang Yuan, Jiang Jinran did not encounter any other family members. Her nominal parents had reportedly been abroad handling affairs. Their absence felt as though they had vanished into thin air. Signifying nothing, Jiang Jinran calmly spent the last few days of summer vacation before reluctantly embarking on her academic journey. On the first day of school, Jiang Jinran yawned as she approached the car. The Jiang family had arranged for her transportation in a sleek black Bentley. The driver was already seated at the wheel, awaiting her arrival. The tall, stoic man remained expressionless, even as he noticed Jiang Jinran approaching, treating her as if she were invisible. Jiang Jinran blinked in annoyance. She tapped on the driver's window, prompting him to react. He rolled down the window and dully greeted her. "Mississippi driver uncle, is our family behind on your salary?" Jiang Jinran tilted her head innocently, posing the question. The driver was taken aback, quickly clearing his throat and hastily denying, "Of course not, miss. Why would you think that?" "It seems you are reluctant to take me to school," she replied. "Not at all," the driver insisted. "If you truly do not want to, I can ask my brother to arrange for you to go to the run FA to butcher fish," Jiang Jinran said, her bright eyes sparkling mischievously. Chapter 4. No internal struggles. "Just madness, then. I would prefer to take Miss to school," the driver stated, his lips twitching as he spoke with conviction. The young lady before him was clearly different from before. The previous Jiang Jinran had been taciturn and avoided interaction, and the driver had refrained from provoking her. They had maintained a state of mutual indifference. However, now, he was surprised to find a young lady had actively broken this silence. Jiang Jinran flashed a bright smile. "Driver uncle, do you know? It's no longer fashionable to call me miss." The driver furrowed his brow in confusion. "What is the current trend?" "Now, it's fashionable to call me princess," she replied with a playful grin. "Princess?" The driver widened his eyes in surprise, but quickly realized that the young lady was still a little girl, dreaming of princesses at her tender age. So, she preferred to be addressed as princess. The driver promptly understood, stepping out of the car to open the rear door for Jiang Jinran, his demeanor respectful. "Princess, please enter." Jiang Jinran nodded in satisfaction. Once inside the vehicle, the driver reminded her, "Please sit tight, princess. We will depart shortly." Jiang Jinran snapped her fingers. "Let us go." The Rolls-Royce stopped at a small alley near the school. The young lady preferred to avoid drawing attention, so the driver had never taken a car to the school gate. Jiang Jinran adjusted her little backpack and jumped out of the car. The driver walked her to the school entrance, bidding her farewell. "Princess, please go in." Jiang Jinran chuckled at the driver's demeanor. "All right, the princess roleplay ends here." The driver was momentarily bewildered, wondering if she no longer wished to be called princess. The young lady was truly capricious. Jiang Jinran glanced at the grand entrance of the school, where the imposing words Dixing Shuyuan were displayed. Who would have thought that Jiang Jinran, having ventured out into the world, would return as a student? The last time she had been a student seemed like an eternity ago. She adjusted the strap of her backpack and strolled leisurely into the academy. Dixing is the most renowned aristocratic academy in Dijing, attended by numerous descendants of influential families and prodigious scholars, boasting an exceptionally high threshold and prestige. Dixing encompasses a multitude of divisions, ranging from kindergarten to university, encompassing the entirety of an individual's educational journey. The original protagonists, several elder brothers, have traversed their learning from babbling infancy all the way through to university within the halls of Dixing. Jiang Jinran successfully located her seat in the classroom, guided by the name inscribed on the cover of her book. She did not arrive particularly early, as many students were already scattered throughout the room. Upon her entrance, conversations abruptly ceased, and the students fell silent, turning their indifferent yet mocking gazes toward her. Jiang Jinran distinctly sensed her lack of welcome in this space. When she first entered the narrative, a flood of the original protagonist's memories surged into her mind. Although the memories were scant, they surpassed what she had gleaned from the novel. Was she truly an isolated outcast? The original protagonist's self-enclosed and indifferent demeanor rendered her unpopular both at home and at school, making her isolation unsurprising. "Look, the pariah has arrived. Be cautious. Don't let her overhear, or she might scowl at you." A hushed voice reached Jiang Jinran's ears. Ah, she had guessed correctly. Indeed, she was the object of the class's disdain. Jiang Jinran pursed her lips, placed her backpack down, and sat heavily in her seat, only to hear a distinct pop. Her expression froze. Oh no, it seemed she had sat on something fragile. Instantly, the classroom erupted into thunderous laughter, with some students even doubling over in mirth. The cacophony of laughter and derision surged into her ears, and Jiang Jinran clenched her teeth, realizing she had been the target of a prank. At that moment, Jiang Jinran faced a challenging decision. Should she stand up? If she did not, she would remain oblivious to what she had broken. Yet if she stood, the liquid from the broken item would surely stain her trousers, subjecting her to ridicule from those insufferable classmates. This was undoubtedly their intention, a maliciously juvenile prank that she had unwittingly fallen victim to due to her lack of vigilance. Calming herself with deep breaths, Jiang Jinran steadied her fraying emotions and ultimately stood up nonchalantly. The laughter intensified, more exaggerated than before. Turning to glance at her chair, she discovered a small, easily breakable ball that had burst, spilling red paint. She could only surmise that some mischievous classmate had stealthily placed it on her seat. Without needing to look, she knew her trousers were now adorned with a conspicuous stain of vibrant red. Ha ha ha! The pariah's backside has blossomed. The shrill laughter relentlessly assaulted her eardrums. Jiang Jinran finally comprehended why so many people online expressed their disdain for unruly children and rebellious adolescents. She now shared their sentiment. Logically, she, being 29 years old, should not stoop to squabble with a group of students. However, Jiang Jinran firmly believed in her principle, rather than engaging in self-defeating mental battles. It was far more gratifying to unleash chaos upon others. Internal conflict? Unthinkable. If she felt wronged, she would unleash her fury, allowing all to witness her splendid mental state. Though she had succumbed to a lackadaisical attitude, it did not imply she would silently endure every indignity. With determination, Jiang Jinran seized the shattered ball from her chair, turned to face the classroom, and hurled it to the ground. The red paint splattered everywhere, and an immediate hush fell over the room. The students, taken aback by such an unexpected display, widened their eyes in astonishment. Jiang Jinran was perceived as a solitary figure, someone who preferred silence, a consensus shared among all. They had collectively treated her as invisible, mockingly ridiculing her, yet she had never responded. Their irritation had reached a boiling point, and today, they had whimsically decided to pursue something different. To their surprise, Jiang Jinran did not react as she typically would. Who did this? Jiang Jinran glared, her demeanor cold and obstinate. Her icy inquiry was more terrifying than a teacher's wrath. The response was a profound silence. As no one dared to step forward and claim responsibility, Jiang Jinran chuckled disdainfully. Were they too cowardly to own their actions? You might as well declare that you were here on a field trip to Dixing. I find it hard to believe that the future stars of Dixing possess such a lack of decorum. The students held their breath, seemingly daunted by Jiang Jinran's unusual demeanor. With a slight smile gracing her lips, yet her eyes icy, she continued, I am quite amicable, but if you cannot get along with me, perhaps you should reflect on your own behavior. She shook her head in mild regret, wondering if perhaps the tumultuous thoughts in her mind had led to such absurdity. Under Jiang Jinran's relentless rhetoric, some students even paled in expression. The atmosphere grew tense as they fell silent, forgetting to retort. At that moment, the sharp sound of high heels echoed from behind. The homeroom teacher, Su Yuan, approached the doorway. She had just arrived, catching the tail end of Jiang Jinran's remarks. Su Yuan narrowed her eyes, scanning the classroom with a severe gaze. What is happening here? The students, seeing a glimmer of hope, exhaled in relief. Ms. Su, a slender, fair-skinned girl, quickly raised her hand, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Jiang Jinran was just cursing. She did not hesitate for an instant, swiftly pinning the blame on Jiang Jinran. Jiang Jinran shot her a glance. The girl, named Shi Hui, was a well-known heiress at the academy, always basked in adoration, in stark contrast to Jiang Jinran. Su Yuan nodded, expressing no doubt regarding Shi Hui's words. Teachers at Dixing faced immense pressure. Despite their impressive backgrounds and qualifications, they were at a disadvantage among the privileged students born with silver spoons. Thus, they had to maintain a delicate balance of authority, ensuring strict discipline while avoiding any offense. In Su Yuan's eyes, Jiang Jinran was evidently an anomaly. Her background was shrouded in mystery, her parents rarely present, and there were whispers that she was the illegitimate child of a school staff member, allowing her to gain admission through dubious means. Though such rumors were unverified, many believed them. Jiang Jinran exhibited none of the attributes associated with wealth. Rather, she appeared insecure and withdrawn. If she were indeed the staff's illegitimate daughter, it would explain her demeanor. Su Yuan harbored no fondness for Jiang Jinran, not merely due to her humble origins, but also because of her dismal academic performance. Jiang Jinran was a girl who, despite possessing a certain charm, was utterly unremarkable and lacked any appealing qualities, someone she could easily reprimand. Teacher, Jiang Jinran retorted defiantly. Eager to explain, I swear, if I uttered a single curse word just now, I shall be condemned to eat only porridge every day henceforth. That hardly constituted cursing. At worst, it was merely a sarcastic remark. Su Yuan's expression remained frosty as she seemed to dismiss Jiang Jinran's words. Aren't you the one who typically shies away from conversation? Why so suddenly sharp-tongued? I do not require your oath, she replied, her lips curling into a serious expression. What I need is for you to learn to admit your mistakes. Jiang Jinran understood that Su Yuan was resolute in her belief that Jiang Jinran was at fault. With a slight smile that appeared innocent, she said, perhaps you should first examine the state of my trousers. With that, Jiang Jinran turned her back to Su Yuan. Su Yuan stared at the vivid red paint on her pants, her eyes widening in astonishment. What on earth happened? It was that group of people who accused me of cursing. Jiang Jinran blinked, touched the paint on her trousers, and then smeared it across Su Yuan's arm. Look at this, it's undoubtedly paint. Isn't this unethical? Su Yuan furiously shook off Jiang Jinran's hand, her face contorted with disgust. Jiang Jinran, have you gone mad? She longed to find a piece of paper to wipe the pain off her arm immediately. Are you all right? Jiang Jinran smiled lightly, appearing completely at ease. Who wouldn't be driven to madness when wrongfully accused? Don't you think so? Ultimately, Jiang Jinran was summoned to the office, where Su Yuan berated her without mercy, leaving her no dignity. Jiang Jinran had initially hesitated to go, but then realized that remaining in this gloomy atmosphere was far less appealing than stepping outside for some fresh air. As she exited the office, a girl with blunt bangs and a high ponytail rushed over. Jiang Jinran. The girl, panting heavily, struggled to call her name. Jiang Jinran halted in her tracks. The girl suddenly produced a pair of black sweatpants from behind her and handed them to Jiang Jinran. Here, your pants are dirty. You should change quickly. We're about the same height. They should fit you. Jiang Jinran blinked and began to scrutinize the girl before her. If her memory served her right, this girl was called Qiche, the only person in the class who treated the original owner with any semblance of normalcy. However, Jiang Jinran's recollection and understanding were limited. Qiche was a minor character with little to no presence in the story, so her knowledge of her was quite scant. Nevertheless, the memories left by the original owner were sufficient for her to ascertain that this girl bore no ill intentions. With a smile, Jiang Jinran accepted the pants. Thank you. She had intended to resolve the issue of her trousers before heading to the playground, and she welcomed any assistance offered. After changing into the pants, Jiang Jinran ventured into the playground under the increasingly fierce sun. Clearly, the homeroom teacher Su Yuan was a superficial individual, judging others by their appearances. Unlike her brother's flamboyant demeanor, the original owner had maintained an extraordinarily low profile at school, never flaunting her identity or background, living a life of remarkable simplicity. Hardly anyone knew she was the youngest daughter of the Jiang family. In fact, not just at school, but throughout the upper echelons of society. Very few were aware of Jiang Jinran's existence. The original owner was discreet and avoided socializing, as if hidden away by her family. And those who recognized the name Jiang Jinran could be counted on one hand. Thus, in this elite academy filled with prominent figures, Jiang Jinran, an individual seemingly disconnected from the elite, became an easy target for bullying. Su Yuan particularly favored picking on such easy targets. On the other side of the playground, there was a tightly secured wire fence enclosing a basketball court. The sound of basketballs bouncing echoed continuously. Ah, so handsome. This is the first time I've seen him in person, Saab. How would he be playing here? I heard the high school basketball court is under maintenance, so I came over. Quick, take some pictures. He's just too good looking. A group of girls gathered by the wire fence, their expressions animated and filled with excitement. Jiang Jinran cast a curious glance toward the central basketball court, where the athletic figures of young men shone like the sun. Among them, the most striking was undoubtedly the young man currently dribbling the ball. He was tall and graceful, with a fair complexion and strikingly beautiful features, resembling a wild yet radiant flower blooming in the jungle. The most astonishing detail was his head of white hair, reminiscent of a character straight out of comic book. Jiang Jinran was momentarily taken aback, and in that instant of distraction, a basketball suddenly flew over the fence, striking her squarely on the head with a thud. Jiang Jinran felt as though she had not consulted the calendar before leaving home, as a string of misfortunes had befallen her. She had been hit by a basketball yet again. Fortunately, it didn't hurt much. After all, her head was quite resilient. Jiang Qiche, are you trying to kill me? You threw the ball so high. Go check on the girl. See if she's hurt. The white-haired youth lazily squinted. What hassle, you do it. Jiang Qiche? Jiang Jinran's eyes widened in astonishment. She momentarily failed to recognize that this white-haired youth was none other than her youngest brother, Jiang Qiche, the star student currently attending the high school division of Dixing Academy. The consequence of having so many brothers was that Jiang Jinran could stumble upon a sibling at any given moment. Jiang Qiche had already turned his back, moving further away from Jiang Jinran. She took a step forward, calling out, Jiang Qiche. Her voice rang out loudly, echoing across the playground. The surrounding girls turned to gaze at her, their eyes brimming with hostility. They had encountered many like her, bold and reckless, believing they could attract Jiang Qiche's attention. In reality, Jiang Qiche wouldn't cast a glance in their direction. Their efforts would be in vain. As expected, Jiang Qiche remained indifferent, as if he hadn't heard Jiang Jinran's call. The girls had anticipated this outcome, their gazes toward Jiang Jinran now tinged with mockery and disdain. Undeterred, Jiang Jinran swiftly found the entrance to the basketball court and darted in front of Jiang Qiche. "Brother." She tilted her head and called out sweetly. In an instant, everyone froze. Even Jiang Qiche, who usually wore an expressionless face, felt a slight tremor in his icy gaze. What is happening? Is she out of her mind? The onlooking girls erupted in a flurry of chatter. How shameless. Calling someone brother directly. How disgusting. Does she think she can catch Jiang Qiche's attention? How cunning. It makes me so angry. What kind of maneuver is calling him brother? Does she think she deserves it? Jiang Qiche, she's calling you brother. Why aren't you reacting? Zhao Yunyi smirked, unable to resist teasing the aloof, white-haired youth. Like Jiang Qiche, he hailed from an affluent family in the capital, and they had been friends since childhood, now classmates who often played basketball together. Only he dared to joke with Jiang Qiche in such a manner. Seeing that Jiang Qiche remained unresponsive, Jiang Jinran called out again. Brother? Oh no, could it be that he has a hearing problem? The sweet voice drifted into Jiang Qiche's ears, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. The youth's eyes, like frosted glass, were cold and devoid of warmth. He smirked, his expression both mocking and chilling. You call me brother? Jiang Jinran nodded eagerly, appearing exceptionally obedient. Yes, you are my brother. Isn't it right for me to call you that? Jiang Qiche's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of disdain emerging in his gaze. I am your brother. How about you say I'm your father instead? With that, the young man turned away coolly, refusing to spare Jiang Jinran even a single glance. Laughter erupted among the girls of the sidelines, their amusement ignited by Jiang Qiche's unyielding rejection. He despised familiarity and people who saw connections. Jiang Jinran had truly walked into a trap. Did she really think that calling him brother would set her apart? She ought to reconsider her approach. Jiang Jinran bit her lip, somewhat bewildered. Damn, this brother is truly unconventional, completely disregarding my face. He looks as if he doesn't recognize me at all. What went wrong? It shouldn't be like this. Jiang Qiche, have you forgotten your younger sister Jiang Jinran by the beautiful lake? As Jiang Jinran's inner thoughts echoed in her mind, Jiang Qiche halted in his tracks. Jiang Jinran? He indeed has a younger sister named Jiang Jinran, but he suffers from facial blindness and has a poor memory. When he was at home, his sister rarely spoke to him, always keeping her head down, leaving his impression of her rather vague. Now, having lived at school for over a year, Jiang Qiche has long forgotten what his sister looks like. With his thin lips pressed together, he could not help but turn back and walk towards Jiang Jinran once more. Zhao Yun exclaimed, Something feels off. The girls on the sidelines echoed, Something feels off? Jiang Qiche squinted, his indifferent gaze drifting over Jiang Jinran. Jiang Jinran immediately raised her small hand and waved it cheerfully, like an adorable and endearing lucky cat, saying, It's me, brother. Oh my, this guy finally remembered me. Jiang Qiche felt a twinge of fondness. Before he could speak, Jiang Jinran grabbed the hand of the silver-haired boy and with a pout, her face displaying a pitiful expression, said, Brother, I came to tell you about my grievances. You must help me. Someone is bullying your sister. The others on the basketball court could not help but show expressions of surprise. Zhao Yun also set aside his playful demeanor, watching the scene with a complex expression. The surrounding girls erupted in chatter once again. She actually took the initiative. How shameless. I haven't even held the hand of my idol. How could she? It's disgusting. Does she have delusions? Does she really think of Jiang Qiche as her brother? Is there no sense of boundaries between people? Poor Qiche, entangled with a crazy woman. Chapter 7. Brother helps avenge. Jiang Qiche lowered his gaze, his cold eyes resting on his sister's fingers. He detested physical contact. In the past, if anyone dared to touch his hand in such a manner, an overwhelming feeling of revulsion would arise within him. Disgusting. Even now, he still felt sickened. He wanted to violently shake Jiang Jinran's fingers away, dark and sinister emotions surging within him. However, gazing into the bright and clear eyes of the girl before him, he barely managed to restrain himself. Jiang Qiche maintained his composure, though internally he was undergoing intense turmoil. He pressed his lips together and said to Jiang Jinran, Let us speak in the garden over there. Zhao Yun remarked, Oh, is he going to speak privately with the girl? The others on the court responded, Is this still Jiang Qiche? This is abnormal. Too abnormal. The girls on the sidelines stared wide-eyed in disbelief, overwhelmed by the emotional upheaval. What is happening? Has the noble prince descended to earth? Jiang Qiche wants to have a private conversation with this girl? Is he mad? This cannot be. I refuse to believe it. Why isn't he severely reprimanding that girl instead of treating her so differently? I do not agree with this. I do not agree with you all. Jiang Jinran followed Jiang Qiche to the garden. So, you were punished by the teacher to pick up trash on the playground? Jiang Qiche listened to his sister's account, his handsome brows gently knitting together. Jiang Jinran had already explained most of the situation by this point. She had painstakingly tried to strike up a conversation with his brother, not out of boredom to claim kinship at school, but because there was a significant opportunity before her, and it would be foolish not to seize it. Otherwise, she would feel utterly stifled. I understand. Jiang Qiche nodded slightly, his youthful features betraying little emotion, as if covered by a layer of cold, thin ice, indifferent and frigid. Aside from his brief acknowledgement, he did not utter another word. Jiang Jinran felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She could not decipher Jiang Qiche's intentions. Would he want to help me, would he? If he doesn't want to help, it's fine. I didn't really want your assistance anyway. I can manage on my own. You're really quite average. Haha, how amusing. You're really quite pretentious. Jiang Qiche's lips twitched slightly. Jiang Jinran was unaware that the chaotic thoughts racing through her mind had been fully absorbed by Jiang Qiche. She bit her lip, about to take her leave, when the boy before her suddenly spoke. Although she had no idea how Jiang Qiche intended to assist her, she thought, who cares? If the sky were to collapse, Jiang Qiche would hold it up. I must have confidence. At that moment, Su Yuan was sitting in her office, engrossed in grading assignments. All the other teachers happened to have classes, leaving her alone in the office. Suddenly, a knock sounded on the door. It was a light knock, seemingly casual. Su Yuan instinctively replied, "Come in." The sound of equally nonchalant footsteps followed, and then she heard a cold, distant voice call her, "Teacher Su." Su Yuan instinctively halted her work and looked up to see a strikingly handsome and rebellious silver-haired boy standing before her. He slightly raised his chin, a faint, chilling smile gracing his lips. I just wanted to ask, what did Jiang Jinran do wrong that warranted her punishment? Jiang Jinran? Su Yuan furrowed her brow, questioning who this child was and what his relation to Jiang Jinran might be, to be inquiring about her. Growing somewhat irritated, she stood and said sternly, I have my reasons for punishing Jiang Jinran. She certainly did something wrong. Which class are you from? Su Yuan did not recognize Jiang Qiche. In fact, she was not very familiar with the entire high school department. Scouring her memories, she confirmed that Jiang Qiche did not resemble the privileged students she remembered, allowing her to relax somewhat. Her tone became even more severe and harsh. Do you think it appropriate to speak to me in this manner? Layers of shadow flickered in Jiang Qiche's eyes, a chilling demeanor seeping from his depths. Communicating with foolish individuals was truly exhausting. He took a step back, casting a nonchalant glance toward the door, brimming with arrogance. In fact, I can't be bothered to speak with you. You can discuss it with that individual. That individual? Who is it? At this moment, Su Yuan was utterly baffled. She opened her mouth, preparing to reprimand Jiang Qiche, when hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. Then, Su Yuan saw the panting principal enter her office. The principal did not glance at Su Yuan, but instead fixed his gaze directly on Jiang Qiche. He fervently prayed internally that this esteemed individual would not be too angry, or he would be finished. The principal had long been aware that Jiang Qiche and Jiang Jinran were students at Dixing, and thus had been walking on eggshells. Jiang Qiche's flamboyant actions were well known, and few dared to offend him. However, Jiang Jinran was different. She was excessively low-key, refusing to disclose her identity and rejecting any special treatment. Now, someone had indeed dared to bully her, causing Jiang Qiche to become involved. The principal felt anxious, praying that this would not escalate into a significant crisis for him. If he genuinely offended the Jiang family, then the principal shuddered, his face paling. He could not bear to contemplate it, truly could not. Su Yuan was left bewildered by the principal's questioning, frozen in place, unable to move. She had no idea what she had done wrong. Principal, please listen to me. Su Yuan bit her lip, struggling to speak. It was too late to say anything. The principal shook his head in disappointment. Su Yuan, you should prepare to be reassigned. Reassigned? Su Yuan took a step back in disbelief, colliding with the desk behind her, her eyes widening in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. Chapter 8. She needs to apologize. She remained entirely unconcerned, sitting at her desk without glancing sideways. Jiang Jinran occupied a single seat, the only student in the class without a deskmate. Just as she settled down, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open with force. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the entrance. The newcomer was none other than their homeroom teacher, Su Yuan. Su Yuan's eyes were rimmed with red, her expression tinged with despondency. Her gaze scanned the classroom before landing on Jiang Jinran. She hurriedly walked towards Jiang Jinran's seat. Many believed that Su Yuan had come to confront Jiang Jinran, and they cast curious glances, their faces adorned with expressions of schadenfreude. However, Jiang Jinran remained composed. She discerned Su Yuan's unusual demeanor. The woman before her resembled a lion stripped of its fighting spirit, subdued and painstakingly trudging forward. As Jiang Jinran speculated whether Su Yuan had experienced a death in her family or was on the verge of collapse herself, Su Yuan had already approached her and unexpectedly uttered Jiang Jinran's name. Su Yuan's voice trembled slightly. Seated, Jiang Jinran lifted her gaze, observing Su Yuan with an air of leisurely anticipation, waiting for her to continue. Su Yuan's shoulders quivered as she spoke. "Teacher, I must apologize. I wronged you, and I should not have punished you." For those who had gathered to witness the spectacle, these words were nothing short of a thunderclap. What was happening? Su Yuan was actually apologizing? The scene before them felt like an absurd reversal of extremes. Jiang Jinran's reaction was rather muted. She quickly surmised that her opportunistic brother, Jiang Qiche, had intervened. "Is that all you came to say? Just an apology?" Though Su Yuan had expressed regret, Jiang Jinran was not inclined to let the matter rest, believing that now was the time to press for more. With a slight smile, her eyes sparkling, she insisted, for the sake of fairness, "You ought to identify the prankster responsible for placing the trick toy on my chair. That individual has been lurking in the shadows, waiting to see the outcome." Su Juan hesitita. While reluctant, she found herself bereft of the power to refuse Jiang Jinran's request at that moment. "How do you propose to find them?" Jiang Jinran's smile deepened. "Isn't there surveillance in the classroom?" Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere in the classroom shifted dramatically. The students' expressions turned tense, realizing they were no longer mere spectators. "Is it really necessary to check the surveillance, teacher?" Someone suddenly interjected. Others quickly echoed this sentiment, suggesting that it was no great matter and that reviewing the footage was an overreaction. What if someone accidentally left something on Jiang Jinran's seat? It may not have been intentional. Jiang Jinran turned her gaze toward the speakers, her eyes glinting with an indifferent chill. "I was the one harmed. What gives you the right to suggest it is unnecessary?" Perhaps it was the sternness of Jiang Jinran's expression or the weight of her words, but everyone fell silent. Some even began to feel a sense of unease. Eventually, the surveillance footage was reviewed. The recordings revealed that it was a boy named Huang Junran who had placed a prank toy on Jiang Jinran's seat. This young man was also from a well-off family. He had brazenly deposited the paint-filled ball on her chair before she arrived. The onlookers had not only failed to intervene, but had also found the incident amusing, eagerly anticipating Jiang Jinran's eventual reaction. While Huang Junran was the perpetrator, the others were complicit as well. "And so what if it was me?" Huang Junran conceded without any hint of remorse, his eyes brimming with arrogance and disdain, dismissing the act as merely a harmless joke. "I will not apologize." Su Yuan felt trapped, caught between conflicting demands. The principal had instructed her to resolve the matter satisfactorily before any reassignment. Yet, Jiang Jinran sought accountability, while Huang Junran refused to apologize, leaving her feeling as though she had reached a dead end. "You refuse to apologize yet maintain your pride, do you?" Jiang Jinran regarded Huang Junran with icy detachment, her voice crisp. Huang Junran, known for his blunt demeanor, immediately retorted, "Don't speak to me like that. Isn't she just an illegitimate daughter?" Almost everyone accepted the rumor that Jiang Jinran was the illegitimate child of a staff member at Dixing. Huang Junran wielded this rumor as a weapon against her. Jiang Jinran, however, was unfazed. Those who believed her to be an illegitimate child would surely be deceived into purchasing numerous health products in their old age. "How gullible you all are!" Huang Junran. Jiang Jinran suddenly called out his name, a slight smile gracing her lips. "I recall that before your father married your mother, he had a legitimate wife. Yet your mother was impatient to bear you. Consequently, your father's poor wife was forced into a divorce. and your mother promptly secured a marriage certificate with him while heavily pregnant. The onlookers. Jiang Jinran had always given the impression of a lavishly spending young man, yet who could have anticipated such a sordid tale behind his polished facade? Wait, Jiang Jinran's face turned crimson, his emotions boiling over at Jiang Jinran's unexpected words. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Jinran tilted her head, a smile playing on her lips. Just answer me. Am I correct? Thankfully, she had retained some memories from the original owner, though the memories were sparse and often trivial. The details concerning Jiang Jinran had become a potent weapon for Jiang Jinran's retort. Was the original owner perhaps a gossip aficionado? How could she remember those family troubles so vividly? Meanwhile, Jiang Jinran was seething with rage, his face flushed as he opened his mouth, desperate to retort, yet at a loss for words. Jiang Jinran's statements were undeniably accurate. Struck at his core, Jiang Jinran could only shout in frustration, You lie. He turned away. It turned out that sitting behind her was Qiche, the girl who had just lent her a pair of pants. Are you all right? The young girl asked in a deliberately lowered voice, her eyes tinged with concern. Jiang Jinran shook her head. I am fine. Qiche's brow furrowed slightly, as if she were speaking to herself. Suddenly, she changed the subject. The academy has been quite unsettled lately. You should be careful. Unsettled? Jiang Jinran was puzzled by Qiche's words, only to hear the girl continue. You must avoid the art building. Shi Hui and Jiang Jinran encountered danger there. Shi Hui and Jiang Jinran. Were those not the two tormentors from earlier? This was splendid news. Who was the heroic soul taking action in the art building? Jiang Jinran's expression brightened, her demeanor relaxed. Really? What danger did they encounter? It happened last month, Qiche recounted, her brow still tightly knitted. Before the semester began, they and several classmates came to the academy to play, and then something happened in the art building. The academy does not permit this information to circulate. So many remain unaware. How do you know? Jiang Jinran countered. Qiche sighed, seemingly exasperated. My uncle is a security guard at the academy. Qiche's background was quite ordinary. Her admission to Dixing was solely due to her remarkable academic performance, though her uncle had lent a small hand. This uncle of hers loved to gossip, often sharing tales of academy secrets. This information was something he had inadvertently disclosed to her, much to her dismay. Aren't you afraid I'll spill the beans? Jiang Jinran raised an eyebrow. Qiche was unperturbed. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Everything will eventually come to light. It's only a matter of time. However, I have only shared this with you. Jiang Jinran's eyes sparkled with intrigue. So tell me, what exactly happened to Shi Hui and Jiang Jinran in the art building? Qiche shook her head. I don't know. My uncle didn't tell me. He only mentioned it was a bit frightening and that he feared you might have nightmares, so he refrained from elaborating. Yet today, she had clearly seen that both Shi Hui and Jiang Jinran arrived for class without any visible signs of distress. Was the incident truly as severe as they claimed? Qiche could not help but feel a sense of doubt. Jiang Jinran also fell into contemplation, sensing that a multitude of peculiar secrets lurked around her. Was she indeed traversing the narrative of a powerful female protagonist? Could it be that this novel possessed an element of suspense? Jiang Jinran, disinterested in further pondering such matters, reminded herself that she was merely a bystander in this life, not here to contemplate its complexities. As long as her life was not endangered, she had no intention of worrying. After school, the driver parked the Bentley in its usual spot, and Jiang Jinran swiftly approached the intersection with her small backpack. Promptly entering the car, upon arriving home, she was greeted by the tall figure of Jiang Yuehan standing at the door. Brother? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. You're home so early today? Given her brother's busy lifestyle, where he was accustomed to leaving early and returning late, it was indeed perplexing to find him home before sunset. His furrowed brows displayed coldness, authority, and an inexplicable heaviness. You never share anything about school with me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Yuehan seemed to realize something, his gaze momentarily pausing. It appeared he had no ground to utter such a statement. Previously, he had shown indifference towards his sister, so it was only natural that she would be reluctant to confide in him. Acknowledging this, his frown deepened. Jiang Jinran pouted slightly. This brother acts as if he genuinely cares for me. It's quite surprising. Yet, she knew well that his heart belonged to the young lady of the Liu family, and she, as the younger sister, was merely a fleeting presence. Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Jinran was suddenly caught off guard as Jiang Yuehan reached out, grasping her wrist. The previously indifferent expression on his face seemed to crack, and he found himself bemused. He truly could not fathom what thoughts occupied his sister's mind daily. To this day, he had yet to meet Lu Weining. Even if the future unfolded as Jiang Jinran suggested, did that mean he was destined to fall for her? Jiang Jinran was led into the dining room, where she beheld a bubbling hot pot surrounded by a generous array of beef. Wow, I truly wonder if this brother can read my mind. How did he know I wanted hot pot and beef? Jiang Yuehan turned his head, discreetly glancing at his sister. In truth, he could indeed sense her cravings. As they sat across from each other, Jiang Jinran, unable to contain herself, tossed several slices of beef into the pot. However, she miscalculated the force, causing the red oil to splatter towards Jiang Yuehan, landing on his chest, collar, and even his face. He immediately furrowed his brows, a flicker of distaste flashing in his eyes. Jiang Jinran's heart sank as her hand trembled, nearly dropping her chopsticks. Oh no! The look on his face suggests he might just toss me into the pot. While Jiang Yuehan was cleaning himself with a napkin, his fingers paused. Jiang Jinran bit her lip, displaying a pitiful expression. Brother, I didn't do it on purpose. Lowering his gaze to wipe his shirt, he replied in a tone devoid of evident emotion, It's fine. Jiang Jinran felt even more grieved. I know you're angry. Jiang Yuehan replied, It's really nothing. She insisted, No, you are upset. Suddenly, the handsome man lifted his head, unexpectedly extending his finger to gently flick her nose, leaving a smudge of oil behind. All right, now we are even. Jiang Yuehan gazed at the comical red mark on her nose, his eyes momentarily sparkling with playful mischief. Jiang Jinran pouted. Fine, as long as you're happy. Just don't toss me into the pot. A faint smile graced Jiang Yuehan's lips, reminiscent of a rare flower blooming under sunlight. For the first time, Jiang Jinran witnessed such a smile on his otherwise serious face, adorned with remnants of the red oil, lending an unexpected charm to his demeanor. Whenever Jiang Jinran faced Jiang Yuehan, she often felt a sense of tension, as he was undeniably a stern and formidable presence. Yet, in this moment, her heart inexplicably relaxed, and she returned his smile. They proceeded to enjoy their hot pot, and midway through, Jiang Jinran suddenly recalled Jiang Qiche. Chapter 10. The Huang family is on the brink of bankruptcy. Jiang Yuehan frowned slightly, his voice calm as he inquired, Did you meet Jiang Qiche today? Though phrased as a question, his tone conveyed certainty. The principal had already relayed the events of the day to him in detail. Jiang Jinran nodded yes. He helped me today. Speaking of Jiang Qiche, one of the antagonists from a villainous family, his fate was undoubtedly tragic. Contemplating this, Jiang Jinran lowered her gaze, her lips turning downwards. Jiang Qiche is also a pitiable soul. Who would have imagined that the current campus heartthrob would one day be accused of numerous crimes and spend his life in prison? A clatter echoed as Jiang Yuehan's chopsticks fell onto the table. He wouldn't be developing Parkinson's at such a young age, would he? Jiang Yuehan picked up the chopsticks, his lips twitching slightly. He absent-mindedly replied, I'm fine. Continue eating. Jiang Qiche, once a charming younger brother, had transformed into a distant, cold, and rebellious figure. Would he really find himself imprisoned in the future? A profound expression darkened Jiang Yuehan's eyes as his fingers tightened slowly. He mused that if it weren't for that incident in their childhood, perhaps Jiang Qiche would not have undergone such a drastic change in character, nor would he have drifted away from their family as if severing ties. Though Jiang Yuehan and Jiang Qiche were not particularly close, he could not bear to witness his younger brother embark on a path of ruin. The next day, as Jiang Jinran entered the classroom, she received news that Su Yuan had been reassigned. Another teacher from a different class would temporarily take over as homeroom teacher. She was not surprised. With Jiang Qiche stepping in, Su Yuan would undoubtedly face repercussions. However, as she settled into her seat, the sharp sound of high heels echoed in her ears, followed by a plump hand adorned with numerous gemstone rings slamming onto her desk with a resounding thud. The noise instinctively caused Jiang Jinran's eardrums to ache. She lifted her gaze to find a well-to-do woman looking down at her, her eyes filled with open disdain. You are Jiang Jinran? She asked in an unfriendly tone. Jiang Jinran nodded fearlessly. The wealthy woman scoffed, her eyes brimming with contempt. I am Huang Jinran's mother. Step outside. I have something to discuss with you. Huang Jinran's mother? Jiang Jinran immediately understood. What a pathetic Jiang Jinran, resorting to parental intervention when he could not refute her. Was this not the hallmark of a mama's boy? The onlookers in the classroom, intrigued by the spectacle, eagerly anticipated Jiang Jinran's reaction. Although Jiang Jinran had suffered a setback at Jiang Jinran's hands the previous day, the Huang family was not to be trifled with, and his mother was notoriously assertive. Cat got your tongue? Seeing Jiang Jinran remain silent, Jiang Jinran's mother raised her chin, her tone sharp and sarcastic. Weren't you quite talkative yesterday? What's wrong now? Jiang Jinran stood up calmly. Auntie, didn't you say we should discuss this outside? Let us not disturb other studies. With that, she led the way out of the classroom, closely followed by Jiang Jinran's mother, who was eager to confront her. Jiang Jinran was already waiting in the open space by the door, resembling a proud peacock as he cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Jinran. The other individuals in the classroom gathered by the window, their curiosity piqued. Although they had left the classroom, the atmosphere felt akin to a public execution. Jiang Jinran's mother pulled her son close, first gently patting his shoulder in a display of tenderness. Then her gaze shifted to Jiang Jinran, instantly transforming into a frigid glare, as if she had encountered something utterly detestable. She spoke with a confrontational tone. Jiang Jinran, I demand that you apologize to my son, and of course, to me as well. You ought to reflect on your own character before meddling in others' affairs. Your lack of upbringing is truly appalling. However, I do not wish to engage with a child. If you sincerely apologize to both of us, and your attitude satisfies me, I may consider letting this matter go. Apologize? Jiang Jinran furrowed her brow in confusion. Surely she had not committed any wrongdoing? In this era, must one apologize for merely speaking the truth? With wide, innocent eyes, she regarded Jiang Jinran's mother, who was now seething with rage, as if she would pounce and tear her apart. Jiang Jinran, do not be ungrateful. I am offering you a chance to repent. If you continue to be oblivious, do not blame me for being rude. Jiang Jinran crossed her arms, a playful grin on her face. Oh, I am terribly frightened. Though your behavior is quite excessive, I, as an adult, shall overlook it. After all, it is everyone's responsibility to care for those less fortunate. Stop right there, you little brat. Jiang Jinran's mother's furious voice echoed down the hallway. Just as she intended to pursue Jiang Jinran, a group of men in black suddenly appeared, blocking her path. Following them, a tall, handsome man in a black suit descended the staircase. Jiang Yuehan approached with an air of indifference, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Jiang Jinran and his mother instinctively found themselves drawn to this remarkable man. Why waste time here? Jiang Yuehan's voice was cool and detached as he regarded the mother and son, as if he were observing insignificant insects. Perhaps you should focus more on yourselves. His piercing gaze bore down on them, delivering a chilling proclamation. The weather is turning. The Huang family is on the brink of bankruptcy. Jiang Jinran and his mother widened their eyes in shock, rendered speechless. They appear to be paralyzed by Jiang Yuehan's imposing presence, their expressions betraying a mix of fear and astonishment, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Chapter 11. Do not hold expectations of me. Jiang Jinran dashed into the restroom, taking a breath. Jiang Jinran's seat was empty. He was not in the classroom. The others had lost interest in the spectacle, their faces somber as they focused on their own tasks. What is happening? Jiang Jinran wondered, taking a seat, only to be poked in the back by a pen. Turning around, she found Qiche leaning closer. This girl, though an academic prodigy, also had a penchant for gossip. In a conspiratorial whisper, she said, Do you know who just came by? Who? A celebrity filming a variety show here? Jiang Jinran guessed, amused by Qiche's serious demeanor. It's Jiang Yuehan. Qiche pronounced deliberately, the most renowned member of the Jiang family in Dijing. Jiang Jinran's eyes widened in surprise. How could her elder brother suddenly appear at the academy? Jiang Jinran and his mother were clearly intimidated by him. Qiche, speaking in a casual tone, seemed unaffected by Jiang Jinran's plight. But then her expression shifted to one of lingering fear. Jiang Yuehan is truly terrifying. Do you know what he said? What did he say? Jiang Jinran replied with feigned indifference. Qiche mimicked Jiang Yuehan's demeanor. The weather is turning. The Huang family is on the brink of bankruptcy. Jiang Jinran nearly choked on her laughter. Wasn't that a classic line from a domineering CEO novel? She surmised that Jiang Yuehan had come to defend her. However, the manner of his intervention was rather embarrassing. Thankfully, she had fled quickly. Witnessing it firsthand would have been rather shameful. Jiang Yuehan had indeed come to Dixing Academy for Jiang Jinran. However, the girl was too swift for him to catch a glimpse of her, for he was not solely there for her, but also for Jiang Qiche. At the high school basketball court, the boys lounged freely on the sidelines. Jiang Qiche reclined alone on the edge of a wooden bench. He opened a bottle of cold water, drinking elegantly, yet with a hint of wildness. Glimmering droplets cascaded from the corner of his mouth, resembling dew on a radiant flower, beautiful yet pure. "Say, is that girl from yesterday really your sister?" Zhao Yun inquired, casually placing a hand on Jiang Qiche's shoulder with a smirk. Jiang Qiche remained silent, merely sipping his water. After finishing, he nodded slightly. "Oh, that explains it. You didn't snap at her," Zhao Yun observed thoughtfully. In his understanding, had anyone else behaved as that girl did, they would have been swiftly dealt with by Jiang Qiche. "So she is your sister," he mused, realizing that despite their long acquaintance, he had only just learned of her existence. Jiang Qiche had always been indifferent towards family, even harboring a sense of animosity toward them. He preferred to avoid their company and seldom spoke of them, leaving Zhao Yun unaware of Jiang Qiche's four illustrious brothers. Yet considering this, Zhao Yun couldn't help but smirk and ask, "Aren't you the one who despises them the most? Your attitude yesterday was quite extraordinary. Is this sister somehow different?" Jiang Qiche's cold gaze momentarily faltered, his long fingers tightening around the now crumpled plastic bottle in his grip. Zhao Yun immediately suppressed his amusement, having learned to read Jiang Qiche's moods over the years. At that moment, Jiang Qiche resembled a porcupine, radiating wariness and malice. Zhao Yun felt perplexed, noticing that Jiang Qiche's attention seemed fixated elsewhere, staring intently at the opposite corner of the basketball court. Following Jiang Qiche's gaze, he spotted a handsome man in a suit standing there, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Qiche, both emanating an intimidating air of aloofness. The man's gaze met Jiang Qiche's, their eyes locking across the expanse of the court. "Who is that?" Zhao Yun gasped, unable to contain his surprise. Jiang Yuehan and Jiang Qiche entered the grove beside the basketball court. The silver-haired youth, hands in his pockets, regarded his brother with a detached expression, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. "How surprising to see you here." Jiang Qiche scoffed, his handsome face seemingly veiled in frost. "Haven't I always been this way? I assumed you would have become accustomed to it." Accustomed to his indifference and evasion towards family. Jiang Yuehan's fingers tightened imperceptibly, dealing with this rebellious, cold-hearted younger brother was not Jiang Yuehan's forte. Jiang Qiche's smile deepened, akin to icy petals reflecting a chilling radiance. "Are you jesting, brother? Spare me the pretense. Mutual disregard is for the best." Jiang Yuehan's expression darkened, though he did not express anger. "However, yesterday you extended a hand to Jiang Jinran," he stated calmly, devoid of excessive emotion. "From this perspective, you do not seem entirely estranged from family." Jiang Qiche's eyes narrowed, his features freezing into an icy mask. "It was merely a fleeting amusement. Do not harbor expectations of me, brother. Whether it is Jiang Jinran or you, I wish for you both to keep your distance." Chapter 12. The unfortunate one is Mia Chu. Seated in the classroom, Jiang Jinran suddenly sneezed. She touched her nose. Who was cursing her? "Everyone, I have an announcement to make." Hui stepped onto the podium, a serene smile gracing her face as her gaze swept across the room. "As you all know, we have been preparing for the finals of the Qiwang Cup for quite some time, but now we find ourselves a bit short-handed." Hui, being the arts representative, explained that the full name of the Qiwang Cup is the Qiwang Cup Youth Drama Competition. This is a prestigious national competition, and winning an award at it not only brings generous rewards from the school, but also aids in future academic pursuits. For this honor, nearly every student in the class aspired to participate and eagerly signed up. However, the competition is fierce, and after several intense rounds, most have been eliminated. Yet, Hui, along with her classmates, miraculously advanced to the finals, having prepared for the final performance for a long time. "Short-handed? Are we lacking stage crew or performers?" Someone immediately inquired. With a slight smile, Hui replied, "We need one more actor for our play." Upon hearing this, nearly everyone was stirred. This meant that seizing this opportunity could allow them to board the last train to the finals, and if they won, they would naturally have their share of the glory. This was indeed a monumental opportunity. Jiang Jinran yawned in boredom. "What Qiwang Cup? This wasn't even mentioned in the novel." "Qiche, You know I have quite a flair for performance. Why not let me take the stage? Someone raised their hand and began to self-nominate. Others quickly followed suit, filling the classroom with a cacophony of voices. Now that you mention it, I'm awake. I want to perform too. Pick me. Sure Hui, look at me. I can portray anything. I promise I won't hold back. Sure Hui bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before saying earnestly, we need a student to play a tree. A snicker escaped someone's lips. Following that, there was an awkward silence, as if a flock of cawing crows had flown over the classroom. Jiang Jinran twirled the pen in her hand, observing everything as a mere spectator, as if watching a child's antics. After all, she was already 29 years old. What competitions? What stage plays? These are perhaps things she cared about 8 centuries ago. Is it not possible to use props? Must someone act it out? Someone questioned. Exactly. Having someone portray a tree is quite insulting. Sure Hui, you should find someone else. Upon learning that the final piece of the play was a tree, the enthusiasm of the crowd was instantly extinguished. They indeed yearned to win at the Qiche Cup, but they were also a group of privileged youths with strong self-esteem. Acting as a tree was simply preposterous. Sure Hui seemed to have anticipated this scene. A fleeting glimmer of coldness crossed her eyes. If it were not for a tree, would any of you even be considered? She thought to herself, yet maintained her smile. Since no one is willing, let us resolve this by drawing lots. Is it absolutely necessary to have this tree? If so, must it be acted out? I detest drawing lots. It's terrifying. The crowd vehemently resisted. Yet Sure Hui's stance was unwavering. I have already reported this to the principal. The principal places great importance on this final, as the Qiche Cup pertains to the school's honor, and our class's honor as well. The principal stated that anyone chosen who does not participate will not be considered for the end-of-term awards. Jiang Jinran couldn't help but shake her head. TSK. This Sure Hui, at such a young age, is quite cunning. This is moral coercion, a blend of intimidation and enticement. Sure Hui retrieved a box from beneath her desk, shaking it before placing it on the table. I shall begin the drawing. Please don't let it be me. I cannot afford such embarrassment. Why must we draw lots? It would be better if you simply designated someone. This makes me so nervous. I refuse to take on such a ridiculous role, if I'm chosen. I want to participate. Amidst the chaotic voices, Sure Hui drew a white slip of paper. The crowd instantly held their breath in anticipation, and Jiang Jinran directed her gaze towards the thin paper. Who would this unfortunate soul be? Everyone was curious. Sure Hui unfolded the slip, glanced at it casually, then flipped it over to reveal the name. She looked at Jiang Jinran, her eyes betraying no discernible emotion. The one chosen was Jiang Jinran. Jiang Jinran. Oh no, the unfortunate one is me. The tense crowd immediately relaxed, some even beginning to revel in schadenfreude. It's actually Jiang Jinran. Thank goodness it's Jiang Jinran. This taciturn girl playing a tree is simply the most fitting choice. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly brightened. Perfectly suitable. There is no one more appropriate than Jiang Jinran. Someone clapped, mockingly proclaiming, "Let us applaud our excellent tree actor." Ahem. I look forward to Jiang Jinran's splendid performance. Haha. The nuisance gets to participate in the Qiche Cup. You should be grateful. Being cast as a tree is already a privilege. Jiang Jinran fixed her gaze on the small slip of paper in Sure Hui's hand. Although the probability of her being chosen was indeed there, it felt too coincidental. In truth, she did not quite believe that Sure Hui had randomly drawn her name. Sure Hui harbored animosity towards her, which was evident. If she wished to manipulate the draw, it would be a trivial task. The slip bearing Jiang Jinran's name had long been concealed in the palm of Sure Hui's hand. When she reached into the drawing box, it was merely a ruse as she subtly maneuvered the paper from her palm to her fingertips, feigning it as an extracted slip. She had anticipated that no one would be willing to portray the tree, although she invoked the principal's authority. Sure Hui did not wish to offend this group of privileged classmates. The only soft target was Jiang Jinran. Naturally, Jiang Jinran was also the one she despised. She would not let go of this opportunity to embarrass Jiang Jinran. However, directly designating Jiang Jinran would be overly blunt, appearing as though she were deliberately targeting her. Using a drawing to mask, it seemed far more reasonable. Jiang Jinran, you must join us for the rehearsals going forward. Sure Hui looked at Jiang Jinran, elegantly curling her lips in a smile that was somewhat piercing. Chapter 13. In the future, I will not participate in such activities. I refuse. Jiang Jinran pouted, decisively speaking out. In truth, portraying a tree was not particularly challenging for Jiang Jinran. and she had no strong aversion to it. Her refusal stemmed from the fact that, as a laid-back individual, she did not wish to squander her precious time on such matters. Moreover, she was laid back, not foolish. Hui was clearly targeting her with malicious intent. This was blatantly a trap, and if she foolishly walked into it, it would only invite trouble. Speaking of Hui, the memories left by the original owner were incomplete, and she did not know what had provoked this young lady's ire against her. Perhaps Hui was merely following the crowd, joining her classmates in ostracizing the original owner, who was an outcast, compared to the overt isolation from others. Hui's actions were more subtle, always underhanded. Yet, such duplicitous individuals, those who feign virtue while harboring malice, are often the most repugnant. Refusal? Hui furrowed her brow, displaying a look of distress. If that is the case, why did you not voice your objections prior to the draw? Now that you have been selected, you speak up? She articulated her points clearly, making Jiang Jinran appear unreasonable, as if she were reneging on her word. There is a saying, one must accept the consequences of a gamble. Does Jiang Jinran not understand this? Some boys chuckled, enjoying the spectacle. How could she possibly understand? After all, she is merely a mediocre student who has single-handedly diminished the average score of our class by several points. Indeed, how true. Jiang Jinran chose to disregard these remarks, merely gazing upwards at Hui, who suddenly sighed and said, "Classmate Hui, I shall not participate in such activities in the future. If I do, it will only bring me unhappiness, and in turn, I will become as lifeless as a corpse. Although I am quite ordinary and lack accomplishments, I am still my mother's cherished one. If she were to learn of the injustices I endure, she would feel heartbroken and would certainly report you all." After speaking, she tugged at the corners of her lips, revealing an ambiguous smile. The classroom fell into a profound silence. She opened her mouth, about to say something, when the class bell suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Class had begun. Naturally, Hui could not remain at the podium any longer. She swiftly descended with the lottery box while stealing glances at Jiang Jinran. After class, as Jiang Jinran exited the classroom, intending to procure a bottle of water, she was intercepted by Hui at the end of the corridor. "We have yet to clarify the matter regarding the Hope Cup." Hui obstructed Jiang Jinran's path, standing slightly taller, effectively asserting her height as a form of dominance. "I thought I had made myself quite clear." Jiang Jinran tilted her head and replied emphatically, "Jiang Jinran, I have previously stated that this competition is of great importance. If you refuse to participate, not only will you forfeit the opportunity for awards and recognition, but you may also face disciplinary action." Hui spoke coldly, the essence of her threat palpable. Awards, recognition, disciplinary action? Jiang Jinran's eyes sparkled with a bright glimmer as she suddenly burst into laughter. "Is that truly important? If you can allow me to skip school entirely, I will be grateful to you. After all, studying is rather dull." Hui's expression turned to one of astonishment. She had not anticipated Jiang Jinran's utter indifference. It felt akin to striking a punch into cotton. "You know, I will also be participating in the final assessments." Hui suddenly shifted the topic, a hint of coldness lacing her tone. "If you care so little, what of Qiche? I can easily mark her as unqualified." Hui had been observing Qiche's attempts to befriend Jiang Jinran closely. Qiche was somewhat of an anomaly in the class, disinterested in following the crowd. Yet her academic performance was so exceptional that it overshadowed everyone else. Therefore, few would seek to incite trouble with her. However, this did not imply that Hui hesitated to target her, for Qiche's background was rather ordinary, a fact Hui believed she could exploit without consequence. "It seems she shares a good rapport with you. Do you wish to witness her suffer due to your actions?" Hui's lips moved with emotionless precision, akin to a demon's whisper, carelessly seeping into Jiang Jinran's ears. Jiang Jinran couldn't help but marvel at Hui's mastery of moral coercion and intimidation. "Think it over." Hui stepped back, creating distance between them, her face adorned with her signature serene smile. "Qiche is among the few who extend kindness towards you." With that, she brushed past Jiang Jinran and re-entered the classroom. Jiang Jinran found the situation rather amusing. So what? She is no saint. Just because Qiche lent her a pair of pants does not mean she must play the role of a tree for her. She leisurely took a seat and extracted her textbook with a loud thud. A very thin iron piece slid out from the pages of the textbook. An iron piece? Was this the original owner's belonging, or did it just appear today? Jiang Jinran's brow furrowed slightly. She instinctively glanced around. The ordinary classroom and its inhabitants showed no signs of peculiarity. She picked up the iron piece that had fallen on her desk, her fingertips feeling its chill. Flipping it over, her eyes widened in surprise. The back of the iron piece bore an inscription: "Participate in the finals of the Hope Cup." Jiang Jinran's gaze quivered at the sight. The lower right corner of the iron piece was even inscribed with today's date. This validated Jiang Jinran's suspicion that this iron piece had not existed long before. Rather, it had been slipped into her textbook during the very moment she had gone to buy water. At this point, Jiang Jinran had to concede that the original owner harbored many secrets unknown to her. Who was the person that gave her the iron piece? And why were they so insistent on her participating in the finals of the Hope Cup? What was the relationship between the original owner and the orchestrator behind all this? Was it coercive? Jiang Jinran's mind was in disarray, even tinged with pain. Everything seemed tangled without a clear thread. Who would have thought that as a mere supporting character in a grand narrative, she would become ensnared in such a web of mysteries? She exhaled gently, discreetly sliding the iron piece in her backpack. Yik-ing-yink. Jiang Jinran turned to look back. Qiche was engrossed in taking notes. And, seizing the moment before the teacher arrived, she quietly inquired, "Did anyone approach my desk just now?" Jiang Jinran nodded. "I understand." Chapter 14. What if I could do it? Jiang Jinran felt that her every move might very well be under surveillance. It was evident that the other party knew her well, even being aware of the Hope Cup. After school, Jiang Jinran bent down to organize her backpack. Knock knock. Someone gently tapped the corner of her desk. Jiang Jinran halted her actions and looked up to see Shi Hui standing straight, peering down at her. Jiang Jinran, what have you decided? What is your response? Her smile was faint, yet her gaze was icy. If you continue to refuse, I shall have to devise other means to persuade you. Then you need not think any further. Jiang Jinran calmly zipped up her backpack. I will participate in the Hope Cup. Shi Hui's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She had not anticipated that Jiang Jinran, who had been so resolute in her resistance, would suddenly relent. Is it because of Qiche? Shi Hui's expression turned peculiar, laced with sarcasm. Someone like you is capable of softening your heart and considering others? Jiang Jinran mused internally. Qiche was certainly not the primary reason. It was the sudden appearance of the iron piece that compelled her to act. The person who inscribed those words on the iron piece undoubtedly wished for her participation in the Hope Cup. She was unaware of that person's identity or their connection to the original owner. Was it collaboration or coercion? If she failed to comply, would she face retribution or danger? With her knowledge in the light and the other party shrouded in darkness, should retaliation occur, Jiang Jinran would undoubtedly find herself in a precarious position. More importantly, only by participating in the Hope Cup might she glean some clues to unravel the mysteries surrounding her. These matters could not be disclosed to the Jiang family. They were secrets belonging to the original owner, and recklessly revealing them to those with whom she shared a lukewarm relationship could lead to future disdain. Jiang Jinran had previously sought assistance from Jiang Qiche merely as a means to an end. She held no emotional foundation with her brothers and had not lowered her guard. She blinked innocently, offering a seemingly harmless smile. I won't be going for now. Does a tree need to exert effort rehearsing? Just standing still will suffice. I will participate in the rehearsal closer to the finals. Is this truly your attitude towards participating? Shi Hui clearly did not buy her explanation. Her sharp gaze fixed upon her. Let's not forget, you were the one who sought my help to enter the competition. Jiang Jinran smiled as she stood up with her backpack. What, are you dissatisfied? Perhaps you ought to expel me then. The brightness of Jiang Jinran's smile was blinding. That would be splendid. I would then be exempt from participating. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and directly bypassed Shi Hui, stepping out of the classroom. To attend rehearsals would inevitably subject her to Shi Hui and her group's torment. So naturally, she preferred to minimize her time spent in their company. Apart from that female teacher and the mischievous male classmates, is there anyone else who bullies you? Jiang Yuehan inquired patiently as he stood before her. Recent events had made him acutely aware that his sister's situation at school was far from optimistic, a fact he had previously overlooked. How could he not believe it? Jiang Jinran sighed silently as she gazed into her brother's dark eyes. What could possibly transform the formidable and domineering CEO into a nagging older brother in just a few days? Was it a deficiency in human nature or a decline in moral standards. Jiang Yuan, sister, it's nothing serious. Jiang Jinran responded lightly. It's just the way things are at school. She quickly slipped away from Jiang Yuan's sight, fearing that if she lingered any longer, she would be ensnared by this brother who had taken on the role of a concerned guardian. Jiang Jinran did not wish for Jiang Yuan to meddle too much in school affairs. Firstly, she wanted to keep her identity as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family under wraps. If Jiang Yuan drew too much attention, her cover would inevitably be blown. Secondly, the current situation was still manageable, and there was no need for Jiang Yuan, a towering figure, to intervene. Moreover, if he began to investigate matters at school, the secrets tied to her original self might also be exposed. Jiang Yuan felt a sense of frustration. Within a single day, both his younger brother and sister had expressed disdain for him, a devastating blow to someone who was typically unassailable. After a moment of calm, he hesitated before dialing Jiang Qiche's number again. The outcome was the same. No one answered. He closed his eyes and waited for a moment before reluctantly hanging up. President, patience is key. Cui Yin, who had been waiting at the door, observed everything and couldn't help but offer some words of comfort to his superior. Jiang Yuan, with a taut expression and an impassive visage, unconsciously gazed out the window, murmuring, "Dealing with these children is more challenging than conducting business." "Brother, are you serious?" Jiang Jinran, just descending the stairs, happened to overhear his words. Her eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm as she rushed to Jiang Yuan's side. At that moment, the only thought occupying her mind was the sum of 500,000. Those three words seemed to shimmer with golden light, beckoning to Jiang Jinran with wings. What is true? Jiang Yuan was somewhat bewildered. He had merely spoken offhandedly. That fellow's heart was harder than iron at present. 500,000 wasn't an exorbitant amount. He could easily spend it if he wished. Unfortunately, it was destined to remain unspent. Jiang Yuan's gaze deepened, and his voice lowered. "Who says it can't be spent?" Jiang Jinran smirked confidently. "What if I say I can do it?" Chapter 15. Wait a moment. Jiang Yuan raised his gaze slightly, as if he had heard something extraordinary, while Cui Yin was equally astonished by the young lady's boldness. Both believed it was merely a child's whimsical joke, even though Jiang Jinran appeared serious. Jiang Yuan did not take it to heart. He responded lightly, as if indulging a child's game. "Of course I will." Jiang Jinran clenched her fist. "Then it's settled. You all just wait and see." As Jiang Yuan regarded his sister's eyes, an idea seemed to strike him, and he suddenly asked, "You seem very interested in 500,000? Jiang Jinran nodded vigorously. "Of course. Are you short on money?" Jiang Yuan furrowed his brows slightly. "Not exactly." Jiang Jinran pouted. "I just want to save up for retirement." Jiang Yuan. As a person of action, Jiang Jinran immediately set her plan for 500,000 into motion. She obtained Jiang Qiche's phone number from Jiang Yuan and began dialing. The result, of course, was that no one picked up. Undeterred, Jiang Jinran continued to bombard Jiang Qiche's number with calls. Ultimately, she discovered that she had been blocked. Damn, this brother has no sense of courtesy. However, undaunted, Jiang Jinran registered a new phone number and persisted in her attempts to contact Jiang Qiche. Finally, a sudden call from Jiang Qiche came through. "Fortune favors the diligent." Jiang Jinran felt a surge of emotion akin to witnessing the clouds parting to reveal the moon and promptly answered the call, her tone deliberately sweet. "Brother, you finally answered." "Jiang Jinran, are you out of your mind?" Jiang Qiche's tone was harsh, his voice laced with a palpable sense of danger and indifference. "Brother, Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Qiche interrupted her, his low and cool voice emanating an overwhelming pressure that seemed to seep through the phone. "Don't think that I want to talk to you. Just because I helped you once doesn't mean we can chat whenever we like. To me, you're nothing." "Huh?" Jiang Jinran opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. What a dramatic line worthy of a Qiche television drama. "If you cross the line again, I want to hold back." Jiang Qiche's voice was chillingly cold, devoid of warmth, causing an involuntary shiver to run down Jiang Jinran's spine. At that moment, she heard other voices through the phone. "Jiang Qiche, hurry up, the game is about to start. Legend, engage." The call was abruptly disconnected. Jiang Jinran held the phone, lost in thought. If she heard correctly, it was clear that someone nearby Jiang Qiche was urging him to play a game called Legend. To her surprise, the game mentioned in the novel was connected to the real world. Before Jiang Jinran entered the story, there was indeed a game called Legend in her reality. Most likely, The author of this novel had directly referenced a real-world game. Legend. Jiang Jinran's eyes sparkled as she decisively opened her computer on a desk. Legend was currently the most popular computer game, with an astonishing level of daily activity. As she registered an account to enter the game, she found that there was a queue. While waiting, she browsed through the game forum for Legend. New player reporting in. Which server is best for first-time players? Jiang Jinran clicked on a post floating at the top of the forum. As long as it's not server 1, anywhere else is fine. What the poster said is correct. New players should avoid server 1. Come to our big server 13, the retirement zone. The atmosphere is fantastic. Forget server 13, it's practically a ghost town. You can wait forever without finding anyone to team up with. Nonsense. It's not a ghost town. Server 13 just lacks students, making it seem inactive. Everyone bubbles up on weekends. Can I ask why server 1 is not recommended? Because server 1 is packed with experts. Be cautious or you might get wiped out. Server 1 is truly not a place for the faint-hearted. Only those with great skill can venture there. Otherwise, it's best to steer clear. I'm also a fan of Absolute Destiny, the best in the server. I want to bask in his aura. Absolute Destiny is not so easy to contact. I heard professional teams are trying to recruit him, offering millions, but he ignores everyone. Jiang Jinran's gaze lingered on the name Absolute Destiny. Although she knew nothing of the exceptional players in this game, her first instinct told her that this Absolute Destiny was likely Jiang Qiche. As a young master of the antagonistic Jiang family, Jiang Qiche was no ordinary high school student. He was, in fact, a computer prodigy destined to become a legendary hacker. Proficient in computers, he would undoubtedly excel at gaming. Thus, for Jiang Qiche, achieving the top rank in Legend might not be a daunting task at all. Meanwhile, the wait for the game was over, and the computer transitioned to the server selection page. With a total of 25 major servers to choose from, Jiang Jinran maneuvered her mouse and unhesitatingly selected server 1. Upon entering the game, the battle interface immediately materialized before Jiang Jinran. This was a 5v5 game, where 5 teammates were randomly grouped to battle against an opposing team of 5. At this moment, Jiang Jinran was merely a bronze player with no points. She had bypassed the novice tutorial and had not engaged in the relatively simple AI battles to accumulate points. Instead, she had directly entered the most challenging realm of real player combat, as this mode offered the highest potential rewards. She yearned to level up swiftly, thus gaining the opportunity to match with a formidable player. Alas, what misfortune! How unfortunate to be matched with a 0-point bronze player. This was indeed a rookie of the most inexperienced sort. Did they come to willingly meet their demise? Feeling unable to carry such a burden, one teammate suggested forfeiting the match. It is not the presence of a master player that induces fear, but rather the presence of a bumbling teammate. This match felt like a loss was imminent. What dreadful luck! Suddenly, her enthusiasm for the game waned. Such ill fortune. Hey, mute bronze, why not just exit voluntarily? None of us are masters here, and we cannot carry you. Jiang Jinran observed the incessantly jumping characters on the public screen, her gaze calm and serene. Completely unaffected by the disparaging remarks, she extended her finger and finally typed her first message on the public screen. Do not worry, I will manage. Chapter 16. A remarkable novice. From where does he derive such confidence? What nonsensical statement. He ought to log off for our sake. Newcomers always tend to boast without merit. It is amusing, indeed, learning something only to misuse it. Do you even comprehend its meaning? If you could, I would twist your head off. The 4 teammates perceived Jiang Jinran's words as mere adolescent bravado, and someone even took the time to post on the forum. Today, I encountered a 0-point bronze in ranked matches. Guess what happened? What happened? Did they drag us down? In these times, it is indeed rare to see a 0-point bronze in ranked matches. What transpired? Please enlighten us. The game hasn't even begun yet, and my teammates and I were hoping this bronze would voluntarily concede. Instead, he not only refused to exit but also proclaimed. What did he say? Oh, the original poster speaks so slowly, it piques my curiosity. Can you please finish your thought in one go? He said he would. Is this sheer blind confidence or a lack of common sense? Is both blind confidence and a lack of common sense? Are all newcomers this foolish nowadays? Original poster. You are truly unfortunate. I shall mourn for you. Please provide updates. I wish to spectate. Hee. Darn, now I want to see too. I am curious how this newcomer will amusingly sabotage the original poster. Alright, you may come and watch. I've lost all hope for this match. Let us just entertain ourselves. In the legendary game, players can not only participate, but also spectate the ongoing games of others. As long as there are players, one can observe their current games. After a match concludes, spectators can reward players who performed well with energy. The more energy received, the greater the additional points awarded to the player. The reason for the extraordinarily high score of Zhu Ming, who ranked first in the server, is not solely due to his winning points, but also because he attracts an immense number of spectators, resulting in substantial additional points from their energy contributions. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinran was unaware that her ranked match had already garnered a significant audience. "I wish to select a mage and take the mid lane," she typed on the public screen, naturally inviting skepticism from her teammates. Mid lane is a crucial lane. You are clearly unqualified. Why not play a supportive role instead? Stop dreaming. What mid lane? Do you possess the capability? I am at my wit's end. Can you refrain from making reckless decisions? Jiang Jinran disregarded her teammates' complaints and locked in her choice of a mid lane mage. Are you serious? Is it too late for me to forfeit? It's too late now. Logging off abruptly will result in a system warning. Fine, let us endure this one match. It will soon pass. Jiang Jinran ceased to pay attention to the public screen and refrained from further commentary, patiently awaiting the game to load. At this moment, in the spectator livestream, many players who had seen the forum post began to pour in. That 0-point bronze has chosen a mage for mid lane. Mid lane demands both awareness and skill. This match is doomed. They will be utterly crushed. I inadvertently clicked on this. May misfortune be averted. I wish not to encounter such a bronze newbie. Why does a 0-point bronze not engage in more AI matches and instead rush into ranked play? They are truly a blight. Once the game commenced, Jiang Jinran maneuvered her hero character directly toward the mid lane. In truth, before being transported into this narrative, Jiang Jinran had frequently played the game Legend. This game held a special significance for her. In her previous life, luck was seldom on her side. Her birth could be deemed unfortunate. In her childhood, she resembled a homeless stray dog. Eventually, she engaged in Legend, and through companionship gaming and assisting others in achieving victories, she earned her first pot of gold. The path to financial independence was arduous, yet Jiang Jinran was willing to endure any hardship for the sake of earning money, always adhering to the legal boundaries and never resorting to unscrupulous means. Everything seemed to have formed muscle memory. In the blink of an eye, she evaded all of the enemy's skills, executing an unexpected maneuver that allowed her to expertly counterkill the opposing player. Am I seeing this correctly? The mid lane player just secured first blood? What is happening? A solo kill. He actually secured a kill? It must be luck, surely. It was a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. On the in-game public screen, her teammates had already begun fervently typing. Thus, they were oblivious to how this 0-point bronze had managed to secure a kill against the enemy. At this moment, the spectator live stream of the ranked match was experiencing a surge in popularity. On the screen, the barrage of comments began to flood in. The bronze in mid lane just secured a kill, and it was a counter kill. 666, 666, 6666, what is happening? Is it just luck? Indeed. He was already low on health and deliberately positioned himself to bait the enemy. The opponent, thinking to secure a kill, was instead outplayed by this bronze's swift maneuvers. Is this the smurf account of a seasoned player? It should not be. Those masters are currently engaged in their own games. They have no time to operate a smurf. Moreover, this bronze's style is quite unique. It does not resemble that of seasoned players. If it's not a smurf, then who could he be? Surely, it is implausible for a pure novice to execute such moves. I do not know. I'm equally curious. His in-game name is Qiche. Does that ring any bells? No. Today is the first time I have heard of this person. It seems that a new legend is about to emerge from Area 1. In the game, Jiang Jinran accurately anticipated the enemy's strategy, acting before they could execute their moves. She typed on the public screen, calling her teammates to join her as she initiated a team fight. The teammates followed suit, leading to a complete annihilation of the opposing team. Before the enemy could respawn, Jiang Jinran and her teammates pushed straight to the enemy's base. The game concluded. Her teammates stared at the victory screen, still in disbelief. Did we actually win? We hardly did anything. They had merely focused on their lanes, not realizing that the mid lane had been ringing with good news. That bronze newbie had single-handedly secured kill after kill, achieving a godlike status, clearing the mid lane, and resolving all issues. They simply needed to heed his commands and follow his actions, allowing them to win without concern. They had been carried to victory by a newcomer. Upon the game's conclusion, the system automatically awarded the accolades, rightfully granting them to Jiang Jinran. Which esteemed player's Smurf account is this? After exiting the game, one teammate hastily inquired on the public screen. Chapter 17. Rising to fame simultaneously, the other teammates also flooded the public screen. You cannot be a newbie, right? Who is your main account? Incredible. Just now, I failed to recognize the true greatness beside me, and I sincerely apologize. Esteemed one, may I add you as a friend? Playing games with you is truly delightful. Let us continue this camaraderie in the future. Did you not just say that if Qiche spoke, you would twist his head off? Please disregard my previous nonsensical chatter. I have now become an unwavering admirer of yours. Could we perhaps avoid mentioning the head-twisting matter? Jiang Jinran glanced at the public screen and quickly typed a few words. No alternate accounts, just this one. Then, she exited the game interface. The experience felt somewhat unfinished to her. This Qiche, will he continue to play? I wish to keep observing his ranked matches. They are incredibly captivating. He is simply stunning, truly breathtaking. This person's skills rival those of top players, even surpassing many. Who exactly is he? With a clear mind, meticulous judgment, and exquisite maneuvers, he truly competes with the best. Who possesses intel on Qiche? Please share. I would love to add him as a friend. I was mesmerized. I genuinely watched in awe. Meanwhile, the forum homepage was dominated by posts about Qiche, while others had sunk into obscurity. A celestial ZW star appeared in Zone 1. A bronze player exhibited the skills of a champion. Truly remarkable. Which great player ventured into Zone 1 with an alternate account? It was as easy as fishing in a barrel. What about the original poster? How did it feel to be carried by a bronze player? Apart from Zhu Eming, I have developed a fondness for Qiche. After all, he is indeed handsome. I was a teammate of Qiche in that match. He just mentioned that he has no alternate accounts, only this one. Is that true? Is he really a super newcomer? Qiche possesses a distinct personal style. Unlike other top players' alternate accounts, I wonder if he is male or female. Surely he must be male. No female could possibly be this skilled. Jiang Jinran opened her personal interface to check her score, only to discover that after just one match, she had accumulated several thousand points. The system had awarded her over 100 points as a victory bonus, while the rest came from the spectators' admiration. So many accolades? Jiang Jinran furrowed her brow slightly. Did so many people truly watch her ranked match? The applause exceeded her expectations. At that moment, she was unaware that she had become a sensation on the legendary forum. After viewing her score, she logged off. After all, it was not the weekend, and she could not spend all her time gaming. At that time, she would likely match with Jiang Qiche. She intended to challenge him. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiche exited the game, and Zhao Yny, who had just finished playing, opened the legendary forum to browse. This was Zhao Yny's apartment, where they often gathered to play games. The environment was spacious and pleasant, with servants to assist. The forum was abuzz with talk of AZW star appearing in Zone 1. Zhao Yny scrolled quickly through the forum. The next Zhu Eming? How boastful! Do they not fear being ridiculed? The moment a somewhat talented newcomer appears, they must compare themselves to Zhu Eming. Zhao Yny could not help but shake his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. Wait. Suddenly, the smile faded from Zhao Yny's face as his gaze landed on a post showcasing Qiche's impressive gameplay and animated GIFs. Staring at these highlights, a look of astonishment crossed his eyes. Jiang Qiche, this individual is truly extraordinary. Take a look. He hurriedly extended his phone towards Jiang Qiche. His expression a mix of surprise and admiration. This person's skills are remarkable. No wonder they dare to compare with Zhu Eming. Finally, another player's prowess has captured my attention. Jiang Qiche remained silent, his lips pressed together, his gaze casually drifting over the animated clips. For the number one Zhu Eming, Jiang Qiche himself, he had never cared how others played. After all, none could surpass him. Yet this person, Jiang Qiche's gaze lingered on the animated GIFs, a flicker of depth shining in his eyes. It seemed intriguing. As was her routine, Jiang Jinran arrived at the academy early. She had heard that a transfer student was coming today. Upon reaching her seat, Jiang turned her gaze towards her, quietly sharing the latest gossip. Is that so? Jiang Jinran was indifferent. She found Jiang to be quite the gossip, always in the know. Where did you hear that? I encountered the principal on my way here. She mentioned it. GQ replied. Just then, the temporary homeroom teacher entered the room, striding confidently in high heels to the podium. She cleared her throat habitually and then flashed a formulaic smile. Class 3, today you will welcome a new classmate. Our family in Class 3 is about to gain another member. As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom erupted in chatter. A newcomer is arriving. A transfer student? The mere fact that someone could transfer to DX implies they must be quite impressive. Transfers to DX are rare. After all, those who qualify usually attend from the beginning. DX has high standards, and those who transfer mid-course have undoubtedly earned the principal's recognition. I wonder what kind of person it is. I hope they are not a nuisance. Ha ha ha, I look forward to it. May they be an interesting new classmate who doesn't cause trouble. All right, everyone quiet down. The teacher clapped her hands, signaling the students to settle. She then turned to the door, calling out in a loud voice, "You may come in now." Jiang Jinran raised her eyes, like everyone else, gazing intently at the entrance. Curiosity filled the eyes of all present. A tall, slender youth entered the classroom with a steady pace, moving unhurriedly, like a gentle breeze sweeping through the room. Upon reaching the center of the podium, the young man turned around, revealing an exquisitely handsome face to all. He possessed deep, cool eyes, with a perfectly placed beauty mark beneath his eye, enhancing his allure. Chapter 18. Her new deskmate. The previously slightly noisy atmosphere in the classroom fell into silence. Everyone, in unison, widened their eyes, staring at this calm and striking transfer student. "Please introduce yourself," the teacher gently reminded the young man, standing at the center. He slightly lifted his eyelids, his pure black pupils reflecting the overhead lights, resembling stars scattered in dark ink. "My name is LTSHN. I look forward to your kindness in the future." The young man's words were succinct, his voice akin to a gentle breeze brushing past one's ears in the morning, crisp with a hint of coolness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinran's gaze paused momentarily. LTSHN? Isn't he the male lead in the novel? At this moment, standing before Jiang Jinran was the teenage version of the male protagonist. LTSHN was originally the illegitimate son of the wealthy elf family. His mother had given birth to him unexpectedly and, unaware of his father's identity, had raised him alone with great difficulty. However, LTSHN is indeed the male lead. Despite his tragic beginnings, he is far from ordinary. He had initially attended a regular school, but shone brilliantly in a competition, winning a gold medal and catching the attention of the principal of DXing, thus transferring from an ordinary school to DXing. Although DXing is a haven for aristocratic children, as the premier private academy, they also value academic performance. Therefore, for genius students, DXing always welcomes them with open arms and offers generous scholarships. The scholarship at DXing is undoubtedly difficult for the impoverished male lead to refuse. After transferring to DXing, the male lead will grow increasingly quickly while gradually uncovering the secrets of his lineage. Later, the Jiang family would meet its demise, and the Liu family, currently a few steps ahead of the Jiang family, would gradually ascend to prominence under the male protagonist's leadership, becoming the dazzling top-tier aristocracy of the imperial capital. Jiang Jinran pursed her lips, pondering the fate of her pitiful Jiang family, questioning what could possibly save them from their inevitable downfall. However, speaking of Liu Tingshan, he bore an awkward identity. He was originally the betrothed of the former owner of this life. Perhaps others deemed them a fitting pair, an illegitimate son and a mere shadow. Thus, a perplexing marriage proposal was concocted. Of course, the reborn female protagonist, the true heiress Sang Ning, was aware of the future plot, knowing that the male lead, Liu Tingshan, would ultimately emerge victorious and rise to greatness. Therefore, upon her rebirth, Sang Ning would seize this marriage contract, taking the place of the former owner to wed Liu Tingshan. Jiang Jinran nodded in satisfaction, understanding that this arrangement had no bearing on her whatsoever. The male protagonist naturally belonged to the female protagonist, while her own fate was destined for a mental institution. She was merely a transient figure, passing through the world of the male and female leads. Lost in thought, the sound of a desk being moved broke her reverie. Jiang Jinran instinctively lifted her gaze to see Liu Tingshan shifting his desk beside hers, creating a space for himself. Wait, something fell amiss. From now on, you shall sit beside Jiang Jinran. The gentle voice of the homeroom teacher echoed across the classroom, landing in Jiang Jinran's ears. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced between the teacher and Lu Tingshun, bewilderment flickering in her gaze. Why was it that the homeroom teacher declared in this class, "You are the only one without a deskmate"? "Teacher, I wouldn't mind having Lu as my deskmate." Someone eagerly raised their hand, a hint of longing evident on their face. "I wouldn't mind either." However, Lu Tingshun had already settled beside Jiang Jinran. The youth meticulously organized his books, then leisurely opened one, his gaze fixed on the textbook without a glance at Jiang Jinran. She, in turn, had no inclination to engage him in conversation. Despite being a vivacious chatterbox who could strike up a conversation with anyone, she was selective about whom she chose to converse with. Lu Tingshun, standing in the same camp as Sang Ning, was among those she preferred to ignore. Subconsciously, Jiang Jinran regarded Sang Ning as a threat and a danger she must face in the future, making it difficult for her to harbor any fondness for those who would ultimately lead to her family's ruin and her own confinement in a mental institution. Thus, she had no desire to engage with Lu Tingshun, wishing for no intersection between their lives. After school, Lu Tingshun tidied his backpack and left the classroom punctually. Jiang Jinran leisurely packed her textbooks when a clear voice from the back of the classroom reached her ears. "What did you say? The gymnasium is under repair?" "Indeed. So we cannot rehearse in the gym today. Let's head to the arts building then. It's spacious too." At this, Shi Hui's eyes widened in shock, as if she had seen a ghost, her pupils trembling momentarily. "The arts building? I refuse to go." Shi Hui swiftly rejected the idea, her complexion paling. A fellow classmate furrowed her brows in confusion. "Shi Hui, why do you so vehemently oppose going to the arts building?" All these words landed squarely in Jiang Jinran's ears, prompting her to recall that Huang Junran had not attended classes in recent days. The Huang family had sustained significant damage at the hands of Jiang Yuehan, making his absence understandable. Shi Hui's current aversion to the arts building piqued Jiang Jinran's curiosity about what had transpired there. What could possibly be in the arts building? The arts building had not been deemed forbidden by the school, indicating that the institution did not perceive it as an absolute danger. Shi Hui and Huang Junran's encounter was viewed as a mere accident. Yet, it was clear that Shi Hui had developed a strong aversion to the arts building. For reasons unknown, Jiang Jinran suddenly felt a spark of interest in that mysterious arts building. However, aside from the arts building, there were no other venues available for rehearsal. A few students participating in the Hope Cup gathered, earnestly persuading Shi Hui. "You can come to my house," Shi Hui stated resolutely. "That's impractical and quite troublesome." The suggestion was immediately countered. "But the arts building," Shi Hui began, her expression resembling a lost soul, struggling to articulate a complete thought. Chapter 19, The Mysterious Arts Building. Shi Hui, Jiang Jinran, with her bag in hand, suddenly appeared before the group, her smile radiant as she surveyed their faces, finally resting her gaze on Shi Hui. "I happen to be free today. I can join the rehearsal." She deliberately emphasized her words. "Let's go to the arts building for rehearsal. Don't spoil the fun." Shi Hui, momentarily stunned, her eyes flaring with anger, retorted, "Jiang Jinran, please mind your tone." Others looked on in surprise, wondering why Jiang Jinran's demeanor had transformed so dramatically, becoming so brazen and audacious. "Mind my tone?" Jiang Jinran raised an eyebrow. "Very well. Shall I leave then?" After all, she wasn't indispensable to this performance. Turning, Jiang Jinran made her way toward the back door of the classroom. "Wait." Shi Hui gritted her teeth, urgently calling after Jiang Jinran. "You stay for the rehearsal. We will go to the arts building." Jiang Jinran willingly followed to the arts building. Her desire to visit stemmed from two reasons. First, she wished to see Shi Hui face adversity. And second, she subconsciously felt that the arts building might hold a vague connection to the mysterious iron piece she had received. Shi Hui firmly believed that if a series of inexplicable events occurred in the same area, those events would likely be interconnected. Naturally, she also feared that the arts building might pose a danger. However, with many people rehearsing, if something did happen, Shi Hui and her group would bear the brunt. Furthermore, aside from Shi Hui's incident, there seemed to be no other dangerous rumors surrounding the arts building, which remained open to students. Though Jiang Jinran wished to remain indifferent, shutting out the world, she felt as if she were being unwittingly drawn into a quagmire. She had to investigate further. The arts building of Dixing stood as an exquisitely artistic European-style structure. Jiang Jinran followed Shi Hui and the others into a spacious classroom on the first floor. "Teacher, we've brought the tree actor." Upon entering, Shi Hui hurried to the female teacher organizing props, pointing to Jiang Jinran behind her. Instantly, all eyes focused on Jiang Jinran, as if truly beholding a tree. The female teacher approached, patting Jiang Jinran on the shoulder with a smile. "I'm the supervising teacher for the Hope Cup. The finals are just around the corner. You must put in extra effort." Jiang Jinran offered a perfunctory nod. The supervising teacher then introduced her to the upcoming Hope Cup finals, detailing the stage play they were preparing to perform. In essence, it was a tale centered on environmental protection. Shi Hui, without question, played the leading role. The plot began with Shi Hui's character, whose tree at her doorstep mysteriously perished due to environmental degradation, prompting her heartfelt journey toward environmentalism, involving a series of uplifting actions. Ultimately, the once dead tree inexplicably revived. Naturally, the story concluded with a harmonious ending. Jiang Jinran's role was to portray the tree that had died and come back to life. Initially, they had considered using a prop tree, but it proved ineffective. The supervising teacher believed that a prop lacked the dynamism needed to convey the miraculous and poignant essence of the tree's death and revival. Thus, they ultimately decided to use a living person for the role. Yet, no one was willing to take it on. Inquiries around various art clubs yielded no volunteers. When the time comes to officially take the stage, all you need to do is don the costume and perform some simple physical actions. It is quite straightforward. And in truth, there is not much acting involved. The lead female teacher patiently explained to Jiang Jinran while pointing at the pile of costumes stacked in the corner. The teacher was naturally pleased, feeling a sense of relief, as she had feared no one would be willing to play the tree role. And now that she had finally found someone, she was anxious that Jiang Jinran might back out. Jiang Jinran's gaze fell upon the costumes. A rounded trunk adorned with ample green leaves, with a hollow section in the middle revealing the actor's face. At first glance, it might seem somewhat ludicrous. Yet upon closer inspection, it appeared inexplicably charming, surpassing her expectations. However, she could comprehend why no one wished to portray this character. After all, it was a rare opportunity to perform on a grand stage, and taking on such an unglamorous role, devoid of lines or significant presence, would indeed feel thankless and unworthy of effort. Jiang Jinran, do you see that? That is what you will wear. Would you like to try it on beforehand to see if you are comfortable? Shi Hui had unknowingly approached Jiang Jinran. Her previous trepidation vanished, replaced by an eagerness to see Jiang Jinran clumsily don the costume. She smiled with her eyes narrowed, a hint of mischievous mockery gleaming within. The others also tried to suppress their gleeful expressions, glancing over in a manner that suggested they wanted to laugh but dared not. Jiang Jinran merely shot a sidelong glance at Shi Hui, remaining silent. Subsequently, she swaggered over to a nearby resting sofa, propping her leg up nonchalantly, and with a cheerful smile directed at everyone declared, "No need, I'll just watch you all practice. With my negligible role, I don't even need to get accustomed to it. I could go straight on stage." Jiang Jinran let out a leisurely yawn, adding, "But you all need to put in the effort." With that, she reclined lazily against the sofa, resembling a supervisor observing their rehearsal. Shi Hui clenched her fists, the amusement in her eyes evaporating instantly. With so many people around, she refrained from expressing her anger, instead beckoning the others to move towards the center of the classroom while subtly throwing in her own sarcastic remarks. Indeed, playing a tree holds little prestige. There's no need to practice too hard. Just act like a lifeless object. The rehearsal for the stage play commenced in earnest. Jiang Jinran found it rather dull, yawning several times while nibbling on some snacks. However, the rehearsal did not seem to proceed smoothly. "Shi Hui, haven't you practiced this song yet?" The lead female teacher frowned, casting a somewhat troubled glance at Shi Hui, who was singing. The script required Shi Hui to perform an original song on stage. Yet despite all the rehearsals, she still sang it inadequately, stumbling over several challenging parts. This was unacceptable. The teacher's expression grew serious. But there was no time to alter the script. Changing the singing segment would necessitate a complete overhaul of the entire play, and time was of the essence. "I'll give it another try," Shi Hui said, feeling frustrated as she frowned and peered at the lyrics in her hands, opening her mouth to sing once more, but only managing to croak out the beginning when, "Ha ha ha." Jiang Jinran, seated on the sofa, could not contain her laughter, bursting forth with a wild cackle, as if fearful that Shi Hui would not hear her. Shi Hui's movements abruptly halted as she squinted her eyes, displeased, towards Jiang Jinran. The others were momentarily taken aback, their expressions revealing dissatisfaction. To them, Jiang Jinran's laughter seemed remarkably insensitive and disrespectful towards Shi Hui, interrupting the rehearsal's atmosphere. Jiang Jinran, what are you laughing at? They did not intend to hold back, their faces darkening as they confronted Jiang Jinran with reproachful tones. The cacophony of voices rang sharp and piercing. Is it really that amusing? Or have you developed a case of uncontrollable laughter? Your voice is quite jarring, you know? Could you keep it down? Chapter 20. The stolen voice, the smile at the corners of Jiang Jinran's lips remained, her demeanor languid, yet she found it genuinely amusing. To Jiang Jinran, the song posed no challenge, but how could Shi Hui sing it so comically? Moreover, this fool had to repeat it multiple times, and Jiang Jinran had already struggled to keep her amusement in check. Do you have any idea how difficult this song is? If you tried singing it, you might fare worse than Shi Hui. Someone indignantly defended Shi Hui. She probably cannot sing at all. Someone like her lacks any artistic flair or talent. Qiche, don't take it to heart. Jiang Jinran is just too idle, stirring up trouble and creating noise. Jiang Jinran shrugged, carelessly retorting, are you serious? If I can't sing, then no one can. Her confident yet relaxed expression only served to infuriate Shi Hui, who couldn't comprehend Jiang Jinran's audacity. Where did she get such confidence? Shi Hui had never heard Jiang Jinran sing. This girl could barely articulate herself, utterly lacking in capability, yet she now mocked Shi Hui with such self-assuredness. Shi Hui tightened her fingers, anger bubbling within her. Is that so? Although Shi Hui was seething with rage internally, she maintained a composed facade, merely raising her chin slightly and challenging. Then why don't you sing for us? The others, hearing Shi Hui's words, echoed in agreement, yes, if you're so confident. Don't just talk the talk. They sneered, anyone can boast. You probably couldn't sing a single line without sounding tone-deaf. Sure, we may have faltered in some areas, but you wouldn't even be able to manage that. The lead teacher observed the tense atmosphere, her head shaking in resignation, unable to intervene further. After all, these students were all of considerable means, and she could not afford to offend them. Jiang Jinran, are you going to sing or not? If not, kindly shut that mouth of yours and do not disturb our focus. Jiang Jinran feigned innocence, her eyes wide, before rising from the sofa and striding to the center of the classroom, tilting her head with a grin. If I sing this song perfectly, what will you say? I will sincerely apologize. Should you actually manage to sing it flawlessly, I too shall apologize, but the question is, can you? Fine, it's as you say. Jiang Jinran cleared her throat, having memorized the melody and lyrics after just one listen, her mouth slightly parting as the tune flowed forth effortlessly. In her past life, Jiang Jinran had faced many hardships, needing to earn a living through her talents. To survive and make money, she had honed a multitude of skills. Of course, she was aware that she was somewhat exceptional. Compared to her peers, she seemed to possess a natural gift. The high notes that Shi Hui had struggled with, Jiang Jinran executed with ease. The vocal transitions that Shi Hui could not manage were also seamless for her. Her voice was more melodious, her singing infused with technique and emotion, akin to that of a professional vocalist, showcasing her unparalleled skill and ethereal vocal quality. The room fell silent. Everyone stared, wide-eyed in disbelief, captivated by Jiang Jinran's unexpected vocal prowess, frozen in place, unsure of how to react or what to say. As the final note faded, Jiang Jinran completed the song amidst their silence. All done. She shrugged nonchalantly, her gaze sharpening as it pierced through the group surrounding Shi Hui. So, where is your apology? Jiang Jinran's words jolted everyone from their stupor. The preceding events felt like a dream, surreal and entrancing, leaving them entrapped. You sang so beautifully. Why not join the school choir? The lead teacher was the first to regain her composure, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she had discovered a rare talent. Meanwhile, the others, including Shi Hui, bit their lips, remaining silent. They were reluctant to acknowledge Jiang Jinran's exceptional singing or to apologize to her. I was merely singing for fun, so I have no intention of joining the choir, Jiang Jinran replied, her demeanor as calm as ever in response to the teacher's inquiry. She cast a fleeting glance at Hui and the others, recognizing their inability to lower their pride and apologize. A hint of disdain flickered in Jiang Jinran's eyes. This group of spoiled children, raised in privilege, only knew how to stand atop the pyramid, displaying their biases and contempt for those below, even when aware of their faults. They would never admit to any wrongdoing. Glancing toward the depths of the corridor, she strolled forward unhurriedly. At that moment, upon seeing Jiang Jinran leave, Hui hurried to the nearby recording equipment. She checked the recording switch, which was indeed on. Hui, what's wrong? The teacher, noticing her anxious demeanor, assumed there was an issue with the equipment. Is there a problem? No, it's perfect, Hui replied. Jiang Jinran's earlier melody had been captured in its entirety by the recorder. The quiet environment ensured that her voice was pristine, devoid of any extraneous noise. The others gathered around, and the teacher looked at Hui with puzzlement, awaiting her explanation. What is the plan? On the final stage, if I were to sing live, I would inevitably falter, Hui articulated calmly. However, I can pretend to sing, merely mouthing the words while playing Jiang Jinran's voice. Her earlier singing had been recorded with excellent sound quality, and it could certainly be preserved for use. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. Was Hui suggesting to lip-sync during the finals? Even using Jiang Jinran's voice to do so? The teacher's eyes reflected shock as she stuttered. But what if Jiang Jinran finds out we've stolen her voice? No need to worry, Hui asserted confidently. We will continue our rehearsals as usual, ensuring she remains oblivious to our intentions. On the final stage, we simply use Jiang Jinran's voice in place of mine. Even if she disagrees, it will be too late for her to intervene. This would not only resolve Hui's persistent singing issues, but also allow her to dazzle everyone with Jiang Jinran's splendid voice. With this thought, a smile crept on Hui's lips. Chapter 21. Wealth and Risk. Jiang Jinran emerged from the restroom, leisurely washing her hands. After finishing, she stepped into the corridor. In another direction from the restroom lay the staircase leading to the second floor. At this moment, it was dusk. The sun had set significantly, casting a grayish light that enveloped the space. The lights in the art building had not yet illuminated, rendering the corridor somewhat dim, while the staircase behind her seemed shrouded in a veil of murky air. Jiang Jinran's steps suddenly halted. At that moment, she found herself alone in the long corridor. Silence and tranquility enveloped her. The reason for her pause was that, through peripheral vision, she had caught sight of a barely discernible shadow cast upon the wall at the staircase's entrance. It was a figure. Jiang Jinran tightened her fingers, her face tensing, her lips forming a straight line. There was likely someone hiding at the staircase. Could it be the one who had given her the iron piece? Indeed, someone was observing her from the shadows. Despite her racing heart, Jiang Jinran exhibited no signs of panic. She understood the necessity of maintaining composure and not alarming the potential observer. Pretending to be oblivious, she lowered her head and remained still. After a brief silence, the shadow at the staircase finally vanished. However, Jiang Jinran did not fully relax. Approximately 10 seconds later, having confirmed that the person at the staircase was gone, she cautiously approached the staircase, her gaze darting over the steps and walls. This action was indeed quite audacious. If that individual suddenly returned and discovered her, the consequences would be dire. Nevertheless, one must take risks to attain fortune. This was a lesson Jiang Jinran had grasped in her previous life. Greater risks yield higher rewards. At last, at an inconspicuous section of the wall near the staircase, Jiang Jinran noticed a peculiar pattern. Her eyes widened slightly. Upon closer inspection, she recognized that this pattern depicted the iris blooming within a hexagram. It was the emblem of the Qiche organization. Thus, everything Jiang Jinran was encountering now might be connected to Qiche. What were the intentions of this organization? Were Hui and Huang Junran's experiences in the art building also related to them? Having discovered the clues she sought, Jiang Jinran wisely decided to withdraw without further investigation. She exited the staircase and slipped back into the corridor, returning to the rehearsal room. The others had resumed their practice. Jiang Jinran approached the sofa and began to pack her backpack. Her true purpose in coming to the art building was not merely to rehearse. It was to uncover the truth. Now that her objective had been achieved, she did not wish to linger any longer. All right, everyone can take a break, Jiang Jinran announced as she lifted her backpack, ready to leave. Jiang Jinran, have you finished all the snacks? A sharp voice called out from a female classmate. Jiang Jinran paused. Never mind. Someone laughed. She probably has never had such luxurious snacks before. She must be unaccustomed to it. Indeed, a country bumpkin like her had never encountered fine treats, akin to a starving ghost reborn. I heard that the youngest daughter of the Jiang family might be studying at our school. Another female classmate suddenly shifted the topic to the Jiang family, recalling Jiang Yuan's recent appearance at the school. I've heard that too. But which class is this young lady in? There has been no word on that. The rumors could be false, but I genuinely envy her. If only I could be reborn as the youngest daughter of the Jiang family, such a prestigious lineage, with 5 outstanding brothers. Sure, we walked over, casting a casual glance at them, jokingly saying, "It's almost evening. Can you all stop daydreaming?" Haha, is dreaming not allowed? A flicker of displeasure crossed the female classmate's eyes as she retorted, "What are you looking at? Are you envious of the Jiang family's young lady? Oh, I almost forgot. Your surname is also Jiang." Another female classmate chimed in. Envy is pointless. We share the same surname, but our fates are different. A toad should not envy a swan. I don't envy at all, Jiang Jinran said, pulling the corners of her lips into a faint smile, her expression remaining impassive. She casually picked up the remaining snacks beside her, suddenly grinning. "I'll take my leave now. You all continue." "Wait," Shui called out, stopping Jiang Jinran. "You're just leaving like that? Aren't you going to rehearse?" Jiang Jinran shook the snacks in her hand, still smiling. "I'm not like you. I only need to rehearse once to be ready for the finals." Hui's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. She hadn't anticipated being mocked by Jiang Jinran. Was this a jab at her inability to sing well? It mattered not. A glimmer of shadow crossed Shui's eyes. "Your voice will soon be mine." The main event in the coming days was to level up in legend as swiftly as possible. Jiang Jinran wished to waste not a moment. As soon as she logged on, the legend forum erupted. Extra! Extra! Qiche's online. I just saw his online status. This guy finally reappeared. Has he kicked the habit? How can he play once and then vanish? How does he manage to resist the urge to keep playing? When will this dude play again? I want to go watch. Thanks for the reminder. I'm heading to check out Qiche's ranking. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. It feels like I've been waiting for Qiche for a year. Do you know how I've been spending my time? Jiang Jinran had already entered the game interface, while her 4 teammates entered sporadically. This time, their attitudes were entirely different from yesterday. "Holy cow, I matched with Qiche. Hurry and post on the forum to flaunt your skills." Did I see correctly? Is that the legendary Qiche from yesterday? Wow, this match is a sure win. The expert is leading us to victory. I will be at the expert's service, willing to do whatever is asked of me. Chapter 22. What kind of man is he? Jiang Jinran observed the rapidly scrolling text on the public screen, her expression remaining placid, for she had grown accustomed to it. Those who had witnessed her play Qiche marveled at her prowess. Receiving accolades felt as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Is the expert still playing mid lane? You can play any position you desire. We will accommodate you. Indeed, it all depends on the expert's mood. Jiang Jinran deftly moved her fingers and typed a message on the public screen. "I shall remain in mid lane. Feel free to choose your roles." She locked in a mid lane hero and entered the competitive interface ahead of everyone. At that moment, the audience in the livestream room was swelling rapidly in numbers and excitement. "Finally, we await your presence, my Qiche. I specially came to the livestream today to learn from the expert's operations." "You won't be able to learn. Qiche has already reached gold." That rank escalated swiftly after just 1 match. The game commenced. Jiang Jinran maintained her stable performance, dazzling everyone with her intricate maneuvers. The enthusiasm in the livestream room surged, approaching that of the top players. Almost everyone was aware that a bronze newcomer, having played only 2 matches, was crafting miracles with her innate talent. Simultaneously, an enemy player sent her a private message. "I am the team leader of a club. Are you interested in pursuing a professional career? I would like to invite you for a trial. Of course, it would be even better if you could tell me your age. If you are over 20 and perform well in the trial, we will certainly consider you. I have school. I don't have time for a professional career." After replying, she exited the game interface. Jiang Jinran launched another match, her sole intention to rapidly climb the ranks. The Qiche forum was inundated with discussions about Qiche. In just 2 days, rising from bronze to diamond with a 100 win rate. What level is that? A level I could never attain in a lifetime. Leveling above professional players. I want to recruit this mid laner for my main team. They are too powerful. Is this a monster? I finally believe this player isn't an alternate account of a top player, as those experts are not this fierce. Which is stronger, this CHY or the legendary Glimmer? I advise CHY's fans to tone down their praises, having played only a few matches. They are already comparing with Glimmer. Genuine CHY fans have no intention of comparing. CHY is merely a newcomer who has played for 2 days. Those who bring up Glimmer are certainly trolls. Having reached Diamond, Jiang Jinran believed she had completed her task for the day. She intended to log off, but her fingers slipped and she inadvertently started another match. Resolutely, she decided to finish this game before logging off. However, upon seeing the opposing players, Jiang Jinran's gaze momentarily faltered. The name Glimmer appeared before her eyes. Surprised, Jiang Jinran widened her eyes, joy illuminating her features. To think she would match against Glimmer so soon after reaching Diamond. What fortuitous luck. Meanwhile, the forum erupted once more. Report. CHY is matched against Glimmer. Wow, just moments ago, the fans of CHY and Glimmer were passionately debating on the forum, and now the main event has arrived. My goodness, the clash of new and old legends. Our Glimmer is not merely an old god. He is an eternal deity. Do not get twisted. CHY has only played for 2 days. What kind of god is that? It's time for Glimmer to verify whether it is genuine skill or mere luck. Indeed, Glimmer specializes in dismantling newcomers. CHY, do not be reduced to tears. Qiche sat before his computer, his frosty gaze landing squarely on the name of CHY. Suddenly, the strikingly handsome youth subtly curled his lips, his expression revealing a hint of nonchalance and barely perceptible intrigue. Over the past 2 days, he had viewed numerous clips of CHY. Indeed, this individual was intriguing, sparking a rare interest in Qiche. Now was the perfect moment to discern whether this player was the real deal. An overwhelming tide of spectators flooded into the live stream room. Almost all online players abandoned their own games to witness the showdown. The excitement soared, surpassing all other streams. This match could easily be described as one of immense anticipation and attention. The screen was filled with messages of discussion. Betting time. Who will win? I wager 50 cents. It will definitely be Glimmer winning. He has held the #1 spot in the server for so long. What is CHY but a pathetic fish? New blood fears no tiger. I believe CHY will topple Glimmer. CHY appears formidable, but let us not forget, he has only faced low-tier opponents. His prowess is certainly impressive, but who knows his true skill? Is there still someone doubting Glimmer? Many newcomers like CHY have previously been defeated by Glimmer. Just wait and see. Only one match remains before CHY is brought to tears. Upon entering the game, Jiang Jinran swiftly made her way to mid lane. Glimmer, also known as Qiche, specialized in mid lane as well. Thus, they were destined to face off against each other in the mid lane. Jiang Jinran, filled with ambition, maneuvered her mouse, eager to deliver a small shock to her opponent. However, before long, Qiche summoned all his teammates. What was happening? Eisvidend. Qiche, along with 4 teammates, directly surrounded her beneath the turret. Faced with such an impenetrable 5-on-1 formation, there was no way for Jiang Jinran to escape, regardless of her skill. The outcome was inevitable. She was swiftly eliminated by the opposing team, surrendering the first blood. Yet this was far from the end. Qiche seemed to have perfected this strategy, as mere moments later, he returned with 4 teammates again. Damn it. Jiang Jinran began to curse internally. Qiche, are you even a man? If you have the skill, face me one-on-one. Let us see who is better, instead of constantly calling for your teammates. Qiche relentlessly directed his allies to target Jiang Jinran, while she struggled to rally her own teammates. It was not that her teammates were unwilling to assist. They were simply overwhelmed on their lanes. Qiche's teammates were all formidable in their lanes, pushing the wave and then grouping to bully Jiang Jinran in mid. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinran's allies were preoccupied with managing their own minion waves, unable to assist her. Thus, merely 10 minutes into the match, Jiang Jinran had already died 5 times. In her previous matches, she had maintained an unblemished record, but at this moment, her score was a dismal 0-5. Chapter 23. The pitiful male lead in the livestream room. The barrage of comments filled the screen. 6666666 CHY is still too young. Huh. CHY is truly a force of nature. This is just too pathetic. Who told you to elevate CHY to such heights? They're merely a newcomer who has played for 2 days. Indeed, when facing the god GMing, CHY must kneel. We're the ones who praised CHY earlier. Come forward and speak. GMing is indeed the real deal. His timing for calling teammates is impeccable. Utterly deflating Qiche. Before her computer screen, Jiang Jinran gazed at the crumbling base, releasing her grip on the mouse. She had lost this ranked match. It was her first defeat in the past 2 days and her first experience of such humiliation. A myriad of frustrations filled her being. Jiang Jinran pouted slightly, seizing the moment before exiting the game interface, and directly sent a private message to Qiche. Instead of typing, she opted for an emoticon that conveyed her displeasure. However, moments later, the conversation unfolded. Qiche? 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 Are you the real Qiche? Otherwise? Jiang Jinran had presumed that someone as aloof and detached as Qiche would certainly disregard the private messages of strangers. Hey, I'm fine. I just wanted to tell you that even though I lost today, it doesn't imply that I'm inferior to you. The next time we meet, I will definitely win. After approximately half a minute, a simple "oh" appeared from the other side. Jiang Jinran clenched her fists. How infuriating. Qiche, shall we make a bet? Qiche, what is the wager? Qiche, if we encounter each other again, I will certainly defeat you. Qiche, you certainly have confidence. Qiche, just say whether you want to bet or not. Qiche, what is the stake? Jiang Jinran bit her lip. Qiche, whoever loses must unconditionally agree to one request from the other. What do you say? Qiche, childish. Jiang Jinran pinched her fingers. Who is being childish here? Qiche, are you lacking confidence in your ability to win against me next time? Qiche, not at all. Qiche, then why hesitate to agree? Feeling insecure? Just as Jiang Jinran was about to lose her patience and prepare to log off, Qiche, all right, I'll be waiting. A slight smile graced Jiang Jinran's lips, a hint of satisfaction appearing on her face. Good, the fish had finally taken a bait. Jiang Jinran turned to the legendary forum. Upon visiting, she was taken aback by the plethora of posts about herself. A cursory glance revealed a mixed reputation. Some praised her while others slandered her. She paid no mind and promptly published her first post. I am Qiche. ? Is this real? Imposter. I doubt it's the real one. It's the real deal. I'm posting to inform everyone that I have made a bet with Qiche. If I win next time we meet, he will grant me one request. Despite Qiche already agreeing to her wager, Jiang Jinran felt a twinge of uncertainty. She deliberately announced this on the forum to ensure that Qiche would be unable to backtrack easily. To bolster her credibility, she shared screenshots of their conversation. This stirred quite a commotion among the forum members. Wow, is this for real? When did you two get involved? How thrilling. Impressive. When can you match up again? I have to witness this. You really have some nerve, just got trounced today, and you're thinking of winning next time. Dream on. You're quite dramatic betting like that. Although I'm curious to watch. I must say, Qiche, you should practice more. Qiche is not someone you can simply contend with at your current level. You have no hope of winning either. Young people shouldn't be so stubborn. If you can't win, just admit it. No need to cling to pride. There is truly no need for that. Losing so badly today, you don't need to humiliate yourself further. Exactly, although I admire your skills, Qiche is beyond your reach. Qiche is not even comparable to a single hair of Qiche. Jiang Jinran pressed her lips together, expressionless as she typed. I will win. Everyone is welcome to witness it next time. With that, she exited the forum decisively. Immediately upon her exit, Jiang Jinran's account was forcibly logged off by the system. Gazing at the enormous anti-addiction warning in the center of the screen, she reflected on how she had indeed played for a bit too long today. However, she felt that she had taken a step closer to her goal. The next day, as Jiang Jinran entered the classroom, Lu Tingshan was already seated. The youth sat with his head lowered, his expression indifferent, not sparing Jiang Jinran a glance. Jiang Jinran chose to ignore him as well, silently taking her seat. Despite being deskmates, they had yet to exchange a single word. absurd and somewhat amusing. At that moment, Lu Tingxian retrieved a piece of bread from his backpack. Compared to the exquisite cake Jiang Jinran enjoyed daily, this was clearly the most ordinary packaged bread available at any convenience store. The boy had evidently not eaten breakfast. He unwrapped it and began to eat with a quiet grace. Lu Tingxian's profile was exceptionally serene, the soft morning light illuminating his straight nose, rendering him strikingly picturesque, akin to a painting. Jiang Jinran glanced at him, then narrowed her eyes. "Wait, don't eat that." Unable to resist, she gently tapped Lu Tingxian on the shoulder. Her brow slightly knitted. Lu Tingxian paused and looked over, confusion flickering across his features. The lovely arch of his brows furrowed, a fleeting expression of distaste crossing his deep-set eyes. He despised being interrupted in such a manner. Jiang Jinran pointed at the bread's packaging, lowering her voice to caution him. "Check the date. That bread is expired. Otherwise, he would have transferred to Dixing due to his scholarship." Jiang Jinran was taken aback to discover that the male lead had fallen to the point of eating expired bread. She was aware that typically, male protagonists from humble beginnings possessed a strong sense of pride. By exposing the fact that he was eating expired bread, would he feel embarrassed? Jiang Jinran suddenly felt a maternal instinct arise within her. The boy before her was indeed just a teenager, at the most sensitive stage of his self-esteem. Poor thing. Jiang Jinran retrieved the cake she had prepared as a snack for lunch from her bag and carefully offered it to Lu Tingxian. Chapter 24. New Instructions. She gazed at him with wide, round eyes, dark and bright, hesitating briefly before saying in as gentle a tone as possible, "I'm not pitying you. That is definitely inedible. I'm concerned you might not have enough to eat and one tea be able to focus in class. So here you go. This ISNT charity. You can return the favor next time." Fearing she might offend the male lead's pride, Jiang Jinran struggled to articulate her thoughts. Lu Tingxian merely tilted his head, silently observing her. His deep, soulful gaze was inscrutable, revealing no emotion. Under the scrutiny of such a penetrating gaze from a boy, Jiang Jinran felt an unusual sensation creeping over her, a tingling at the back of her neck. Was this what it felt like to be under the male lead's pressure? Suddenly, Lu Tingxian extended his hand and accepted Jiang Jinran's cake. She exhaled in relief. Turning, she took out her textbooks, preparing for class. Unbeknownst to her, the boy leisurely enjoying the cake beside her occasionally cast a fleeting glance in her direction, as if observing or scrutinizing her. Finally, today Jiang Jinran participated in the group rehearsal, with the finals of the Hope Cup looming just around the corner. Time was of the essence. Yet, she still refrained from donning the prop costume. She intended to wear it only once on the day of the finals. Excitement bubbled within her. I must see how Jiang Jinran portrays a tree live. Some boys could hardly contain their eagerness. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged knowing laughter. Jiang Jinran remained unfazed, her fingers resting in her coat pocket, quietly feeling the cold metal piece within. The mysterious figure who had urged her to participate in the finals. What was their true intention? She had a premonition that on the day of the Hope Cup finals, that person would reappear. Perhaps at that moment, she would finally uncover the truth. Jiang Jinran let out a soft sigh within her heart, yearning to save money swiftly and indulge in a leisurely existence. Now, caught in a half-hearted limbo, she found herself being dragged from her slumber by unknown external forces. Beside her, Lu Tingxian keenly detected the fleeting look of despondence on Jiang Jinran's face, while the classroom echoed with the sharp, derisive laughter of her peers. The young man clenched his fingers in response. On the weekend, the day of the Hope Cup finals, Jiang Jinran rose early and, accompanied by the students performing in the stage play, made her way to the Central Theater. The Central Theater, an imposing dome structure, filled everyone with excitement at the prospect of performing on such a grand stage. Once backstage, the cast busily organized props and prepared their makeup and costumes. Jiang Jinran, being a tree, deemed her appearance sufficiently simple and decided not to wear makeup. Just then, Shi noticed a makeup artist approaching Jiang Jinran and interrupted, pointing out that while this might be true, all performers were required to wear makeup, and it would be peculiar for Jiang Jinran to be the only exception. Jiang Jinran glanced at her peers, their cheeks adorned with vibrant blush, and chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. Indeed, she would forego the makeup. If anyone wished to don such theatrical blush, they were free to do so. Suddenly, A commotion erupted backstage as many stood up excitedly, peering towards the entrance. Confused, Shi Hui grabbed the arm of someone trying to leave and frowned, inquiring about the cause of the stir. Word has it that a major star is judging the Hope Cup today. Which star? Curiosity sparked in Shi Hui's eyes. It is Jiang Jinran. Jiang Jinran? Shi Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. Anyone unaware of the name Jiang Jinran had surely fallen out of touch with contemporary culture. Jiang Jinran, the hottest celebrity of the moment, a multi-award-winning superstar, and the embodiment of countless young girls' dreams. Upon hearing the name, Shi Hui could no longer contain her excitement and joined her companions in rushing towards the door. Only Jiang Jinran remained still, rooted in place. If she heard correctly, the famous judge today was none other than her brother, her second elder brother, Jiang Jinran. Oh dear, it seems she can encounter her brother anywhere. The announcement of Jiang Jinran's arrival sent waves of excitement throughout the backstage area. Jiang Jinran sat on the sofa, amusedly observing the flurry of activity as her peers dashed about. Surely, a major star would not simply wander over for a chance encounter. What were they thinking? Jiang Jinran was likely either in his luxury vehicle or resting in the waiting room. With nothing else to occupy her, Jiang Jinran leafed through the Hope Cup rulebook, suddenly spotting a clause stating that if there were no lines to deliver on stage, the performance would not be considered for awards. This meant that if their stage play won, Jiang Jinran, being a character without lines, would be excluded from having her name etched on the trophy alongside Shi Hui and the others. How utterly frustrating. No wonder Shi Hui felt so secure in her performance, unafraid of Jiang Jinran overshadowing their accolades. It was clear that she had no stake in the prize. This was a well-calculated scheme indeed. Setting the rulebook aside, Jiang Jinran rummaged through her bag, intending to retrieve a snack to quell her hunger. However, instead of snack, her fingers brushed against a cold metal piece. The previous iron piece had been kept in her pocket, so what was this new one doing in her bag? Jiang Jinran's eyes widened in surprise. Instinctively, she glanced around, carefully avoiding everyone's gaze, and discreetly retrieved the iron piece from her bag. The metal bore freshly inscribed text. After the competition concludes, extinguish the central stage's main light switch. The date inscribed on the lower right corner was today. Indeed, this was a new piece of iron, mysteriously placed in Jiang Jinran's bag. The enigmatic figure had issued her new directives. Clearly, the situation was more complex than it appeared. What exactly was her role in this? Merely a tool for carrying out tasks? By what right did this person continually command her? Did the original owner have some leverage over him? Or had he promised her something in return? Jiang Jinran clenched her jaw, a shadow of unease crossing her features. She was uncertain whether she should comply. What would happen if she did? Conversely, what consequences would arise if she refused? Chapter 25. He is watching me amidst her tumultuous thoughts. The finals of the Hope Cup commenced. Hurry and change into your costume, Jiang Jinran. Shi Hui commanded, pointing towards the pile of costumes haphazardly stacked in the corner. The others had already completed their makeup, looking radiant, and the prospect of Jiang Jinran, who was entirely barefaced, donning the ridiculous costume, elicited quiet laughter from the group. Jiang Jinran remained motionless for a moment, and then retrieved a bag she had prepared earlier from beneath a nearby table. What is that? The others furrowed their brows in curiosity at the sight. Jiang Jinran smiled, opening the bag to reveal a long, teal garment. I believe this costume does not quite suit my temperament, she remarked, arching an eyebrow, her smile growing ever brighter. Thus, I have personally designed an outfit for myself. Jiang Jinran wrestled with her own reservations. Although the costume appeared rather cute, and she had initially thought wearing it for the finals would pose no issue, she truly did not wish to portray a round, plump tree spirit. Therefore, the night before the finals, she had hurriedly crafted a performance outfit that was at least presentable. Upon her declaration, a profound silence enveloped the room. After a moment of stillness, Shi Hui finally broke the silence, her anger evident on her face. What are you doing, Jiang Jinran? Who allowed you to act so recklessly? You are not following instructions at all. Other members of the cast joined in to reprimand Jiang Jinran. Seriously, do you think you are so exceptional? This is not child's play. Get a grip. The teacher nearby wore a perplexed expression, glancing at Jiang Jinran in confusion. Jiang Jinran, you really need not. Jiang Jinran clutched her performance outfit tightly, her tone resolute. This outfit aligns much better with the theme. If you refuse to let me wear it, then I won't perform at all. Hearing this, Shi Hui's fingers tightened instinctively. A wave of frustration surged within her, seeking an outlet. Her strategy seemed to have backfired. Initially, she had merely intended to embarrass Jiang Jinran, assuming this reticent individual would comply obediently after agreeing to participate. However, she now found herself at the mercy of Jiang Jinran. If Jiang Jinran chose to withdraw from the performance, the repercussions would be dire. Taking a deep breath, Shi Hui struggled to maintain her composure, finally conceding, "Do as you wish." Seeing Shi Hui relent, the others had no choice but to adjust their stance. "Just don't get yourself into trouble. Your ragged attire cannot compete with our costumes." Jiang Jinran, uninterested in further discourse, walked into the changing room to prepare. Her performance outfit, a flowing dress imbued with the essence of the forest, transformed her into a sprite adorned with a delicate crown of leaves. Satisfied with her reflection in the mirror, Jiang Jinran nodded approvingly. Emerging from the changing room, she found numerous gazes instantly fixated upon her. As Shi Hui and a few female classmates observed Jiang Jinran emerging in her new attire, they were poised to speak, yet their gazes fell upon her, wide-eyed with astonishment. A fleeting moment of silence enveloped the atmosphere. At that juncture, a staff member unexpectedly approached the door and knocked, announcing that it was their turn to prepare for the stage. The air, once tranquil, was now thick with tension. Everyone's expressions tightened, for it was impossible to be devoid of nerves. After all, they were merely teenagers stepping onto such a grand stage for the first time. Perhaps the only one unperturbed was Jiang Jinran, for to her, performing on stage was merely a side venture. Her true purpose lay in unraveling the secrets of those iron pieces. "All right, everyone, do not be anxious. Just perform as we practiced," the female instructor gently encouraged at the last moment before they took the stage. The group nodded in unison and silently exited the backstage area. Jiang Jinran trailed behind, and they made their way to the rear of the stage, separated from the front by a mere curtain. Soon, the curtain was drawn back and bright, fervent light flooded in. The staff beckoned them onto the stage, with Shi Hui being the first to step out, while Jiang Jinran entered last. Upon reaching the front, she discovered the audience below, a vast sea of faces layered one upon another, creating a seemingly endless crowd. Numerous professional cameras were positioned at the front of the stage, for the finals of the Hope Cup would be broadcast live on television. At the forefront of the audience sat the judges, a row of elderly individuals, all with spectacles and graying hair. However, the most striking figure among them was a dazzling young man, her second brother, Jiang Jinran. Jiang Jinran sported hair of moderate length, and while her other brothers possessed a more heroic handsomeness, Jiang Jinran exuded a pure beauty. His features, illuminated under the spotlight, seemed to radiate an enchanting allure, captivating all who beheld him. Even his hair flowed with an elegant grace. Jiang Jinran mused that he resembled the enchanting beings of ancient legends, a beauty potent enough to ensnare souls. The Jiang family was blessed with remarkable appearances, each member possessing flawless features. Yet sadly, Jiang Jinran was not one of them. She was merely an adopted daughter, devoid of their blood ties. In that moment, Jiang Jinran was but an adorably unrefined little potato, unsure of whether she would blossom in the future. As if sensing Jiang Jinran's gaze, Jiang Jinran suddenly turned his head, and she found herself unprepared as their eyes met. His gaze like translucent aquamarine. She momentarily froze. Jiang Jinran, however, flashed a subtle smile and waved at her. "Oh my, Jiang Jinran is waving at me. No, I feel he is indeed waving at me." The excited shrieks of the girls beside her assaulted Jiang Jinran's ears. Only she understood that Jiang Jinran was greeting her. "He truly is handsome. My goodness. Just being able to see Jiang Jinran in person today makes my heart swell with joy." The people around her remained enveloped in their exhilaration, unable to contain their excitement. If only he would glance over once more. "He is so incredibly attractive. My eyes feel cleansed." Meanwhile, the stage performance was about to commence. Everyone reined in their emotions and words, transitioning into performance mode. As a tree, Jiang Jinran had no lines and limited role. Yet her mere presence captured the attention of all. This child possessed a pair of soulful eyes, her dark irises reminiscent of a starry night sky, exuding a natural and vibrant aura unpolished by artifice. In contrast to the other's stark white makeup and fiery blush, Jiang Jinran, unadorned, resembled a clear deer emerging from the forest, effortlessly outshining everyone around her. Jiang Jinran needed only to appear at the beginning. Thereafter, the spotlight would shift to the leading actress, Sherwee. She retreated to the side, expressionless as she watched Sherwee perform. Faintly, she sensed a gaze fixed intently upon her. Jiang Jinran instinctively lifted her eyes, only to discover Jiang Jinran watching her. Instead of observing Sherwee's performance as one would expect, Jiang Jinran was discreetly diverting his attention, his gaze unabashedly directed at Jiang Jinran, a smile gracing his lips. Forming a beautiful arc, Jiang Jinran was perplexed. Brothers, are we that familiar? The original owner had a troubled relationship with her 5 brothers. Yet, Jiang Jinran appeared to be treating her as if they were close. No, it must be a misconception. She had often faltered during rehearsals. Jiang Jinran crossed her arms and leisurely observed Sherwee at the center of the stage. Whether Sherwee faltered or not was of little concern to her. She was merely curious if Sherwee would perform poorly as usual or exceed expectations. As the music began, Sherwee parted her lips, preparing to sing. However, the next moment, Jiang Jinran was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of disbelief crossing her face. That was her own voice. How could Sherwee, that scoundrel, resort to lip syncing? Not only that, but she had audaciously appropriated Jiang Jinran's voice. How could someone be so malicious? She clenched her fingers, her expression darkening instantly. Her mood soured, yet it seemed no one cared about her feelings, for at that moment, the entire audience appeared to be entranced by the melody, their expressions shifting from astonishment to delight, ultimately surrendering to Sherwee's performance. As the song concluded, a hush fell over the crowd, followed by a delayed eruption of applause. A thunderous wave of appreciation directed toward Sherwee at the stage's center. Even Jiang Jinran, who had been lost in thought, could not resist casting an admiring glance at Sherwee. At that moment, Sherwee seemed to be the true star of the stage, her face radiating a beaming smile, exuding joy and brilliance. Jiang Jinran stood in the shadows of the stage, watching it all unfold. As the narrative progressed, the play approached its climax. Jiang Jinran only needed to perform a revival in front of everyone to conclude perfectly. The stage lights illuminated her. Jiang Jinran lowered her gaze, her expression inscrutable. Suddenly, she curled her lips into a smile. Sherwee, standing nearby, watched anxiously, fearing that Jiang Jinran might falter in her final moment. To Sherwee, Jiang Jinran's flawless performance assured their group a win, and perhaps even the coveted title of Best Actress for herself. Winning the Best Actress award would significantly enhance Sherwee's chances of being recommended to the Beijing Film Academy, a dream she had harbored for ages. Aspiring to become an actress and a star, these accolades were undeniably crucial to her ambitions. All she needed was for Jiang Jinran to bring their performance to a perfect conclusion. However, Jiang Jinran merely stood there smiling. Yet, within Jiang Jinran's crescent smile, Sherwee perceived a fleeting chill. The next moment, she witnessed Jiang Jinran parting her lips. Jiang Jinran's voice rang out, bright and clear, enveloping everyone's ears. It is wonderful to be alive. The informed individuals on stage were momentarily stunned, for they knew full well that Jiang Jinran, as a tree, had no lines. Surprise and anger surged within, and had it not been for the stage, they would have unleashed their ire upon Jiang Jinran without hesitation. What on earth was this character up to? How dare he spontaneously ad-lib during the performance? Who granted him the right to speak? Sherwee clenched her fists, striving to maintain her composure, her expression slightly contorted. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting audience was enchanted by Jiang Jinran's sudden interjection, believing it to be part of the scripted dialogue. Her voice was sweet and melodious, and when the adorable little tree spirit spoke such delightful words, it accentuated her charm even further. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Jinran cast her gaze over the expansive audience, the stage lights reflecting in her eyes like a myriad of stars bursting forth. She began to softly sing, performing the very song that Sherwee had sung earlier. There was no accompaniment, no instruments, only the purest human voice, an ethereal sound. The audience was once again mesmerized, assuming it was all part of the predetermined plot. However, as they listened further, many began to sense a dissonance. The melody bore an uncanny resemblance to Sherwee's earlier performance. What was happening? The audience grew restless. Wasn't this the song the lead actress had just sung? It would have been delightful to have the little tree echoing the lead's melody, but that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that both the little tree and the lead actress not only sang the same song, but their vocal qualities were indistinguishable, save for the difference between accompanied and unaccompanied singing. How could two entirely different individuals possess such identical timbres and vocal styles? Goodness, it was conceivable that both had lip-synced, or perhaps one had lip-synced while the other sang genuinely. The pressing question was, who had sung this enchanting song? What was the situation? Who had resorted to lip-syncing? The audience was at a loss, utterly captivated by the beautiful voice, urging for the true artist's name to be revealed. The atmosphere in the audience was rife with commotion, while those on stage were nearing a state of hysteria, nearly overwhelmed by Jiang Jinran's unpredictable antics. Did she even realize what she was doing? Chapter 27. The authenticity of the original singer. They had not informed Jiang Jinran about the unfolding situation, fearing she might throw a tantrum and abandon the performance. Thus, they planned to catch her off guard at the finals, betting that she would not have time to react. As long as the play concluded smoothly, her subsequent thoughts and reactions would be irrelevant. However, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Jinran quickly regained her composure, catching them utterly unprepared. In hindsight, they should have removed Jiang Jinran's microphone. As her final note faded, the curtain fell on the play. The audience's reactions were a tapestry of emotions. Some were astonished and entranced. Others were engaged in animated discussions. Some wore peculiar expressions, while a few applauded enthusiastically. What should have been a flawless conclusion to the stage play had devolved into a farce. Jiang Jinran and Shi Hui stood in a line, unable to exit as the judges prepared to critique their performance. The elderly judges wore stern expressions, occasionally whispering to one another as if engaged in hushed deliberations. Only Jiang Jinran observed the scene with a bemused smile, his lips curving into a charming yet indifferent arc. Surely, I am not alone in this inquiry. All present were left pondering, what song did you both just sing? As these words escaped his lips, the audience fell silent. The expressions of those on stage varied considerably. Shi Hui pressed her lips together, her face betraying little emotion, yet her hands, clasped by her sides, were already clammy with tension. Jiang Jinran gazed at Jiang Jinran with a cute, bewildered expression. The faces of the others were etched with apprehension and anxiety. Suddenly, Shi Hui seized the microphone, confidently declaring, "It was I who sang, esteemed judges." Her tone was resolute, devoid of hesitation. Jiang Jinran remained non-committal, his gaze shifting to Jiang Jinran, the amusement in his eyes deepening. Do you concur with this assertion, little tree student? Jiang Jinran's lips twitched slightly. What is this little tree student nonsense? Can this gentleman refrain from being so absurd? Jiang Jinran's eyes narrowed slightly, instinctively pausing. This voice was reminiscent of someone else. Why do you keep smiling at me? Are we well acquainted? Do we share a close relationship? The same voice echoed in Jiang Jinran's ears once more. Ah, this gentleman appears to be basking in glory now. But who would have thought he might face ruin in the future? Jiang Jinran. Accustomed to grand spectacles, Jiang Jinran managed to maintain a composed demeanor despite his surprise and confusion. He remained calm and restrained. If they were not in such a public setting, he might have genuinely inquired about the meaning of ruin from this little one. Esteemed judges, Jiang Jinran began brightly. I too wish to declare that it was I who sang. The audience erupted in a murmur. Moreover, their voices were entirely distinct. This implied that one of them was undoubtedly lying. The unfolding drama seemed to exceed everyone's expectations. What had begun as a remarkable theatrical performance was now embroiled in controversy over lip-syncing and the appropriation of another song. The events at the Central Theater were being broadcast live by the television station. No one had anticipated that the finals of the Hope Cup would suddenly become the stage for such an unexpected dispute. In an instant, the intrigue and drama reached a fever pitch, and the term Hope Cup surged to the trending topics list. The discussions online were rife with speculation, all centered around the lip-syncing incident. Oh dear, the finals of the Hope Cup have taken an unexpected turn. Isn't this an onstage mishap? A blatant case of lip-syncing. I watched for Jiang Jinran. I couldn't focus on anything else. I only know that Jiang Jinran is exceptionally handsome today. I adore the actress portraying the little tree. She's so charming and spirited. I hope she isn't lying about lip-syncing. The lead actress shines even brighter. The little tree hardly has any lines. Can I not like the little tree? I think the lead actress lacks distinctiveness. What if the little tree turns out to be the one who lip-synced? Would you still support her? It could very well be the lead actress who lip-synced. Little tree fans and lead fans, please do not quarrel. At the Central Theater, Shi Hui held the microphone tightly, her demeanor calm. It must be said, although merely a teenager, Shi Hui exhibited a fortitude beyond her years. In such a tense and serious moment, she did not falter or succumb to panic. She looked toward the judges, then at Jiang Jinran, earnestly explaining, "It was indeed I who sang. I can provide my rehearsal video as proof. I have ample evidence." After stating this, Shi Hui added, "So what about you?" Jiang Jinran's lips moved slightly. His expression relaxed as he regarded Jiang Jinran, seemingly awaiting her response. "What do you have to say?" Jiang Jinran pressed her lips together, then met Jiang Jinran's languid, profound gaze and leisurely replied, "I believe it need not be so complicated." Upon hearing this, Shi Hui's cheeks stiffened momentarily. Her tightly clenched hands were already slick with cold sweat. Jiang Jinran turned to Shi Hui and suddenly smiled, appearing innocent and naive. "How about you sing first, Shi Hui?" Shi Hui remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together. Hatred surged through her heart, twisting her fingers slightly. Suddenly, all eyes and pressure converged on Shi Hui. She cast a glance at Jiang Jinran, the instigator, who wore a calm expression, tilting her head as she observed her. Taking a deep breath, Shi Hui opened her mouth as if to abandon all restraint. However, after singing just the first line, she faltered. Chapter 28, Is There Something Wrong with Your Mind? Anyone with hearing could discern that her voice was completely different from Jiang Jinran's. Continuing would only be an act of self-degradation. Unable to proceed, both the audience and judges had already formed their opinions. Jiang Jinran didn't even need to speak, for the outcome was evident. Exiting the stage, Jiang Jinran followed the crowd backstage. As she stepped through the door, Shi Hui abruptly called her name in a fit of fury, rushing towards her like a dark shadow. With a twisted expression, Shi Hui approached, her eyes surging with unbridled rage, her arm raised as if to strike Jiang Jinran's face. Jiang Jinran was momentarily taken aback, but quickly stepped back to evade the blow. Just in time, Shi Hui's palm missed its target, yet her nails grazed Jiang Jinran's cheek, leaving several crimson lines on her fair skin. In her hasty retreat, Jiang Jinran stumbled over a prop behind her, losing her balance and falling heavily to the ground. How painful! What terrible luck! Jiang Jinran squinted, wondering whom she had offended. Clearly, she had always been the victim. Shi Hui stood trembling with rage, her entire face flushed. The onlookers observed the scene with indifference. Even in her disheveled state, Jiang Jinran was still the victim. They tacitly approved of Shi Hui's actions, even believing that Jiang Jinran deserved such punishment. "Jiang Jinran, you have ruined everyone's efforts over these past few days," someone exclaimed. "You merely seek the spotlight, wanting the world to know how well you sing. Shi Hui is doing this for everyone's sake, to help us win. How selfish and despicable you are." Another accused. "In your quest for vindication, you have squandered the honor that was within our grasp. I don't understand what you're thinking. Can you not concede, even a little? Selfish and attention-seeking, you truly deserve this." Jiang Jinran felt a throbbing pain in her ears. Rising from the ground, she pursed her lips, yet before she could speak, a knock resonated at the door. Instantly, all attention shifted to the entrance. It was Yin, the manager of Jiang Jinran. "Hello," he politely smiled, surveying the room. "If you don't mind, I would like to borrow someone." "Borrow someone?" The others became excited, except for the stoically silent Jiang Jinran. After all, this was Jiang Jinran's manager. Just a connection with Jiang Jinran was enough to elicit excitement. "Who do you wish to borrow?" "We have plenty of people available," someone inquired cautiously. Yin's gaze scanned the room once more, finally landing on Jiang Jinran in the corner. With a friendly smile, he said, "I am looking for this young lady, Xiao Shu." Jiang Jinran blinked in surprise, while the others were momentarily stunned. Emotions of shock, jealousy, and confusion surged within them. Ultimately, they could only watch as Jiang Jinran was led away by Yin. Jiang Jinran touched her cheek, her voice low. "It's nothing, just a scratch from a dog." "Do you carry dogs with you?" Yin remarked with a click of his tongue. Yin then entered into a chattier mode, asking, "Do you know who I am?" Jiang Jinran nodded, acknowledging her awareness. Jiang Jinran was quite famous, and his manager, Yin, often accompanied him, thus also well known. As they spoke, He Yin led Jiang Jinran to the lounge door and gently knocked. Chu Jing, I brought her. Jiang Jinran felt that the scene was somewhat off, resembling those tabloid stories about managers bringing teenage girls to meet male celebrities. Lost in thought, the door opened to reveal Jiang Chujing as unparalleled beauty. All right, you can leave. Jiang Chujing instructed He Yin, dismissing him, before lowering his gaze to Jiang Jinran, his eyes dark and intense. Come inside. Jiang Jinran did not mind meeting Jiang Chujing. Otherwise, she would not have obediently followed He Yin. Compared to the frenzied demons like Shi Hui, Jiang Chujing was a far more pleasant company. Jiang Chujing's private lounge was much more spacious than the shared waiting area with so many people. It was equipped with luxurious amenities. Would you like something to drink? Jiang Chujing asked as he walked ahead, his broad back in Jiang Jinran's view. Anything will do, she replied absently. Jiang Chujing poured her a glass of juice and handed it over. Jiang Jinran accepted it. Sitting across from her, Jiang Chujing lounged on the sofa, his demeanor relaxed. Yet a subtle, playful smile danced at the corners of his eyes. He posed the same question as He Yin, but Jiang Jinran sensed something was slightly off. What else with his expression? Is he reveling in my embarrassment? Suddenly, Jiang Chujing burst into laughter. Shaoran, you are truly adorable at times. He brushed his hair back, speaking with a hint of significance. However, it's a pity today. Jiang Chujing frowned slightly, unexpectedly uttering this line. His dark pupils glimmered with cold light. I had intended to enjoy watching you lose your composure, he said languidly, like a serpent hidden in the night, lazily flicking its tongue. Jiang Jinran, seeing you being played with is a source of amusement. Jiang Chujing propped his chin with his hand, tilting his head towards her. Jiang Jinran felt she needed time to digest this revelation. Is this guy a hidden villain? He actually wants to see his sister humiliated. How malicious. Jiang Chujing blinked, never having concealed his true self in front of Jiang Jinran. He was never a good person. The world believed he enjoyed smiling. Yet beneath that smile lay a heart filled with darkness and decay. Jiang Chujing always felt an overwhelming desire for destruction and chaos within him. He relished watching delicate and adorable beings like Jiang Jinran being gradually dismantled. What a shame. Though regrettable, it was also amusing. Brother, Jiang Jinran called out suddenly. Her voice crisp. She pointed at her head and seriously inquired, Are you out of your mind? Chapter 29, Should we call the police? Jiang Chujing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Jiang Jinran pouted. It seems he truly is insane, hopelessly so. Is there no one normal in the Jiang family? I have become the only sane one. Hearing Jiang Jinran's internal monologue, Jiang Chujing nearly laughed uncontrollably. Eventually, his laughter ceased, and he reflected. Our little Jinran is indeed very charming. So charming, in fact, that it makes me want to destroy her. What exactly do you want from me? Jiang Jinran asked directly, feeling restless. Being with a madman like Jiang Chujing is less preferable than being with the demons like Shi Hui. Jiang Chujing's lips curled slightly. Oh, you want to leave? Well, Jiang Jinran, he pointed at the clock on the wall. Are we done with our conversation? Jiang Chudge, appearing somewhat helpless, shook his head. Do you really want to leave like this? Jiang Jinran remained silent, yet her heart echoed. Of course, I don't wish to stay with that strange brother. Reluctantly, Jiang Chudge rose from the sofa and approached a nearby table, retrieving an object from the drawer. He returned to Jiang Jinran, presenting it to her. Take this with you before I go. Jiang Jinran furrowed her brow, perplexed as she accepted the item. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was a box of ointment and a handkerchief. You should clean your facial wounds properly, Jiang Chudge remarked, his gaze cast down, a faint smile playing on his lips. You look quite disheveled at the moment, almost unsightly. He seemed unwilling to witness the red marks lingering on her face. Jiang Jinran was taken aback. Has my dark and twisted brother suddenly found his conscience? A moment's reflection led her to question, wait, does he even possess a conscience? Jiang Chudge said nothing further, smiling as he escorted her to the door. Sister, I hope to see you again. Leaning casually against the door frame, his eyes curved softly as he waved goodbye to Jiang Jinran. She merely glanced at him, offering no words, before turning away and departing. Jiang Chudge was indeed a figure of profound enigma. He bore a cheerful demeanor, yet his true nature was unsettling. To an outsider, he might seem like a good brother. Jiang Jinran's understanding of her brothers largely stemmed from descriptions within novels and the memories of the original owner of her body. However, Neither the novels nor the memories disclosed that her second brother, Jiang Qiche, was a dark and twisted individual, reflecting on his reckless behavior. It was hardly surprising that he would ultimately bring ruin upon himself. Entering the ladies' restroom, Jiang Jinran found a vanity suitable for makeup application. She opened the ointment and applied it leisurely to her face, a cooling sensation enveloping her. Remarkably, the ointment also appeared to possess concealing properties, rendering the red marks on her face nearly invisible. Well, I suppose Jiang Qiche has a shred of conscience after all. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she realized the finals had not yet concluded. A few more competing teams were yet to perform, leading up to the eagerly anticipated award ceremony. Suddenly, a voice filled with mild agitation interrupted her thoughts. "My handkerchief is missing." "What handkerchief?" Others chimed in, offering assistance. "It's a very expensive one. Do you recall when it went missing?" While seated alone on a corner sofa, Jiang Jinran instinctively blocked out the surrounding noise. Yet, the group seemed determined to involve her. "Jiang Jinran, stand up." A female classmate rushed over, forcefully tugging at Jiang Jinran's arm. "Check if you have Shihui's handkerchief." Before Jiang Jinran could respond, Shihui dashed forward, snatching the half-exposed handkerchief from Jiang Jinran's pocket. "This is my handkerchief," Shihui declared after scrutinizing it. Jiang Jinran was momentarily dumbfounded. This was indeed the handkerchief Jiang Qiche had given her. "Just because you say it's yours, does that make it so?" Jiang Jinran retorted, breaking free from the classmate's grasp and stepping closer to Shihui, her eyes narrowing with a sharp gaze. Shihui seemed increasingly devoid of boundaries, constantly seeking to create trouble and cast aspersions. All her bottled-up anger erupted as Jiang Jinran clenched her fists, her previously pale cheeks flushing with indignation. "Otherwise," Shihui challenged, looking down at Jiang Jinran with an air of arrogance, unafraid to meet her gaze. "Can this handkerchief still belong to you? It's not an ordinary handkerchief. Can you even afford it? This is a luxury brand. A single handkerchief costs several thousand." Others chimed in, immediately siding with Shihui, declaring that Jiang Jinran's family would likely be financially drained and incapable of affording such an item. "So, did you think of stealing it? How utterly vile. Not even hiding it properly? How foolish. If it's not yours, you shouldn't covet it. Have a look in the mirror and consider your worth." Jiang Jinran, you must be a habitual offender. I refuse to believe this is your first theft. What else have you taken? The crowd was resolute in their belief that Jiang Jinran had stolen Shihui's handkerchief, branding her with the shame of theft. Malicious words and scornful glances rained down upon her. She pressed her lips together, refusing to concede, her eyes shining with determination. "This handkerchief is mine." Turning her gaze to Shihui, she continued, "Shihui, you've taken my handkerchief. If you do not return it, is that not robbery?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could Jiang Jinran be so brazen? Stealing someone else's belongings and then accusing them of robbery was the epitome of shamelessness. "You accuse me of robbery?" Shihui, clutching the handkerchief, nearly laughed in disbelief. She took out her phone, shaking it at Jiang Jinran. "Shall we call the police? You steal my belongings. And you think I'm robbing you? Let's let the authorities decide." Chapter 30. A major twist. The onlookers eagerly expressed their support. Yes, let the police come and see who has committed a crime. The value of the handkerchief indeed met the criteria for legal action. Jiang Jinran had truly overstepped. Sure, we had intended to let it go. Yet, Jiang Jinran's stubbornness and counteraccusation prompted her to call the police, ensuring Jiang Jinran would face consequences. Was this not deserved? Caught stealing and still defiant. Such behavior warranted police intervention. Sure, you are far too kind. Just call the police. Let us see how long she can keep up this charade. Jiang Jinran lightly scoffed, pointing at Shihui's phone. Go ahead, call the police. The crowd fell silent. Taken aback, was Jiang Jinran truly mad? At this moment, should she not be filled with regret, confessing in tears and begging Shihui for mercy to avoid police involvement? Instead, she showed no fear of the authorities. What a fearless lunatic. Shihui, unyielding, replied, Fine, you said it. We shall await the police. With that, she dialed the number. News of the police arriving at the Central Theater swiftly spread across various social media platforms. I heard the police are at the theater. Someone saw the police car. Does anyone know what is happening? Aren't they holding the finals for the XWNBI at the Central Theater? Has something gone awry? My relative works at the Central Theater and mentioned there was a theft. The victim called the police. Theft? What was stolen? Apparently, from the group representing DX Ing Su Yun, one of the actors playing the role of Shi Osh stole something from the leading actress, valued at tens of thousands. She was a guy's thought. She seemed so innocent and harmless. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. The police have been dispatched. It seems very serious. She actually has quite a following. She has been in the spotlight during this XWBI, and now she has done herself in. Back at the Central Theater, the finals continued at the front desk while police officers approached Jiang Jinran and Shui backstage. Please explain to us what transpired. No need to be anxious. Take your time. I saw Jiang Jinran with my handkerchief stuffed in her pocket. I confirmed it. This handkerchief is indeed mine. Understood. The officer nodded, his tone friendly. He then turned to Jiang Jinran, gently asking, "Classmate, please share your side of the story. We must hear both perspectives." Jiang Jinran nodded and stated plainly, "To summarize, this handkerchief is originally mine. However, she cannot find her handkerchief and mistakenly believes mine belongs to her. Thus she took it from me. The truth is, this handkerchief is not hers." The police officer nodded earnestly while jotting down notes in his notebook. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "In that case, we shall review the surveillance footage." Jiang Jinran curled her lips slightly, thinking that there was no need for such measures. The officer raised his gaze, inquiring, "What do you mean?" Jiang Jinran glanced at her companion Shui before returning her focus to the officer. Her eyes sparkled with a twinkle reminiscent of stars, exuding vitality and confidence. It was well known that a prestigious luxury brand offered a service allowing customers to engrave their surnames on purchased items. The officer's eyes lit up. "So, this handkerchief bears your surname?" Jiang Jinran smiled and nodded. Shui appeared momentarily taken aback, realizing that she was hearing about this engraving service for the first time. How did this impoverished girl know about it? "Classmate, may I see the handkerchief?" The officer gently asked Shui. "Sure," she replied, feeling no need to refuse. The handkerchief was handed to the officer, who examined it closely. Eventually, he discovered an engraving in one corner, the character Jiang. Upon this revelation, the officer instinctively looked towards Jiang Jinran, saying, "It appears this truly is your handkerchief, Jiang." The room erupted in astonishment, everyone except Jiang Jinran widening their eyes in disbelief. How could this be possible? Despite the clarity of the character, Shui still struggled to accept that Jiang Jinran could own such an expensive handkerchief. Or had her own handkerchief gone? The onlookers were rendered speechless as the situation took a dramatic turn. Was this handkerchief truly Jiang Jinran's? How could this impoverished girl possibly possess it? Could there be some misunderstanding? Someone questioned. Perhaps Jiang Jinran stole Shui's handkerchief and engraved her surname on it. Or maybe Shui had it engraved incorrectly at the time of purchase. Jiang Jinran cast a dumbfounded look at the student who posed the question, thinking how naive it was to believe in such coincidences. Why don't you say that your lack of intelligence stems from your parents swapping your brain after you were born, rather than a natural deficiency? The questioned student was left speechless, her face flushed with anger. Shui clenched her fists and bit her lip, remaining silent. She felt utterly humiliated. This was possibly the most embarrassing moment of her life. In the end, the police reviewed the surveillance footage and located Shui's lost handkerchief, which had been left beneath the sofa. The case was resolved smoothly. Jiang Jinran glanced at the recovered handkerchief and suddenly squinted, smiling. "Shui, doesn't your handkerchief appear a bit off? I don't see any engraving." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Shui's handkerchief. Shui felt a jolt of anxiety and instinctively examined the handkerchief, indeed finding no engraving. This handkerchief had been a gift from her mother, and she had no knowledge of its origins beyond that. Jiang Jinran's light, airy voice chimed in again, "But Shui, your handkerchief seems rather different from mine in terms of authenticity." As those words left her lips, everyone swiftly understood the implication. Shui's handkerchief lacked traditional engraving and was simply incorrect. She had unwittingly purchased a counterfeit. This revelation shattered the fade of the well-to-do heiress, who was expected to disdain anything less than genuine luxury. However, the truth was laid bare before them all. In Chapter 31, The Only Award, Jiang Jinran tilted her head whimsically, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Shui, you wouldn't have intentionally misplaced your counterfeit in hopes of deceiving me out of my authentic item, would you?" Shui's eyes widened in shock. Feeling as if countless insects were writhing within her, overwhelmed by disgust. "Be quiet," she shouted, unable to contain her revulsion-fueled fury. Yet, Shi Hui could only rage impotently. The handkerchief indeed appeared, as Jiang Jinran described, a mere imitation. She found herself devoid of any ground for rebuttal. Sickened and enraged, Shi Hui clenched her fists, wishing for the world to crumble in that very moment, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Meanwhile, the news of the police's case closure had spread, igniting a new wave of discussion on Weibo. The police just left. Is the case resolved? Is this about the two from Dixing? As expected of Dixing, such a scandalous affair. I still don't quite understand what happened. Can someone clarify? Stop with the riddles. What exactly transpired? I gathered a little intel. Previously, the actress playing Xiao Shu was accused of theft, but the police cleared her name. She didn't steal. It was the actress playing the lead who falsely accused her. Got it. Thanks for clarifying. Xiao Shu, my poor Xiao Shu, you've been wronged. After all this, who played Xiao Shu? Do they have Weibo? Xiao Shu's real name is Jiang Jinran, but I couldn't find her Weibo. Thank goodness Xiao Shu didn't actually steal anything. I really like her. If she had, I would have been devastated. Jiang Jinran. What a poetic name. At the Central Theater, following the chaotic antics backstage, the final performances came to a close. The judges deliberated, and soon, all participants of the Hope Cup gathered on stage. Jiang Jinran stood at the corner of the stage, alongside the Dixing team. The spotlight illuminated the entire stage as Jiang Chujing held a microphone in one hand and a list in the other, ready to announce the final awards. The children of Dixing were undoubtedly hopeful for recognition, yet Jiang Jinran's actions had cast a shadow over their aspirations, leaving them to comfort themselves that such an unexpected occurrence meant that not winning an award was still justifiable. Jiang Chujing announced one award after another, yet Dixing's name remained absent. As they observed surrounding teams being honored, Shi Hui bit her lip, her expression darkening. Others hung their heads, eager to exit the stage. Only Jiang Jinran maintained an expressionless demeanor, quietly observing Jiang Chujing from her corner, listening to his words with apparent disinterest. Finally, all group awards were announced, none for Dixing. In that moment, a sense of despair washed over everyone. They had won nothing. All their hard work had been in vain. At that instant, their resentment towards Jiang Jinran intensified. She was the one who had ruined everything. Shi Hui had already relinquished hope for individual awards. With no chance at group recognition, her prospects for the more competitive individual prizes were even bleaker. Jiang Chujing announced the names for Best Male and Female Lead, as well as Best Male and Female Supporting Roles, all belonging to contestants outside of Dixing. Shi Hui and her classmates stood on stage, numb. Although they had anticipated this outcome, the reality of it was still difficult to bear. The teenagers felt a mix of disappointment, anger, and seething frustration. Finally, with Jiang Chujing's voice echoing through the air. And now for the Best Style Award. Though his voice was melodious and magnetic, the students of Dixing only wished for him to conclude swiftly. The handsome man seated at the judges' table glanced at the list, a flicker of light crossing his expressive eyes. The Best Style Award goes to Jiang Jinran from Dixing Academy. As the voice fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Then, a fervent round of applause erupted. Not a single student from Dixing applauded. They were all wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this be? They had no chance of winning. Yet Jinran was the one to receive an award. The Best Style Award was not a mere consolation prize. It was bestowed upon those whose performances at the Hupian Cup left a profound impression on the audience and sparked heated discussions. It was essentially a popularity award. Now, Jinran had claimed this accolade, becoming the only recipient from Dixing. How ironic. How absurd. This was an even greater shock to Hu and her peers than not winning at all. Disbelief, resentment, and twisted expressions were unabashedly evident in their eyes. Had they not been in such a setting, they would have eagerly sought to settle scores with Jinran. The host called Jinran to the center of the stage, where the award presenter handed her a small golden trophy. Jinran held it in her hand, unable to resist stealing a few glances at it. She wondered whether the trophy was indeed made of pure gold. The elderly judges began to comment on her performance, praising her evident talent. Jinran felt that she was quite talented in many areas. Classmate, do you have any words of gratitude for receiving this award? The host cheerfully inquired as he extended the microphone toward her. Jinran N's eyes darted for a moment before she spoke leisurely. I believe this award is particularly suited for me. This statement momentarily stunned everyone. After about 2 seconds, applause and cheers erupted from the audience, resembling a cacophony of excitement. Qiche's eyes curved in amusement as he watched Jinran on stage. His beautifully glazed eyes shimmered with a hint of intrigue as he observed his sister with a scrutinizing gaze, as if seeing her anew. It seemed that Jinran had transformed in some way. At that moment, however, Jinran's gaze was fixed ahead, barely a meter away from a metallic pressure switch. This was the very switch mentioned by the mysterious figure on the iron plate, the main light valve at the center of the stage. According to that person, they hoped she would press this switch, causing all the lights to extinguish. But what would follow? Her intuition warned her that it would likely lead to undesirable consequences. Therefore, she could not comply. Yet, the switch lay before her, an irresistible temptation, making it difficult for Jinran to divert her attention. Chapter 32. Unexpected developments. She squinted, her mind tangled with a myriad of chaotic thoughts. At that moment, Shu and other classmates, having approached her without her noticing, gathered around. DxIng Academy students, please gather closer. We are about to take a group photo, called the cameraman, waving his arms to beckon the group. Jinran blinked, realizing they were preparing for a large group photo. However, would it not crowd her a bit too much? At that moment, Jinran found herself in a position in front of the camera, with people pressing in on her, seemingly intent on shoving her from the center. Suddenly, Shu stealthily reached out from behind and pushed Jinran's shoulder. Jinran lost her balance. She leaned forward, tumbling out of her place, while Shu swiftly occupied Jinran's original position. With a thud, Jinran staggered a few steps forward before ultimately landing on the ground. Her body landed squarely on that metallic switch. Before she could even blink, the entire venue was plunged into utter darkness. All the lights went out. In an instant, a chorus of screams filled Jinran's ears, and the scene descended into chaos. Unable to help herself, she covered her ears while simultaneously scanning her surroundings for any unusual activity. The extinguishing of the lights was precisely the scenario the mysterious person had hoped for. Would he reveal himself now? To her surprise, Shu's sudden push inadvertently led Jinran to accomplish the task on the iron plate. In reality, this main light valve required considerable force to activate. Under normal circumstances, a mere press would have no effect. One could only imagine how forceful Jinran's fall had been. The cacophony of screams persisted, the various tones intensifying the pain in her eardrums. Approximately a minute later, the lights flickered back on, illuminating the chaos that still reigned. Many students on stage had collapsed to the ground, their faces etched with fear, some even reduced to tears. The audience remained in a state of shock. The most composed individuals among them were likely Jinran and Qiche, who was deep in thought at that moment. Where did Professor Li go? An elderly woman on the judging panel exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror. This outcry drew the attention of the entire audience to the judging panel, where an old man had mysteriously vanished during the brief darkness. After all, the Central Theater was now an unsafe place, having witnessed the sudden disappearance of a living person. Jinran rested her chin on her hand, her gaze casually drifting toward the street view outside the window. Only she knew that Professor Li's disappearance might be connected to the enigmatic individual. Was this his objective? To seize Professor Li amidst the darkness? Jinran did not wish for others to know where her home was. Thus, when the bus reached a corner not too far from her house, she called for the driver to stop. The driver frowned, expressing concern over the inconvenience. Isn't it better for me to drop you off at your doorstep? Jinran waved her hand, smiling cheerfully. Not at all. It's no trouble. Perhaps her home was too humble for others to see. Behind her, some classmates made cruel remarks. Oh, how pitiful she must be, too ashamed to reveal her own home. Jinran, we wouldn't mind. Let us see just how humble your abode is. Jinran ignored them, urging the driver to stop at the corner more quickly. The bus halted, and Jinran alighted. deep in contemplation as she walked along the sidewalk toward her home. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by the mysterious individual. She wondered if there were any developments regarding Professor Li's disappearance. Taking her phone from her pocket, she opened Weibo. Indeed, the terms who PN Cup, Central Theater, and Professor Li were trending in the top 3 spots, their popularity surging. Upon delving into these trending topics, she found no substantial information, merely a plethora of unhelpful discussions from netizens. Though I might be criticized for saying this, I still want to express my relief that it wasn't Qiche who got into trouble. Professor Li is an honorary professor of DJ Ing Film Academy. How could such a thing happen? Does anyone know why the Central Theater suddenly went dark? I don't know. The lights just went out all of a sudden. It was quite abrupt. Perhaps it was a power failure? This feels rather eerie. I'm getting goosebumps. Upon reading this, Jinran instinctively pressed her lips together. So, most people were unaware that it was her heavy fall that had extinguished the lights. However, upon reflection, it was entirely plausible that the majority would not connect the metallic switch at the front of the stage with the lights. Most would simply perceive it as an emergency button. In truth, if it had not been for the mysterious person's instructions on the iron plate, Jinran would not have associated that switch with the lights. Considering this, it was entirely reasonable that others could not fathom how the lights had gone out. Jiang Jinran swiped her phone screen, compelled to continue reading. The current Hope Cup was particularly strange, filled with numerous unexpected twists. Her little tree had originally won an award, and everything seemed poised for a perfect conclusion. Yet this unforeseen incident occurred. She hoped her fellow students would not be affected emotionally and would not carry psychological scars. The students were suffering, the audience was suffering, and the judges were suffering as well. She wished for the truth to emerge swiftly. Jiang Jinran turned off her phone, unable to muster the will to continue. Earlier that day, Jiang Yuehan had known she would be participating in the Hope Cup and had offered her verbal encouragement. However, he was quite busy with unavoidable matters that required his attention, preventing him from attending the event in person. Jiang Jinran placed her backpack on the table and entered the dining hall, intending to grab a drink, when suddenly her phone in her pocket rang. Chapter 33. Revealing the truth, Jiang Jinran took out her phone, and the screen illuminated with Jiang Yuehan's number. She surmised that he had likely seen the trending news. As she answered the call, her assumption proved correct. Jiang Yuehan was calling to confirm her safety. Unexpectedly, her older brother showed genuine concern for her well-being, and Jiang Jinran sweetly reassured him that she was fine. However, she felt a twinge of curiosity about whether Jiang Yuehan was concerned for Jiang Chujing's safety, who was also at the Central Theater and related to him. In truth, the relationships within the Jiang family were rather tenuous. This was a conclusion Jiang Jinran had drawn from several days of observation. The entire Jiang family appeared formidable, yet they were like a scattered array of sand. Each member possessed their own talents, but they lacked unity, existing as strangers to one another, with some even harboring animosity. The downfall of a once glorious family often stems not from external forces, but from internal disintegration. It was no surprise that the precarious relationships within the Jiang family could ultimately lead to its collapse. Just then, the trending topics on Weibo updated. This indicated that the situation regarding Professor Li's disappearance had developed further. She clicked on the trending topic, discovering that a girl named Jean Mai had posted on Weibo. This young woman was a student at the DJ Film Academy, and the missing Professor Li was her mentor. Initially, Jiang Jinran expected a heartfelt message from a student praying for her mentor's safety. But upon clicking into Jean Mai's post, she was met with an entirely different narrative. Jean Mai passionately accused Professor Li in her post, her words dripping with anguish. She claimed that her compensation for their project had been unjustly withheld by Professor Li, leaving her with nothing. The professor treated her like a slave, burdening her with numerous trivial tasks. Most alarmingly, Jean Mai revealed that Professor Li had subjected her to inappropriate harassment. The revelations were staggering, leaving the onlookers in shock. So the victim is actually the villain? What kind of victim is this professor? Is it possible that heaven could no longer tolerate him and took him away? What a scoundrel. I just prayed for him. How unfortunate. I feel nauseated. He can't just disappear like this, can he? Doesn't that benefit him? Such a person deserves to be punished. This is too dark. It's utterly disgusting. I feel so sorry for the young lady. I hope she doesn't suffer from psychological trauma. Jiang Jinran swiftly navigated through the phone screen. As the developments far exceeded her expectations, Jean Mai did not cease her revelations. She continued to post on Weibo, revealing that she was not the only one affected by Professor Li's malice. Many female students from the Film Academy had suffered similarly. These young women were beautiful and talented, but Professor Li wielded considerable power and coerced them with threats regarding their future careers. Consequently, even when they endured hardships, they remained silent. However, Qiche had now exposed everything. The post had gone viral, igniting a public outcry. How has this scoundrel evaded consequences for so long? Oh, poor sisters. May justice not be delayed. It's heartbreaking to see. What did these young women do to deserve this? Everyone, elevate the topic. Jiang Jinran sensed something was amiss. Why did Qiche choose this moment to publicly disclose Professor Li's misdeeds? If Professor Li's mysterious disappearance at the Central Theater had heightened the topic's visibility, it would be reasonable for Qiche to seize the opportunity to expose his crimes. Unless, at that moment, Qiche posted yet another update. She stated that she had felt so desperate at one point that she contemplated ending her life. However, she was unwilling to surrender. By a twist of fate, she encountered an organization and, after much deliberation, decided to enlist their help in dealing with Professor Li. This world contained many mysterious and powerful organizations, elusive to ordinary people, yet omnipresent. To engage with such organizations, one must either offer a satisfactory price or provide valuable leverage. Qiche was not wealthy enough to meet the financial demands of the organization, but she was willing to offer her entire being. Ultimately, the organization agreed to take on her case. Qiche hoped that Professor Li would experience the terror of being threatened, realizing his errors and publicly apologizing to her and her fellow students. In other words, everything that transpired at the Central Theater today was orchestrated by Qiche in collaboration with the organization behind her. Qiche's post shattered all preconceived notions. What organization is this? I'm so curious. Whoa, so you're the mastermind behind it all. Even though Professor Li is despicable, such organizations are dangerous. Aren't you afraid of being dragged down with them? I took a while to comprehend. So the sudden blackout at the theater was orchestrated by the organization? And Professor Li's abduction was also their doing? What organization is this, so formidable? There's no need to trade your entire being with an organization. Aren't you afraid of being deceived? While it feels satisfying, there's an underlying sense of worry. What else can be done? Some people can speak freely because they are unscathed. Only a fearless organization can help her in such situations. You, who merely critique, want to rescue them. I can understand. Don't even mention seeking help from organizations. I sometimes wish I could end it myself. As one wave settled, another rose, with a multitude of twists and shocking revelations. Qiche and Professor Li firmly occupied the top 2 spots on Weibo's trending list. Later, netizens discovered that other female students from the Film Academy, who had faced similar fates as Qiche, also came forward to support her. They regarded Qiche as their hero. In their fight against Professor Li and their escape from a seemingly hopeless predicament, she was willing to make a deal with the organization. Some may not understand Qiche's actions, but if they were in her shoes, they would likely make the same choice. After witnessing the voices of these young women, netizens felt both sorrowful and moved. This is a battle for justice. It's tragically heroic. Alas, they have been pushed to a point of no return. Is there anything we can do to assist them? It's so pitiful. But does Qiche's action constitute a crime? Qiche seems to have given up on life. Perhaps she no longer cares. Qiche's actions represent active resistance. She is incredibly brave, and I support her. Jiang Jinran sat on the edge of her bed, gazing at her phone screen, deep in thought. Although Qiche had not revealed the name of the organization, Jiang Jinran could confidently ascertain that it was Shunin. Chapter 34. Her mother in the novel. Shunin symbolized a notorious villainous organization associated with blood and evil, causing significant distress for both protagonists. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Shunin had taken on a righteous cause, standing up for the female students of the Film Academy. This was not what she had anticipated. Thus, she had inadvertently found herself entangled in a task involving Shunin. Her mind was now swirling with questions. She simply wished to understand the true nature of her relationship with Shunin. Jiang Jinran glanced once more at Weibo, where a plethora of new information had surfaced. It turned out that Professor Li was quite the figure, serving as a judge at the Central Theater today, with several bodyguards lurking in the audience to ensure his safety. Would an ordinary person go to such extremes, hiring so many bodyguards for their protection? Certainly not. This indicated that Professor Li harbored secrets and felt profoundly guilty. This also elucidated why the members of Shun Yin wished to extinguish all the lights in the venue. Once the lights were extinguished, they could easily evade the bodyguard's watchful eyes and whisk away Professor Lee. Moreover, the enigmatic figure shrouded in mystery would remain concealed for the public gaze. It became apparent that everything had been meticulously planned in advance. Jiang Jinran realized she had been led along, unwittingly becoming an accomplice. Nevertheless, she was still plagued by numerous doubts. For instance, did the mysterious individual from Shun Yin place such unwavering trust in her? What if she failed to comply? What if she could not extinguish the lights? Wouldn't that jeopardize their entire plan? Jiang Jinran, now merely a 13-year-old child, suspected that Shun Yin was not foolish enough to place all their bets on her. In essence, why did they insist on Jiang Jinran's involvement? And why did they believe she could succeed? These questions were perplexing. They could have acted independently, potentially achieving their goals with greater efficiency. Unable to make sense of it, Jiang Jinran chose to dismiss the thoughts. Approximately 5 minutes later, the trending topics updated once more. To everyone's astonishment, the missing Professor Lee had resurfaced. In the video, he sat before the camera, looking weary and dispirited, as if he had undergone a torment. He trembled as he opened his mouth, seemingly offering a heartfelt apology. I sincerely wish to apologize to my students. It was evident that this apology video was recorded under duress from Shun Yin. Whether his apology was genuine remained a mystery, and no one seemed to care, for Professor Lee had publicly confessed to all his misdeeds and personally apologized. Furthermore, this old man had tarnished his reputation irreparably. Henceforth, his status and wealth would dissolve into nothingness. Jiang Jinran was confident that Shun Yin's objectives had been achieved. They would soon release Professor Lee and compel him to face the law. Jiang Jinran lay back on her bed, the exhaustion and weariness that had accumulated throughout the day finally overtaking her. She closed her eyes and allowed herself to rest for a moment. After an indeterminate time, she reopened her eyes to faint whispers at the door. "Aren't you going to take a look, miss?" "Forget it. She probably doesn't want to see me." The feminine voice jolted Jiang Jinran awake. She quickly turned her gaze, her mind racing. The only woman who could be in the Jiang family villa at this hour was. Jiang Jinran sprang from her bed and hurried to the door, flinging it open. In the corridor stood Jiang Yin, who suddenly halted in her tracks. Jiang Jinran locked eyes with the woman, whose bright, round apricot-shaped eyes sparkled in the light. This woman was none other than her mother, Jiang Yin. Indeed, the Jiang family name belonged to Jiang Yin. The members of the Jiang family took their mother's surname. As the esteemed eldest daughter of the Jiang family, cherished by the previous head of the family, Jiang Yin had always been the center of attention. Her noble status and the fact that she was the sole heir of the Jiang family implied that her marriage would be anything but ordinary. To inherit the Jiang family, her husband would have to come from a subordinate position. Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback. As if struck by a spell, her entire being froze. Jiang Jinran was aware of her reluctance to get close, and Jiang Yin had grown accustomed to it. Thus, she tried not to disturb the child, lest she evoke annoyance. Yet, unexpectedly, this moment felt dreamlike to Jiang Yin. Mother is so beautiful, even more so than some celebrities, Jiang Jinran mused, gazing intently at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. Surprised, she realized that Jiang Jinran had not spoken aloud. What had she just heard? Was it the child's innermost thoughts? Such a wondrous occurrence left Jiang Yin both astonished and elated. In truth, she had always been curious about her daughter's inner world. But Jiang Jinran had never shared her true feelings. Had heaven finally answered her prayers, granting her this opportunity? Xiaoran, Jiang Yin's lips quivered as she approached her daughter, bending slightly to meet her gaze, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Jiang Jinran couldn't help but marvel at her mother's beauty. "Daddy," Jiang Jinran's brow furrowed deeply. This was troubling. In recent days, she had been preoccupied with her brothers, neglecting a critical reality. "That man can hardly be considered my father. He is merely a son-in-law. A so-called Phoenix man, a scoundrel, morally corrupt, and has an illegitimate daughter." Jiang Yin stood frozen, her mind a whirlpool of confusion. Chapter 35. The need for verification. Her thoughts were tumultuous, a chaotic cacophony. Yet the turmoil within her remained, akin to ripples stirred by a stone cast into a tranquil lake. She inhaled deeply, struggling to regain her composure, but her fingers trembled uncontrollably. I'm fine, Xiaoran, she said, shaking her head and attempting to appear nonchalant, though her eyes betrayed a hint of unnoticeable desolation. Jiang Jinran was perplexed by her mother's sudden change in demeanor and silently sighed. Jiang Yin's face drained of color, her form seemingly turning to ice, and she became rigid. A heaviness settled in her chest, nearly suffocating her. Mother, what is wrong? Upon seeing Jiang Yin's suddenly pale complexion, Jiang Jinran instinctively reached out to steady her mother. Jiang Yin's condition resembled that of someone on the brink of fainting, causing Jiang Jinran to worry that her beautiful mother might collapse before her. After a considerable silence, Jiang Yin seemed to grasp Jiang Jinran's hand as though it were a life buoy. She clutched it tightly, still unwilling to believe the truth. The man who had treated her with unwavering kindness for decades, who had never faltered in his affection, could he truly be as despicable as her daughter claimed? She found it impossible to accept, yet she could not ignore the reality either. Jiang Yin resolved that regardless of the outcome, she must seek the truth. Jiang Jinran nodded in understanding. Please go, she urged. Jiang Yin released her grasp on Jiang Jinran's hand and turned to descend the staircase. Upon reaching the villa's grand hall, an elderly woman approached her, the corners of her wrinkled eyes radiating warmth. Miss, you seem troubled. The woman was Yu Yin, the nanny who had cared for Jiang Jinran as she grew up. To Jiang Yin, who had lost her parents at a young age, Yu Yin was akin to a second mother. Just now, Xiaoran unexpectedly opened the door. Jiang Yin recounted expressionlessly, her demeanor stiff, as though she were still ensnared in the shock of the previous moment, unable to regain her composure. Yu Yin raised her eyebrows in surprise. The young lady unexpectedly declared, Jiang Yin, I fear I must venture abroad once more. Jiang Yin lowered her gaze, a solemn air emanating from her brow. I need to verify a matter. Reflecting on her initial encounter with Jiang Yin, she could not help but sigh. In truth, the beauty's mother had always treated the original owner with kindness, providing unwavering support and heartfelt care. However, the original owner remained indifferent and withdrawn towards everyone. Over time, Jiang Yin's heart inevitably grew weary and disheartened. Later, the true daughter, Sang Ning, appeared, her vivacious charm healing Jiang Yin and allowing her to finally experience a mutual connection with her daughter. Thus, it was no unfairness that the original owner was ultimately rejected by all. It was a consequence of her own actions. She remained unwilling to accept defeat, even opposing the true daughter, leading to her own demise. Jiang Jinran could not comprehend why the original owner, hailing from a prestigious family and possessing no physical flaws, bore such a disposition. What had she endured, and what secrets lay buried within her? These were matters not addressed in the texts, nor did her memories provide clarity. Jiang Jinran could only speculate aimlessly without any tangible leads. However, regarding the original owner's father, the so-called ruinous man, he indeed posed a significant threat. The thought of having a complete scoundrel, a ticking time bomb, by her side left anyone in a state of unease. Should she expose the truth? Perhaps a fortuitous moment would be necessary. The computer booted successfully, and Jiang Jinran logged onto the game, Qiche. She had been preoccupied these past few days and had not logged in. Upon entering, the forum was immediately abuzz with news. Report: Xiaoyu has finally gone online. Xiaoyu has risen from the dead. I thought he had quit the game. I was worried he had been too disheartened by the crushing defeat from Zhu Ming to continue playing. Is it really that embarrassing to lose to Zhu Ming? A setback is merely temporary. Handsomeness lasts a lifetime. Today, Zhu Ming happens to be online as well. Will they cross paths? I thought he had been defeated. If he truly quit, that would be pathetic. Jiang Jinran habitually entered ranked matches, glancing at the opponent matched with her. No sight of Zhu Ming. At this moment, her sole desire was to engage in a battle with Zhu Ming. However, even in his absence, she could not afford to slack off. Jiang Jinran diligently played several matches. Yet Zhu Ming remained elusive. Nevertheless, her streaming channel was exceptionally vibrant. Is it just my imagination, or has Xiaoyu's skill significantly improved? Xiaoyu is still handsome. It's a pity he can't defeat Zhu Ming. Is it truly shameful to lose to Zhu Ming? Winning or losing is fleeting. Handsomeness is eternal. How can anyone still praise Xiaoyu? Before facing Zhu Ming, he was exalted. After, those who praised him fell silent. Hilarious. These maneuvers by Xiaoyu are not impressive. It's not as if everyone has witnessed true skill. Is it merely about having hands? Fine. Then you try to replicate that. Qiche can only be deemed moderately skilled. True prowess is revealed against Zhu Ming. Since her last dismal defeat against Zhu Ming, Jiang Jinran's reputation had polarized. The majority of players believed her claims were exaggerated, far inferior to Zhu Ming. Yet, she did possess a faction of ardent supporters who insisted on her exceptional ability. Consequently, these two groups frequently clashed over Qiche. Jiang Jinran remained oblivious to the discord. After finishing a few matches, she took a brief respite. After snacking on a few bear-shaped biscuits and sipping some water, she clicked on Zhu Ming's avatar, which indicated he was online. Yet, fatefully, he remained unreachable until she faced Jiang Qiche once more. She could not secure victory in their wager. Chapter 36. Encountering Jiang Qiche again, she felt a twinge of irritation as she scratched her head. Continuing with ranked matches. Jiang Jinran entered the battle page and finally spotted the imposing figure of Zhu Ming across from her, a long-lost thrill igniting within her heart. Jiang Qiche, I finally have you in my grasp. Simultaneously, news of the encounter between Zhu Ming and Qiche spread like wildfire throughout the game server. Even many players who were offline logged in specifically to witness the showdown. The Qiche forum was naturally inundated with discussions regarding these two. Qiche and Zhu Ming are facing off again. Who remembers that wager? Is it really Qiche himself who posted? I believe it is indeed him. The registration time aligns with Qiche's first ranked match, and he didn't boast before leaving. The grand battle is imminent. Is it necessary to wager? Qiche is bound to lose. Qiche, don't bet your underpants. Don't you know your own worth? How could you challenge Zhu Ming? Zhu Ming is so kind, agreeing to the unreasonable request of a defeated opponent. While you all criticize, just wait until the viewing numbers skyrocket. If you're so bold, don't watch the live stream. Of course we will watch. We want to see Qiche get utterly humiliated. Haha. Before the match officially commenced, Jiang Jinran swiftly typed on the public screen. Zhu Ming, do you recall our wager from last time? Other teammates and opponents quickly flooded the chat. Wait, that wager is real? I thought someone was pretending to be you and spreading rumors on the forum. This puts some pressure on us. No way, are you serious? What if you lose? You two legends 1T take it out on us mere mortals, right? We were all randomly matched. If you lose, I'm not responsible. As the game neared its official start, Zhu Ming finally arrived late, typing a simple hum in the chat. Soon after, the game began and everyone entered. Jiang Jinran had been holding back a surge of energy throughout the day. This ranked match was one she had to win, not only to avenge her previous crushing defeat, but also to secure victory in the wager, compelling Jiang Qiche to comply with her demands. However, this was a team game. Relying solely on her own abilities would not suffice, as evidenced by the last match where Jiang Qiche had targeted her relentlessly, resulting in her defeat. This time, she needed to unite her 5 teammates. With this in mind, Jiang Jinran promptly addressed the public screen. As you know, this ranked match is of utmost importance to me. I won't ask much of you. Just follow my lead and do as I say. If I become targeted, please provide me with support. Several teammates expressed their agreement. Jiang Jinran proceeded to the mid lane, where Jiang Qiche appeared opposite her. She was prepared, if this person intended to target her as before. However, strangely, Jiang Qiche did not immediately call his teammates to besiege her, but instead stood firm, facing her directly. What was his intention? Just as she pondered, Jiang Qiche suddenly advanced, unleashing a flurry of skills upon her. Fortunately, Jiang Jinran remained focused enough to narrowly evade these attacks. At this moment, the excitement in the streaming channel reached a fever pitch. Some tuned in to observe her skills, while others were there to witness the fated clash between Qiche and Zhu Ming, eager to see who would emerge victorious in the wager. 666-6666. This is truly a clash of masters. Qiche's positioning is impeccable. He dodged all the skills. Qiche's reaction speed is impressive. He must be quite young. Being older like me, I can't react that quickly. I envy the speed of youth. It looks like this match is competitive. It's not one-sided like last time. Jiang Jinran breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Had she failed to evade those skills, she would undoubtedly have been slain by Jiang Qiche, resulting in a humiliating first blood. That would have been utterly disgraceful. However, it was clear that Jiang Qiche had no intention of letting her off easily. His offensive was fierce yet composed, each strike lethal. Jiang Jinran had discerned that Jiang Qiche had altered his strategy today, aiming to outmaneuver her through sheer skill, ruthlessly seeking to eliminate her and besmirch her pride. Clenching her teeth, Jiang Jinran felt a flicker of indignation. She was determined not to let Jiang Qiche succeed. At that moment, a mere basic attack could seal the fate of both combatants. Jiang Jinran's nerves were taut, yet fortunately, Jiang Qiche was equally on edge. Their circumstances mirrored one another, a semblance of fairness amidst the chaos. Suddenly, Jiang Qiche executed a peculiar maneuver, his attack slicing through the air like a rapier, aimed directly at Jiang Jinran. It was an insidious angle, one that would surely find its mark. Jiang Jinran realized her demise was imminent. However, she refused to perish without a fight. In the final moments, she unleashed a surprise attack, casting a control skill that ensnared the similarly weakened Jiang Qiche beneath her defensive tower. The tower would indiscriminately assault any enemy within its grasp. Jiang Qiche's attack landed on Jiang Jinran, but simultaneously, the tower's retaliatory strike rained down upon him. Both were destined to fall, achieving a one-for-one exchange. At this juncture, the livestream chat erupted in a frenzy. 666666666, what a visual feast. Can these two up their game even more? This is exhilarating. It has been ages since I witnessed such a gripping match. Those who previously dismissed Qiche come forth and apologize. I always believed in his prowess. He was merely overwhelmed last time. This is the true strength of Qiche. Only casual players disparage without merit. Is it too much to wait for the match to conclude before singing praises for Qiche? I feel for Zhu Ming. He will soon be besieged by brainless Qiche fans. Once the match ends, Qiche fans will have little to celebrate. What exactly are Zhu Ming's fans so proud of? It is Zhu Ming's skill that shines. Do they still harbor a sense of superiority? Qiche is more formidable than anticipated. Zhu Ming is also impressive. Can we cease this bickering? Both players are extraordinarily skilled. Why must there be discord? Can the officials mute these obnoxious fans? Chapter 37. A twist of fate in-game. Jiang Jinran awaited her resurrection in the fountain, seizing the moment to update her equipment. Upon returning to the lane, she resolved to end this stalemate swiftly. Continuing to be entangled by Jiang Qiche rendered her unable to assist her allies in other lanes, who were on the brink of collapse. Was this Jiang Qiche's strategy? To immobilize her in the mid-lane while dismantling her teammates? Without hesitation, Jiang Jinran typed on the public screen, "Wait a moment, coordinate with me." Meanwhile, Jiang Qiche's relentless assault surged toward her. Jiang Jinran did not flinch. She charged forward to meet the challenge. Just as they engaged, their jungler emerged unexpectedly from the wilderness. Flanking Jiang Qiche, Jiang Jinran and the jungler executed a swift collaboration, skillfully unleashing their abilities and securing Jiang Qiche's life. In the live stream, the comments flowed in. Impressive. Qiche is extraordinary. Qiche has learned to seek assistance. This child is growing. Oh, look, even Zhu Ming has his moments of vulnerability. Ha ha. Qiche continues to press on. This is a classic case of tit for tat. Zhu Ming once targeted Qiche in the same fashion. Following the initial successful ambush, Jiang Qiche grew increasingly vigilant. He ceased to take risks, refraining from pressuring forward or entangling with Jiang Jinran. This made it difficult for her to find opportunities for surprise attacks. However, this did not signify the complete absence of prospects. Jiang Jinran seized a moment of opportunity, advancing to Jiang Qiche's front. This time, the jungler and the top laner unexpectedly surrounded him, and together, they struck down Jiang Qiche once more. Jiang Jinran employed Jiang Qiche's own tactics against him, leveraging their numerical advantage to encircle and eliminate him. This strategy proved effective, as Jiang Qiche faced repeated setbacks while Jiang Jinran thrived. She had to concede that Jiang Qiche was formidable, his skills rivaling her own. Thus, engaging him in a continuous one-on-one duel would yield little success. She meticulously timed each ambush, calling upon her teammates for support, which ultimately turned the tide in her favor. As the game progressed, Jiang Qiche became the target of relentless assaults, causing his teammates' morale to plummet. Jiang Jinran surged ahead, leading her team to an 8,000 gold advantage. Victory seemed within reach. In a live stream, comments flowed rapidly. Qiche is on the verge of winning. Surely Zhu Ming's fans haven't abandoned the stream? The chatter from Zhu Ming supporters appears to have diminished. Are they not participating anymore? Qiche, my hero, you are in no way inferior to Zhu Ming. Those who hastily judge Qiche based on a single defeat should witness his true prowess now. Sorry, Zhu Ming, but I shall temporarily don the mantle of a Qiche fan. Oh dear, it seems Zhu Ming is on the brink of defeat. Just as everyone believed Zhu Ming was destined to lose, he suddenly launched an assault on Jiang Jinran's teammates, achieving a double kill. Zhu Ming claimed 2 invaluable kills, garnering a substantial economic boost. His development had finally seen improvement. This was the outcome Jiang Jinran dreaded. If Zhu Ming truly flourished, they could very well face a reversal. She needed to conclude the match swiftly. Thus, upon her allies' resurrection, she promptly led them to the dragon pit, intent on claiming neutral resources. However, Zhu Ming suddenly emerged from the brush, striking like a phantom, catching them off guard. Jiang Jinran's 2 teammates were instantly eliminated. In that moment, Jiang Qiche became a fearsome harbinger of doom, dispatching yet another ally with ruthless efficiency. Jiang Jinran bit her lip. Jiang Qiche was indeed terrifying, yet her teammates fell far too swiftly. Realizing the urgency, she knew she had to flee. Even her prowess could not withstand a 5-on-2 confrontation, particularly against a bloodthirsty Jiang Qiche. Without hesitation, she bolted, leaving one bewildered teammate behind. Seeing Jiang Jinran flee with such speed, he attempted to follow suit, but faltered, falling prey to Jiang Qiche's onslaught, perishing on spot. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiche and his 4 allies advanced to dismantle their base. Alone, Jiang Jinran stood beneath the tower, a solitary bastion against impending doom. In the live stream, comments erupted anew. What transpired in those fleeting minutes? How did the tides turn so abruptly? Wasn't Qiche on the verge of victory? How did it all unravel? Zhu Ming's fans were ready to celebrate, and now it seems Qiche is in peril. Zhu Ming, the master of comebacks. What a stunning turnaround. Zhu Ming, my champion, Qiche kneel before him. Qiche, you squandered your opportunity. How could you let such a favorable situation slip away? Wow, Zhu Ming is poised to win. I almost turned away, but he never ceases to impress. Jiang Jinran observed the opposing 5 about to dismantle their stronghold, her grip tightening around her mouse. Inaction would surely lead to defeat. In a flash of inspiration, she surged forward, weaving through the 5 adversaries, attacking while evading their strikes. Their focus shifted from demolishing the base to pursuing her. Jiang Jinran consumed healing potions to sustain herself, managing to eliminate one of Jiang Qiche's allies before ultimately succumbing. However, she had successfully delayed their advance. At this very moment, Jiang Jinran's teammates had returned to life, successfully defending their home. Once Jiang Jinran revived, she led her teammates to an ambush in the mid lane. This time, she initiated the engagement, capturing 3 of Jiang Qiche's allies. They then broke through the mid lane, heading straight for the crystal, leaving Jiang Qiche and his sole remaining teammate to defend. Jiang Jinran commanded her 4 teammates to join her, asserting that if they could not prevail in a 5v2 situation, they might as well quit the game altogether. Ultimately, they united their efforts, effortlessly defeating the last 2 opponents and successfully destroying the crystal. Victory was theirs. Despite the tumultuous journey, they had triumphed. At this moment, the livestream audience reacted. Qiche has won. This game was truly thrilling. My heart raced with excitement. Qiche, I apologize for my earlier remarks. Your defense was remarkable. We couldn't have won without you. Isn't Qiche impressive? Surely this performance should silence the critics. The critics have already exited the live stream. The diehard fans are silent. It was just one win, pure luck. Even in such dire circumstances, they nearly turned the tide. Still impressive. I'm utterly captivated by Qiche's skill. Her tactical decisions are exceptional. Don't you think a professional team should consider her? Congratulations to Qiche for redeeming herself. Am I the only one still concerned about that wager? Surely, the critics will not go back on their word. The critics are formidable too. Their teammates were just lacking. Chapter 38. Her request as the game concluded. Jiang Jinran was once again evaluated by the system. She glanced at her score and indeed received a considerable amount of admiration from the onlookers. Above her avatar, a golden crown gleamed. Simultaneously, the news of Jiang Jinran's ascension to the rank of king was broadcasted throughout the region, announcing her as the strongest player. She had also set a record for the shortest time taken to reach the rank of king across the entire server. However, she was too preoccupied with pressing matters to dwell on these accolades. She swiftly sent a private message to Zhu Ming. Qiche, Zhu Ming, I knew you would come. I've been waiting. Jiang Jinran widened her eyes in surprise. This was not what she had anticipated. She had expected Jiang Qiche to be resentful, offering her a frosty demeanor and biting remarks. Yet now, his tone was surprisingly normal. In fact, for someone like Jiang Qiche, being too normal was the greatest abnormality. Jiang Jinran cautiously probed. Chayu, is this really you? Zhu, are you annoying? Must you ask every time? Chayu, such hostility must indeed confirm it is you. Zhu, Chayu, I will not beat around the bush. I am here to hold you to our wager. Zhu, that is only natural. Jiang Jinran frowned. Something was off about him today. He was far too agreeable. Was this truly the cold and terrifying Jiang Qiche she knew? Her curiosity got the better of her, and she boldly inquired. Chayu, you seem unusually amiable today. Zhu. Jiang Qiche was often not in good spirits, even in front of his close friend Zhao Yanyi. However, he possessed a rare hidden trait. If someone managed to defeat him or force him to concede, he would not hold a grudge, but would willingly accept his loss. For those who could best him, he would harbor no animosity, and might even feel a faint admiration. Chayu had just defeated him. Indeed, his initial impression of her was confirmed. She was formidable. He realized he might not always win against her. This was the first time he had entertained such thoughts. The wager he agreed to was also a means to challenge himself. He had grown complacent in his gaming endeavors, with a wager at stake. He would once again strive earnestly to see if he could triumph over such a strong opponent. Although he lost, he felt no considerable anger. Chayu was an intriguing rival, one capable of reigniting his competitive spirit. After a moment of silence, Jiang Qiche finally typed in the chat. Zhu, if you keep rambling, we might as well stop this conversation. Chayu, but I still wish to converse. Can you guess what I want you to fulfill? Zhu, I cannot guess. Jiang Jinran smirked slightly. It seemed he had not even attempted to guess. Roughly 2 minutes later, a new message from Jiang Qiche appeared in her private messages. Zhu, are you out of your mind? Jiang Jinran bit her lip. This was the Jiang Qiche she recognized. The previous version had been overly gentle. Chayu, I'm not out of my mind. I am being serious. Zhu, I want you to leave. Chayu, I cannot leave. I am seated. Zhu, I sense your reluctance. Yet I believe you are not one to back out of an agreement. Chayu, I know my request may seem absurd, but I am conducting an important study, and you are my subject. Zhu, what kind of study? Chayu, well, it pertains to the familial and emotional perspectives of internet-addicted youth. Jiang Jinran pressed on, fabricating her explanation. Zhu, Chayu, if you refuse to assist me, my research will be in vain. Moreover, the entire world is now aware of our wager, and I have emerged victorious. Jiang Jinran began to employ moral persuasion on Jiang Qiche. After a solid half-minute of silence, he finally replied with a message. Jiang Jinran felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Mission accomplished. The 500,000 was now beckoning her. At this moment, the legendary player Zhu being defeated by the newcomer Qiche, you created quite the buzz, propelling it to trending status. The terms Zhu, Chayu, and legend surged to the top of the trending list, maintaining high visibility. Purely an outsider. Who exactly is this Chayu? This is my first time hearing of her. What? My esteemed Zhu was defeated? Did Chayu just slay a god? Zhu is a legendary top player. 1 minute, I need Chayu's details. Having witnessed Chayu's stellar performance, she appears to be a super genius. Her skills are incredibly impressive and fluid. Let us not diminish Zhu just because he lost one match. He is still highly skilled, albeit his teammates faltered. It was merely a ranked match. Winning is not guaranteed in gaming. Zhu remains a god, unmatched in stature. This Chayu, I am enamored. The following day, Monday, Jiang Jinran had to rise early for class. Upon entering the dining hall, she was surprised to find Jiang Yuyin personally preparing breakfast. Jiang Jinran rubbed her sleepy eyes. Xiaoran, you're up. Jiang Yuyin turned upon hearing the noise, donning a pink apron that accentuated her youthful charm. Mother, you are cooking? Jiang Jinran's eyes widened slightly. Jiang Yuyin smiled gently. I have to fly abroad tomorrow. Before I leave, I wanted to prepare a meal for you. Previously, Jiang Yuyin would not have done this. Given their past relationship, such an act would have seemed overly clingy, and she feared it would drive Jiang Jinran away. However, after yesterday, she felt that Xiaoran was different now. This realization gave her the courage to extend her goodwill. Oh, my beautiful mother is not only lovely but also kind, cooking for me. Jiang Jinran mused inwardly. Jiang Yuyin's smile widened at her thoughts. momentarily alleviating the anxiety and melancholy she felt about her impending trip abroad. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Jinran hurried off to school. Upon entering the academy, she did not follow her usual route to the classroom, but instead made a beeline for the art building. In the early morning, the art building, shrouded in a delicate veil of mist, exudes an air of profound mystery. Chapter 39, The Revelation. Jiang Jinran tugged at the strap of her backpack as she stepped into the corridor of the art building. At this juncture, she understood that she must make this visit. The hour was still early, and no one was present within the building. Following the corridor, Jiang Jinran arrived at the staircase she had visited last time. Faint morning light streamed through the windows, creating an eerie blend with the dimness of the staircase. She could see countless tiny specks of dust suspended in the sunlit. Murky air. Instinctively, she squinted her eyes. Standing on the steps, she abruptly knocked on the wall at the stairway entrance and called out toward the upper level, "Come out." The response was first met with silence. After an indeterminate span of time, just as Jiang Jinran began to feel disheartened and considered retreating, a faint sound of footsteps, almost imperceptible, slipped into her ears. They had arrived. The purpose of her visit to the art building was to meet the enigmatic individual. Following the events of the previous day, she had reached a tentative conclusion that the mysterious person related to Shun Yin likely harbored no ill intentions towards her. In fact, there seemed to exist a secret collaborative relationship between them. Given this, she felt less need to worry excessively about her personal safety. She intended to confront him directly and clarify everything, as she no longer wished to engage in speculation. The footsteps grew nearer and clearer, until finally, Jiang Jinran beheld a pair of black sneakers. As her gaze lifted, she observed a youth clad in black attire. He appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. His sleek, raven hair was sharp and striking, and his slender eyes glimmered like obsidian in the night, adorned with a faint, ethereal light. The youth's skin was exceptionally pale, revealing the veins beneath in stark contrast, exuding an aura of chilliness and lacking any flush of color. "What do you want, Xiaoran?" The boy, radiating an aura of coldness, suddenly curved his lips into a smile, his eyes bending into a crescent moon shape. It resembled a noble cat extending a paw in a gesture of friendliness. And this somewhat endearing smile appeared on the countenance of one who seemed so frigid and ruthless, creating a strangely captivating juxtaposition. Jiang Jinran knew nothing about this youth, as the original owner had left no memories regarding him. It felt as though her mind had been formatted, retaining only trivial daily recollections, while the crucial and secretive information had been entirely erased. The youth clearly recognized her. She could only strive to feign familiarity. "I hope you've seen the news," he remarked with a hint of confidence. "Thanks to you, everything went smoothly." Jiang Jinran's mind raced. On one hand, she wished to conceal her lack of memories, while on the other, she yearned to extract more information from him. She pursed her lips and feigned distress, saying, "Have you considered what would have happened if I hadn't succeeded yesterday?" The boy stepped closer, his eyes resembling gleaming beads of cold light, devoid of any warmth. He chuckled nonchalantly. "Honestly, I didn't expect much from you." Jiang Jinran was taken aback. "The tasks I assigned were merely to train you," he stated matter-of-factly. "However, you exceeded my expectations." In her mind, Jiang Jinran began to form a rough outline of the secrets surrounding the original owner. She tilted her head slightly, attempting to appear at ease. "How long do you plan to remain in this shadowy art building?" Upon hearing this, the youth suddenly leaned closer, causing Jiang Jinran to jump in surprise. Instinctively, she widened her eyes. The boy's lips curled into a light and refreshing smile. Had it not been for his frosty demeanor and gloomy aura, she might have perceived him as an utterly charming young man. Yet, he was a youth whose character starkly contrasted with his appearance. In that moment, his features were alarmingly close to hers, and she could see her own reflection clearly mirrored in his dark pupils. "Isn't it all because of you?" His voice was crisp and melodious, akin to the gentle chime of wind bells in summer. "Because of me? How could it be because of her?" The absence of memories and the unmentioned plot points left Jiang Jinran in a state of torment. Nevertheless, she could not afford to reveal her ignorance. She had to act as though she understood. Unexpectedly, the boy added, "The organization sent me to protect you in secret. I can only stay here, as you know. My image is not suitable for exposure. I must remain hidden." "Xiaoran, You really shouldn't come and find me today. Jiang Jinran's heart raced suddenly. Did he suspect something? A sense of anxiety crept into her mind, yet her expression remained composed, while her thoughts processed the significant information she had just acquired. The organization he mentioned must undoubtedly be Shunin. At this point, everything became clear. The youth and the original owner were both affiliated with Shunin, which seemed to hold the original owner in high regard, even dispatching someone to protect her. However, despite being valued, the original owner evidently possessed little combat capability, and the boy did not trust her to accomplish any meaningful tasks, merely allowing her to participate for amusement. How had the original owner come into contact with Shunin and joined such a prestigious organization? A seemingly inconsequential individual, yet afforded special protection? After the boy before her, he had to safeguard the original owner, yet for some reason, he could not reveal himself, thus hiding within this enigmatic art building. After the lights dimmed at the Central Theater yesterday, it was likely he had been active in the shadows, orchestrating everything. Jiang Jinran meticulously organized her thoughts, maintaining her gaze on the boy as she quietly remarked, "I understand. I shouldn't have sought you out. If you were exposed, it would be troublesome." However, regarding yesterday's events, she hesitantly continued, "I was a bit curious, so I wanted to ask you. It's quite similar to what the news reported." The boy succinctly replied. Jiang Jinran smiled slightly. "I see." She departed from the art building, having gathered a general understanding of the situation. Although many questions remained and numerous aspects defied explanation, she could not directly inquire further with the youth, as that would undoubtedly raise his suspicions. Everything had to unfold gradually, at a measured pace. Original owner, what are you truly after? None of this was documented in the narrative. How had a mere cannon fodder antagonist suddenly become entangled with a mysterious organization? Chapter 40. Someone returns home. Jiang Jinran had barely spent a few days at home before she hurriedly departed abroad once more. Jiang Jinran had scarcely exchanged a few words with her mother before she boarded a plane and left. Such diligence was commendable. Indeed, she was the pillar of the Jiang family. Women should strive for success, as it leaves little room for romantic distractions. The weekend arrived swiftly, and Jiang Jinran specifically requested Jiang Yuehan to remain at home to share dinner with her. At that moment, Jiang Yuehan was engrossed in his study, seemingly preoccupied with his tasks. Jiang Jinran contemplated her relationship with her older brother. Though it had improved and grown closer than before, it still lacked the intimacy of camaraderie. Filled with laughter, warmth, and mutual care, his world remained inaccessible to her. Nevertheless, it mattered little. She was not here to navigate interpersonal relationships. Her goals were to earn money, save, and then simply relax and do nothing. Lost in thought, a sudden noise at the door drew her attention. "Fifth young master?" The servant's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. Jiang Qiche stood at the entrance, his tall figure clad in a black jacket, exuding a strikingly cool and handsome demeanor. He did not enter immediately, but instead stood upright at the doorway, his cold, penetrating gaze casually sweeping across the living room before him. Jiang Jinran hurriedly rushed out from the bedroom to the entrance. "Brother, what an unexpected visit." She feigned surprise. Pouting slightly, Jiang Qiche lowered his head to glance at the shoe cabinet beside him, intending to change into a pair of shoes before stepping inside. However, it seemed there were no slippers belonging to him in the cabinet. The corners of the young man's lips pressed down, and a fleeting hint of irritation crossed his dark eyes. Jiang Jinran immediately sensed a shift in mood and subtly signaled to the nearby servant, "Quickly, fetch a brand new pair of men's slippers." The servant, still in a state of shock, took a moment to regain her composure. Upon hearing Jiang Jinran's urging, she hurriedly turned to retrieve the slippers. Jiang Qiche, somewhat impatient, continued to stare at the floor. He cast a cold glance at her, replying curtly, "I won't tell you." "Not telling me?" Jiang Jinran ground her teeth. "Even if you don't tell me, I know." "Ha!" Jiang Qiche, don't be so pretentious. I'm serious." To her surprise, Jiang Qiche did not react with anger to her words. The tension in his heart seemed to slowly ease in the midst of her banter. His heart felt as though it had been tightly clenched, suffocating him with a sense of anxiety. Perhaps this was what they called the fear that accompanies returning home. Or perhaps his inner aversion to the idea of home was severely affecting his mood. Yet, at this moment, the incessant chatter of Jiang Jinran significantly alleviated these feelings. Suddenly, Clear and forceful footsteps echoed from the staircase. Jiang Jinran, dressed in white loungewear, descended the stairs. He had intended to time his descent perfectly for dinner, but his gaze fell upon the doorway, landing squarely on Jiang Qiche's indifferent and proud face. Accustomed to grand occasions, Jiang Jinran was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that which he had always deemed impossible was now unfolding before him. Quickly regaining his composure, he strode directly towards the entrance. Jiang Qiche replied nonchalantly. Nodding slightly, Jiang Jinran scrutinized Jiang Qiche from head to toe, stating, "You should have contacted me in advance." "No need." Jiang Qiche brushed past him, making his way into the living room, his handsome features displaying a hint of languor and aloofness. Jiang Jinran followed closely behind her two brothers, matching their pace. Despite their previous reluctance, Jiang Jinran and Jiang Qiche walked side by side. Had they come to terms with it? Jiang Qiche let out a low, derisive laugh. He turned to meet Jiang Jinran's equally profound gaze, simply stating, "Just a meal." Jiang Jinran's lips pressed down slightly, his expression deepening. Just then, the dinner in the dining room was ready, waiting for everyone to take their seats. Jiang Qiche took the lead, casually selecting a seat and settling in with an air of nonchalance. Thus, the dinner commenced in an awkward silence, as Jiang Jinran had anticipated. The two brothers consumed their meals in silence, neither willing to break the tension. The atmosphere felt as cold as ice. Jiang Jinran's gaze flitted between Jiang Jinran and Jiang Qiche. "Brothers, are you both really going to say nothing? I feel like I'm going to freeze to death from your low pressure." At that moment, both Jiang Jinran and Jiang Qiche's fingers paused simultaneously, their movements in sync as they lifted their eyes to meet their younger sister's gaze. Clearing his throat, Jiang Jinran seemed to aim to diffuse the awkwardness. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiche inexplicably curled the corners of his lips, picking up a piece of vegetable and placing it in Jiang Jinran's bowl, kindly advising her, "You should eat more vegetables." "Little one." Jiang Jinran glanced at her brother and then at the vegetables in her bowl, summoning a brave demeanor as she stuffed the vegetables into her mouth. However, her expression quickly contorted into one of distress. She looked utterly aggrieved. "What the? These vegetables are bitter." "Jiang Qiche, are you deliberately messing with me? What benefit would I gain from tormenting you?" Jiang Qiche appeared to be amused by Jiang Jinran's reaction, allowing a rare, genuine smile to grace his usually somber face. Jiang Jinran, displaying a hint of compassion, promptly offered Jiang Jinran a glass of water. She quickly accepted it, gulping down a large sip to alleviate the bitterness in her mouth. After finishing the water, Jiang Jinran glanced thoughtfully toward the entrance of the dining room. She had prepared a delightful surprise for tonight's dinner. It was time for the main event. Chapter 41. Efforts to create a scene. Jiang Jinran deliberately cleared her throat. A servant promptly wheeled in a cart laden with two cakes of similar size. One was inscribed with Jiang Jinran's name, and the other bore Jiang Qiche's name. The servant placed the cakes on the table and lit the candles atop them. The two brothers, clearly unprepared for this moment, displayed visible surprise on their typically composed faces. Jiang Jinran looked up at Jiang Jinran, his deep-set eyes fixed on her, revealing a depth akin to the ocean. Jiang Qiche remained silent, his gaze lingering on the cake, instinctively pressing his lips together as he pondered something. "Since it's rare for you two to be together, I wanted to wish you both a happy birthday in advance," Jiang Jinran said, her bright eyes sparkling with a gentle smile. Jiang Jinran and Jiang Qiche's birthdays were quite close, occurring in a week or two, so celebrating together ahead of time felt natural. It was likely only that legendary player in the game, Qiche, who had orchestrated this. The cake batter was plentiful and quick to prepare, making it an easy task. After speaking, Jiang Jinran immediately urged her two brothers to make wishes before the cake. "Don't waste my intentions. Hurry up and wish. I'll sing you a birthday song." The little girl began to sway her head and sing. Her voice was a rare delight, enchanting in its beauty, resonating like a heavenly melody, captivating everyone with the birthday song she sang so exquisitely. Gradually, Jiang Jinran and Jiang Qiche emerged from their initial surprise, unknowingly enveloped in her enchanting song. Finally, they experienced the essence of celebrating a birthday. They were not accustomed to celebrating birthdays, rarely marking the occasion. Some remembered to offer blessings, but no one knew that was perfectly fine. Birthdays held no particular significance. The thought of celebrating a meaningful birthday at home had never crossed their minds. Yet now, they could hardly believe that their youngest sister, who was often deemed reclusive, had orchestrated this entire affair with her own hands. Qiche even felt as though he was experiencing a newfound understanding of this sister. What was his impression of Jiang Jinran? Honestly, he could no longer recall, but it certainly wasn't tea like this. Memories of the past felt shrouded in fog and haze, and even as he searched his mind, he remained utterly perplexed. At that moment, however, the bright and vibrant face of Jiang Jinran was vividly before him. Perhaps this was how she was meant to be. All right, the song is done. Jiang Jinran gave herself a round of applause before pointing at the candles atop the cake. Brothers, make your wishes and blow out the candles. Jiang Qiche did not make a wish. He had no desires to fulfill. The young man leaned slightly forward, dryly blowing out the candles before him. Jiang Yuehan, on the other hand, remained motionless, staring at the glowing cake, his thoughts tangled and chaotic. Whether it was sentiment or nostalgia, a myriad of emotions surged within him, ultimately transforming into an inexplicable warmth that filled his chest. "Thank you, Xiaoran." The man with a stern countenance suddenly spoke at this moment, enunciating each word with utmost seriousness. Jiang Jinran was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, she waved her hand in surprise and said, "Haha, no need to be so formal, brother. Elder brother, you nearly startled me with such unexpected sentimentality. This hardly resembles you." Jiang Yuehan's lips curled slightly upwards. He leaned down and gently extinguished the candles atop the cake. Prior to this, he had made a wish in his heart. He hoped that his family could grow closer. Jiang Yuehan did not insist on retaining her. Many matters cannot be accomplished in haste. They require gradual progress. Jiang Yuehan was acutely aware of this truth. After Jiang Qiche departed, Jiang Jinran joyfully approached Jiang Yuehan. Her hand spread wide, proclaiming, "Brother, my reward." "Reward?" Jiang Yuehan cast her a quizzical glance, perplexed. Jiang Jinran cleared her throat and kindly reminded him, "My 5 million, brother." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuehan instinctively squinted his eyes. Thus, if it was someone else's persuasion that facilitated this, it would make sense. How did you manage that? Jiang Yuehan suddenly became intrigued, genuinely curious about the method Jiang Jinran employed to elicit a concession from Jiang Qiche. Jiang Jinran adorably shrugged her shoulders, asserting, "Of course, it was through my undeniable prowess." Naturally, with a sprinkle of coercion and enticement, she added, "Coercion and enticement?" Jiang Yuehan's curiosity deepened. Jiang Qiche was impervious to such tactics. They would only provoke his defiance. How had Jiang Jinran achieved this? What kind of prowess? Jiang Yuehan raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Jiang Jinran intentionally remained vague, stating, "It was my indisputable strength." "Brother, you wouldn't renege on your promise, would you?" "We agreed on 5 million, Jiang Jinran pouted, her bright eyes dimming with a hint of grievance. "Of course not," Jiang Yuehan vowed earnestly. He could certainly afford the 5 million. However, he had thought it was merely a jest, and Jiang Jinran had taken it seriously and succeeded. This was somewhat unexpected. Jiang Jinran's eyes sparkled again. "You are quite generous." "Boss." Just as she closed the door, her phone chimed with a notification of a deposit. 5 million had instantaneously appeared in her bank account. This transfer was, of course, from her beloved brother, Jiang Yuehan. Her nest egg had grown a little thicker. Ah! Jiang Jinran lay back on her bed, feeling jubilant and elated. Chapter 42. The love of parents compared to the arduous toil of earning money in her previous life. This existence of residing in affluence and accumulating wealth was far more leisurely and pleasant. Moreover, receiving 5 million at once was a delightful thought. The purpose of today's birthday cake was twofold. First, to curry favor with Jiang Yuehan. After all, he was her significant benefactor, and in the spirit of making him happy, she had thoughtfully orchestrated this grand cake so that he would be more generous when parting with his funds. As for Jiang Qiche, he was merely an afterthought. Secondly, it was to enliven the atmosphere. The ambience was bound to be tense with these two brothers together. To cultivate a pleasant environment, Jiang Jinran had to expend her efforts to invigorate the gathering. Thus, celebrating both brothers' birthdays served her interests predominantly. However, if the relationships within the Jiang family could gradually improve, might they avert a disastrous fate? Jiang Jinran sighed softly and leisurely closed her eyes. At Raskar Airport, Jiang Yuyan, clad in black sunglasses effortlessly navigated the bustling airport terminal while carrying her luggage. Her expression was impassive, exuding an air of coldness and noble grace. This was the facade she maintained in public. Only before her children and husband did she reveal her softer side. Yet, despite her exterior calm, turmoil and anguish swirled within her. She had not informed Han Yi of her travels abroad. Thus, Jiang Jinran took a deep breath, eager to discover what Han Yi was up to at that very moment. She hailed a taxi, intending to head to the suburban castle estate she had previously acquired at great expense for her family's convenience during their overseas trips. As she sat in the taxi, she unconsciously gazed out the window, her mind drifting. Familiar scenery whizzed past, yet her heart was in a vastly different state. Her fingers instinctively clenched. Who would have thought that a formidable woman, adept at navigating the tumult of life, could become fragile and wavering when faced with love and marriage? The taxi halted at the estate entrance. Jiang Jinran did not enter through the front door. Wishing to avoid detection by Han Yi, everything had to proceed stealthily. She entered the castle through the back door, bypassing the living room, and swiftly made her way down the corridor to the monitoring room tucked away in a corner of the castle. After locking the door behind her, she turned to face several large monitors. Rather than speculate on Han Yi's whereabouts within the castle, it was more prudent to observe directly from the monitoring room. Jiang Jinran took a step forward, squinting slightly, and soon spotted Han Yi's figure on one of the screens. At that moment, he was seated in a rocking chair on the terrace, leisurely sipping coffee. Jiang Jinran bit her lip, just as she thought Han Yi was alone on the terrace. A graceful and beautiful figure suddenly came into view. Han Yi, brother, a woman in a white long dress, approached him, her features pure and lovely, though the signs of age were evident in her eyes. Is it really okay for us to move in like this? Han Yi smiled, his handsome face radiating warmth. This house is empty. Having you here makes no difference. Jiang Jinran's eyes widened, and without realizing it, her fingers had balled into a fist. Han Yi, who purchased this house? Bai Ling. Han Yi beckoned to the woman named Bai Ling, who obediently sat beside him like a pet that would not defy any command. When the time is right and everything stabilizes, I will not treat you unfairly. You will receive a proper status and position. Bai Ling shook her head, her eyes misty. It's all right, I don't mind. Han Yi was instantly moved, and the two embraced without reservation, appearing as a loving couple. Jiang Jinran could not help but take a step back, her face pale. No longer could she harbor any illusions or self-reassurances. When confronted with the harsh reality, she truly felt her heart being torn asunder. Her very blood and bones ached with an indescribable pain. Jiang Jinran bit her lip, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Everything was a facade. The warmth and affection Han Yi displayed before her were all lies. She recalled the time when she first met Han Yi. At that time, she was the celebrated little princess of the Jiang family, while Han Yi was merely a promising newcomer in the workforce. His background was worlds apart from hers. Han Yi had grown up in a rural area, his parents illiterate farmers, yet he was exceptionally gifted and intelligent, effortlessly gaining admission to Daijin University, leaving his rural roots behind. After graduation, he secured a position at the Shengda Group, affiliated with the Jiang family, thanks to his outstanding qualifications and impeccable resume. This was how Jiang Jinran and Han Yi's paths intertwined. Initially, Jiang Jinran felt that Han Yi was entirely different from the privileged scions of high society. He was humorous, charming, polite, knowledgeable, gentle, and considerate, showing respect to women. Therefore, she did not mind his humble background, as she perceived it as one of his strengths. He remained untainted by the extravagant airs of high society, embodying a near perfection in both appearance and essence. It was entirely natural for her to fall for Han Yi at that time. Her parents, however, were not optimistic about the love between her and Han Yi. Initially, they had opposed it, but in the end, they relented, swayed by Jiang Jinran's steadfastness. As their cherished daughter, all they desired was her happiness. Reflecting on this, Jiang Jinran's gaze momentarily faltered as a new figure appeared on the surveillance screen before her. A girl, adorned in a designer princess dress with braided hair, frolicked onto the terrace. Daddy, Mommy. Jiang Jinran's eyes widened, her body trembling uncontrollably. It turned out there truly was an illegitimate daughter. This girl's age seemed to be similar to that of her own youngest daughter, Jiang Jinran. Thus, many years ago, Jiang Jinran's tears flowed more abundantly. Her heart felt numb, gradually losing the sensation of pain. Xiao Shui's dress is truly beautiful. Upon seeing his daughter, Han Yi could not help but smile, beckoning her to sit beside him. Xiao Shui obediently complied. She bore a striking resemblance to Bai Ling, with a hint of Han Yi, naturally presenting as an exceptionally lovely little girl. Daddy, when will we no longer have to hide in this castle? The innocent girl, with her wide-eyed innocence, posed a painfully realistic question that left Han Yi somewhat vexed. Chapter 43. A task before returning home. Jiang Yin could no longer bear to watch. Outside, the sky had darkened. She walked alone along the road, gripping her trench coat tightly, resembling a soulless puppet. Gradually, she composed herself from the anguish. Clearly, the only path laid before Jiang Yin was divorce from Han Yi, but not at this moment. After years of marriage, her interests had become deeply intertwined with Han Yi's. A significant portion of the Jiang family's wealth and many enterprises were in Han Yi's hands. In truth, the Jiang family had initially been steered by her own hands. Although the affairs were complex and exhausting, she never felt fatigued. From a young age, she had resolved to shoulder and protect everything belonging to the Jiang family. However, as a woman, she had to endure the trials of pregnancy, having borne 5 children. During her pregnancies and the postpartum period, she found herself utterly unable to manage Jiang's affairs, having to relinquish some of her authority to her husband, Han Yi. Han Yi was astute and adapted quickly, managing everything in an orderly fashion, but correspondingly, a portion of the management rights of the Jiang family had shifted to Han Yi's control. This indicated that Han Yi began to meddle in the core matters of the Jiang family. At that time, she felt no discontent, only admiration for Han Yi's capabilities in sharing her burdens. In hindsight, she suspected that Han Yi had orchestrated this all along. He had deliberately urged her to bear so many children, allowing him to gradually encroach on her power. While she was preoccupied with childbirth and child-rearing, he steadily accumulated influence within the Jiang family, amassing considerable wealth. Jiang Yin felt a pang of regret. Had she been more wary of her partner, she would not have descended to this predicament. At this juncture, should she divorce Han, a peaceful separation would be implausible, rendering the division of assets a significant issue. If all the assets were under her control, she could easily cast Han Yi aside. However, due to her ignorance, Han Yi had already entangled himself too deeply in her interests. Although Jiang Yin possessed evidence of his infidelity during their marriage, as long as Han Yi applied some cleverness to shift assets, she would be rendered powerless. She could not bear the thought of Han Yi siphoning even a fraction of the Jiang family's wealth, for even a little would suffice for him, his mistress, and their illegitimate daughter to live comfortably for a lifetime. Moreover, Han Yi's actions had far exceeded mere fractions. Jiang Yin massaged her furrowed brow. Everything required careful deliberation. She would not allow Han Yi to take even a stone from the Jiang family. She would ensure he left without a trace. Before that, she needed to remain composed, avoiding any unnecessary disturbances. She had a task in mind. Han Yi remained utterly unaware of all this. Bai Ling and her daughter had been discreetly settled abroad by him. Their meetings had consistently occurred overseas. Given his understanding of Jiang Yin, he assumed she would never suspect anything. Bai Ling, his university junior, was gentle and virtuous, a character that no man could resist. Over the years, he had never forgotten her. In his quest for greater heights, he had married Jiang Yin, whom he did not particularly favor. Though beautiful, Jiang Yin's temperament was distinctly that of a spoiled young lady, rendering him the one who had to bow in humility. In his youth, he had to endure and had learned patience. Yet, he knew that the days of no longer needing to endure would soon arrive. He believed he would soon gain control over the entire Jiang family. At that moment, Bai Ling and Bai Shui were practicing piano in the castle's music room. Han Yi observed them through the floor-to-ceiling windows, feeling a serene satisfaction. This was the life he desired. Suddenly, his phone rang. Han Yi glanced at the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. It was an entirely unfamiliar number. With a neutral expression, he answered, and a foreign woman's voice came through the line. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Han?" The woman spoke in fluent rascal, her voice resonant and powerful. Han Yi, having spent considerable time abroad, was familiar with the local language, and he swiftly switched to respond fluently. "Hello, this is he. May I ask if you currently reside at the Rose Manor on Tanning Street?" The woman continued to inquire. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar woman, inexplicably inquiring about his current residence, raised an uneasy feeling within him. After a moment of silence, he finally responded truthfully, yes. The woman continued, so you have not moved out yet? Moved out. At that moment, he was utterly perplexed. A bad premonition surged within him. Your wife, Ms. Jiang Jinran, has sold this rose manor that is under her name to me. The woman stated abruptly, I have long admired this manor, and I am thrilled to finally have the opportunity to purchase it. Your wife mentioned that you are the only one living here, and as soon as you take your belongings and move out, I can move in. She informed me that I could even move in tomorrow. The woman's tone radiated unmistakable joy. So, could you please vacate the premises today? He tightened his grip on the phone, his expression darkening. This news struck him like a bolt from the blue. Jiang Jinran had sold the castle. She had sold it just like that. Without informing him or consulting with him, she had quietly disposed of the home they shared. Selling the house was one thing, but to demand he vacate within a day. He glanced at Bai Ling and Bai Shui in the music room. If it were just him, it might be manageable, but now they were a family of 3. If he had to leave immediately, he would need to find a new, suitable residence. Although someone would assist him in sorting things out and help him find a place, the very act of having to move out suddenly was itself a source of embarrassment. How was he to explain this to Bai Ling? Countless thoughts raced through Han Yi's mind, his face darkening to an unacceptable degree, his emotions plummeting to a nadir. Mr. Han? Noticing his prolonged silence, the woman on the other end of the line couldn't help but prompt, Are you still there? He took a deep breath, striving to regain control over his spiraling emotions. After hanging up, he immediately called Jiang Jinran. Hello, what is going on? Once the call was connected, Jiang Jinran's clear voice emanated from the phone. Chapter 44. The venue cleared. Despite the immense fury brewing within he maintained his composure in front of Jiang Jinran. It was not yet the time to sever ties with her. He had to uphold his faade. Yan, have you sold the Rose Manor? He inquired in a somewhat submissive tone. Such a significant matter, and you did not inform me? I was genuinely taken aback when I received the call today. Jiang Jinran's tone was calm and devoid of emotion. Did you not previously express your disdain for the Rose Manor? It's too vast and desolate, filled with bothersome mosquitoes. You mentioned you preferred living in a luxurious apartment in the city. Jiang Jinran continued. Therefore, I have always remembered and contemplated finding a suitable buyer for the Rose Manor. A smile graced her lips as she added, The flowers and plants in my manor require someone who is passionate about gardening to take over. I finally encountered a once-in-a-lifetime buyer whom I deemed perfect, so I sold it swiftly. Did you not consider that I still reside there? He gritted his teeth, his expression slightly contorted, yet his tone remained soft and humble. You even informed others that they could move in tomorrow. I was truly caught off guard. Jiang Jinran replied with an air of nonchalance. You are alone. Just take your briefcase and clothes and leave. What'll be difficult about that? Han Yi contradicted. The issue is I'm not alone. Everything else in the manor has been left for the buyer. You need not worry. Jiang Jinran's voice exuded a serene delight. Once you leave, simply rent a luxurious apartment in the city. It's quite convenient. I fail to comprehend what troubles you. Or is there something I am unaware of? Jiang Jinran suddenly raised her voice. Of course not, Han hastily denied. At this juncture, he had no choice but to concede. Jiang Jinran articulated her points with such clarity that he found himself devoid of any grounds for rebuttal. Her voice was calm. I am well rested, and the children are well. Let us end our conversation here, as I have matters to attend to. After all, it was her property to sell, and he found himself impatiently confronting her. The manor, no matter how much she cherished it, had already been sullied by that mother-daughter duo. Naturally, she cannot retain it. Selling it was a twofold benefit. Not only did it rid her of this unsightly burden, but it also forced Yi to move out with his girlfriend and illegitimate child, seeking a new residence. What a disgrace, Jiang Jinran and Ji Shuang had arranged to meet at the library to study. Jiang Jinran was not particularly fond of studying. However, due to Ji Shuang's earnest invitation, she felt compelled to join her at the library. After their study session, they exited the library and headed straight to a nearby CF. This CAF appeared quite upscale. Would it be expensive? The establishment chosen by Jiang Jinran was lavishly decorated, and Ji Shuang initially felt indifferent but grew increasingly apprehensive. They were both children from ordinary families, and what if they could not afford to pay and ended up washing dishes instead? Jiang Jinran, however, appeared unconcerned. I have saved quite a bit of pocket money lately. I shall treat you. She had just received a deposit of 500,000, Although Jiang Jinran was preoccupied with earning and saving money, she was not stingy and understood the value of enjoyment. Her life philosophy was to earn diligently and spend freely. Money was meant to be spent once it was in hand. No, I cannot let you spend on me, Qiche insisted. Jiang Jinran waved her hand dismissively. We are already here. Thus, they chose a corner table by the window and sat facing each other. Qiche glanced at the menu and was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock as she stammered, Jiang Jinran, we can still leave. This is far more expensive than I imagined. Jiang Jinran shook her head. I told you I have savings. It's fine. Order whatever you wish. How much do you have in savings? Qiche asked. Jiang Jinran smirked, not wishing to divulge the truth. I have saved little by little with great effort, planning to splurge one day and spend it all at once. That would be quite exhilarating. She smiled. Today is a perfect opportunity. Qiche remarked. You have quite a unique quirk. Qiche chuckled after a brief silence. They quickly placed their orders, and the coffee arrived shortly after. The coffee was indeed expensive for a reason. Both found its taste exquisite. However, at that moment, a group of individuals in black attire suddenly surged into the CAF. They were tall, donned in dark sunglasses, and bore stern expressions. Clear the premises immediately. One of the men in black issued an order to the CAF owner and staff, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Miss Liu will be arriving shortly. The CAF owner immediately understood the implication, prioritizing the clearance of customers over any potential grievances. Jiang Jinran and Qiche were among those to be ushered out. But we've only just taken a couple of sips, Jiang Jinran protested with wide eyes, reluctant to depart. You will not be charged for the coffee. Please leave promptly. The server gestured for them to exit, displaying a hint of urgency. But we came here to spend. Jiang Jinran leisurely sipped her coffee, showing no intention of leaving. Qiche, observing Jiang Jinran's demeanor, decided to remain as well. The server, exasperated by Jiang Jinran's stubbornness, was nearly in tears. At that moment, the CAF had cleared all patrons except for Jiang Jinran and Qiche. The owner was about to intervene when a sharp sound of high heels echoed from the entrance. Jiang Jinran turned to see a tall woman, resembling a model, striding in. She possessed thick, curly hair and strikingly beautiful features, exuding an aura of a stunning beauty with every movement. Indeed, she was a rare gem. Why are there still two young ladies lingering? Lu Wanning frowned disapprovingly at the remaining customers and, without hesitation, commanded the men in black, pour out their coffee and throw them out. Chapter 45. An Unexpected Eavesdrop. Qiche was encountering such haughty arrogance for the first time. Many heiresses attended Dixing Academy, but few displayed such blatant arrogance. Resembling a sovereign who disregarded the dignity of others, the men in black surged forth. Jiang Jinran and Qiche stood bewildered, reaching out to pull Jiang Jinran away. However, before they could escape, several men in black cornered them, roughly pushing them aside and violently dumping their coffees. The splatter echoed as the coffee flowed into the trash bin, and the empty cups were swiftly taken away by the server. Hey, this is a society governed by law. Jiang Jinran observed the men's actions with a frown, unable to contain her exasperation. Must you act like savages? The men in black, taken aback by her audacity, fixed their cold gazes upon her. Qiche felt a shiver run down her spine, fearing they might retaliate against Jiang Jinran. Such occurrences were not uncommon. The world often witnessed the upper echelons bullying the common folk. Jiang Jinran, however, stubbornly pressed her lips together, her expression betraying no sign of fear. The gaze of the men in black carried a scrutinizing intensity. They did not perceive any fault in themselves, proudly and arrogantly declaring that here, Miss Liu was the law, and her word was final. Miss Liu? Which Miss Liu? Jiang Jinran blinked, attempting to discern if she recognized anyone. Who are you? Does the young lady require your acquaintance? Depart swiftly, or we shall be compelled to escort you out forcibly. The expressions of the men in black grew increasingly grim. Jiang Jinran cast a glance at the beautiful woman not far away, sharing the surname Liu, yet another beauty, and a young lady of considerable lineage. Jiang Jinran's heart had already begun to formulate a general conclusion. This woman was Lu Wanning, famously known as the unparalleled beauty of the imperial capital, who could enchant the elder brother Jiang Yuehan to the point of obsession. Presently, however, Jiang Yuehan appeared devoid of any signs of infatuation. Jiang Jinran had intended to say something further, but her companion, Ji Shuang, hastily pulled her away from the CF. If we linger any longer, I worry you might be harmed, Ji Shuang remarked nervously as they stepped outside. As for Ji Shuang articulated each word with emphasis. Although Jiang Jinran felt reluctant, she had no choice but to acquiesce for the moment. She had initially planned to leave with Ji Shuang, but after taking only a few steps, a tall and handsome man unexpectedly appeared before the CF, reaching for the door to push it open. Oh dear, Lu Wanning cleared out this upscale CAF just to rendezvous with a handsome man? How extravagant. What's the matter? Ji Shuang furrowed her brow in concern. Puzzled by the situation, she noticed a side door to the CAF that led directly to the restroom. Jiang Jinran did not consider herself particularly magnanimous. She held grudges. She sent Ji Shuang away, lingering behind for the sake of Lu Wanning. If this young lady was indeed on a date with a handsome man, it could also be more than just a casual meeting. It might even be romantic. Jiang Jinran intended to seize the initiative and capture evidence of Lu Wanning's encounter with the handsome man. If, at some point, she seamlessly connected with Jiang Yuan, exchanging meaningful glances, these photographs would serve as undeniable leverage. Jiang Jinran cautiously entered the now vacant CAF through the side door. After circumventing the restroom, she advanced a few steps and, peering through the partition glass, she could vaguely see the scene in the main area. Fortunately, the CAF's owner and staff remained at the front counter, oblivious to Jiang Jinran's stealthy intrusion. Jiang Jinran widened her eyes, straining to gain a clearer view. In the expansive CAF, Lu Wanning and the gentleman sat face to face in the most scenic seat, both radiating joy, with Lu Wanning even affectionately feeding the man across from her. TSK. This relationship appeared anything but innocent. Either it was ambiguous or they were indeed romantically involved. Jiang Jinran retrieved her phone from her pocket and was about to activate the camera when, at that moment, Lu Wanning's gaze suddenly shifted, piercingly directed towards Jiang Jinran's location. Jiang Jinran's heart raced, hastily moving aside to conceal herself. Had Lu Wanning discovered her? I'll just step into the restroom for a moment. Jiang Jinran faintly heard Lu Wanning's voice from the main area. So, she had not noticed Jiang Jinran. She merely glanced in the direction of the restroom. Jiang Jinran pressed her lips together, realizing it was unwise to linger. As Lu Wanning was indeed headed to the restroom, she would undoubtedly pass by Jiang Jinran's current position. Jiang Jinran was unafraid of Lu Wanning herself, but the men in black surrounding her were another matter entirely. Like a cautious cat, Jiang Jinran scurried backward, yet the CAF's side door had been mysteriously closed. She twisted the doorknob, but the door remained firmly shut. What a kind deed by the Good Samaritan. Behind her, the sound of high heels clicked closer. Jiang Jinran had no choice but to muster her courage and dart into the adjacent restroom. The ladies' restroom contained 2 stalls, and Jiang Jinran hurried into one, locked the door, and began to feign being unresponsive. Lu Wanning entered right behind her. Fortunately, she opened the door to the neighboring stall without paying any heed to Jiang Jinran's stall. Jiang Jinran held her breath, fearing that even the sound of her breathing might betray her presence. Just a wall apart, Lu Wanning suddenly answered a phone call. Oh, so? She didn't come to the restroom merely for that, but rather to make a phone call? Jiang Jinran immediately perked up her ears, straining to listen. Brother, Lu Wanning's delicate voice floated through. You've called several times. Is there something urgent? Jiang Jinran blinked. The brother Lu Wanning referred to must be Lu Yunxiao, who had a good relationship with Jiang Yuan. Ah, it's about that matter again. Lu Yunxiao on the other end must have said something. As Lu Wanning's tone grew increasingly impatient. He has dodged me multiple times. It seems he truly does not wish to meet me. Chapter 46. Helping to the end, Jiang Jinran could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. Who was this person that did not want to meet Lu Wanning? Lu Wanning pouted, her expression growing increasingly irritable. If it weren't for his surname being Jiang, I wouldn't want to heed your arrangements to meet him. Jiang Jinran was taken aback. Oh dear. The drama was unfolding right before her eyes. Who would have thought she would become a bystander in the restroom? Eavesdropping on such revelations? More, please, she relished it. I know, for the sake of the family, for you, I should curry favor with him, even make him like me. Lu Wanning's voice continued, yet he has consistently refused to meet. What can I do? Jiang Jinran pondered thoughtfully. Jiang Yuan had been continually rejecting Lu Wanning's requests for a meeting. that seemed to miss. The plot of the novel did not unfold this way. Where had the discrepancy arisen that led Jiang Jinran to make such a starkly different choice? Brother, however, I do have a foolproof method. Lu Wanning's voice was light and confident. Since Jiang Jinran does not wish to meet me, then do not inform him that I will be meeting you alone, and then slip something into his drink before I arrive. Jiang Jinran's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh dear. So this was the kind of character Lu Wanning embodied? I'm indifferent. Lu Wanning chuckled. Perhaps I might benefit from this. After all, Jiang Jinran is quite the handsome man. You know, I have a fondness for all sorts of handsome men. Right now, I'm on a date with a charming young man. Since Jiang Jinran is so resistant, special measures must be taken. There was even a hint of resentment in Lu Wanning's tone, so one cannot blame us. It primarily lies with the Jiang family that has something to gain if Jiang Jinran can provide me with what I desire. I have no qualms about investing more effort into him. You know how difficult it is for me to settle down. Jiang Jinran found Lu Wanning's words to be laden with significance, her mind slowly processing the information. Thus, according to Lu Wanning, the most perilous situation at present was her convenient older brother, Jiang Jinran. Logically, this should not be her concern. She had never contemplated using her foresight to salvage the Jiang family's fate. Such an endeavor seemed too exhausting, not suited for someone like her, who wished to take it easy. Accumulating enough funds was her foremost goal. However, upon learning that Jiang Jinran was about to be ambushed, she could not remain entirely indifferent. Standing idly by, she ought to inform Jiang Jinran of this matter. All right, let us meet at the Vienna Hotel at 8 p.m. It's settled then. Lu Wanning chuckled softly before hanging up the call. Jiang Jinran bit her lip, continuing to cautiously regulate her breathing. With a sharp sound, Lu Wanning pushed open the restroom door and strutted out. Jiang Jinran remained in place for a moment, ensuring Lu Wanning had sufficiently distanced herself before she tiptoed out. Upon leaving the CF, she felt as if the air had cleared significantly. Jiang Jinran took a deep breath, then retrieved her phone to initiate a call. Although her relationship with Jiang Jinran was not particularly profound, at this moment, she could not bear to watch her leap into the fire pit. The situation was becoming increasingly surreal. A monotonous, busy tone echoed from her phone. Jiang Jinran dialed several times, but to no avail. Frowning in frustration, she was suddenly overtaken by a wave of anxiety. Unable to prevent the actions of Lu Yunxiao and his sister, her only recourse was to warn Jiang Jinran. In the novel, Lu Wanqing had similarly approached Jiang Jinran under her brother Lu Yunxiao's suggestion. As Jiang Jinran's friend, Lu Yunxiao could orchestrate numerous opportunities for them to meet. Both siblings harbored ulterior motives, seeking to manipulate Jiang Jinran for their own gain. Upon entering, she inquired with the servant about Jiang Jinran's presence at home. With no other options, Jiang Jinran attempted to call once more, yet remained unanswered. She switched off her phone, pouting slightly. Having done all she could, she felt she had been more than accommodating. What was Jiang Jinran thinking, being unreachable at such a critical moment? Dismissing these thoughts, she entered the dining room to eat something to stave off her hunger. The clock in the dining room indicated it was 6:30. Jiang Jinran recalled Lu Wanqing's words, 8 o'clock, at the Weiya Hotel. Time was running short. Could Jiang Jinran have already gone to the Weiya Hotel? After a fierce internal struggle, she resolved to assist her to the end. While cursing under her breath, she instructed the driver to take her out. With such dedication, if she managed to see Jiang Jinran, she intended to demand compensation fiercely. They truly owed it to the Jiang family. One after another, they were a handful. Although the driver was puzzled, he followed her instructions and delivered Jiang Jinran to the Weiya Hotel. From the driver's perspective, Jiang Jinran was still a mere child, and he wished to accompany her inside. Family matters should not be aired in public, understood? The driver was somewhat of an outsider. It was not a matter of prestige, and the fewer who knew, the better. Besides, she was not truly 13 years old. It was merely a hotel visit. Jiang Jinran instructed the driver to wait in the outdoor parking lot and entered the Weiya Hotel alone. Upon entering the lobby, she realized a severe and pressing issue. She did not know the room number. Without the room number, how could she find Jiang Jinran? It was all in vain. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, she dialed Jiang Jinran's number again. But this time the cursed phone was turned off. Turning towards a side corridor, she noticed a youth with his gaze lowered, exuding a cool detachment. Jiang Jinran's eyes fell squarely upon him. Oh, was that not the male protagonist of the novel? Lu Tingxin? Chapter 47. Finding Jiang Jinran. In this modest Weya hotel, an unexpected number of members of the Liu family had gathered. The woman before Liu Tingshen was presumably his unfortunate mother, who had relied on him for companionship. The novel had mentioned that Liu Tingshen's mother was named Liu Ying. Indeed, the male protagonist bore the surname Liu, not because he was aware of his father's surname, but because his mother also had the surname Liu. He was entirely his mother's son. Liu Ying lacked formal education and had worked as a waitress in a hotel during her youth. Through a series of unforeseen circumstances, she had a fleeting encounter with a powerful figure from the Liu family, resulting in the birth of Liu Tingshen. It appeared that Liu Ying continued to work at the hotel, having persevered to raise her son to this age, a truly commendable feat. Suddenly, Jiang Jinran felt a chill as a piercing gaze landed upon her. Liu Tingshen had seemingly noticed Jiang Jinran, his clear eyes casting a shadow of depth. "Shun, do you know her?" Liu Ying asked, unable to contain her curiosity as she observed her son silently fixated on Jiang Jinran. He was merely observing Jiang Jinran. He wished to see if her expression mirrored the disdain and aversion he had encountered from others, having been familiar with that sentiment far too often after the revelation of his family background. However, he remained indifferent, never feeling shame or inferiority. He believed he would find a way to transform his and his mother's circumstances. All he needed to do was grow up well and strive harder than anyone else. Yet, as he watched Jiang Jinran smile at him, her brows curving into a gentle arc, she approached him, greeting, "Hello, Liu classmate." What a coincidence! Jiang Jinran feigned a chance encounter, warmly acknowledging Liu Tingshen. He was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Jinran's reaction seemed to surpass his expectations. He quickly regained composure, offering a faint nod in reply. Jiang Jinran then turned her gaze toward Liu Ying, maintaining a smile, her tone polite and gentle. "Hello, Annie. I am Liu Tingshen's classmate." Liu Ying's eyes widened in surprise. Although she did not know this young girl well, she appeared to possess a pleasant demeanor, making her easy to approach. This reassured her. She had long feared that her inadequacies would lead Liu Tingshen to face scorn and isolation at the prestigious Dixing Academy. Thankfully, at least this girl did not seem to be that sort. "Hello." Liu Ying instinctively concealed her somewhat dirty hands beneath her apron, nodding at Jiang Jinran. Jiang Jinran had no intention of prolonging the conversation. After all, she was here for a specific purpose. Thus, she directly addressed Liu Ying. "Auntie, I came here to find my brother. I know he is at the Weya Hotel, but I do not know which room he is in. Could you assist me? What does your brother look like?" Liu Ying, noticing the urgency in the girl's expression, felt her heart tighten. If she could help, she would certainly do so. "My brother." Jiang Jinran pressed her lips together, hesitating to describe Jiang Yuhan's distinctive features directly, as his appearance was too striking and recognizable. She did not wish to expose her identity. Instead, she vaguely remarked, "My brother works as a driver for a wealthy person. That wealthy individual is very tall and handsome." Jiang Jinran intentionally added a layer of ambiguity, then proceeded to describe Jiang Yuhan's characteristics in detail. Liu Tingshen, standing nearby, could not help but glance at his mother, hoping she would remember and thus assist Jiang Jinran. Jiang Jinran's spirits lifted as she raised her brows. "Please think carefully." Her eyes darted around. Liu Ying was likely referring to Jiang Yuhan and Liu Yunxiao's group. "Thank you, Annie. I understand now." Jiang Jinran flashed a sincere smile of gratitude at Liu Ying, then turned to Liu Tingshen, cheerfully saying, "And thank you too. Next time, I'll treat you to cake. Goodbye." With that, Jiang Jinran dashed past the two and hurried to the elevator. She pressed the button, anxiously awaiting its arrival. Time was short before 8 o'clock. She wondered if she would make it in time. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Jiang Jinran swiftly entered, pressing the button for the 20th floor. Upon arriving at the 20th floor, she was greeted by a myriad of opulent corridors, resembling a dizzying labyrinth. This was utterly chaotic. Although she had confirmed she was on the 20th floor, how could she locate Jiang Yuan? It would be easier to faint right there. Blinking, Jiang Jinran remained stationary, contemplating her next move. Jiang Yuan, if he had any sense, would appear immediately. Perhaps the tumult within Jiang Jinran's heart was heard by the heavens. Her gaze shifted, and she chanced upon Jiang Yuan and Liu Yunxiao strolling side by side, fleeting past in the distant corridor. Alas, they truly had appeared. Without hesitation, Jiang Jinran followed in pursuit. The figures of these individuals vanished swiftly, Yet Jiang Jinran dared not draw too close, fearing detection, and thus maintained a deliberate distance. Ultimately, Jiang Yuehan and Lu Yunxiao entered a private room. Jiang Jinran waited for them to settle in for some time before stealthily approaching to investigate. At this moment, they resided within the confines of room 2013. Should she burst in immediately and inform Jiang Yuehan that someone intended to harm him? No, that would render her foolish, given that Lu Yunxiao had not yet made his move. To storm in unannounced and declare to Jiang Yuehan that he was in danger would only make her appear as a simpleton in his eyes. Just then, the familiar sound of high heels echoed in her ears, causing Jiang Jinran to tense. It was none other than Lu Wanning, whom she had encountered earlier that day. This young lady had arrived rather early. Jiang Jinran had initially presumed that Lu Yunxiao would act against Jiang Yuehan before Lu Wanning arrived to reap the rewards. It seemed that Jiang Yuehan was unaware of Lu Wanning's presence. The young lady likely had come uninvited, wishing to meet Jiang Yuehan ahead of time. Wait a moment. Might Jiang Yuehan, as written in the book, fall hopelessly for Lu Wanning at first sight, developing deep affection, and thus not needing Lu Yunxiao's assistance to win her heart? What then would be the purpose of her intervention? To ruin their fateful encounter? This was no mere romantic connection. It was a perilous entanglement. Clearly, a person as promiscuous as Lu Wanning would likely not solidify her relationship with Jiang Yuehan, even if they were to engage intimately tonight. Instead, she would maintain the ambiguous relationship described in the book, close yet distant, neither accepting nor rejecting, all while mingling with other handsome suitors. The thought alone made Jiang Jinran feel somewhat nauseous. No, she must take action. Jiang Jinran rummaged through her pocket, retrieving a mask, which she promptly donned to obscure her face. Unsure if Lu Wanning had recognized her earlier at the CF, she decided it prudent to conceal her appearance. Prepared, Jiang Jinran approached the door of room 2013 once more. Upon glancing around, she noticed the bodyguards in black stationed at the entrance of the corridor. No wonder she had initially wondered why there were no guards at the door. Individuals of Jiang Yuehan and Lu Yunxiao's stature would undoubtedly be surrounded by a retinue of bodyguards, stationed at the corridor instead. Jiang Jinran felt fortunate in that moment. She politely knocked before forcefully pushing the door open. Inside the expansive room, a group was gathered around a lavish round table. Jiang Yuehan and Lu Yunxiao occupied the central seats, while several sharply dressed gentlemen, whom Jiang Jinran did not recognize, surrounded them. Lu Wanning sat beside Lu Yunxiao, radiating a gentle smile. However, at that moment, the expressions on everyone's faces and the actions of their hands came to an abrupt halt. Every gaze collectively fell upon Jiang Jinran. As she opened her mouth to speak, several bodyguards swiftly approached from behind, one seizing her arm, prepared to escort her away. "Hey!" Jiang Jinran exclaimed, "Brother, it's me." Jiang Yuehan's eyes flickered. In truth, he had already recognized Jiang Jinran, but had intended to speak before she interrupted. "Release her," he commanded with a stern gaze directed at the bodyguards. They were momentarily taken aback. Could this seemingly ordinary girl who had intruded truly be the sister of Jiang Zhong? After their surprise, they had no choice but to comply and let Jiang Jinran go. Once the bodyguards retreated, the rest of the attendees remained in a state of confusion. This is Jiang Yuehan's sister? They had vaguely heard whispers about a daughter of the Jiang family, yet none had ever seen her or knew her identity. It was said she lacked both beauty and talent, leading the Jiang family to keep her away from the limelight, and over time, she had nearly been forgotten. "Jiang Yuan, why didn't you mention your sister earlier?" The quick-witted Lu Yunxiao was the first to react. With an amiable visage and fair skin, his smile revealed two charming dimples, explaining how he had become friends with the typically aloof Jiang Yuehan. "Had I known sooner, I would have arranged everything for you." Lu Yunxiao stood, waving amicably to Jiang Jinran. "Sister, do come here." Jiang Jinran merely glanced at Lu Yunxiao, refraining from conversation, and rushed to Jiang Yuehan's side, plopping down in the seat next to him. At that moment, wearing a mask obscured her features, and having shed her cardigan, Jiang Jinran was unlikely to be recognized by Lu Wanning. The first thing she did upon sitting was to grasp Jiang Yuehan's arm tightly, feigning both grievance and sadness as she spoke. "Brother, why didn't you answer my calls? I was so worried. It took me ages to find this place." Her words were a mix of truth and fabrication, bordering on nonsensical. She unleashed a remarkable performance, appearing as a sensitive and fragile child, evoking pity from those around her. Jiang Yuehan was taken aback. While he comfortingly patted his sister's shoulder, he pulled out his phone. It seemed the ringer and vibration had been silenced, causing him to miss numerous calls, including those from Jiang Jinran. A pang of unspoken guilt surged within him. His sister appeared genuinely concerned, on the verge of tears. For the first time, Jiang Yuehan realized how much she cared for him. A myriad of emotions washed over him, and he gently embraced Jiang Jinran's shoulders, patting her softly as one would soothe a child. Everyone present had been deceived by Jiang Jinran's performance, including Jiang Yuehan. While she did harbor some concern for Jiang Yuehan, it was not overwhelming. She merely needed to rationalize her sudden appearance here, thus her exaggerated display. As Jiang Jinran gradually regained her composure, the others began to warmly invite her to partake in the meal, treating her with an unusually tender demeanor, as if she were a fragile child in need of protection. Jiang Jinran, feeling a pang of hunger, followed their lead and indulged in several bites of exquisite food. At this moment, Lu Wanning lifted a wine glass, preparing to toast Jiang Yuehan. Her beauty was accentuated by an off-shoulder evening dress, making her skin appear porcelain-like, radiating allure. Holding a goblet of red wine, her eyes sparkled with a gentle glimmer. Jiang Zong, it is an honor to finally meet you. Allow me to propose a toast. Lu Wanning's smile was enchanting as she leaned slightly forward, her scent of roses wafting through the air. Before Jiang Yuehan could respond, Jiang Jinran could no longer contain herself. She reached out, grasping Jiang Yuehan's arm once again, holding tightly. With an air of childish possessiveness, she declared, "Brother is mine. You're getting too close, and that is not appropriate. After all, he is not your brother." The words hung in the air, and the atmosphere in the room stilled abruptly. Lu Wanning's smile had already frozen at the corners of her lips, her eyes widening slightly as a myriad of emotions flickered within those enchanting orbs. Surprise, embarrassment, astonishment, fury, and a barely perceptible hint of disdain coursed through her. Chapter 49. Brother complex, sister complex. Though as an adult, she ought not to hold a grudge against the little girl, and the remark was clearly just innocent banter. She would appear quite petty if she took it to heart. However, Lu Wanning tightened her grip on the wine glass, and anger surged uncontrollably from her heart. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap the child. Jiang Yuehan, too, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiang Jinran could be so subtly profound. It was hard to believe that this younger sister cared so much about him. Regarding today's dinner, it was indeed an invitation from Lu Yunxiao. They had not seen each other for quite some time, as Jiang Yuehan had thoroughly investigated the secretive dealings of this man. Indeed, as Jiang Jinran had stated, he was clandestinely winning over his subordinates. Everything aligned perfectly. At first, Jiang Yuehan felt a twinge of complexity in his emotions. He had finally encountered a friend with a temperament that resonated with him, only to discover that the friendship was built on ulterior motives. Eventually, he came to a resolution. He would not expose Lu Yunxiao's true nature. Since he and Lu Wanning harbored intentions to harm him, it would be wiser to feign ignorance and play along. This way, he could retain the upper hand. With this realization, and coincidentally, Lu Yunxiao had invited him once more. He understood that he could not refuse too harshly. Lu Yunxiao was no fool and would undoubtedly sense the shift in his attitude if he faced frequent rejections. Thus, he acquiesced to Lu Yunxiao's invitation. However, he was unaware that Lu Wanning would also be in attendance. Her arrival was entirely unexpected. This was Jiang Yuehan's first encounter with Lu Wanning. As Lu Yunxiao had described, Lu Wanning was indeed strikingly beautiful, a type that could leave one breathless. Yet, Jiang Yuehan had already formed a preconceived notion and felt an instinctive aversion towards her. Faced with Lu Wanning, he remained indifferent, and his heart swelled with a measure of distaste. At that moment, noticing that Jiang Jinran also seemed to harbor dislike for Lu Wanning, he instinctively sided with his sister. "You need not toast," Jiang Yuehan coldly rejected, immediately diverting his gaze, offering Lu Wanning no semblance of acknowledgement. Lu Wanning clenched her jaw tightly, fury threatening to spill from her heart. She endeavored to maintain her composure, her lips curling into a slightly rigid yet polite smile. But her tightly clenched fingertips betrayed her struggle to contain her emotions. Ultimately, Lu Wanning chose silence. At this juncture, nothing she could say would alleviate her sense of humiliation. She set down her wine glass, pretending that nothing had transpired. This was not how she had envisioned it. She was confident in her appearance, yet Jiang Yuhan showed no reaction upon seeing her. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that later, after consuming the spiked wine, he would surely have to concede before her. For the first time in her life, Lu Wanning felt an intense desire to win. In the past, she could effortlessly attract any man with her looks. Despite this temporary setback, she would not concede defeat. Jiang Jinran, perceiving Lu Wanning's momentary compliance, released Jiang Yuhan and began to indulge in food and drink. Unexpectedly, after a brief respite, Lu Wanning, undeterred, attempted to engage Jiang Yuhan in conversation. Jiang Jinran, quick-witted, seized the opportunity once more. "Brother," she grasped Jiang Yuhan's arm, her voice low. "Do not speak with her. I forbid it." Her tone was somewhat sharp. "I do not like you talking to her." Jiang Yuhan did not perceive Jiang Jinran's actions as unreasonable. On the contrary, he found a newfound charm in his sister, one he had never witnessed before. He gently patted Jiang Jinran's shoulder, his eyes softening unconsciously as if to offer comfort. "All right, I won't speak with them." The onlookers, including Lu Yunxiao, could not suppress their surprise. Who would have thought that the typically aloof and proud Jiang Yuhan was, in fact, a brother complex, and that the seemingly inconspicuous younger daughter of the Jiang family was, unexpectedly, sister complex? The two were indeed an enigma. The crowd's expressions were complex, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts. Meanwhile, Lu Wanning, repeatedly thwarted, found her confidence and patience dwindling. She could not help but glance at Jiang Jinran. This little girl was not merely possessive of her brother. She clearly harbored animosity toward Lu Wanning. As a woman herself, Lu Wanning was not oblivious to the subtle undertones of rivalry. Was it possible that this young lady resented her for her beauty? This line of reasoning seemed somewhat plausible. Thus, the dinner continued in an atmosphere tinged with peculiar tension. Lu Yunxiao exchanged glances with his sister, and they silently understood the unspoken message. It was time to act. "By the way, everyone, I brought a bottle of classic wine from 1982. Lu Yunxiao suddenly remarked with a smile. "I specifically brought it for everyone to taste. Do make sure to indulge." President Lu is truly thoughtful. Someone complimented politely. Jiang Yuhan remained expressionless, while Jiang Jinran's demeanor stiffened. Here it comes. If Jiang Jinran's instinct were correct, Lu Yunxiao was about to make his move. The wine was undoubtedly problematic. Should she publicly expose Lu Yunxiao's scheme? Meanwhile, Lu Yunxiao prepared to serve the wine himself. He retrieved several pristine glasses, intending to fill each one. Jiang Jinran narrowed her eyes, closely observing Lu Yunxiao's actions. Clearly, his sole target was Jiang Yuhan. Thus, he could not have tampered with that bottle of wine. Otherwise, everyone would be affected. Jiang Jinran's gaze fell upon the glasses. Lu Yunxiao must have manipulated them. She noticed one glass, deliberately set apart from the others, as if distinctly marked. Jiang Jinran blinked, and an idea surged in her mind. Suddenly, she rose from her seat, almost soundlessly approaching Lu Yunxiao. She tapped his arm, looking up at him with innocent eyes. "Big brother, let me help you." Lu Yunxiao halted momentarily. His guilt was palpable, and Jiang Jinran's interruption nearly caused him to spill the wine. However, he quickly composed himself, turning to her with a faint smile. "No need for that. I can handle this." Chapter 50. Disrupted plans. "That's all right." Jiang Jinran tilted her head. "I happen to have nothing to do." With that, she stepped forward. She swiftly positioned herself before Lu Yunxiao, deliberately obscuring part of his view, and, with astonishing speed, rearranged several glasses. Lu Yunxiao squeezed back into the scene, his eyes widening in alarm. "You just moved those glasses?" Upon uttering the words, he realized his tone was overly harsh. After all, this was Jiang Yuhan's younger sister. He tempered his tone, attempting to sound gentle. "You haven't touched this glass, have you?" As he spoke, he scrutinized the glasses. The arrangement appeared unchanged, and the special glass prepared for Jiang Yuhan remained in its original position. It seemed that nothing had been disturbed. "That's good." Lu Yunxiao smiled. "I can manage pouring the wine myself." Saying this, he resumed his task of pouring. Jiang Jinran did not leave. Instead, she remained in place, closely observing Lu Yunxiao's every move. After Lu Yunxiao poured wine into the uniquely positioned cup, he indeed presented it to Jiang Yuhan. Her intuition had not betrayed her. The cup was indeed problematic. Upon receiving the wine glass, Jiang Yuhan took a direct sip. Both Lu Yunxiao and Lu Weining witnessed this act, and a shared, unspoken concern flickered in their eyes. With the critical moment behind him, Lu Yunxiao relaxed, casually filling the remaining glasses with wine. Jiang Jinran extended her hand amiably, assisting him in distributing the drinks to the guests present until only one glass remained. Jiang Jinran hesitated with this final cup in hand. Suddenly, Lu Weining reached out, snatching the wine from Jiang Jinran's grasp. Did she intend to drink it herself? Lu Weining's mocking laughter was laced with a hint of malice as she lifted the glass and took a self-indulgent sip. Unfortunately, she was still but a child and unable to handle such liquor. Jiang Jinran's lips twitched. How impressive it was that she, as an adult, could drink. Do not mind her. She speaks that way, Lu Yunxiao quickly interjected, wearing a charming smile. He expressed his gratitude for Jiang Jinran's assistance, relieved that Jiang Yuehan had consumed the wine, thereby completing his task. Jiang Jinran merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. Earlier, she had swiftly swapped the positions of two cups, exchanging the one intended for Jiang Yuehan with an ordinary one, rendering Jiang Yuehan's drink harmless. The problematic cup was discreetly placed among the regular ones, and she had memorized its location. For Jiang Jinran, the most straightforward way to thwart Lu Yunxiao's plot would have been to deliberately spill Jiang Yuehan's drink, preventing him from consuming it. However, that would have lacked finesse. Moreover, should Lu Yunxiao and his sister perceive their scheme as foiled, they might resort to more underhanded tactics, placing Jiang Jinran and Jiang Yuehan in a vulnerable position. She aimed to mislead Lu Yunxiao into believing Jiang Yuehan had fallen victim, while the cup containing the poison was offered to someone else, resulting in an ill-fated turn of events for them. This was Jiang Jinran's intention, the very reason she had intervened in Lu Yunxiao's wine pouring. Yet, she still hesitated over whom to serve the spiked drink. Initially, she had considered making Lu Yunxiao the scapegoat. However, Lu Weining had swiftly seized the glass from her hands and taken a sip. Jiang Jinran could only reflect that she had brought this upon herself. At that moment, Lu Yunxiao and Lu Weining were both inadvertently gazing at Jiang Yuehan, seemingly awaiting the response they desired from him. Jiang Jinran smirked beneath her mask, secretly reveling in the fact that their expectations would undoubtedly remain unfulfilled. Suddenly, Lu Weining's complexion shifted, her lips biting down, as her formerly pale cheeks flushed a vivid red. Jiang Jinran noticed this change and focused her gaze intently on her. Lu Weining's expression began to twist, her cheeks burning uncontrollably. "Miss Lu, what seems to be the matter?" The conspicuousness of her state drew the attention of others. Has she had too much to drink? Or is she unwell? Lu Yunxiao also observed his sister's unusual demeanor. A strange sensation surged within him. Why did Jiang Yuehan appear unaffected while Lu Weining seemed to be? Suddenly, Lu Weining stood up, her movements unsteady, resembling a marionette with severed strings. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, unsure of her intentions as she approached Jiang Yuehan, her flushed face suggesting a clouded mind. In the next moment, she staggered towards Jiang Yuehan, seemingly intending to leap into his arms. Gasps of shock filled the room. This was a side of Lu Weining they had never witnessed before, as she was typically the epitome of grace and poise. However, that image crumbled in an instant. Upon seeing Lu Weining lurch towards Jiang Yuehan, Jiang Jinran quickly tapped his arm, urging, "Brother, quickly dodge. You must protect your reputation." Jiang Yuehan's lips twitched. His reflexes were swift as he evaded her approach. There was no room for chivalry in this situation. Jiang Yuehan was not inherently a gentleman. With a resounding thud, Lu Weining fell to the ground, having missed her target. Weining, Lu Yunxiao rushed over, panic evident as chaos ensued. Jiang Yuehan pulled Jiang Jinran to a corner, gently advising, "You should leave, the driver is downstairs." In such disarray, Jiang Jinran had no reason to linger, for she was still a child. Her objectives had been met, and she had no desire to remain. Nodding in agreement, she prepared to depart. Yet, Jiang Yuehan suddenly ruffled his hair with a touch of affection, adding, "Thank you, Xiaoran." "Thank you?" Jiang Jinran was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yuehan offered no further explanation, simply smiling at her. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yuehan had overheard her unvoiced thoughts. Through her inner musings, he not only discerned the scheme devised by Lu Yunxiao and Lu Weining, but also realized that this young girl had come specifically to rescue him. He felt a mix of gratitude and admiration for Jiang Jinran's cleverness and her sense of justice. Meanwhile, Lu Weining, utterly embarrassed, was reaping the consequences of her own actions. Prompted by Jiang Yuehan, Jiang Jinran left room 2013. Jiang Yuehan remained behind to handle the aftermath. She descended to the first floor, her gaze inadvertently colliding with the deep-set eyes of a youth. Jiang Jinran paused for a moment. "Have you found your brother?" Lu Tingshan stood tall in the hotel corridor, his eyes deep yet bright, his voice akin to a brisk, refreshing breeze, cool yet melodious. She was surprised to find he had not yet departed. Jiang Jinran scratched her head. "I have found him," she replied candidly, her mask now removed, a playful smile brightening her face as she addressed Lu Tingshan. "Are you here, keeping your mother company?" The youth's expression faltered for a moment, his lips pressed together as silence enveloped them. Jiang Jinran interpreted his silence as acquiescence. She approached him directly. Lu Tingshan was clad in thin, faded black athletic wear, the faint scent of soap lingering in the air, prompting Jiang Jinran to reflect on the stark contrast between the lives of Lu Yunxiao and Lu Weining and that of Lu Tingshan. Although they shared the same father, Lu Yunxiao and Lu Weining lived in privilege and arrogance, while Lu Tingshan and his mother struggled for survival. Lu Tingshan, Jiang Jinran called out, unable to suppress the urge to speak his name. He met her gaze. "May I ask you a question?" Jiang Jinran hesitated, her tone tentative as she broached the subject, concerned it might touch a nerve. "You may ask," he replied succinctly. "You have always lived with your mother, correct?" Jiang Jinran's eyes widened as she scrutinized him. Lu Tingshan nodded slightly. "Then what about your father?" Jiang Jinran endeavored to soften her tone, fearful of awakening painful memories. At her inquiry, Lu Tingshan displayed neither sorrow nor disdain. His demeanor remained impassive, as if indifferent. "I do not know. My mother has never spoken of him." Therefore, he had never felt compelled to inquire further. In the past, he indeed pondered the matter of his father. Yet now the term father has faded into the recesses of his mind, becoming an indistinct and nebulous concept, a trivial noun in his eyes. Jiang Jinran squinted slightly. "So, do you wish to seek out your father?" She gently coaxed, guiding Lu Tingshan toward the subject of finding his father. A slight nudge to the plot, nothing excessive. "One might argue. I've never considered it." The cool and aloof youth shook his head, his gaze somewhat ethereal, betraying no emotion. Perhaps he had already succumbed to a metaphorical death. Jiang Jinran hastily countered, "He might not be dead." She blinked playfully, as if jesting, her smile bright as she added, "What if your father is actually a prominent figure? In that case, you and your mother Wu Ti have to endure such hardships." Lu Tingshan regarded Jiang Jinran's words as an utterly absurd jest. He pressed his lips together and replied in a subdued tone, "Such a scenario might be scripted in a television drama." Jiang Jinran laughed meaningfully. In reality, there are only a few notable members of the Lu family in this grand capital. Perhaps one of them is your father. Suddenly, Lu Tingshan found himself impressed by the girl's vivid imagination. Although he could not agree, he did not wish to disregard Jiang Jinran's sentiments, so he politely explained, "I bear the surname Lu because my mother does. As for my biological father's surname, I remain unaware and indifferent." "I understand." Jiang Jinran's lips curled into a bright smile. "What if, just hypothetically, your father shares your mother's surname, Lu?" She stopped short, choosing not to elaborate further. Her hints had reached their limit. If she divulged everything, Lu Tingshan would merely regard her as a peculiar individual. Of course, she recognized that her current statements would be hard for him to take seriously, likely dismissed as nonsensical ramblings. Yet the seed of the concept of father had been sown in Lu Tingshan's heart. As long as he cared about this matter, he might, given the right opportunity, eventually uncover his true lineage. At present, both he and his mother led a somewhat bitter existence. After bidding farewell to Lu Tingshan, Jiang Jinran stepped outside the hotel alone. The cold night breeze greeted her, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck. The driver awaited her in the open-air parking lot. With a quick turn, she entered the adjacent parking area. Spotting her family's black Bentley, she swiftly opened the car door to escape the chill and climbed inside. "Hello," she called out cheerfully, yet within the cabin, silence reigned. Jiang Jinran's eyes widened in sudden alarm. A bad premonition surged within her as she leaned forward to grasp the driver's sleeve. "Driver, are you all right?" However, upon touching the sleeve, she could not help but tremble. for she realized that she was not grasping the driver's suit, but rather a sleek black jacket. Clearly, the person seated in the driver's seat was not the driver at all, but it was too late. A massive shadow loomed over her, and her mouth and nose were covered by a handkerchief. An unusual scent invaded her nostrils. At that moment, Jiang Jinran, only 13 years old, found it hard to struggle. Her heart raced rapidly, pounding fiercely until her mind fell into a void, as if she had suddenly lost all consciousness and awareness. Jiang Jinran was oblivious to how long she had been unconscious. When she finally awoke slowly, darkness enveloped her. Instinctively, she reached out to massage her temples. As a throbbing headache threatened to split her skull, her body felt weak, and even moving was a challenge. She could only continue lying in her previous position, resting on her arm. She realized she was lying on a carpet. This was her only sensation. As for the surrounding environment, she could not see it nor muster the strength to perceive it. Everything that had transpired occurred too abruptly. Jiang Jinran had had no opportunity to resist. Having never faced significant adversity, she had forgotten the perils of the world and failed to remain vigilant. Otherwise, she could have easily escaped moments ago. But now, it was too late. Chapter 52, Becoming a Pawn. Such plots do not exist in novels. However, she had long since embarked on a path entirely divergent from that of the original protagonist, and the storyline was likely in complete disarray. Even this inexplicable assault and kidnapping had occurred. Could the plot become any more absurd? Jiang Jinran felt no fear at that moment. Fear was futile, and what she needed was to maintain a clear mind. The one who had kidnapped her had not dismembered her while she was unconscious, suggesting he did not yet desire her demise. Perhaps she still held some value? Regardless, she was alive, and thus, opportunities remained. The intentions of her captor were currently unknown. Jiang Jinran did not believe that she was the target. Firstly, very few people in the entire capital were aware of her existence, and even fewer harbored animosity toward her. Aside from the classmates at school who looked down upon her, no one would go out of their way to target her. Thus, there was only one possibility. Her captor was after the Jiang family behind her. Today, she had appeared at the Reuniting Hotel, a renowned gathering place for the elite of the capital. The powerful liked to congregate there, and naturally, their spies would be present as well. By boldly seeking out Jiang Yuehan and revealing her identity as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, it was highly likely that this information had already reached the ears of several hidden eyes within the hotel. Therefore, it was entirely normal for her to be covertly monitored. However, she did not expect these individuals to act so swiftly, targeting the driver to set a trap in the car. Jiang Jinran's head still throbbed with pain as she struggled to organize her thoughts, yet her body remained feeble. Suddenly, she heard a click. It was the sound of a switch. Moments later, the lights turned on, but not the ones above her. Jiang Jinran suspected she was lying in a location akin to a basement. The space she occupied was almost entirely sealed, surrounded by walls. The only vent was a small window directly opposite her. Outside the window lay another area. The recently illuminated light came from that external space. Warm yellow light streamed through the small window, casting a long beam that illuminated the area before Jiang Jinran. The scene appeared somewhat eerie. The space she occupied remained shrouded in darkness, with only the bright, small window offering a glimmer of light. And this light signified the presence of someone. The light had been turned on deliberately. That person was likely standing before the small window, watching her. Upon realizing this, Jiang Jinran felt a shiver run down her spine. "Are you frightened?" A sudden, deep male voice resonated from the window. Indeed, someone stood there, as Jiang Jinran had surmised. Moreover, the individual addressed her as Miss Jiang, indicating that he was more concerned with her surname, Jiang, and was thus targeting the Jiang family. Who could it be? In the novels, the Jiang family had numerous enemies. The Jiang family, vast and influential, was a prominent entity in the capital, and many wished for its downfall. "You need not fear. I merely invite you to be my guest." The man's voice was like a somber cello, enunciating each word clearly, deep, and pleasant. An invitation to be his guest? Jiang Jinran clenched her fists, filled with the urge to rush forward and spit in his face. How dare he utter such words? Was this truly an invitation? Did they treat her as a guest? This fellow possesses an exceptional talent for fabricating lies with his eyes wide open. "How do you feel?" The man continued in a tone that seemed to oscillate between sarcasm and mockery, Is the air here not quite refreshing? Jiang Jinran clenched her fists and, gathering her strength, exclaimed, "Could you kindly leave? When a tiger does not show its might, do you truly think she is a sickly cat? Did you genuinely believe she had no temper? You don't consider yourself impressive, do you?" Jiang Jinran let out a cold snort, laced with scorn, asserting that bullying children hardly qualifies one as an impressive adult. "Spare me your incessant chatter. My ears are in agony." Although Jiang Jinran vented her dissatisfaction, she maintained her composure. She understood that the other party viewed her as a pawn, intending to use her against the Jiang family. Therefore, this pawn would not be in imminent danger. They would not allow her to perish. This was also the reason Jiang Jinran dared to act recklessly at this moment. With a slight curl of her lips, she continued, "Treating me this way is unacceptable. You must provide me with a comfortable bed and, of course, 3 meals a day that suit my palate. Additionally, I require internet access. My mother and brothers dote on me, and if they were to discover how you are treating me, they would undoubtedly be furious." What she intended to convey was that she held a respectable position within the Jiang family, that she was cherished and valued. Thus, to the man outside the small window, "You must treat your pawn with care. Do you understand?" The more significant her status in the Jiang family, the higher her value. And Jiang Jinran was striving to elevate her worth, signaling to the man lurking in the shadows that she could not afford to die just yet and needed to be well taken care of. However, the man remained silent, seemingly ensnared in a prolonged silence. Suddenly, the lights outside the small window extinguished completely. The beam of light before Jiang Jinran vanished abruptly, plunging her vision into utter darkness. Damn, has he just left? In the following 2 days, the man did not reappear. Jiang Jinran initially thought they would at least ensure she was not left hungry. Yet reality proved that these individuals were more malicious than she had imagined. Each mealtime came and went with no food delivered, only a cup of water. They neither wished for her to starve nor to escape unscathed. This group truly harbored wicked intentions. Jiang Jinran, unwilling to succumb to starvation, could only obediently finish the cup of water. She silently recited to herself, "Revenge is a dish best served cold, and as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Drink well, stay alert." Once she escaped, she would eventually deal with these people. Yet, it became painfully evident that, as a living being, subsisting solely on water was insufficient. The emptiness in her stomach began to spread, ultimately leading to cramping pains. Jiang Jinran's complexion paled as she leaned against the corner, growing increasingly weak. It felt as though her strength was being gradually siphoned away. Indeed, a person is like iron, and food is like steel. Without nourishment, one cannot endure. Jiang Jinran gritted her teeth, her expression slightly contorted. Was she truly on the brink of starvation? Would they simply watch her perish? What was the situation back at the Jiang family? Had they received news of her abduction? Chapter 53. Striving to escape, Jiang Jinran did not wish to dwell on these thoughts. The more she pondered, the more energy she would expend. She curled up in the corner, the cup resting beside her. She dare not drink it all at once, wanting to reserve some in case the person suddenly cut off her water supply. Just as Jiang Jinran believed today would pass without incident, a soft thud echoed. She heard someone knock lightly on the wall. The sound emanated from the direction of the small window. Someone has arrived. Jiang Jinran's eyes widened in the darkness. Clearly, like last time, someone had come to the space outside the small window. However, her instincts told her that this visitor was not the same as the previous one. He did not turn on the light outside the small window, nor did he speak directly to her. Instead, he chose to knock on the wall in the dark. This person was distinctly different from the last. Jiang Jinran remained still, biding her time. She had no idea what the intentions of this sudden visitor might be. "Hello." Just as Jiang Jinran was on high alert, a gentle voice, reminiscent of snow slowly melting in the sunlight, unexpectedly reached her ears. Jiang Jinran was taken aback. She did not respond, her mind filled with curiosity and confusion. By the sound of it, she was correct. This person was indeed different from the last. 2 entirely distinct individuals. Moreover, his voice seemed devoid of malice. Who exactly was he? "Do not be afraid," he softly reassured Jiang Jinran. "I'm here to set you free." To set her free? Jiang Jinran grew increasingly bewildered. It appeared there was a rift within their ranks. Some wished to use her as a pawn and torment her, while others sought to liberate her. Unable to comprehend the situation, she chose to dismiss it. Jiang Jinran cared little for the internal dynamics of these factions. She only knew that an opportunity to escape lay before her. Escape first, then ponder the rest. Are you serious? Jiang Jinran moved her lips, unable to restrain her curiosity as she queried towards the small window. Yes, the young man's voice, reminiscent of a gentle breeze, brought comfort. To your right, there's a small door. I will open it shortly, and you can exit through there. I can only assist you up to this point. With that, Jiang Jinran heard the sound of stones shifting nearby. Instinctively, she reached out and felt it. Indeed, a small door leading outside appeared to her right. However, was that door not a tad too small? Jiang Jinran couldn't help but liken it to a dog's favorite burrowing hole. She quickly shook her head. Although the door was small, it was far from being compared to a dog hole. At this moment, she could not afford to be picky. The mere chance to escape was a stroke of fortune. Jiang Jinran clenched her fingers and pressed her lips together. In her current state, she lacked strength, but she would slowly gather her energy and muster all her might to squeeze through that little door. After swiftly emerging through the door, what greeted Jiang Jinran was an expansive, sprawling estate under the cold, dark night sky. She had been confined in that basement, completely unaware of the passage of day and night. Now, having escaped, she realized it was deep into the night. The chilly night breeze reddened the tip of her nose, and Jiang Jinran felt herself growing faint. Yet, she had to maintain her consciousness. The estate before her was clearly a residence for the elite. This indicated that the forces behind her abduction held considerable influence in the capital. However, was it not a bit too grand? Jiang Jinran blinked. The opulent estate resembled a vast labyrinth. She could not discern a suitable escape route with her naked eye. This meant that although the individual had aided her in escaping the basement, the area outside the basement was an extensive estate, and how to exit the estate was the true challenge. If she could not leave the estate, her escape would end in failure. No wonder that person had said he could only help her up to this point. Come on, brother, can't you assist someone all the way? Jiang Jinran's gaze wandered as she surveyed the estate before her, determining a potential escape route. Gritting her teeth, she focused intently. A fierce survival instinct tightened her nerves, igniting her fighting spirit. She had to escape. Even if she were to be tortured to death or confined in a mental institution, she refused to die here without reason. Jiang Jinran cautiously maneuvered through the dense greenery, carefully avoiding detection while progressing forward. Before long, she spotted the outline of a grand entrance not far away. This undoubtedly stirred a flicker of excitement within Jiang Jinran's heart, as if victory was within her grasp and dawn's light was about to break. However, at that moment, a blinding light suddenly illuminated from behind her, enveloping Jiang Jinran in its brilliance and leaving her utterly exposed. Her heart plummeted, realizing that she had been discovered. This marked the first night since her capture, and through a small window, she recalled the deep, cold voice of the man she had heard. Indeed, within this manner, the owner of that voice was an absolute ruler, the one who had seized her and tormented her. The individual who had aided her escape from the basement evidently lacked the power of this formidable figure and could only assist her in secret. Jiang Jinran's head throbbed with confusion. The intricacies of the situation overwhelmed her, leaving her devoid of any coherent thoughts. At that moment, she felt as if she were cornered, uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead, oblivious to the escape route. All she could do was run with all her might, desperate to avoid capture. The lush, dense woods loomed like a vast shadow, enveloping Jiang Jinran's petite figure. The cold wind whipped against her ears, causing sharp pains, yet she bit her lip tightly, urging her feet to move faster under the impetus of her will. However, the footsteps behind her echoed like an insistent specter, relentlessly pursuing her. Before long, she even heard the sound of barking. This was no ordinary dog. If Jiang Jinran wasn't mistaken, the barks belonged to a ferocious breed. How twisted! They had unleashed vicious dogs to hunt her down? Did they care nothing for her life? Without the luxury of time to ponder, her senses sharpened under the adrenaline of life and death. Her previously muddled thoughts now starkly clear. She had no desire to die. Yet, fate was cruel. In the midst of her flight, something snagged her calf, causing her to lose her balance and fall abruptly onto the grass. The earthy scent filled her nostrils as pain radiated through her body. Ignoring the agony, she struggled to rise, but her limbs felt devoid of strength, rendered utterly powerless. She could neither stand nor run any longer. With a metallic clang, an object fell from her, rolling onto the back of her hand. The chilling sensation drew her attention, and instinctively, she reached for the metal piece. If discovered by the Jiang family, there would be no way for her to explain it. To avoid such unwarranted disaster, she sometimes concealed it, sometimes carried it with her. What was this object? Curiously, she fiddled with a switch, and to her astonishment, it responded. How marvelous! Jiang Jinran murmured, her voice hoarse and barely recognizable. Suddenly, a clear, deep voice reached her ears, causing her to widen her eyes instinctively. Were you? The voice echoed once more. Jiang Jinran scanned her surroundings, finally confirming that it was indeed him. Why so startled? He drawled, a hint of nonchalance in his tone. Did I not say, if you seek me, simply call my name, Yin, and I shall come to your side? How romantic! At that moment, Jiang Jinran finally learned the young man's name, Yin. The name was somewhat familiar. Yin was no mere passerby devoid of identity in a novel. He was a prodigy, renowned from a young age, often described as an enigma. Tales of his extraordinary feats circulated, claiming he could scale walls and had unmatched prowess. He was said to possess a fearsome appearance and was dubbed the mischievous brat. The mischievous brat was a formidable force in the realm of fiction, typically harboring villainous attributes. Initially, he played the role of an antagonist, but later, after encountering the heroine, Sang Ning, he surprisingly pledged allegiance to her. Subsequently, he became her steadfast ally. Yet, this was perplexing. Yin was now associated with Shunin, an organization opposing the heroine. Did this imply that Yin would eventually betray Shun Yin to side with the heroine? Jiang Jinran furrowed her brow in contemplation. Yin had risen to fame in his youth, earning the moniker of brat, but now he had matured into a young man, undoubtedly more formidable than in his childhood. Yin, Jiang Jinran called out without hesitation, save me. At once, his voice was cut off. Yin could locate her by tracking her position. She was utterly drained of strength, her entire body ached, and she could not muster the energy to rise. Leaning against a tree trunk, she held her breath, attempting to feign death. Yet, pretending to be dead only dulled her senses, not her foes. A piercing beam from a flashlight cut through the darkness, striking Jiang Jinran directly. She instinctively squinted against the blinding light. Found you. A group of tall figures in black emerged from the thick underbrush, and, as the light illuminated them, Jiang Jinran finally discerned their faces. Another cadre of imposing individuals in dark attire, and the orchestrator was absent. Disappointment washed over her. She had hoped to confront the voice's owner and see the fiend responsible for her torment. Jiang Jinran remained silent, unnaturally calm, as her lack of resistance seemed futile. It was wiser to conserve her energy. The black-clad figures closed in, attempting to pull her from the ground. Suddenly, Jiang Jinran raised her voice, akin to a prickly hedgehog, and coldly commanded, "Do not touch me. I am in pain. If you wish for me to perish, just say so." "Ah, Miss Jiang, it appears you are the one lacking understanding," the leading figure retorted without hesitation, his gaze sharp as a blade, devoid of warmth. "If you had not fled, you would not be suffering, would you? This is all of your own making." With that, several of the black-clad men seized her arms, eliciting a wave of agony that caused beads of cold sweat to form on her brow. She was not exaggerating. The pain was genuine. Jiang Jinran gritted her teeth defiantly, casting a cold, piercing glance at one of the figures. "Since we are at this juncture, why not enlighten me? Who is your leader? Does he harbor a grudge against me? Or perhaps against the Jiang family?" The black-clad man paused, his movements and expression momentarily faltering. "That is not for you to know, Miss Jiang." He maintained an air of secrecy, revealing nothing. After all, she did not expect these men to divulge any information. She merely sought to buy time. Although completely restrained, Jiang Jinran remained resolute. "Yin, can I trust you?" The night enveloped them all in darkness. Jiang Jinran lowered her gaze, avoiding the harsh beams of light aimed at her. She remained silent, yet internally, she grappled with turmoil. The merciless figures dragged her toward the edge of the woods, while the one who promised to save her had yet to arrive. Suddenly, a strange sound reached her ears, as if something was swiftly traversing the thicket, producing a rustling noise. As the distance closed in with alarming rapidity, a shadow, akin to a bolt of lightning, suddenly captured the attention of all present. The swiftness of this shadow rendered it nearly indistinguishable, leaving only a blurred apparition in its wake. Jiang Jinran's eyes widened, her nerves taut with anticipation. A piercing scream echoed. as a towering figure clad in black was unexpectedly felled by the shadow. Though this assembly of dark-clad figures was accustomed to grand spectacles, they found themselves momentarily paralyzed by this eerie and terrifying scene, as if an immense and unknown peril was descending upon them, their hearts racing in their throats. The shadow's carnage persisted, its movements so rapid they were almost imperceptible, its fists struck with precision, and its legs kicked with the swiftness of an unyielding blade piercing through the pitch-black night. Only Jiang Jinran remained rooted in place. She blinked, and, in an instant, the shadow was before her, its darkness revealing only the slight uplift of the youth's hair. The boy crouched down before her, his voice, cool as mint, floated into Jiang Jinran's ears. "I will carry you." Taken aback for a moment, she quickly composed herself and obediently climbed onto Yi Yan's back. Though he appeared a slender youth, he radiated an overwhelming sense of security that brought Jiang Jinran immense comfort. He effortlessly lifted her as if she were weightless, navigating the shadows like a lone wolf darting through the darkness, swiftly traversing the forest. Jiang Jinran rested her chin on Yi Yan's shoulder, her arms tightly encircling his neck. She had no awareness of how he guided her away from the estate. The cold wind brushed past her ears, and the scenery shifted rapidly before her eyes. Before she could fully comprehend her escape from the nightmarish manor, she found herself amidst the vibrant neon lights of a bustling street. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yan set her down on a sleek motorcycle. Jiang Jinran instinctively widened her eyes, but the boy skillfully placed a helmet upon her head. The obedient girl resembled a delicate doll, allowing the youth in black to arrange her as he pleased. "Yi Yan," Jiang Jinran murmured, gazing into the depths of his narrow, dark eyes. In that fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to express myriad thoughts, yet struggled to find the right words. "Actually, there is something I have never told you." She hesitated, biting her lip, before finally voicing her thoughts. Yi Yan stood tall before her, their gazes parallel, and he inquired, "What is it?" His eyes seemed to hold a pure darkness, accentuating the pallor of his skin. I don't know why, but one day I suddenly awakened, as if I had lost many memories." Jiang Jinran spoke slowly, her gaze fixed on the boy's expression. She could no longer maintain her facade. For her, this experience of traversing into a narrative was fraught with enigmas that the plots she had read could not elucidate, matters concerning the Shunin organization and Yi Yan himself. She had believed she understood much, yet it appeared that her knowledge was merely the tip of the iceberg. Ultimately, the original owner of her body had not left her with substantial memories, and her mind was devoid of crucial information. To survive in this world, she needed to comprehend her circumstances. Yi Yan was undoubtedly the person who could provide her with answers. However, he was no fool. If she were to ask him many questions that she ought to know the answers to, he would surely harbor doubts about her identity. Thus, it would be more prudent to lay her cards on the table and disclose her amnesia. This way, everything would seem reasonable. "You have lost your memories?" Yi Yan's brows furrowed slightly, and a rare flicker of emotion danced in his cool gaze. Jiang Jinran nodded. "I apologize for my initial unease, which prevented me from confiding in you." Her voice was low, tinged with an air of vulnerability. "But now, I believe you are worthy of my trust, so I wish to speak the truth." All the above was fabricated by Jiang Jinran on the spot. She intended to make her amnesia appear credible while simultaneously gaining Yi Yan's trust. If he doubted her words, or suspected she was not the original Jiang Jinran, her demise would be imminent. With his combat prowess, he could easily dispose of her with a mere flick of his finger. Jiang Jinran felt a twinge of anxiety. At that moment, Yi Yan remained silent, his lips pressed into a straight line, his dark, luminous eyes fixed intently on her. This unspoken silence caused her heart to race uncontrollably. She realized she was under his scrutiny if he doubted her. Suddenly, the boy's hand descended. Jiang Jinran instinctively widened her eyes, thinking, "No way. Is he about to strike me?" However, his hand merely rested atop her head, gently patting her through the helmet. Xiao ran. Yi Yan's eyes sparkled with a crystalline light, his tone a mixture of wistfulness and pity. "Have you truly forgotten so much?" Jiang Jinran exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing his words. It seemed Yi Yan believed her narrative. She nodded in response. "Have you forgotten me as well?" Yi Yan furrowed his brow. Jiang Jinran hesitated momentarily before reluctantly nodding. The boy fell silent again, and after a brief pause, he parted his lips slightly. "No wonder you sought me out at the art building. It was rather peculiar. It turns out you forgot. That's all right," he continued, a romantic smile gracing his lips. his eyes reflecting the shimmering neon lights. As long as I remember, that is enough. Jiang Jinran had been waiting for this affirmation. Then can you tell me how I entered the Shun-in organization? She had countless questions and desperately sought answers. For now, she could only inquire one at a time. Yi Yan lowered his gaze to meet hers. This I do not know. He truly did not know. Chapter 56. An unexpected answer the organization sent me to protect you. And that is how I came to know of your existence. I do not know when you joined Shun-in, nor how you did so. There is much about you that I am not well acquainted with. Yi Yan spoke candidly, his expression calm and composed, devoid of overt emotion. Jiang Jinran tilted her head. Then how did you join Shun-in? She was genuinely curious as to why the notorious troublemaker chose to align himself with a mysterious organization. In stark contrast, Yi Yan's reputation was even more formidable, and considering his proud and rebellious nature, it seemed implausible that he would willingly submit to an organization and adhere to others' commands. It was perplexing. Yet, the boy cast her a sidelong glance before replying, because of one person. One person? Jiang Jinran's eyes ignited with curiosity. A fleeting softness crossed Yi Yan's gaze as he continued. She rendered me a favor. Oh, I understand, Jiang Jinran nodded. It was for the sake of gratitude. The individual to whom Yi Yan owed a debt of gratitude must be exceptionally special. It was the first time she had witnessed such a tender expression on his face. However, the novel had never mentioned Yi Yan's affiliation with Shun-in. According to the plot, he would only yield to the protagonist's halo and willingly follow Sang-ning. Everything was amiss. Where had the narrative gone awry? A chilling speculation suddenly surged in Jiang Jinran's mind. The novel she had entered had undergone alterations unbeknownst to her for reasons she could not ascertain. Yet, what had precipitated these changes? Of course, not all elements of the plot had transformed. Some aspects still aligned, and currently, only a portion had diverged. In this world, deviations do not occur without reason. There must be something that has triggered the butterfly effect. Yi Yan. Jiang Jinran lifted her gaze and called out the name of the youth. You mentioned that your current task is to protect me. Jiang Jinran pressed her lips together and inquired, Are you aware of the ostracism I faced at school? Have you ever considered standing up for me? With a figure as formidable as Yi Yan by her side, it bewildered Jiang Jinran that the original owner did not utilize the organization or Yi Yan's power to assert herself, but instead chose to remain unnoticed, silently enduring her classmates' exclusion. This aspect piqued Jiang Jinran's curiosity. Yi Yan cast a cold and peculiar glance her way. The youth silently stared at Jiang Jinran for a moment before gently laughing. You have truly forgotten everything, Xiaoran. This was your own request. Yi Yan uttered these words with a calm demeanor. Jiang Jinran's eyes widened slightly. Is this yet another thought of the original owner? You do not care for the scorn and exclusion from your classmates. In fact, it accentuates your true intentions. For you do not wish to forge good relations with them, nor do you desire any troublesome entanglements. You simply wish to quietly exist as a transparent individual. Yi Yan's eyes resembled obsidian, dark and profound, and he reminded her, this was what you personally conveyed to me. Jiang Jinran found this perplexing. The original owner was indeed an enigma, so much so that it evoked a sense of déjà vu within her. Jiang Jinran's curiosity intensified as she widened her eyes. Huang Junran and Shi Hui. Yi Yan casually spoke these two names. Were they indeed the ones? Everything began to connect in Jiang Jinran's mind. Huang Junran and Shi Hui were the very individuals who encountered danger in the art building during the summer. So, did you seek revenge on those two? Jiang Jinran tentatively asked, Was it you who acted during the summer at the art building? The fair-skinned youth raised an eyebrow. It was not me, Xiaoran. Yi Yan's voice, deep and magnetic, seemed to whisper, Have you truly forgotten? You were the one who took action. Jiang Jinran's pupils trembled slightly. You personally dealt with those two intolerable individuals. Yi Yan's gaze bore a newfound depth. You did not permit me to intervene. Hence, I was unaware of what transpired between you and those two in the art building. Jiang Jinran felt her understanding completely upended. Her palms grew clammy with sweat, and the sound of her heart pounded in her ears. The original owner's persona, why did it diverge so significantly from what she had read in the novel? The traits of being reclusive and having a poor relationship with family aligned. Yet her joining Shun-in and personally confronting Huang Junran and Shi Hui. Was this something the original owner could accomplish? If this cannon fodder antagonist were truly so formidable, how could she have fallen to the depths of being confined in a mental institution? Do you have any more questions? Yi Yan crossed his arms and tilted his head towards her. Jiang Jinran gradually recovered from her astonishment. She pursed her lips and finally asked a pertinent question. Today, when you rushed to the manor to rescue me, do you know to whom that manor belongs? She yearned to uncover who had orchestrated her abduction. Upon hearing this, Yin shook his head. I only know the precise location of the manor. In fact, as soon as I learned its location, I conducted an investigation, discovering that the apparent owner is a septuagenarian. Yin furrowed his brow and continued in a measured tone. However, this elderly gentleman evidently lacks any motive for kidnapping you, and his history is quite ordinary, making it difficult to imagine how he could possess such a lavish estate. Therefore, I suspect, Jiang Jinran immediately picked up on Yin's line of thought, you suspect that this septuagenarian is merely a facade, and the true owner of the manor is someone else, the mastermind behind all of this. Yin regarded her with affirmation, nodding slightly, precisely. However, I have been unable to uncover any further clues. Once I discovered that the manor's owner was this elderly gentleman, all leads came to a standstill, preventing me from extracting more information or identifying the one pulling the strings. This indicates that the mastermind possesses considerable power, adept at concealing themselves and erasing any traces that might expose them. The youth recounted this with a calm demeanor, his eyes clear. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and smiled softly at Jiang Jinran. Xiaoran, we seldom converse face-to-face like this, do we? Jiang Jinran scratched her head in response. My reputation precedes me. Many recognize me, so I strive to remain hidden and minimize my appearances, Yin continued. It is no wonder. He always lurks in the art building, rarely seen, and when he does emerge, it is typically in dimly lit settings. Jiang Jinran nodded as she listened to the youth's clear voice. So that is how it is. Consequently, I have been observing your unusual behavior these past few days. Had you not informed me of your amnesia today, with the depths of your gaze resembling the unfathomable sea, I might have thought you were not the Jiang Jinran I knew. The youth's tone was laden with significance, and Jiang Jinran felt an inexplicable chill, as if goosebumps had erupted across her skin. Chapter 57. Reunion with Qin. In an instant, her heart raced. Jiang Jinran fixed her gaze upon Yian's eyes. For a fleeting moment, she believed the youth had discerned her true identity, that she was not the original Jiang Jinran. Yet, just as her emotions surged with tension, Yian suddenly smiled warmly. His gaze, once cold and piercing, now shimmered with the gentle warmth of the night. Of course, I only had a fleeting moment of doubt. The youth added, for I soon realized that, in fact, you have not changed much at all. Not changed much? Seriously? Yian's words did not ease Jiang Jinran's anxiety. Rather, they plunged her into a sea of bewilderment. Why would he say she had not changed? She stared into Yian's eyes, cautiously probing. She and the original owner were distinctly different in temperament, their attitudes towards others entirely dissimilar. Did Yian truly believe she had remained unchanged? In response, Yian instinctively ruffled his hair. He seemed to genuinely ponder the matter, his eyes wandering as he mused. For instance, when you are anxious, you tend to clench your fingers tightly, something of that sort. She had no recollection of such a thing. These were mere, subconscious actions, difficult to notice without deliberate observation. Yian had observed so closely. Jiang Jinran lowered her gaze, her lips pressed tight, choosing to remain silent. Something felt amiss. If she exhibited certain idiosyncratic behaviors that belonged to the original owner in Yian's eyes, what might that signify? Were these specific physical traits inherited from the original? Or was it? Suddenly, Jiang Jinran furrowed her brow intensely. Her mind felt as if it had triggered some mechanism, erupting in sharp pains. Her head throbbed. She could not continue to think. The more she pondered, the worse the pain became. Xiaoran, are you all right? Noticing the change in Jiang Jinran's expression, Yian shot her a concerned glance. Jiang Jinran merely shook her head, saying nothing. At this point, she had inquired enough. Yian had provided her with reasonable answers to all her questions, though many enigmas and uncertainties still lingered in her heart. She had yet to find answers, but she resolved to take her time. She believed that eventually everything would come to light. Jiang Jinran rubbed her temples, hoping for relief from her headache. Yian donned a helmet, appearing adept at riding such sleek motorcycles. The youth, seated ahead, exuded a tall and sharp silhouette in black. Yet only Jiang Jinran understood the immense power concealed beneath his seemingly slender frame. Hold on tight. Yes, Jiang Jinran nodded and obediently wrapped her arms around Yian's waist. She is not a person given to affectation. Previously, Yian had insisted on carrying her, Now, he urged her to hurry along, yet Jiang Jinran displayed no hesitation. Of course, he did not escort her all the way to her door, but rather to a path not far from it. Soon, I shall discreetly inform your family, hinting to them to assist Jiang Jinran to the roadside, where she can sit upon a stone. There, you may recount the events that transpired, though the manner of your escape will be left to your creativity. I am aware that neither Yi Yin nor Jiang Jinran will divulge any information regarding Shen Yin or Yi Yin to the Jiang family. Should they learn of such matters, she would likely be regarded as a monster. You worked hard, Xiaoran. Yi Yin suddenly crouched down to meet her gaze, his somber eyes reflecting a depth of concern. The evening breeze tousled Jiang Jinran's hair, and Yi Yin, unexpectedly, reached out to tuck a stray lock behind her ear. Next time, should such an event occur, do not hesitate to seek me out. The youth, clad in black, bore an expression both cold and intense. This evoked a peculiar illusion in Jiang Jinran. The boy before her seemed akin to a dark knight, protecting her. Yet, this knight pledged fealty only to those he vowed to guard, and Yi Yin was not one of them. He was bound to the organization, and his protection of her was merely a consequence of their orders. If ever there arose a conflict between herself and Shen Yin, or if he were to discover she was not the true Jiang Jinran, how would he then treat her? The thought was too much to bear. She resolved to avoid inciting the wrath of this formidable youth. Yi Yin had to depart, as he needed to summon her family. After watching him leave, Jiang Jinran sat alone by the roadside, gazing at the softly glowing street lamp, quietly awaiting her family's arrival. Before long, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching, their clarity piercing through the stillness of the night. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Jinran recognized a familiar face emerging from the shadows, Jiang Yuyan. With lips pressed tightly together, her features betrayed an unmistakable weariness, her pale countenance slightly contorted, emotions of agitation and heartache swirling tumultuously in her eyes. Behind Jiang Yuyan stood two tall figures, Jiang Yuehan and Jiang Qiche. Xiaoran, Jiang Yuyan called out, her voice trembling with excitement as she knelt to embrace Jiang Jinran fiercely. The past few days had been tumultuous for Jiang Yuyan, filled with chaos and despair. She had exerted every effort, sparing no expense, only to find herself at a dead end. She had taken her team to the manor where Jiang Jinran had once stayed, yet Jiang Jinran had vanished without a trace. In her frustration, she had berated the elderly owner of the estate, nearly demolishing the place in her fury. Just when she believed all hope of finding her daughter was lost, a mysterious note appeared by her window, suggesting that Jiang Jinran might be in the vicinity of their home. Holding Jiang Jinran ever tighter, Jiang Yuyan's voice shook as she asked, "Are you all right?" Jiang Yuan, watching the scene unfold, felt a pang of sorrow and guilt pierce through his stoic demeanor. Perhaps none of this would have occurred had he acted differently. He could not fathom what Jiang Jinran had endured during these past days, whether she had suffered or been tormented. If she had, then no measure of atonement would suffice for him. Jiang Yuehan could not help but acknowledge that the little sister who once meant little to him now held immeasurable significance in his heart. He vowed silently to protect and cherish her from this day forth, ensuring that no further harm would befall her. Jiang Qiche, standing stoically to the side, displayed a calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected. Initially unaware of Jiang Jinran's plight, he had only learned of it recently from Zhao Yan, who informed him that his sister had been absent from school for several days, the reason for which remained a mystery. Zhao Yan's concern for Jiang Jinran had surprised him. Yet he did not believe anything troubling would come of it. He had dismissed it as inconsequential. Although their interactions had increased, he still felt no deep connection with her. However, the news had burrowed into his mind, becoming an incessant source of distraction. Today, Zhao Yan had informed him that Jiang Jinran had still not appeared. He was taken aback to find that the source of his unease had indeed encountered trouble. Yet fortunately, she had reappeared on this unusual night. Jiang Jinran surrendered to Jiang Yuyan's embrace, feeling the overwhelming tide of her mother's profound love. "I am fine, Mama," she replied softly, her voice somewhat frail. Jiang Jinran nodded in affirmation. No one pressed her for details regarding the events of the past few days or how she had managed to escape. They merely showered her with warmth and concern. Having gone days without sustenance, Jiang Jinran devoured the meal laid before her with an urgency that left others watching with heavy hearts. "Did they truly deny you food?" Jiang Yuyan's eyes brimmed with tears, her fists clenched, rage simmering within her. Xiao ran. Eat slowly. Everything you desire is here. There is no need to rush. Jiang Yuan's lips were drawn tight as he silently observed, his heart aching for his sister, a desire for vengeance growing within him. He and their mother had conducted extensive inquiries, and while they had gleaned some understanding of the situation, the shadowy puppeteer behind it all remained elusive. Yet, the forces harboring a grudge against the Jiang family were not numerous, and with diligent investigation, the truth would eventually surface. He would not let those responsible escape unpunished. Shortly thereafter, the family physician arrived, bringing with him an array of instruments to conduct various examinations on Jiang Jinran. After determining that she was simply suffering from sleep deprivation and malnutrition, and that no other physical ailment afflicted her, the family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao ran. You need not worry about anything. Just rest well. Do you understand? After the examination, Jiang Yuan and Jiang Qiche exited Jiang Jinran's room, while Jiang Yuyin tidied her bedding. Wishing for her to rest swiftly, Jiang Jinran blinked her drowsy eyes, feeling utterly fatigued. Yes, Mama, she replied obediently, nodding. She burrowed into her blankets, finally experiencing a restful slumber for the first time in days. Jiang Yiyin's emotions remained unsettled. After leaving her daughter's room, she seemed to undergo a transformation. The tender concern she had just displayed vanished, replaced by the cold, stern visage of the proud head of the Jiang family. A dark determination took root in her eyes as she vowed to avenge her daughter, ensuring that the one who lurked in the shadows would suffer terribly. At that moment, her phone rang. Jiang Yiyin pulled it from her pocket, her icy gaze casually scanning the screen, where the name Han Yi flashed. A scornful smile crossed her lips as she realized she had nearly forgotten about this once familiar figure. What is it? Jiang Yiyin answered the call, her voice flat and devoid of inflection. Yin Yin. Han Yi's gentle voice emerged through the phone, tinged with hesitation as if he were carefully choosing his words. I have something I wish to inquire about. Jiang Yuyin, her expression devoid of emotion, responded, What is it? Recently, numerous individuals have approached me, claiming to be your creditors. Han Yi's tone remained steady, though internally he was perplexed. Jiang Yuyin was far wealthier than he. So how could she owe so many people money? The fact that these creditors were seeking him out was baffling. Oh, Jiang Jinran's lips curled into a cold, unseen smile. While abroad, due to unforeseen circumstances, I borrowed a sum of money and simply forgot to repay it. Forgot to repay it? Were it not for his rationality, Han, he would have scoffed derisively in front of Jiang Yuyin. A nonchalant remark about forgetting to repay had caused him considerable distress. These creditors incessantly disrupted his normal life, as, by law, the debts Jiang Yuyin owed were considered joint liabilities of their marriage. Hence, it was reasonable for the creditors to seek him out when they could not find Jiang Yuyin. However, the crux of the matter was that Jiang Yuyin was wealthier than he was. He had painstakingly accumulated his fortune over the years. Why should he shoulder debts? Frustration bubbled within him. Yet to quell the disturbances, he ultimately grit his teeth and repaid a portion of Jiang Yuyan's debts. He had hoped for a period of peace, only to find more creditors at his doorstep. He could only silently curse Jiang Yuyin, but dared not confront her directly. Now, as the number of creditors seeking him out increased, each one expected him to settle Jiang Yuyan's debts. Why should he? He faced two choices: either clarify the situation with Jiang Yuyin and urge her to repay her debts, or, Yin Yin, perhaps you should personally address this matter, Han Yi suggested, suppressing his anger and dissatisfaction, his tone gentle. I can assist you in purchasing a plane ticket. This implied that she should swiftly travel abroad to settle the debts. The cold smile at the corner of Jiang Yuyan's lips deepened. How could she possibly leave the country? These debts had been intentionally accrued. Under the guise of seeking investments, she had borrowed substantial sums from various business acquaintances abroad, providing them with Han Yi's contact information and residence address. She had then blocked these individuals, ensuring they could not reach her. Naturally, when these individuals could not contact Jiang Yuyin, they turned to her husband, Han Yi. No one relished the prospect of being pursued for debts, and she relished the thought of disrupting Han Yi's peace. If Han Yi kindly repaid the debts, it would significantly deplete his finances. Nonetheless, Jiang Yuyin was not without principles. After all, she was not lacking in funds. It was evident that this was not the opportune moment for repayment. Han Yi had not yet been thoroughly cornered. However, the man's current reaction was sufficient to amuse Jiang Yuyin. I am quite busy. Traveling abroad is too cumbersome, she replied, pressing her lips together in feigned difficulty. Han Yi clenched his teeth and suggested, "How about I compile the creditors' bills and send them to you? You can transfer the funds to me, and I will ensure they receive payment." Jiang Yuyan's expression darkened further. "You are quite miserly, Han Yi." In the past, she had been oblivious, having once given him an unlimited credit card, allowing him to indulge in extravagant purchases. He had delighted in acquiring gifts for himself, while she had been blissfully unaware that ultimately it was her money he was spending. Han Yi had seldom used his own finances for personal enjoyment. Jiang Yuyan had never recognized this, as she had always been the one to spend whenever necessary. If Han Yi were to incur expenses, she would feel guilty and immediately reimburse him. How infuriating! The more Jiang Yuyan pondered, the angrier she became, as she realized that this man had not genuinely spent on her throughout their years of marriage. However, he had undoubtedly lavished considerable funds on that woman and his illegitimate daughter. "The debts I owe are not excessively burdensome," Jiang Yuyan stated without disguise, her voice laced with a noticeable hardness. "If you could assist me in repaying them, it would not be too much to ask, would it?" Han Yi immediately detected the unusual tone in Jiang Yuyan's voice. She seemed to be agitated. He understood her well. She rarely expressed complaints or anger towards him. Yet now, she was evidently affected by this matter. Han Yi wished to avoid confrontation, quickly retreating. "Yin, I know you're busy. I shall not bring this up again. Do not dwell on it too much. Let it be. The weather has been quite changeable lately, so take care not to catch a cold." Han Yi spoke at length, yet he did not mention repaying Jiang Yuyan's debts. It was out of the question for him to dip into his own pockets for her. At most, he would refrain from discussing the matter further. After hanging up the phone, Han Yi remained on the balcony, contemplating his circumstances. He stood in the luxurious apartment he had recently acquired. He certainly had funds at his disposal, yet he would not spend them on Jiang Yuyan. The Rose Manor had been sold at her behest, forcing him to find a new residence on short notice. Had he not fortuitously discovered this satisfactory apartment, he could not fathom the extent of his troubles. This experience had further underscored the necessity of having his own leverage and confidence. Fortunately, he had prepared for such eventualities years earlier, meticulously planning. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that half of the Jiang family's assets were now under his control. However, now was not the time to confront Jiang Yuyan. Half of the Jiang family was not enough for him. He aspired to possess the entirety of it. Jiang Yuyan, the foolish woman, still considered herself a young lady. Yet that would not last much longer. "Brother Han," Bai Ling's gentle voice emerged as she peeked from the kitchen, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Come inside, dinner is ready." Bai Shui had just finished practicing the piano and emerged from the music room. Although Han Yi could not provide them with a formal acknowledgement, he had always devoted significant effort to raising this daughter, pouring his heart and soul into her upbringing. Bai Shui had been born abroad, living a life of luxury from a young age. She and Bai Ling had previously resided in a coastal city in Qiche. Han Yi had never been frugal with them. Shortly after Bai Ling gave birth, he lavishly purchased a seaside villa to ensure they lived in the best environment possible. His approach to Bai Shui's upbringing adhered to the standards of a socialite, hiring various tutors and indulging her every desire. He hoped for his daughter with Bai Ling to grow up to be a beloved, talented, cultured young lady. Thus far, Bai Shui had not disappointed him. In the meantime, he suddenly recalled his other daughter, Jiang Jinran, the youngest child he had with Jiang Yuyan. He had never liked this child since she was little. To his dismay, she had only become more distasteful as she matured, with an odd personality that grated on the nerves. Of course, no matter how much he disapproved, he had no intention of attempting to reshape or cultivate this child. He preferred that the Jiang family's children be rendered ineffectual. He had not invested effort into their education or offered them special care, treating them with a detached observer's attitude. For Han Yi, if the Jiang children were to become inept, that was precisely what he wished to see. The absence of a competent heir would allow him to exert further control over the Jiang family, while his Bai Shui would be more than capable of handling any future inheritance. However, he acknowledged that his sons possessed commendable abilities, albeit with some character flaws. While they appeared to be maturing well, they remained too inexperienced for Han Yi's liking. As for Jiang Jinran, he deemed her wholly unworthy of being born into the Jiang family, a mediocre and embarrassing individual. She could not even compare to a single finger of Bai Shui. Ultimately, it was Bai Shui who truly deserved to be adorned with the halo of nobility. With this thought, his disdain for Jiang Jin ran deep and further. In his heart, Jiang Jindai had seized everything that rightfully belonged to Bai Shui. Bai Ling had already set the table with food and utensils, and the three of them sat down together. "Dad, this is your favorite dish." The thoughtful Bai Shui, before taking a bite herself, served a piece of beef to Han Yi. Chapter 60. Han Yi's decision. Han Yi felt a surge of happiness, his gaze toward Bai Shui infused with a warmth that was tender and gentle. The three of them gathered around the table, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Upon hearing Bai Shui's words, Bai Ling's eyes momentarily flickered. She was momentarily lost in thought, but quickly regained her composure, wearing a smile that conveyed understanding. "All right, brother, I support your decision." That was indeed their most frequented place. In the past, whenever Han Yi came to Lascaux, he would always fly over to the seaside villa to reunite with them. This time, it was Han Yi's first invitation for them to come to his residence and share life together. Of course, Bai Ling was well aware that such a life would not last long. Thus, she had long been mentally prepared. Han Yi clearly noticed the fleeting sadness in Bai Ling's eyes, which stirred a pang of sorrow within him. His gaze softened even more as he looked at Bai Ling. "I haven't finished speaking, yet you've already arranged everything." Bai Ling's eyes were beautifully clear, like a spring that could purify the heart. "I simply don't want you to worry too much." Han Yi smiled lightly, the corners of his lips curving into a subtle smile. He couldn't help but reach out and grasp Bai Ling's hand. "You are just too considerate, always thinking of others and never yourself." Bai Ling pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Han Yi's words were entirely unexpected. Bai Shui, too, was taken aback. Although life abroad was pleasant, and they lacked for nothing while enjoying the finest resources, people always preferred to live in familiar surroundings, especially when there were relatives connected by blood back home. They had grown weary of this feeling. "Brother, are you joking?" Bai Ling lowered her gaze, feigning disbelief. At that moment, Han Yi seemed deeply sincere, making it hard for Bai Ling not to believe nor to be moved. "Brother, you may decide everything," she replied obediently. Nighttime. Bai Ling and Bai Shui were in their room, packing their belongings. "You've been doing really well lately." Bai Ling smiled as she praised her daughter while organizing her luggage. "Dad is very happy because of you." Bai Ling had no particular demands for her daughter. She only hoped that Bai Shui would be likable in front of Han Yi. For instance, she taught her daughter to speak kindly of Han Yi and to serve him at the dining table. She wished to hold on to Han Yi tightly, knowing that relying solely on herself might not suffice. Making Han Yi fond of her daughter was the safest bet. Initially, Bai Ling had never dared to dream of such a thing. Yet, unexpectedly, it was unfolding so smoothly. Bai Shui nodded happily. Although she was merely 13, she was not oblivious to the complexities of her family environment. She understood that she was an illegitimate child and that her father, Han Yi, had a legitimate family. In that family, there was a girl her age. Despite both being daughters of the same father, one was a wealthy heiress with a noble status, while she could only hide abroad with her mother, living in obscurity. Even if her mother did not teach her to please her father, she would instinctively do so. Her father was the one who could determine their destinies. Little did she expect that the day of her wishes would come so swiftly. After resting at home for several days, she finally regained her vitality, fully revitalized. There had been no conclusive outcome regarding her kidnapping. The mastermind had not had the chance to extort the Jiang family before Jiang Jinran escaped. Aside from the suffering Jiang Jinran endured, the Jiang family had not suffered any losses. Naturally, the Jiang family had launched an investigation into the matter. The results were similar to those of the night banquet. The true mastermind remained elusive, with all leads having been completely severed. Although Jiang Jinran longed for revenge, the circumstances did not permit it. She could only patiently await the day the truth would be revealed. Once she felt sufficiently recovered, she returned to school. She was indeed a girl passionate about learning. Well, perhaps she was merely bored and had nothing to do. After the perilous kidnapping ordeal, Jiang Jinran realized that her situation was no longer secure. Those lurking in the shadows with malicious intent toward the Jiang family might strike again. In this world, there was no bodyguard as reliable as Yi Yan. At this moment, Jiang Jinran's trust in Yi Yan reached unprecedented heights. She believed that this young boy could safeguard her well. When Jiang Jinran reached the classroom door, the bell had already rung, and she had arrived a bit late. It was now class time. However, Class 3 was still in disarray. Noisy chatter emanated from the windows, and the classroom was unusually chaotic. Jiang Jinran furrowed her brow in confusion. Chapter 61. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One heard someone is coming for the new variety show. Is it true? They're coming to our class? Indeed, I heard it directly from the homeroom teacher. The fragmented discussions from the classroom reached Jiang Jinran's ears as she casually walked in with her small backpack. Her sudden appearance silenced the previously boisterous atmosphere instantly. The air grew still, and all eyes turned toward her. Jiang Jinran had taken sick leave for several days and had not attended school, causing her classmates to nearly forget her existence. Now that she reappeared in their midst, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Jinran completely ignored the curious gazes of her classmates and calmly made her way to her seat. After placing her backpack down, she slightly raised her eyes, only to unexpectedly meet Lu Ting's deep, dark gaze. The boy beside her had turned his head, his eyes fixed on her with an intensity that seemed to convey concern. He was worried about her. Their last encounter had been at the Vienna hotel, after which she encountered the kidnapping. Having missed school for so many days under the guise of illness, it appeared Lu Ting still cared about his desk partner. Jiang Jinran couldn't help but smile at him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The boy seemed taken aback by Jiang Jinran's unexpected smile, his previously icy demeanor momentarily flickering with mild surprise. Then, he awkwardly pressed his lips together and turned his head away. As Jiang Jinran settled into her seat, she mused that if she could always take sick leave, the classroom atmosphere would be much fresher without a certain someone present. Just as she sat down, she heard her classmates behind her mixing laughter with ridicule. Indeed, seeing that face brings down the mood. Such cunning. Jiang Jinran had long since become indifferent to their juvenile mockery. What she truly cared about was the news that had drawn her here, the one they had been excitedly discussing. Reflecting on the earlier fervent conversations in the classroom, today seemed to be an extraordinary day. Is someone coming? Jiang Jinran glanced at Lu Ting beside her, poking his arm with her finger and whispering, "What is the news?" Lu Ting nodded slightly. "I heard Shenwei is coming." Shenwei? Jiang Jinran had a vague recollection of the name. Shenwei was a highly acclaimed variety show director in the entertainment industry, responsible for many blockbuster national programs. What was he doing at Dixing Academy? Filming an educational variety show? What is he coming for? Jiang Jinran couldn't help but inquire further. "I see." Jiang Jinran pressed her lips together. No wonder her classmates were so excited, refusing to quiet down even after the class bell rang, whispering and discussing animatedly. Countless rich second-generation and celebrity offspring in the entertainment industry had clamored for opportunities, yet none had succeeded. Now that Shenwei himself was coming to Dixing to scout talent, it was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Ting Shun, upon hearing this, fell into a moment of silence before gently shaking his head, expressing uncertainty. "I'm not quite sure, perhaps. Why hasn't Director Shen arrived yet? Didn't the homeroom teacher mention he would come to our class?" Just then, the male classmates behind him began discussing the very matter, their voices loud and jarring, seemingly oblivious to the fact that class was in session. "What is the rush? It can't be that soon. I'm not anxious at all. The one who should be anxious is Hui." At this point, everyone's gaze instinctively shifted to Hui, who sat in the center of the classroom. Her complexion was flushed, radiating vitality, and the smile at the corners of her lips could not be suppressed, indicating her excellent mood. "Hui, you're truly fortunate. Remember not to forget your roots once you attain wealth and status." Someone teased her with a grin. "This is an unprecedented spectacle for you. Having Director Shun personally come to school to seek you out." TSK. Hui pursed her lips and, in a rare display of modesty, replied, "It may not necessarily be about me." Despite her words, the joy in her eyes was almost overflowing, and her smile made her seem somewhat lightheaded. How could it not be? The homeroom teacher explicitly stated that Director Shun is coming to select guests for the new variety show at Dixing, having taken a liking to the lead actress of our Dixing stage play, which is why he is making this special trip to our class. "The lead actress you? You are guaranteed to be chosen as a variety show guest. When Director Shun arrives, persuade him on our behalf and give us a chance. We want to go too." "I don't possess the ability to persuade Director Shun." Hui pouted, her tone laced with playful reproach. "He may not even choose me. Perhaps he is merely here to take a look." At this moment, Hui was extraordinarily humble. When she first heard the news, it felt surreal. For her, the hookup was not a pleasant memory. Her lip syncing to Jiang Jinran's song had been exposed, leading to a torrent of online criticism. Their group received no accolades, and due to unforeseen circumstances, they had to leave hastily. It was a nightmarish day that she wished to forget. Unexpectedly, the esteemed director Qiche showed interest in her because of this stage play, wishing to invite her to participate in his new variety show. She felt elated, exhilarated, and somewhat dizzy. Even now, her heart had yet to settle. Though internally thrilled and eagerly anticipating meeting director Qiche, Shi made a concerted effort to contain her emotions, presenting a humble and composed demeanor. In front of her classmates, she wished to maintain a semblance of restraint, not appearing overly excited. Shi, if you record a variety show and meet big stars, don't forget to get us autographs. At that moment, the entire class's attention was on Shi. The soon-to-be participant in a national variety show had undoubtedly become the object of everyone's admiration. Shi, perform well. Didn't you say you wanted to be a star in the future? If you participate in this variety show, you'll skyrocket to fame, and even the Film Academy will seek your application. Shi, ask Director Qiche if he needs any background actors. I'm not picky at all. I'm willing to do anything. If Shi became famous, we, as her classmates, would also bask in her glory and have something to boast about in the future. Chapter 62. Lu Tingxun's revenge. Jiang Jinran, with her gaze lowered, calmly observed the books on her desk. Beside her, Lu Tingxun mirrored her actions, his attention entirely absorbed in the study manual in his hands. Seemingly among the few in the classroom who were completely disinterested in the matter concerning Shi. Although indifferent, their ears could not escape the ongoing discussions. Jiang Jinran held no particular thoughts about Shi's impending participation in director Qiche's variety show. She merely found his taste rather lacking. How could he take a liking to Shi's performance in the Hope Cup, which could only be described as mediocre? What kind of taste was that? It was hard to believe someone with such aesthetic sensibilities could produce numerous hit variety shows. However, even the most capable individuals could misjudge at times. And Jiang Jinran understood that. Just then, the tardy temporary homeroom teacher, in high heels, entered Class 3. Since the original homeroom teacher, Su Yuan, was reassigned, the school had yet to appoint a proper homeroom teacher for them. They could only rely on the homeroom teachers of other classes to take turns managing them. It was that Dixing Academy lacked teachers, but after the incident with Su Yuan, no one dared to come, fearing repercussions. Jiang Jinran lifted her eyes, her gaze landing on the temporary homeroom teacher standing at the podium, smiling warmly. I apologize for being late. I encountered a significant traffic jam. She bent her smiley eyes, her tone friendly as she offered an apology to everyone. Teacher. At that moment, Lu Tingxun suddenly raised his hand. His expression was cold and austere. His voice as frigid as ice water, devoid of warmth. Lu, what is it? The homeroom teacher looked at Lu Tingxun with a questioning gaze. The others in the class could not help but glance over with curiosity. Jiang Jinran turned her head to look at her suddenly vocal deskmate, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lu Tingxun's action was evidently out of character. Previously, he rarely interacted with teachers and had never raised his hand to address one. Lu Tingxun gazed at the homeroom teacher, his eyes as deep as a pool of ink. He slightly parted his lips, his tone calm yet detached. I recall the class rules you established, which prohibit loud discussions during class. Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher immediately nodded in agreement. That is indeed correct. Lu Tingxun's clear and delicate cheeks appeared as if dusted with frost. In that case, I must formally report several classmates who openly violated the class rules and spoke loudly during class. He then coldly named those classmates. Jiang Jinran's eyes widened in surprise. The names Lu Tingxun mentioned were those who had just ridiculed her. Upon hearing Lu Tingxun's report, the accused classmates jumped up in agitation. Lu Tingxun, are you out of your mind? Why are you so fond of reporting others? I can't believe this. You're insane. We couldn't even speak a word when the teacher wasn't present, and we were just excited because Director Qiche is coming. Lu Tingxun, I never expected you to be this kind of person. The homeroom teacher observed the chaotic scene with a furrowed brow. Lu Tingxun had actually reported his classmates, which took her by surprise. Lu Tingxun came from a modest background, having gained admission to Dixing due to his outstanding academic performance, while the individuals he had just reported came from affluent families that dwarfed his. Should she describe him as fearlessly youthful or excessively rigid in character? Did he not fear retaliation? The students at Dixing were all from wealthy families, and, as a teacher, she certainly could not provoke these privileged youths. Nevertheless, maintaining discipline and education remained essential. She could not entirely overlook these young lords and ladies. This required the teachers at Dixing to learn to strike a balance. They needed to manage and educate while avoiding offending these children. Thus, she specifically established class rules to inform these young elites that as long as they did not violate the outlined regulations, they could behave however they wished. Even if they did violate the rules, the punishment would merely be a formality. Consequences would not be severe, but they could not be completely insignificant either, merely requiring a 1,000-word reflection. Now, those reported by Lu Tingshun would face the punishment of writing a 1,000-word reflection. Writing a reflection was not a harsh penalty, but who wanted to spend time writing so many words? All of this was due to Lu Tingshun's meddling. Teacher, according to the class rules, you should punish them. Lu Tingshun, seeing the homeroom teacher hesitating to speak, coldly reminded her. The homeroom teacher nodded, appearing somewhat distressed. In truth, the classroom rules primarily serve as a warning to students against making mistakes. However, even if a student does err, the teacher can often choose to overlook it. It was unexpected that she encountered a student so earnest in adherence to the rules. At this juncture, she felt compelled to discipline the few children who had been loud and disruptive. Otherwise, her authority would be completely undermined. I have already cautioned everyone numerous times. The homeroom teacher lamented, matters prohibited by the rules should not be done, and if they are, a reflection must be written. Those who had been noisy in class, you all need to write your reflections promptly and submit them tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the offending students wore grim expressions, their faces indicating their displeasure. They glared angrily at Lu Tingshun, clenching their fists. Were it not for the presence of so many peers during class, they would have liked nothing more than to confront him physically. Jiang Jinran could not help but steal several glances at Lu Tingshun, who remained steadfastly focused ahead, his handsome profile exuding a calm demeanor. Was this a form of retribution against those who had mocked him, or merely a coincidence? Suddenly, unfamiliar footsteps echoed from the doorway. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in a black hoodie appeared in the classroom's view. He politely knocked on the door and greeted everyone with a smile, saying hello. I am Zhao Fan, the assistant to Director Shun Wei. Director Shun will be arriving shortly, and I am here to inform you to make some preparations. In an instant, the previously oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and excitement surged among the students. Shi Hui bit her lip, her gaze unconsciously drifting outside, her fingers trembling with anticipation. She had already rehearsed how to present herself when Director Shun approached her, the expression and tone she should adopt to leave a favorable impression. Approximately 5 minutes later, Shinwei arrived in Class 3, accompanied by a group of staff members. At around 45 years of age, he bore few signs of aging, dressed in athletic attire, with a warm and friendly visage. Upon entering the classroom, his gaze met Shi Hui's, filled with anticipation and joy. However, Shunwei quickly averted his eyes, as if he did not recognize her. Shi Hui's expression faltered momentarily. Chapter 63. The Choice of Director Shun. It is a pleasure to meet you. The homeroom teacher eagerly approached him, engaging in polite conversation. Shunwei offered her a slight smile and nodded politely. The other students watched with wide eyes, filled with curiosity and excitement towards the famed director. Shi Hui, however, lowered her gaze, an uneasy premonition creeping into her heart. Was it not said that Director Shun had come to Dixing specifically for her? Yet, just moments ago, his expression suggested he had no interest in her whatsoever. Her classmates whispered her name in hushed tones, their faces lit with amusement, ready to tease her. Director Shun is here. Are you prepared? The wealth and fortune are about to arrive. They began to express their excitement for her. Yet, Shi Hui's heart was devoid of joy, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes betraying a sense of trepidation as she looked at Shin Wei. Director Shun, I heard you came specifically for a female student from our class? The homeroom teacher remarked cheerfully, this student is indeed exceptional. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Shi Hui, beckoning her forward. Shi Hui, come here quickly. Although uncertain of Director Shun's true intentions, Shi Hui instinctively stood up at the teacher's urging, her mind a blank slate. Under the watchful eyes of her peers, she approached Shinwei with a sense of stiffness. Director Shun, hello, she managed to smile politely at him. Shinwei returned her smile and nodded. For the first time, he regarded her directly, his scrutinizing gaze fixed upon her. After a moment of silence, he furrowed his brow slightly. Noticing Shinwei's unusual expression, the homeroom teacher inquired softly, Director Shun, is something the matter? Are you dissatisfied with something? Shen Wei spoke directly. Without preamble, you called this female student over to recommend her. But I've already chosen someone in my mind. At this revelation, the classroom erupted in astonishment. Confusion and disbelief washed over the students' faces as they struggled to comprehend the situation. What did Director Shen mean? Was the student he had in mind not sure Hui? Jiang Jinran rested her chin on her hand, lazily observing the unfolding scene, stifling a yawn. Indifferent to matters that did not concern her, Jiang Jinran merely hoped they would conclude swiftly. However, it appeared that Shi Hui was about to face embarrassment once more. Jiang Jinran tilted her head, her eyes flashing with interest. A perfectly delightful comedy had suddenly transformed into a farce. How would Shi Hui navigate this predicament? At that moment, standing before Shen Wei, Shi Hui felt her heart plummet, as if plunged into an abyss. It was akin to receiving a death sentence. She froze, her fingers instinctively curling into fists. Not her. The individual Shen Wei had chosen was indeed not her. Director Shen, did you not say you were interested in the female lead from our class who participated in the Hope Cup? The homeroom teacher furrowed her brow, confusion evident in her eyes. This is her, isn't it? It is not her, Shen Wei succinctly retorted. He then smiled, adding, in my view, the true protagonist of that stage play should be the tree. She embodies the essence and soul of the performance. In an instant, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Every mind grappled with the implications of Shen Wei's statement. Wait, did he mean that the lead he favored was not the actual lead, Shi Hui, but rather the tree? That could only refer to Jiang Jinran. Shi Hui's eyes brimmed with tears as she bit her lip, feeling as though a thunderbolt had struck her directly, her head spinning in chaos. How humiliating. She lowered her head, biting her lip, wishing for a hole to swallow her whole. The homeroom teacher also stared in disbelief for a long moment, processing the situation. Finally, she turned to Shen Wei. Director, the student you mentioned who would portray the tree. Is it her? She pointed toward Jiang Jinran. In that instant, all eyes in the classroom shifted to Jiang Jinran, whose presence became the center of attention. She blinked, meeting Shen Wei's gaze, and discerned a hint of delight within his eyes. Indeed, it is you, Shen Wei smiled, approaching Jiang Jinran's desk. With a gentle and amiable tone, he said, I truly enjoyed your portrayal of the little tree. Would you be interested in participating in my variety show? Upon hearing this, Shi Hui felt as if her teeth might shatter from the pressure. She clenched her fists, wishing to cry out, but restrained by the multitude of witnesses surrounding her. She felt as though she had been toyed with by Shen Wei, her heart aching with despair. Her classmates, on the other hand, were a mix of astonishment and jealousy. Damn it, how did that insufferable Jiang Jinran get so lucky? Jiang Jinran and Shen Wei stepped out onto the terrace in front of the classroom. I am not particularly interested. Jiang Jinran preemptively declined as Shen Wei attempted to discuss the variety show with her, surprised by her immediate rejection. Wait, I haven't even said anything yet, Shen Wei responded, bemused, chuckling softly. This was the first time he encountered someone disinterested in participating in his show. Jiang Jinran pouted, genuinely uninterested. Recording a variety show is exhausting. It completely encroaches upon my relaxation time. Jiang Jinran found reading to be effortless. Thus, she willingly continued her studies, for the knowledge was already familiar to her. Had studying been burdensome, she would have certainly contemplated taking a break from school. She would not forget her life's ambition, which was to live as a leisurely little salted fish. There was no need to be so resolute. One could gather more information before making a decision. In fact, my invitation to you today does not guarantee your selection, Shen Wei explained in a measured tone. I merely wish to invite you for an audition. If you succeed, and we find that your style aligns with the variety show, only then will we proceed with a contract. Ah, is that so? Jiang Jinran frowned slightly, expressing her reluctance. It seems too exhausting and troublesome. Shen Wei pressed his lips together, striving to clarify. What I mean is that we should give both parties a chance to understand one another, without rushing to conclusions. You familiarize yourself with our variety content while we assess your artistic temperament. If we resonate, that would be ideal. I am not particularly eager to understand, Jiang Jinran replied, her resolve unyielding. Should a contract be signed, we would offer you a fee of 1 million yuan. Shen Wei sighed, his gaze earnest. Jiang Jinran lifted her eyes to meet his, and without a moment's hesitation, she agreed. One should not pass up an opportunity for wealth. Chapter 64. A great misfortune approaches, she rushed out to the terrace, where Shun Wei was still engaged in conversation with an assistant. Clenching her fists, she mustered the courage to approach him, Director Shun. Shun Wei turned, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Shi Hui understood that opportunities must be seized. Inaction would surely lead to mischances. She felt a sense of unwillingness. If Jiang Jinran could participate, why could she not? She did not consider herself inferior to Jiang Jinran. I also wish to be part of your new variety show, she stated directly, revealing her ambition. Of course, I recognize that you may not have considered me suitable, but I hope you can grant me a chance to audition or at least experience it. I believe I can excel. Shun Wei remained silent, merely pursing his lips as he scrutinized Shi Hui. After a brief pause, he nodded. Very well, you may also audition. Jiang Jinran needs to audition as well. It is not yet entirely settled. The earlier gloom dissipated, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. She had truly secured this opportunity. However, Shi Hui's gaze involuntarily fell upon Jiang Jinran's retreating figure. Shun Wei had just imparted a crucial piece of information. The guest for the variety show had not yet been formally confirmed. Both she and Jiang Jinran were required to audition. This realization swept a cold flicker across Shi Hui's eyes. What if she were unable to participate in the audition? Would that not leave the opportunity solely for herself? After school, her classmates departed swiftly, while Jiang Jinran leisurely packed her backpack, showing no urgency. Beside her, Lu Tingshun was absorbed in solving a math problem. It seemed he would not leave until he completed it. Jiang Jinran paused in her actions and leaned closer. Her voice low as she inquired, Lu, classmate, did you report to the teacher today? She hesitated, feeling a bit shy, fearing that she might be overthinking things. Was it to stand up for me? After speaking, Jiang Jinran scratched her head in embarrassment. Lu Tingshun's hand, holding the pen, faltered slightly. Though his expression remained impassive, his gaze instinctively flickered away. Then, in a calm tone, he replied, they violated class rules. I simply dislike rule-breaking. Is that so? Jiang Jinran averted her gaze, feeling slightly embarrassed. It appeared she had been overthinking. Suddenly, she recalled something and asked, you are quite bold. Aren't you? Aren't you afraid of retaliation? Lu Tingshun shook his head. I am indifferent. He was unafraid of consequences, feeling there was nothing worth retaliating for. The young man turned his eyes, discreetly assessing Jiang Jinran's face, his thin lips pressing together before he abruptly shifted the topic. How are you feeling? Jiang Jinran had taken several days off due to illness, and, as his deskmate, he was certainly aware. Her sickness seemed rather serious. Jiang Jinran smiled, her eyes crinkling with gratitude at his concern. I am feeling better now. Thank you for asking. Jiang Jinran had arranged to audition at Shun Wei's company after school on Friday. She was not particularly interested in the variety show itself, but any opportunity to earn money fascinated her. On that Friday, after enduring a day of tedious classes, she eagerly anticipated rushing straight to Shun Wei's company. After packing her backpack, she noticed that Lu Tingshun had already left. He had departed 15 minutes early to assist his mother at the hotel. Jiang Jinran instinctively surveyed her surroundings. The classroom was nearly empty, with only a few stragglers remaining. Shi Hui was seated, her head bowed over something unknown. Jiang Jinran frowned. How could that girl still be here? As if sensing Jiang Jinran's gaze, Shi Hui suddenly lifted her head, and their eyes locked. Shi Hui's expression was cold, her gaze devoid of warmth, laced with a hint of disdain. Just then, a sharp pain surged from her abdomen. Jiang Jinran immediately furrowed her brows, her complexion paling. What was happening? Had she eaten something bad? However, it seemed to be merely a severe stomachache. Jiang Jinran bit her lip, pressing her hand against her belly, attempting to soothe the ache. Yet the pain did not subside. Instead, it intensified. Clenching her teeth, her head began to throb as well. At that moment, Shi Hui observed the scene from a distance, her expression unyielding. The sight of Jiang Jinran's frail and pained demeanor was exactly what Shi Hui wished to see. Unseen by Jiang Jinran, she smirked faintly. Thus, Jiang Jinran would surely miss the audition. Do not blame her. She merely did not wish to forfeit this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jiang Jinran felt that her body must be unwell and needed to be examined at a hospital. She grabbed her backpack, enduring the agonizing pain in her abdomen, and staggered out of the classroom. Her head swam, and her consciousness began to blur. This pain was inexplicable. Surely she had not contracted some terminal illness? Though the sunlight outside bathed her in warmth, Jiang Jinran felt no heat. The agony overwhelmed her, causing her entire body to feel cold. Her face turned pale as if drained of color, her lips lacking any hue. With all her strength, she fought to maintain her balance, striving not to collapse to the ground. "Miss, are you all right?" The driver quickly noticed Jiang Jinran's unusual state, his eyes widening in alarm as he rushed to support her swaying form. Jiang Jinran opened her mouth. Speaking was a struggle. Her lips trembled several times before she managed to utter, "Please take me to the hospital." After speaking, her awareness began to fade. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she let out a pained cry and lost consciousness entirely. When Jiang Jinran awoke once again, she found herself lying on a pristine white hospital bed, and 4 needles inserted into her hand. The abdominal pain had subsided somewhat, but had not vanished, likely due to the painkillers administered by the hospital. Nearby, a doctor was engaged in conversation with a nurse, their expressions grave, brows furrowed in concern. How strange it was. They could not identify the cause of her ailment. Chapter 65. The cause of her illness. Jiang Jinran's consciousness remained hazy. The doctor's words became increasingly indistinct. She gently closed her eyes, the pain in her abdomen surging once more, tormenting her already fragile nerves. In a daze, faint footsteps seemed to echo in her ears. Jiang Jinran's eyes opened a narrow slit, through which she glimpsed Jiang Yuyan's face, along with Jiang Yuehan. Their expressions were taut as they approached her, their eyes brimming with concern, their lips moving incessantly as if they were conversing. Yet Jiang Jinran could no longer hear their words. She pinched her fingers. Her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, compelling her to shut her eyes once more. It was as though she had plunged into a profound darkness. Her mind enveloped in chaos, her consciousness fragmented. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Jinran sensed a flicker of light filtering through the crevice of her eyelids. Her eyelashes fluttered, and with great effort, she managed to open her eyes. The familiar hospital room greeted her. Yet it was now devoid of all but one figure, a tall man clad in a white coat standing before her. His physique could be described as slender, with a strikingly handsome and fair face, deep-set and pristine features, narrow eyes, and thin, cool lips, exuding a sense of aloof elegance in the hazy light. Perched on his high nose were delicate gold-rimmed glasses, enhancing the air of noble grace that surrounded him. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Jinran's mind faltered. She instinctively blinked, only to belatedly realize that this man was her elder brother, Jiang Shiyan, renowned as a doctor with a divine hand in the medical field. Jiang Shiyan was a rare gem among physicians, capable of finding reasonable treatments for various complex ailments. "Brother?" Jiang Jinran instinctively exclaimed, causing Jiang Shiyan to pause momentarily. He quickly moved closer, his long fingers reaching out to gently touch her eyelid, the sensation slightly cool against her skin. He tugged at her eyelid before releasing it. "You are indeed awake," he confirmed, his voice refreshingly gentle, his demeanor far from harsh, resembling that of a warm and approachable elder brother. "Does it still hurt?" he asked, gazing down at Jiang Jinran, his voice imbued with a deep, soothing tenderness. It was then that Jiang Jinran realized the pain in her abdomen had subsided. How remarkable! How did this happen? The previous doctors could find no cause for my ailment, yet he arrived and immediately identified it. Jiang Shiyan's face remained inscrutable, though the depths of his eyes flickered with a subtle tremor. It was as if he could hear the unspoken thoughts of his sister. "Truly, he is a miraculous doctor," Jiang Jinran exclaimed, her once dull eyes now sparkling with a hint of brightness. "Thank you, brother, for saving my life. Otherwise, I would have been in excruciating pain." Jiang Shiyan quietly absorbed her heartfelt sentiments, a hint of amusement creeping into the corners of his lips. His impression of Jiang Jinran had never been particularly vivid. In fact, his recollection of the entire Jiang family had grown hazy over the years. During his early years, he had been preoccupied with studies abroad, and later focused solely on his medical career, dedicating himself to healing without feeling any warmth. The atmosphere within the Jiang household often left him feeling stifled and suffocated, a stark contrast to the coldness of his surgical instruments. The empty villa, his indifferent father, and his perpetually busy mother contributed to an environment where siblings seldom communicated, each absorbed in their own affairs. A home devoid of warmth only fostered a sense of emptiness and gloom. It was only after becoming a doctor and interacting with a diverse array of individuals that his life finally acquired depth and color, filling him with satisfaction and tranquility. This little sister, if he recalled correctly, had been born long after he had departed the Jiang family to pursue his education. He had likely never even laid eyes on her until today, when he discovered she had grown so much. If it weren't for his mother's sudden call, imploring him to come and aid his little sister, he might never have encountered her. "Brother," Jiang Jinran chirped, her beautiful, round eyes sparkling as she turned to Jiang Shiyan. "What exactly is wrong with me?" Jiang Jinran's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion clouding her gaze. "I cannot possibly have an incurable illness, can I? Although the pain has vanished, will I still be all right? I fear that if I have a serious condition, I will be devastated. I have yet to spend the money I saved." The corners of Jiang Shiyan's lips deepened into a smile, albeit a subtle one, which contrasted sharply with the coolness of his features, rendering it almost indistinguishable. "You are fine now," he reassured her in a soft tone. "Fine?" Jiang Jinran widened her eyes, uncertainty evident in her expression. Jiang Shiyan nodded affirmatively. Her demeanor relaxed, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Then what caused the sudden abdominal pain?" "I felt perfectly fine before." Jiang Shiyan's expression darkened momentarily. His gaze became serious as he addressed her gently. "Initially, the doctors here could not identify the cause, despite conducting numerous tests that yielded no results. They described your symptoms to me, and I tentatively concluded that it was not due to a physical ailment." He paused, a flicker of sympathy crossing his features as he continued. "It seems you may have inadvertently ingested a toxic substance." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinran was momentarily stunned. Ingested a toxic substance? Who could be so malicious? Thank goodness for my miraculous brother. Otherwise, my life would have been forfeit. Jiang Shiyan instinctively reached out, gently patting her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "Afterward, I extracted samples for testing, and the results confirmed my suspicions." Jiang Jinran pressed her lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. Her emotions were still tumultuous, difficult to quell. Is the environment for survival so perilous? Just after being kidnapped, I find myself poisoned. If heaven intends to take my life, it should be more straightforward about it. Jiang Shiyan furrowed his brow slightly. "You were recently kidnapped?" This news had not been mentioned to him by their mother. He observed his sister, who seemed to have endured considerable hardship, his voice remaining gentle as he reassured her. "I have already administered detoxification. Everything has been expelled. You are safe now," he added, his narrow eyes reflecting a hint of coolness. "I also assessed the timing of your toxin ingestion. It likely occurred at noon on the day your abdominal pain began." Jiang Jinran lowered her gaze, deep in contemplation. "On that day at noon, I was certainly at the academy. As for what I consumed, I had quite a variety of food." Jiang Shiyan listened attentively, refraining from interrupting her thoughts. Just then, the sound of her phone ringing from the bedside table broke the silence. Jiang Jinran glanced at her phone before turning to Jiang Shiyan. "Brother, I need to take this call." He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Jiang Jinran picked up her phone, the screen illuminating with Shun Wei's name. Suddenly, she remembered their audition appointment. She instinctively checked the date, realizing that 2 days had passed since their scheduled time. Was Shun Wei calling to reprimand her? "Hello, Director Shun," she answered, her expression neutral. Jiang Jinran, "Didn't Tiwi agree to audition on Friday evening?" Shun Wei's calm voice came through, lacking any reproach, merely laced with curiosity. "Why didn't you show up? I tried to call, but no one answered." Jiang Jinran replied honestly, "Director, I suddenly fell ill, which caused a delay." "I suspected as much," Shun Wei responded, his tone revealing understanding. "You and T cancel without reason. How are you feeling now? Are you all right?" Jiang Jinran nodded slightly, stating that she was nearly recovered. "So, once you're fully healed, would you still be willing to visit?" Shun Wei gently inquired, akin to an elder speaking to their child. "I still hope you can join my variety show." Jiang Jinran did not give a definitive answer, responding ambiguously, "I will contact you once I am fully recovered." Shun Wei graciously accepted. Jiang Jinran into the call. Jiang Shiyan glanced over with a calm, yet concerned gaze, kindly reminding her, "Tomorrow, you will be discharged. Do whatever you wish." Jiang Jinran blinked, meeting Jiang Shiyan's gentle eyes. This brother is a kind and gentle soul. Jiang Shiyan cleared his throat awkwardly, feeling somewhat flustered by Jiang Jinran's praise. What a pity. A flicker of darkness swiftly crossed Jiang Jinran's eyes. He seems to have a severe case of congenital asthma. Jiang Shurian's expression suddenly froze. He narrowed his eyes slightly, astonished. How did she know? He did not believe that the Jiang family would disclose his illness to Jiang Jinran. She did not need to know, nor was it necessary. Indeed, no one had informed Jiang Jinran. She had gleaned this information from the narrative of a novel. This illness cannot be completely cured, not even by an esteemed physician like my brother. Who would have thought that a healer who has treated so many ailments cannot cure his own? Jiang Jinran's brow furrowed tightly. But this is not the worst part. Someone will tamper with his asthma medication later, and then... She did not continue her thoughts. At that moment, Jiang Shurian's heart experienced tremendous turmoil. She knew he had asthma and was aware of the impending events. The handsome and graceful man maintained a composed exterior, yet his heart was tumultuous. This felt like an absurd fantasy, filled with incomprehensible ridiculousness. Yet inexplicably, he found himself believing that Jiang Jinran's thoughts were likely true. For no particular reason, he felt an inexplicable urge to believe. Perhaps he would indeed face such a calamity in the future. The next day, Jiang Jinran completed her discharge procedures. Jiang Shurian took great care of her, treating her with kindness. Such a person in the cold-blooded Jiang family was indeed an anomaly. Jiang Yuyin and Jiang Yuehan sat at the front of the car, having come to pick Jiang Jinran up from the hospital. Throughout the journey, Jiang Jinran continued to ponder the matters concerning Jiang Shurian. His condition was somewhat complex, stemming from both congenital and acquired causes. As a doctor, he had expended too much effort and energy in treating others, leading to significant physical deterioration over the years. His condition would only worsen over time. However, he had chosen to suppress it with medication rather than address it properly, resulting in irreversible harm to his body. It seemed that Jiang Shurian had not considered treating his own illness seriously. Jiang Jinran raised her eyes, gazing at the swiftly passing scenery outside the car window. Yet, a sudden spark of confidence ignited within her. Fortunately, perhaps she could heal him. Upon returning home, she sat at the edge of her bed, contemplating her decision, ultimately resolving to visit the school shortly. She had ingested poison within the academy's premises, so it was highly probable that the perpetrator was among the school as populace. She was eager to uncover who could be so malicious and what their motives were. After resting for a while, she changed her clothes and silently departed from the Jiang family villa. Thankfully, Jiang Yuyin and Jiang Yuehan were preoccupied and did not notice her. Had they known she was rushing back to school right after her discharge, they would undoubtedly have objected. Thus, Jiang Jinran decided to act first and report later. She would not rest until she clarified this matter. Upon arriving at Dixing Academy, she found the students of Class 3 engaged in physical education on the playground, leaving the classroom completely empty. She promptly headed to the security office to request the surveillance footage from that afternoon. The security guard, perceiving her as unreasonable, was reluctant to assist her, stating that accessing the footage was not a trivial matter. One would need to have encountered an incident first. The guard scrutinized Jiang Jinran with a judgmental gaze, quickly concluding that she did not belong to a wealthy family. "You should leave if you have nothing to do. Don't disturb my work," he said, his attitude growing increasingly dismissive as he regarded Jiang Jinran with contempt. Clenching her fists, Jiang Jinran suddenly spoke, delivering a fervent tirade. "I certainly have something to discuss. Do you know I am on the brink of being poisoned? I am in grave danger. If you refuse to allow me access to the surveillance footage, my mood will worsen and my health will deteriorate further. If I die, you will share the blame." Chapter 67. Audition. The security guard widened his eyes, incredulous at Jiang Jinran's sudden outburst. He pressed his lips together, about to say something, but Jiang Jinran forcefully shoved him aside. "Hey, what are you doing?" The guard was taken aback, watching as Jiang Jinran dashed past him into the surveillance room, attempting to raise his voice to stop her. However, Jiang Jinran disregarded him entirely, locking the door behind her. "You little brat, are you out of your mind?" The guard, realizing the door was locked from the inside, desperately twisted the doorknob, but to no avail. He pounded on the door in frustration, his face contorting with anger. "Open the door. Be careful. I'll report you to the principal and get you disciplined." Jiang Jinran remained unfazed, focused on operating the surveillance system to retrieve the footage from that fateful Friday. She suspected someone had secretly introduced a toxic substance into her food. That day at noon, she had consumed both water and snacks. The likelihood of the perpetrator having poisoned both was quite high. Therefore, it was essential to access all surveillance footage from Class 3 on that day. However, Jiang Jinran's brow furrowed deeply, her actions coming to an abrupt halt. A glaring notification appeared on the screen, indicating that the surveillance footage from that Friday was blank, citing that the cameras had malfunctioned. Malfunctioned? Jiang Jinran certainly did not believe such a coincidence existed. How fortuitous that the cameras happened to fail on that particular day. If it was not a coincidence, then it must have been premeditated. It appeared that the perpetrator had been quite thorough, even considering the surveillance aspect. They had disabled the cameras in advance, eliminating any potential worries. The sound of the security guard's relentless pounding on the door echoed in her ears, making it clear that accessing the footage was proving impossible. Jiang Jinran contemplated leaving the surveillance room, but exiting through the main door was evidently not a wise choice, given the furious guard waiting outside. Shaking her head, she turned her gaze towards a nearby window. It seemed she would have to find another way. Approaching the windowsill, she tested the window and discovered it could be opened. The surveillance room was on the ground floor, and outside lay a lush green lawn. Without hesitation, Jiang Jinran pushed herself through the window. In her previous life, Jiang Jinran had been quite adept at athletics. However, confined by her current body, she could not move as agilely as before. Nevertheless, climbing through a window was still quite manageable. After successfully exiting the surveillance room, Jiang Jinran walked along the pathways of the academy, receiving a new text message on her phone. It was from Shun Wei. In a text message, Shun Wei inquired again about the audition, asking when she could meet Jiang Jinran. Noticing Shun Wei's unwavering dedication and the enticing reward of 1 million, Jiang Jinran promptly confirmed the audition for this afternoon. With the decision made, she resolved to complete the audition since she had already stepped out. Before leaving the academy, Jiang Jinran made a brief visit to Classroom 3. The physical education class was still in session, and the classroom remained empty. She inspected the seats, but found nothing amiss. That person truly left no evidence behind. Jiang Jinran bit her lip. Despite this, her desire to uncover the culprit intensified. The competitive spirit within her ignited, and she clenched her fists. Just wait. After departing the academy, Jiang Jinran took a taxi to Shun Wei's company. Upon arrival, she was greeted by Shun Wei's assistant, Zhao Fan, who was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Jinran, he immediately approached her with a smile, his tone polite. "Welcome. I'll take you upstairs." Jiang Jinran did not expect Shun Wei to send his assistant to personally welcome her, leaving her both surprised and flattered. Had she not known Shun Wei was not a bad person, she might have begun to suspect his overly attentive demeanor harbored ulterior motives. As Jiang Jinran entered the elevator, she ascended to Shun Wei's office on the 10th floor. Zhao Fan opened the door for her. Inside the spacious and brightly lit office, Shun Wei sat at his desk, engrossed in his writing. As her gaze wandered, Jiang Jinran spotted a familiar face on the sofa. Shi Hui, dressed elegantly in a lovely dress and adorned with makeup, sat upright. Jiang Jinran strolled into the office at a leisurely pace, her eyes locking onto Shi Hui's. Shi Hui seemed taken aback by Jiang Jinran's sudden appearance, her eyes widening in surprise, ripples of shock evident in her gaze. She had put something in Jiang Jinran's food, and logically, it would take 10 days or more for her to recover, making it impossible for her to attend the audition. How could she possibly be here? In truth, Shi Hui's audition was initially scheduled simultaneously with Jiang Jinran's for that Friday evening. Hence, she had aimed to strike first, believing that if Jiang Jinran could not attend, she would have a greater chance of securing the opportunity. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred that day. Just as she arrived at Director Shin's company, she was informed that the audition had been canceled. Today, she received a sudden call from Director Shin, who informed her that the audition could be rescheduled for today and asked if she would like to come. Naturally, she agreed, although the timing was awkward. With classes to attend, nothing could surpass the importance of this audition. She made up an excuse to take leave, had her makeup done, and arrived here, initially believing it would be a solitary audition. To her astonishment, she encountered Jiang Jinran, who she had deemed impossible to see. How had she recovered so swiftly? Was today's audition arranged to accommodate Jiang Jinran, with her merely as secondary participant? Realizing this, Shi Hui clenched her teeth, her fingers instinctively curling into fists. At that moment, Jiang Jinran was also observing Shi Hui. She bit her lip, yet before she could speak, Shun Wei set down his pen and approached her. A gentle smile gracing his features. Jiang Jinran, you've arrived. How is your recovery? I trust you are no longer in any distress? He engaged in polite small talk. After uttering this, he instinctively diverted his gaze, subtly assessing Shi Hui from a distance. As expected, Shi Hui's demeanor shifted noticeably upon hearing Jiang Jinran's words. Her eyes flickered with surprise and confusion before quickly regaining composure. Jiang Jinran noted this subtle anomaly. Director Shun, she said, glancing toward Shen Wei and gesturing toward Shi Hui on the sofa. My classmate. Why is she here as well? Originally, I intended for you both to audition together. But since you were unavailable and I had matters to attend to, I canceled it. Today, I had the opportunity to call both of you in. Shi Hui sat tensely on the sofa, her heart filled with anxious emotions. Why had Jiang Jinran appeared? Had she underestimated the situation? While listening to Shen Wei speak, Jiang Jinran casually observed Shi Hui's expression. At this point, she had roughly pieced together the entire sequence of events. Shi Hui was, without a doubt, the one who had poisoned her. Her motive was straightforward: to prevent Jiang Jinran from attending the audition, allowing her to seize the opportunity. When Jiang Jinran had claimed to be in good health, Shi Hui's expression had clearly betrayed her surprise. Perhaps she had never anticipated Jiang Jinran's swift recovery, disrupting her plans. In retrospect, Jiang Qian's assistance had been invaluable. Without it, she might still be languishing in a hospital bed, searching for the cause of her ailment while enduring abdominal pain. Shi Hui's heart was more malicious than Jiang Jinran had imagined. No wonder she deserved to be dealt with personally. Jiang Jinran, shall we commence the audition? She inquired of Shen Wei, a smirk playing on her lips. Of course, Jiang Jinran replied. Shi Hui rose from the sofa, feeling somewhat defeated by the unforeseen turn of events. She had believed the opportunity to participate in Shen Wei's show was hers to claim. Jiang Jinran's presence had dampened her spirits, but she refused to concede. Though the stakes had risen, Shi Hui believed she could still showcase her many talents to Shen Wei, just as they anticipated showcasing their skills. Shen Wei turned a monitor on his desk toward them. The screen faced the two, and Jiang Jinran soon realized it was a video call interface. In the upper right corner, a familiar face appeared, Jiang Qiche. On the screen, he sat nonchalantly, his elegant, slightly long hair falling over his eyes. Upon catching sight of Jiang Jinran's face, a faint glimmer of intrigue flickered in his beautiful eyes. The true decision-maker for this audition was not Shen Wei, but Jiang Qiche. Allow me to clarify, Shen Wei explained promptly, I am merely responsible for finding participants for this audition. Ultimately, who will sign a contract rests upon Jiang Qiche's discretion. Since he cannot be here in person, we are conducting the audition via video. Shen Wei was left with no other option. The investment party behind his new show had exerted considerable effort to secure Jiang Qiche's participation. Although Shen Wei was not one to favor the inclusion of top celebrities in his programs, believing the essence of content was what truly attracted viewers, he had to maximize Jiang Qiche's popularity as requested by the investors. However, he had not anticipated the significant communication issues that would arise. The show required pairs, meaning Jiang Qiche needed a partner. While he suspected Jiang Qiche would be particular about his partner, he never imagined his standards would be so exacting. Every candidate he proposed was promptly rejected by Jiang Qiche for reasons of personal dislike. Shen Wei found himself in a quandary, asking Jiang Qiche what type of partner he preferred, but Jiang Qiche merely dismissed his suggestions without elaboration. Noticing Shen Wei's engrossed expression, Jiang Qiche teased him, questioning if such a prestigious director found enjoyment in a childlike stage play. Shen Wei, however, did not perceive it as mere child's play. He found it profound and intriguing, which prompted him to counter, asserting that the little tree within it was quite clever. Originally, he presumed that Jiang Qiche would regard this with disdain, yet to his surprise, he merely pressed his lips together, fell silent for a moment, and uttered 3 words, not bad. It is worth noting how exceedingly difficult it is to elicit such a commendation from Jiang Qiche. He typically expresses his sentiments in a straightforward manner, often declaring things as unacceptable or unappealing, exhibiting an unyielding directness and a certain coldness. Jiang Qiche's remark of not bad regarding the young actor Xiao Shu indicated that he certainly harbored no aversion in his heart. Shen Wei was immediately filled with excitement, as it appeared that this actor, Xiao Shu, might very well be the partner that would meet Jiang Qiche's approval. Thus, subsequent events unfolded, all orchestrated for the sake of Jiang Qiche. You may begin now. Who will go first? Just showcase your unique qualities, he instructed. On the screen, Jiang Qiche rested his chin on his hand, his exquisite visage emanating a gentle luster, captivating enough to hold one's gaze. His eyes, though seemingly distant, bore a cool detachment. I'll go first, Shi Hui declared, biting her lip, eager to take the initiative. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiche smiled and nodded. Very well. Please proceed. Taking a deep breath, Shi Hui felt a tinge of nervousness, yet she knew that focusing on her performance was paramount. She earnestly displayed her talents, be it through dance or musical instruments. Jiang Jinran watched impassively from the side, her emotions remaining unperturbed. Once Shi Hui concluded her performance, Jiang Qiche's smile persisted on the screen, revealing no discernible emotion, neither approval nor disapproval. Just as Shi Hui anticipated his feedback, the man remained silent, his gaze shifting towards Jiang Jinran. With a slight curl of his lips, his eyes sparkled faintly as he addressed her. It is your turn now, classmate. His voice was melodious, resonating with a deep, magnetic allure. However, Jiang Jinran felt a shiver run down her spine under his unwavering stare. What was this nonsense? Plans had changed. She let out a barely perceptible sigh, feigning a look of reluctance and regret. I suddenly feel like I don't want to participate in the variety show anymore. I believe I may not be suitable. So, may I withdraw from the audition? Chapter 69. Personal designation. It seemed that Shun Wei had not anticipated Jiang Jinran's sudden declaration, his eyes widening in surprise. A fleeting expression of astonishment crossed his face before he spoke. Why the sudden change? Shi Hui could not help but turn her head. She gazed at Jiang Jinran's fair profile. Was she truly going to withdraw? This meant Shi Hui's fingers clenched tightly, a wave of exhilaration washing over her. However, Jiang Qiche on the screen remained silent. The handsome man gazed directly at Jiang Jinran, his deep and profound eyes fixed upon her. Suddenly, he smiled. The radiant smile resembled a rose in full bloom, strikingly beautiful. Why do you wish to withdraw? He inquired languidly. Although he posed the question, Jiang Qiche was well aware that this child did not wish to be associated with him. What an ungrateful creature. He had been kind enough to offer her medication last time, yet now she treated him like a venomous snake. In truth, he had not expected Jiang Jinran to appear in today's video audition. Shen Wei had merely informed him that 2 candidates were prepared for him to choose from. Unexpectedly, this little sister showed up for the audition. At this moment, the curve of Jiang Qiche's lips deepened. With the rebellious spirit of a child, he smiled at Jiang Jinran. If you wish to withdraw, then I must select you. Jiang Qiche snapped his fingers, suddenly rising from his seat, his eyes bright with a charming arc. I have made my decision. It is you, Jiang Jinran. Come join me in this variety show. With that, Jiang Qiche waved at the screen, and then the video cut to black. Just like that, Jiang Jinran blinked in bewilderment. She had done nothing, not even auditioned, yet Jiang Qiche had designated her? Was this intentional? Aware of her aversion towards him, he deliberately pulled her into the fray. Last time at the Central Theater, he had shown no restraint in his malice, eager to see her humiliated. Associating with him could only lead to trouble. Shi Hui was utterly disheartened. She had never imagined that Jiang Qiche would act so hastily. After all the effort she had put into her performance, Jiang Jinran had only uttered a single sentence, and he inexplicably chose her, making her appear foolish. A torrent of emotions, unwillingness, pain, anger, and helplessness flooded Shi Hui's heart. She could only clench her fists tightly, her teeth gritted. As for Jiang Jinran, Shen Wei was equally surprised by how swiftly this matter had reached a conclusion. He approached Jiang Jinran, his tone considerably friendlier than before. Now that it has come to this, shall we sign the contract at once? Jiang Jinran pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a moment before shaking her head coldly. Participating in a variety show was already quite troublesome, and having to contend with a volatile presence like Jiang Qiche was something she wished to avoid. Director Shun, I'm sorry, Jiang Jinran began. But Shen Wei raised 5 fingers. The appearance fee has been increased to 5 million. Jiang Jinran had nearly rejected him, yet upon hearing this, she swallowed her words, a faint glimmer of excitement shining in her eyes. I suppose I am reconsidering. She still had matters to resolve. Jiang RN speculated on Qiche's whereabouts. She would not let the matter of poisoning rest. Crossing the street, she arrived at the pedestrian walkway opposite the company building. Initially intending to hail a cab, her gaze shifted. Through the large window in the distance, she spotted Qiche, who was currently seated in a CAF. Qiche sat by the window, her head bowed, her expression shrouded in obscurity. Alone there, her slender figure exuded a sense of sorrow and desolation. Was she upset? A smirk crossed Jiang Jinran's lips as a chill emanated from her eyes. Earlier, she had agreed to sign with Shunwei not only because he had raised the appearance fee to 5 million, but also because of Qiche. If she chose not to sign, Qiche would likely seize a significant opportunity. This was not the outcome she desired. She wished to witness Qiche's turmoil and distress. This was what Qiche deserved. Jiang Jinran headed straight for the CAF where Qiche was seated, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Qiche sat there in despair, oblivious to Jiang Jinran's approach. Jiang Jinran arrived at the table where Qiche was seated. She gently tapped the table before sitting down opposite her. Hearing the sound, Qiche instinctively lifted her eyes. Their gazes collided unexpectedly. Jiang Jinran's eyes were cold and deep, her expression devoid of warmth. Qiche's eyes widened in astonishment. You, Jiang Jinran? Her expression momentarily froze, then a strong aversion flickered in her eyes. What are you doing here? Want to gloat? Jiang Jinran scoffed coldly. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone entirely devoid of warmth. Do you really think I would seek you out for no reason? You know full well what you have done to me. Jiang Jinran delivered this statement with a firm and icy tone. Qiche's heart quivered. She was taken aback by Jiang Jinran's sudden outburst of forcefulness. It was the first time she witnessed such a side of Jiang Jinran. Terrifying, ruthless, and aloof. In this moment, however, her thoughts inexplicably drifted far away. She recalled the first time she met Jiang Jinran, when she had just transitioned to the middle school division, surrounded by unfamiliar children who had come together to form a brand new class. Jiang Jinran is one of them. Her image at school has always been that of a well-liked, kind-hearted young lady from a prestigious family. Thus, even in a brand new middle school class, she quickly integrated with her new classmates and smoothly ran for the position of the cultural committee member. However, Jiang Jinran is an absolute anomaly. She is taciturn and possesses little presence. If one does not observe closely, they would hardly notice her existence. Ideally, she should have been treated like a transparent figure by everyone. Yet at that time, she was overly confident, thinking that there were no friends she could not win over and that no one could possibly dislike her. She wished to conquer the seemingly silent and unapproachable Jiang Jinran, which would undoubtedly enhance her own prestige. It would be quite impressive to have won over someone so difficult to approach. However, reality diverged completely from her initial expectations. Chapter 70. Denial. She took the initiative to befriend Jiang Jinran, showcasing her gentle and kind side, yet Jiang Jinran disregarded her entirely. She still vividly recalls the look in Jiang Jinran's eyes at that moment, cold, indifferent, devoid of warmth. It felt as if she were gazing at an inconsequential stranger. Jiang Jinran was impervious to her overtures, completely dismissing her goodwill. That was one of the few defeats that Qiche had faced throughout her life. A deeply etched and rather brutal memory. The entire class bore witness to her being thoroughly ignored by that insufferable Jiang Jinran. Her heart suffered a heavy blow, and she felt profoundly embarrassed and defeated. Thus, from that moment forward, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Jinran. It was not mere dislike, it was hatred. While other classmates detested Jiang Jinran, mocking and ostracizing her, Qiche was not one to let things go simply. She took pleasure in secretly sabotaging Jiang Jinran. For instance, when collecting homework, she would deliberately tear out a few pages from Jiang Jinran's completed assignment, leading the teacher to mistakenly believe that she had not done her homework. Alternatively, she would purposefully discard her school badge or place dead insects in her desk. To Qiche, these were merely harmless pranks. She only wished to discreetly torment Jiang Jinran, and she dared not escalate further. However, this time, poisoning Jiang Jinran was undoubtedly her boldest act yet. In the past, she would likely not have dared to do such a thing. She yearned to, desperately. At the same time, she found Jiang Jinran even more detestable than before. This person had openly stabbed her in the back during the Hope Cup, opposing her at every turn. Consequently, her hatred for Jiang Jinran intensified considerably. She truly loathed this individual. Fueled by her profound desire and escalating hatred, she committed what was, to date, the most severe harm she had inflicted upon Jiang Jinran. She introduced toxic substances into her food. She felt no remorse. In fact, she even thought with a hint of madness about how she should have added more poison. Then Jiang Jinran would not have appeared today and would not have interfered with her plans. Her mind was a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. In reality, Jiang Jinran was now gazing at her with an intense expression. Hui curled her lips into a smile, appearing relaxed as she looked at Jiang Jinran, her face betraying little emotional upheaval, even seeming somewhat tranquil. Do I need to be aware of something? Jiang Jinran inquired. How could I possibly know what thoughts occupy your mind? Jiang Jinran tightened her fingers, her lips forming a straight line, emanating a palpable sense of pressure. Hui, must I spell out for you? You resorted to poisoning me for this variety show audition. Hui's heart sank, her face paling for a brief moment. She struggled to maintain her composure, though turmoil brewed within her. So, she had already discovered the truth. No wonder she recovered so swiftly. But how could she know that it was she who had poisoned her? All the evidence had been obliterated. Hui recognized that she must not lose her composure at this moment. Even if she were guilty, she could not admit it. Jiang Jinran would have no evidence against her. Even the surveillance footage from that day had been erased. She was merely speculating without proof. Without evidence, she need not confess or fear the consequences. Hui maintained a subtle smile, tilting her head as she resolved to deny everything. Are you suffering from paranoia, Jiang Jinran? If you have issues, do not jump to accuse me of poisoning you. She retracted her smile, speaking with conviction. Do you have any evidence? Without evidence, it's mere slander. Should you continue this path of falsehood, I might just have to hire a lawyer. Jiang Jinran regarded her with a cold gaze, her expression remaining largely unchanged. She had already surmised the truth. Hui would not admit her culpability. The fact that she had even considered destroying the surveillance footage indicated that she had eradicated all incriminating evidence. Now, she was relying on the absence of proof to stubbornly deny her involvement, rendering Jiang Jinran seemingly unable to take action against her. Jiang Jinran, may I suggest you leave? Hui raised her chin, attempting to usher her out. I wish to continue enjoying my coffee. Your uninvited presence is quite intrusive. Please depart promptly. With that, she lifted her coffee cup and took a sip. Jiang Jinran scrutinized Hui for several moments, remaining silent. Ultimately, she chose not to say anything further and rose to leave the CF. At this moment, she felt powerless. However, Hui's recent demeanor, along with her myriad expressions, reinforced Jiang Jinran's conviction that Hui was indeed the one responsible for her plight. She would find a way to gather evidence. She was determined. As she stepped out of the CAF, Jiang Jinran's phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Yuyin, who had evidently discovered her absence from the Jiang family villa. Jiang Jinran hesitated before answering, initially fearing a scolding, but was met instead with a gentle inquiry. Xiaoran, how are you doing? Why did you leave without a word? If you wish to go somewhere, please tell your mother, and I will take you. A wave of guilt washed over Jiang Jinran. She thought, I'm sorry, Mama, for making you worry. I assumed that after just being discharged from the hospital, you wouldn't allow me to go out. Why would I? Jiang Yin's voice was soft. I am not unreasonable. For reasons unknown, a warmth blossomed in Jiang Jinran's heart. Jiang Yin did not linger on the topic, merely reminding her to take care of herself and to call if she needed anything. After hanging up, Jiang Jinran hailed a taxi, heading alone towards Dixing Academy. Hui must have acted against her in the classroom. The route to tamper with the surveillance was no longer viable. She needed to explore alternative methods. Upon arriving at the academy, it was already past dismissal time. The streetlights illuminated the premises, now devoid of students who had long since departed. Even the main gate was closed. Jiang Jinran approached the security guard, mustering her courage to fabricate a story, claiming she had left her textbooks in the classroom. Fortunately, the security guard, seeing her anxious demeanor, did not question her further and handed her the keys without hesitation. Jiang Jinran expressed her gratitude and hurriedly made her way to Class 3's classroom. Upon entering, she turned on the classroom lights. She firmly believed that as long as the crime scene remained, the evidence would not be entirely obliterated. There would inevitably be remnants. Chapter 71. Father has returned. Jiang Jinran's gaze swept around the classroom. She quickly approached Shi Hui's desk. Shi Hui was not foolish. She certainly would not leave any incriminating evidence at her own seat. Nevertheless, Jiang Jinran felt compelled to investigate personally. What if she could not overlook even the slightest possibility? Jiang Jinran opened Shi Hui's desk and meticulously searched through it. Apart from books, there was nothing unusual inside. She had no choice but to arrange the books neatly, restoring them to their original state. Jiang Jinran, unwilling to accept defeat, circled around Shu's seat and even glanced into the nearby trash bin. The outcome, however, was still fruitless. Jiang Jinran casually found a chair and sat down, letting out a soft sigh, her gaze wandering aimlessly. Was there truly no way, no means to uncover the evidence of the poison who had administered? Jiang Jinran quickly shook her head, refusing to entertain such a compromising thought. She stood up from the chair once more. Navigating through the empty classroom, silence enveloped her. She arrived at her own seat, which had remained untouched since she left last Friday after falling ill. However, Jiang Jinran hastily lifted the desk cover to inspect the inside, and as suspected, her desk had indeed been tampered with. She had long suspected that after her poisoning last Friday, Shu lingered in the classroom intentionally until late. Undoubtedly up to no good. After she had left, Shu must have come to her seat to erase crucial evidence, such as the leftover water she had drunk and the snacks she had consumed. All of these items had been laced with poison, yet now they had vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. It was evident that Shu was responsible. Of course, she had not held much hope from the beginning. Shu would not be foolish enough to leave such incriminating evidence behind. Jiang Jinran bit her lip and sat down on her chair with a thud, as if something had suddenly dropped to the floor. She paused, immediately looking down, and indeed, there was something that had fallen. When Jiang Jinran left the school, the night had completely descended. She returned the keys to the security guard and thanked him. To maintain her facade, she even carried a homework notebook with her, pretending she had picked up her textbooks. Just as she settled into the car, Jiang Yin called again. Jiang Jinran answered the phone, and instead of the usual reprimands, Jiang Yin gently inquired, "Xiao RN, are you still at school? Do you need me to pick you up?" Jiang Yin nodded, relieved, but Jiang Jinran sensed the hesitation in her mother's tone. "What is it, Mama?" she asked, confused. "Is it about father?" On the other end, Jiang Yin could not hear Jiang Jinran's unspoken thoughts, only sensing the silence that lingered. She had anticipated this. Xiao knew too much and harbored countless secrets, aware of Han Hui's true nature as a father. Surely, like herself, she loathed Han Hui. Jiang Jinran was not in a bad mood. She merely felt that the fleeting tranquility at the Jiang household was about to be shattered. Han Hui was different from Jiang Yin and her brothers. He was a true villain with a black heart. Jiang Jinran shook her head helplessly, her tone calm and devoid of emotion. "I understand, Mama." Hearing this, Jiang Yin opened her mouth, wishing to say more, but ultimately decided against it. She did not want Jiang Jinran to know that she could hear her thoughts or that she was aware of Han Hui's true nature. Their conversation ended there. Seated in the back of the taxi, Jiang Jinran clutched the textbook she had just brought from school. She gazed out the window at the swiftly passing scenery, a wave of mild irritation washing over her. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family villa, Jiang Yuhn and the other children were absent, leaving only Jiang Yin and Han Hui in each other's company. Jiang Yin remained alone in her gym, avoiding any encounter with Han Hui. The mere sight of him reminded her of the nauseating events she had witnessed at the Rose Manor. At times, she contemplated the most direct approach, hiring an assassin to eliminate the unfaithful Han Hui. This would resolve all her problems. However, this would merely quell her anger. Many practical issues would remain unresolved. Knowing Han Hui as she did, he would undoubtedly have a will prepared, designating where his assets would go upon his death. She suspected that even in death, he would not leave anything for her. Furthermore, even if he were alive, he likely would not dare to keep many assets in his name. He had probably already transferred them elsewhere. Jiang Yin realized that she could not act impulsively. Thus, despite the urge to expel Han Hui from her life, she understood that now was not the time to do so. On the other side, Han Hui sat before the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, idly flipping through a magazine out of boredom. He was aware of Jiang Yin's fitness routine, but she had been in the gym for an unusually long time today. He could not freely meet with Bil Ying and her daughter, so he decided to accompany them for a few days. He had purchased a discreet yet luxurious villa in the outskirts of DJing, which would serve as their future residence. Upon his return, he encountered Jiang Yin after a long time. Her appearance and expression remained consistent with his memories, showing no signs of change. Yet, for some reason, Han Wei felt that Jiang Yin had somehow transformed. It was a subtle feeling that he could not quite pinpoint. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the entrance. He squinted, observing closely. The newcomer was none other than his youngest daughter, Jiang Jinran. Han Wei rarely interacted with Jiang Jinran, and she seldom spoke to him. Their relationship was marked by an overwhelming distance, which he found quite agreeable. He never cared much for this daughter and preferred her to keep her distance and not intrude upon his space. As Jiang Jinran walked through the living room, she initially intended to head straight for the staircase. However, upon noticing Han Wei seated in the living room, she paused, unable to resist the urge to stop and look at this so-called father for the first time. Han Wei did not expect her to halt midway, standing there motionless, staring at him. This was not how he remembered Jiang Jinran. What was she looking at? Unable to contain his irritation, he turned to meet Jiang Jinran's profound, icy gaze. Her eyes bore the contempt of one looking at a detestable stranger. This stirred a sense of annoyance within Han Wei. Previously, Jiang Jinran had merely ignored him. Now, her disdainful glare was utterly uncouth. It seemed that Jiang Yin had indeed raised her poorly, as she was no match for Bisu. Han Wei shook his head in disbelief and spoke sternly. What are you staring at? His brow furrowed, revealing his cold disdain. Jiang Jinran pressed her lips together, remaining silent, but internally scoffed. What is it to you? Detestable man. Han Wei widened his eyes, initially believing he had misheard. Yet the words that reached his ears were unmistakably clear. Jiang Jinran's voice. He was bewildered by the situation, fixating on her with frustration, demanding, "What did you just say?" Taken aback by Han Wei's sudden outburst, Jiang Jinran blinked in confusion. Oh dear, the son-in-law has quite the temper. You. Han Wei nearly spat blood in anger, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He tried to respond, but after much effort, all he could muster was a single word. You. He was momentarily at a loss for how to effectively retort. As his turbulent emotions gradually subsided, Han rose to his feet and paced toward Jiang Jinran. Towering over his daughter, he scrutinized her, and the words she had just uttered ignited a fierce anger within his eyes. Clenching his fists, he restrained the impulse to slap her and exclaimed sternly, "Is this how your mother raised you? What a disgrace!" Jiang Jinran felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. What have I done to be deemed uncouth? Don't tell me it's because I didn't initiate a greeting that you're this furious. Surely, a grown man shouldn't react this way. Yet at the same time, he realized something crucial. Throughout their exchange, he had not heard Jiang Jinran speak at all. What he had perceived were merely the whispers of her heart. A flicker of astonishment flashed across Han Yi's gaze. Such a miraculous phenomenon existed in this world. However, he quickly regained his composure. So this reticent daughter harbors such thoughts about herself. Han Yi's ire intensified, causing him to grit his teeth in fury. I haven't done anything, Jiang Jinran replied, pursing her lips. Her tone was icy as she attempted to defend herself against Han Yi's unfounded wrath and accusations. What do you mean by calling me uncouth? Have you lost your mind as a son-in-law? Han Yi, if you're under too much pressure, don't take it out on a child. I suggest you consider drastic measures. Han Yi. Furthermore, if you claim I'm uncouth, doesn't that reflect poorly on you as a father, revealing your own inadequacies? Jiang Jinran, driven to the brink, Han Yi's fury surged through his every nerve, teetering on the edge of madness. He raised his hand to deliver a slap, intending to properly discipline this wayward daughter. Jiang Jinran was caught off guard, watching as Han Yi's hand descended. With a resounding slap, Jiang Yin appeared out of nowhere, swiftly intercepting Han Yi's arm with a powerful strike. The force was considerable, catching Han Yi completely unprepared. Instinctively, he stepped back, a burning pain radiating from his arm, as if it struck to the bone. Jiang Yin was quite adept and strong, a fact Han Yi was well aware of. Yet, he hadn't anticipated her to unleash such force, clearly suffering in her own right. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin disregarded Han Yi's grimace of pain and pulled Jiang Jinran to her side, adopting a protective stance. With narrowed eyes, resembling a judge demanding answers, she confronted Han Yi with fury. Do you even realize what you were just doing? Did you intend to strike a child? We have never laid a hand on any child in our lives. What caused you to erupt like that? Can't you control your temper around your child? Though Jiang Yin was furious, her words remained coherent. Han Yi, upon hearing her, gradually calmed down. Yet, he found himself at a loss, unable to express his frustrations. He couldn't possibly reveal to Jiang Yin that their child was verbally assaulting him in her mind. She would surely think him mad. After much hesitation, he ultimately chose silence. Jiang Jinran, however, was directly pulled away by Jiang Yin. Xiaoran, were you frightened? Jiang Yin grasped Jiang Jinran's hand as they ascended to the second floor. Her brow furrowed with gentle concern. He truly went too far this time, even contemplating striking you. Jiang Jinran shook her head, maintaining a relatively light demeanor. I wasn't frightened. I just find this scoundrel has only deepened my preconceived notions of him. Jiang Yin, having heard her daughter's thoughts, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed her emotional state remained stable. Unable to resist, she reached out to caress her daughter's shoulder. Regardless of the circumstances, Han Yi was indeed insane. She needed to act swiftly to prevent this lunatic from harming her child further. Still seething with rage, Han Yi entered his bedroom, his expression dark and brooding. At that moment, a video call came through, displaying Bai Shue's name. What could Xiao Xue want so late? Uneased instantly tictanat. He instinctively glanced around, contemplating the lack of safety in his bedroom, and cautiously stepped into his study, locking the door behind him. His communication with Bai Shui must remain undiscovered by Jiang Yin. Approaching the bookshelf in the corner of the study, he pressed the answer button. Chapter 73, Bai Shue's Request Daddy. Bai Shue's adorable face appeared on the screen. Her eyes sparkling with a bright sheen, her voice exceptionally obedient. What is it, Xiao Xue? Han Yi's heart softened at the sight. Bai Shue's demeanor stood in stark contrast to that of the unfilial daughter he had just encountered. The anger that had consumed him began to wane. What do you need? Just tell me. His tone softened, his expression devoid of the previous sternness, replaced by the warm smile of a loving father. Bai Shui pursed her lips, cautiously stating, returning to the country for development, she revealed her desire to enter the entertainment industry, expressing her wish to showcase her talents rather than leading an ordinary school life. Bai Shui relied solely on Han Yi to help her step into this realm. With connections in the industry, he was her sole ally in this endeavor. Bai Shui had initiated the video call to ensure he remembered her aspirations. Oh, I recall now, Han Yi nodded appreciatively. You mentioned wanting to become a child star in the entertainment industry, right? Upon hearing this, Bai Shui eagerly nodded. I thought you had forgotten, Daddy. Her tone conveyed a touch of grievance, laced with playful reproach. Han Yi's heart warmed further, his lips curling into a smile, his eyes exuding tenderness. How could I forget? Once I promise you, I will not let it slip my mind. Bai Shui feigned innocence, raising her brows at Han Yi on the screen. Daddy, I'm not in a rush. Han Yi, however, suddenly asked gently, Xiao Xue, once you're in the entertainment industry, what do you wish to do? Singing, acting, or variety shows? Bai Shui's eyes widened with delight at his inquiry, the joy radiating from her. She hadn't anticipated Han Yi would consider her plans so soon. I could do anything, she replied, her voice bright and melodic. What matters most is having an opportunity to gain visibility. Han Yi listened attentively to her words, nodding thoughtfully. Understood, Xiao Xue. Hearing his encouragement, Bai Shui's heart brimmed with happiness, her excitement nearly overflowing. She gripped her phone tightly, her eyes shining with bright enthusiasm. Yet, during the video call, she maintained a facade of obedience and calm, knowing that this demeanor pleased Han Yi. Only by behaving this way could she endear herself to her father. After concluding the video call, Han Yi emerged from the study, committing Bai Shui's words to memory, ready to inquire further the following day. The next day, Han Yi arranged a dinner with the director of a television station. They shared a bit of rapport, having dined together on several occasions. After sharing several drinks, both were in high spirits, at which point Han Yi began to probe for information. I have a relative at home, around 13 years old. He dared not mention his daughter directly, referring to Bai Shui vaguely as a relative. The station director looked over with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed his lips together, pondering seriously. After a while, his eyes widened slightly as he recalled someone quite suitable. Our station is currently preparing for a new variety show, and we have invited someone you are very familiar with. Someone I am very familiar with? The smile on Han Yi's lips faltered, and he furrowed his brow, politely asking, "Please do not keep me in suspense. Who is this familiar person? I cannot guess." The curve of the station director's smile deepened as he narrowed his eyes. "It is your son, Jiang Jinran." Jiang Jinran? Han Yi's gaze paused slightly. It had indeed been a long time since he had seen this son of his. Their relationship was rather mediocre, and they were not particularly close. However, if Bai Shui were to unexpectedly encounter Jiang Jinran, would there be any complications? One was his hidden illegitimate daughter, and the other was his legitimate son. If Bai Shui were to inadvertently expose this, it would be quite troublesome. Nevertheless, Bai Shui was very obedient. With a little reminder from him, she should avoid making such a blunder. After much consideration, Han Yi decided to accept this opportunity on behalf of Bai Shui. So was Chu Jing. Han Yi forced a smile, declaring, "That sounds quite good. My son is indeed quite popular now. Let us settle on this, director." At this moment, Jiang Jinran was on her way to school. It was the afternoon, and the sun shone brightly. She sat in the back of a Rolls-Royce, holding a box that she had spent the entire morning preparing. Jiang Jinran pursed her lips, her expression calm and indifferent, her gaze drifting outside the window. The school was just a few hundred meters away. According to custom, the Rolls-Royce stopped at a corner not far from Dixing Academy. Jiang Jinran alighted from the car, carrying her box as she walked towards the school. She approached Class 3 at a leisurely pace, just as the bell rang for class dismissal, with students gathering in small clusters, playfully bantering. Jiang Jinran cast a cold glance and then walked straight inside. Ji Shuang was the first to notice the sudden appearance of Jiang Jinran. Her eyes brightened with delight. As she spoke, the attention of others was instantly drawn to her. Chapter 74. Confrontation. In an instant, numerous gazes converged. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. Lu Tingshan, who had been reading, lifted his head upon hearing Ji Shuang's voice, his gaze fixating on Jiang Jinran at the doorway. Jiang Jinran had not attended school for several days, having taken so many sick leaves. Lu Tingshan wondered what was wrong with her. As this thought crossed his mind, his fingers instinctively tightened, and his brow furrowed slightly. Meanwhile, Shi Hui was also observing Jiang Jinran, her expression cold and disdainful. This annoying person had returned to class, and it was truly irksome. Shi Hui regretted once again not having increased the dosage when she had poisoned her. She should have made her suffer for a good 10 days to keep her out of her sight. At that moment, Jiang Jinran, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. The corners of her eyes lifted slightly, her gaze radiating a frosty chill. "I came to school today specifically for you." Her voice was light and airy, akin to a cold drizzle on a wintry night, devoid of warmth. Upon hearing this, the entire class turned their attention to Shi Hui, seated at her desk. Shi Hui and Jiang Jinran at the doorway became the focal point of the room. The students' gazes shifted between the two, completely unaware of the underlying tension. It was as if a great war was on the verge of breaking out, with a heavy scent of gunpowder in the air. Shi Hui's expression remained unperturbed. Jiang Jinran had come to school specifically for her. What did she possibly want? To continue her baseless accusations? To ask if she had poisoned her? The thought sent a flicker of malice through Shi Hui's eyes. This girl had no evidence. Besides harassing her, what else could she do? The mere thought was nauseating. Shi Hui's expression darkened slightly, reflecting her displeasure as she coldly addressed Jiang Jinran. "You are not here again to discuss that matter, are you?" After speaking, she could not help but let out a derisive snort. "I have already made it very clear. Please do not harass me baselessly." The onlookers were left utterly perplexed by Shi Hui's words. It seemed there was a significant issue between the two, yet the details were completely lost on them. The audience, eager for clarity, wished for the two to elucidate their situation promptly. Upon hearing Shi Hui's words, Jiang Jinran merely curved her lips into a faint smile. It appeared as though she was laughing, but her eyes were frigid. "Shi Hui, you do not think I came here empty-handed, do you?" The smile faded from her lips, replaced by a serious and solemn expression. Shi Hui felt a shiver run through her. Instinctively, she glanced at Jiang Jinran's hands, which were holding a box. What could possibly be inside that box? Could it be that Jiang Jinran had found evidence of her poisoning? That was impossible. Shi Hui had meticulously eradicated all traces of any incriminating evidence. She had checked multiple times. There could not be any oversight. Jiang Jinran could not possibly be bluffing. Could she? As this thought crossed her mind, A hint of disdain flickered in Hui's eyes. Perhaps this girl had no evidence at all and merely intended to intimidate her with an empty box. Hui clenched her fists, reminding herself to remain composed and not fall for Jiang Jinran's tricks. "Oh, is that so?" she said, having regained her composure, tilting her head nonchalantly. "What is it? Why don't you show me?" She narrowed her eyes, speaking with conviction. Everyone paused their actions, captivated by the escalating tension between the two. The atmosphere grew tense, and all hearts were taut with anticipation. Although they were unaware of the specifics, the serious standoff between the two drew them in, stirring their emotions. Jiang Jinran, not hiding her intentions, opened the box with a flourish. Inside lay a transparent plastic bag containing half-eaten snacks. At that moment, all gazes were drawn to it, including Hui's. She stared at the snacks, her mind racing as she tried to recall any memory of them. After a moment, she realized she had no recollection whatsoever. No, something was off. Hui pinched her fingers together, reminding herself to stay calm. Jiang Jinran was likely trying to deceive her, intending to make her feel guilty and inadvertently confess. She guessed that Jiang Jinran had poisoned her snacks, so she brought an unrelated snack to create a facade of evidence, attempting to fluster her. Hui felt she had deciphered Jiang Jinran's ploy and relaxed significantly. It was not a big deal. As long as she remained calm, Jiang Jinran could not stir up any trouble. Meanwhile, the curiosity of the onlookers had reached a boiling point. What on earth were the snacks in that box? What was this back and forth about? They eagerly awaited an answer to satisfy their intrigue. Just then, Jiang Jinran leisurely called out Hui's name. Her eyes filled with icy disdain mixed with fury. "Last Friday, around noon, while everyone was in the cafeteria, you poisoned my water cup and snacks." Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in chaos. Everyone could no longer contain their shock, their eyes widening in terror as if they had seen a ghost. What was going on? Initially, they believed that there was merely a conflict between two girls, perhaps some form of discord, which had escalated into an ugly scene. Little did they expect that it would involve poisoning. The gravity of the situation exceeded their wildest imaginations. What a surreal reality. Poisoning occurring right beside me. Everyone cast complex glances at Hui, who had always maintained a good reputation and possessed a pleasant disposition. Now, she was being accused of poisoning. While they were reluctant to believe that Hui could commit such an act, they acknowledged that Jiang Jinran must have her reasons for making such a claim. At that moment, they could not fully side with Hui. After all, this was a matter of poisoning, which posed a tangible threat to their personal safety. They could not blindly take sides or hastily draw conclusions, regardless of whether Hui was guilty or not. She needed to provide a clear explanation so they could feel at ease. "Hui, did you really poison someone?" Some could no longer contain their anxiety and looked at Hui with fear. "This is a bit much. We never considered that others would also be unable to hold back their voices. We hope you can clarify this and put our minds at ease. Poisoning is something I've only seen in dramas. It's terrifying," a female classmate said, hugging her shoulders in fear. Chapter 75, A Flaw in the Perfect Plan. Upon hearing this, Hui's anger surged, and the veins on her forehead throbbed. "Of course not," she retorted, her face composed and her voice resolute. "How could I ever do something like that?" Hui felt a surge of rage within. She had not anticipated that her classmates, with whom she had a good relationship, would not firmly believe in her innocence and would be swayed by Jiang Jinran's words. Nevertheless, she did not reveal too much emotion, merely expressing disappointment and grievance. "Don't you believe me?" "Of course we believe you." Seeing Hui's firm denial, their anxious hearts gradually settled. Hui would not lie to them. "Jiang Jinran, how can you prove that what you say is true? Don't spread baseless rumors." The classmates' choice to believe Hui naturally turned their ire toward Jiang Jinran. "Poisoning is a serious matter. We cannot casually accuse someone. Are you so filled with hatred for Hui that you've lost your grip on reality? Casting such false accusations is too malicious. Jiang Jinran, you must provide some explanation." Jiang Jinran pointed to the snacks in the box, looking at Hui with an unsettling smile. "This half-eaten snack is evidence of your poisoning. Hui, you are indeed very cautious." Jiang Jinran's smile faded, her calm gaze now imbued with an icy chill. "You destroyed the surveillance footage, along with much vital evidence." However, Jiang Jinran narrowed her eyes slightly, her sharp gaze directed at Hui not far away. "Your luck is running out. I accidentally dropped a half-eaten snack between the crevices of the chair. Last night, Just when you were unable to find evidence and almost gave up, I sat down in frustration. This half-eaten snack may have fallen out due to the force of my sudden descent. Upon closely examining the snack, she realized it was indeed from the batch that had been poisoned the previous Friday. This snack must have slipped out when I sat down and got stuck in the chair's crevice. Therefore, Sherwee did not discover it nor destroy it. This snack is also the one you poisoned. You did not dispose of it. Jiang Jinran's lips moved as she solemnly stated this fact. So what? A look of realization flickered in Sherwee's eyes. Jiang Jinran was indeed trying to deceive her. It was merely a half-eaten snack. Who could tell if it was one she had bought anew or truly left over from that day? The latter was almost impossible. The probability of a snack falling into the chair's crevice was exceedingly low. How can you prove that this snack is poisonous? Jiang Jinran's eyes were cold as she replied. I have already sent it to the Research Institute for testing and received the report. It indeed contains toxic substances identical to those I was tested for in the hospital. Jiang Jinran's demeanor appeared resolute and unwavering, causing an inexplicable flutter in Sherwee's heart. A sense of unease surged from the depths of her being. Was there really a test report? What if it was all fabricated? What if Jiang Jinran was merely employing a tactic to provoke her? Sherwee clenched her fists, reminding herself to remain calm. Now was not the time to lose her composure. As others listened to Jiang Jinran's account and observed her composed demeanor, their hearts wavered once again. Who was telling the truth and who was lying? Even if there was a test report, Sherwee suppressed her anxiety and feigned calmness. Even if it was indeed poisonous, it could not prove that I was the one who poisoned it, could it? Did you see it? Or did the surveillance see it? Or who witnessed it? Sherwee fixed her sharp gaze on Jiang Jinran, pressing her with questions. On what basis do you dare to accuse me without evidence? Jiang Jinran smirked, a slightly strange smile gracing her lips. Sherwee, I've told you so many times. Why do you refuse to believe me? I have evidence. She then lowered her head and glanced at the snacks in the box. Why is this snack wrapped in a plastic bag? Have you ever considered that? Jiang Jinran raised her head, resembling a judge poised to pronounce a verdict, cold and detached. Because when I first found it, I dared not touch it directly. There must be your fingerprints on it. The moment Jiang Jinran discovered the snack, she did not excitedly pick it up. The fingerprints on the surface of the snack were the most crucial evidence, and she could not afford to damage them. She meticulously wrapped the snack and placed it within her notebook, bringing it out of the academy. That morning, she not only tested the toxic substances within the snack, but also examined the fingerprints on the packaging. Ultimately, she discovered that, aside from her own fingerprints, there was another person's print. This fingerprint could only belong to Sherwee. At this moment, Sherwee, standing opposite her, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. She found it hard to comprehend, her mind swirling in confusion. It felt as if an endless chill was seeping from her veins, causing her fingers to tremble and her body to stiffen. At this moment, she felt unable to continue deceiving and numbing herself. Was Jiang Jinran truly just putting on a show, or was she genuinely speaking the truth? Perhaps everything she said was indeed accurate. With this thought, Sherwee felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly causing her to lose her balance. The toxicology report and the fingerprint analysis results have all been submitted to the police station, Jiang Jinran continued, her voice resonating like a disquieting drumbeat. Sherwee, all that remains is for you to pay a visit to the police station. Jiang Jinran's lips curled slightly, the smile at the corners of her mouth icy and piercing. Sherwee stood frozen in place, her mouth opening and closing as if she wanted to say something, but the words lodged in her throat, refusing to come out. The air around her felt increasingly thin, and under immense pressure, Sherwee felt as though she were suffocating. As the onlookers witnessed Sherwee's silence and her lack of rebuttal, they understood implicitly she had lost the strength to argue back and could no longer refute. Sherwee, did you truly poison Jiang Jinran? A female student covered her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at her. Others wore complex expressions. Some were astonished, some fearful, and some utterly bewildered. Sherwee, even if you dislike Jiang Jinran, you cannot resort to poisoning. While we may not be fond of her, how could you harm someone's safety? Sherwee, I never imagined you to be the kind of person who would do this. What if one day I anger you? Would you also poison me? Chapter 76, revealing a secret thank you for sparing my life previously, Sherwee. How terrifying. The very thought sends shivers down my spine. In an instant, Sherwee's reputation and image crumbled utterly. Once a well-liked heiress, she transformed into a malicious figure capable of poisoning others. Yet, Hui remained silent. She wished to disregard the malevolent gazes directed at her, yearning for calm, but her entire being was in disarray, unsure of how to respond. A wave of painful, nauseating emotions surged within her. To her astonishment, a single oversight led to her downfall. At that moment, a powerful sound of footsteps echoed from the classroom door, interrupting their thoughts and drawing everyone's attention. Entering Class 3 was not anyone else but a group of uniformed police officers, their demeanor grave and imposing. The atmosphere became tense, and everyone instinctively grew cautious. The officers approached Jiang Jinran, inquiring in neutral tone, "Is the suspect you mentioned the one who poisoned you present here?" Jiang Jinran nodded at the officers, then turned her gaze toward Hui, gesturing in her direction. "Officer, it is this one." They had arrived just in time. Hui trembled involuntarily, overwhelmed by the officer's imposing presence, her heart racing furiously. Her complexion turned ashen, feeling utterly drained, her body weak and trembling. "No," Hui whimpered softly, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Her face contorted in anguish. She was unaware of the dire consequences that awaited her if convicted, perhaps severe legal repercussions. Thus, her life, which had yet to truly begin, might be irrevocably destroyed. A single tear fell from Hui's eye. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and any semblance of regret seemed too late. "What?" The officer lowered his gaze upon her, his tone stern. "Do you not wish to cooperate with the investigation? Regardless of your actions, only through the investigation can we arrive at a conclusion. Stand up." And so, Hui was taken away by the police. Jiang Jinran watched her retreating figure, an idea suddenly flashing through her mind. She pressed her lips together and promptly chased after them. Reaching the classroom door, she stopped the officers and politely requested, "Officer, I wish to speak with this classmate privately. Could you grant me a moment? It won't take long." As Jiang Jinran spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Hui. She smiled faintly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, officer." With that, the officer moved aside into the corridor, leaving Jiang Jinran and Hui behind. Hui averted her gaze, her eyes red, her expression despondent and devoid of spirit. "Hui." Jiang Jinran's voice cut through the silence, coldly calling her name. Hui showed no reaction. After a few seconds, she unexpectedly lifted her head, their eyes locking. Tears brimmed in Hui's eyes, filled with despair and resentment, her shoulders trembling. "Why do you seek me? What do you wish to say? Are you here to insult me, to mock me?" During the summer break, she recalled the art building. At the mere mention of those words, Hui instinctively flinched. Her eyes widened as troubling memories flooded her mind. What happened in the art building? What do you mean? Jiang Jinran's smile was wickedly triumphant, blooming like a poppy under the night sky. "I wish to say," she leaned closer to Hui, her voice low, "it was all me." Hui, though Jiang Jinran had no memories of the original owner. The night banquet had informed her that the revenge against Hui and Huang Junran in the art building had been executed by her. Essentially, it was as if she had done it herself. She revealed this secret to Hui to deliver small shock, to make her realize that the source of her nightmares was lurking right beside her. As expected, upon hearing this, Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, merging into a mosaic of shock, confusion, and anguish. "You did this?" Her voice trembled, involuntarily drifting back to that fateful day during the summer. On that day, she and Huang Junran, along with a few classmates, had ventured to the art building to play with the instruments. Later, she and Huang Junran had stepped out to buy water. Suddenly, voices from a classroom called out their names. Thinking it was a classmate, they entered without suspicion. To their horror, it was a trap. The moment they stepped inside, the door slammed shut. Realizing something was amiss, they rushed to reopen it, only to find it locked tightly, no matter how hard they tried. They resolved to open a window, but alas, it too was sealed shut. The classroom had become a prison with no escape. Panic washed over them as they sought to flee, but they were utterly helpless, frantically pounding on the door. Yet no one could rescue them. Eventually, the lights in the classroom abruptly extinguished, plunging them into darkness. Then, it felt as if they had been hypnotized, a haunting voice echoing endlessly in their ears. Their consciousness began to blur, their vision fading, until they were trapped in a bizarre dream. Within this dream lay their most loathed sights: dead animals, blood, filth, skulls, a vast nightmare that felt both surreal and terrifyingly real. They found themselves ensnared, powerless to escape, enduring those horrific, bloody scenes. It was a tormenting experience, their minds shattered, their consciousness crushed. Everything they witnessed, heard, and felt became an indelible reality. Pain, helplessness, and fear pervaded their hearts. They felt as if they might perish. Yet no one was there to save them. Just when they believed they were on the brink of death, the darkness of the classroom surrounded them. Sherhui lay weakly on the cold floor, her energy sapped, her mind hazy. Though her body bore no wounds, the nightmare she had just experienced had ravaged her spirit. Unable to contain her fear, she cried out, having never faced such a horrifying ordeal in her life. Subsequently, the Academy intervened in the investigation. Yet she could not clarify whether it was merely a nightmare or a nightmarish reality. Both she and Jiang Jinran bore no injuries, and their attempts to recount their experiences were met with skepticism. Ultimately, the Academy concluded that they had merely hallucinated, their mental states in disarray. The matter faded away unresolved. Now, Jiang Jinran had the audacity to reveal that she was the one responsible for all that had transpired in the art building. A storm of emotions surged within Sherhui, her body trembling uncontrollably at the thought of that day. If it were indeed Jiang Jinran, who was she truly? Was she merely an ordinary student? This hypnotic sorcery that could manipulate one's mind. Where had she learned it? She was no ordinary person. She was a demon. Jiang Jinran remained oblivious to Sherhui's tumultuous thoughts at that moment, completely unaware of what the original owner had inflicted upon Sherhui. She now merely wishes to unveil the truth to Sherhui. Jiang Jinran pursed her lips, and suddenly her expression twisted into a grotesque smile, proclaiming, "You are truly a freak." After saying this, she brazenly bypassed Jiang Jinran and rushed towards a nearby police, exclaiming, "Officer!" Her eyes widened in terror, tinged with a hint of madness. Her voice sharp and piercing, "You must apprehend that demon at once." As she shouted, she pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Jinran. "She is the real villain. She harms her classmates." Sherhui's voice trembled with the faint quaver of tears, her emotions spiraling out of control. "Officer, you must arrest her too. She is the worst of them all." Sherhui cried out hoarsely, her cheeks wet with tears, having just confessed to her misdeeds. The officers exchanged puzzled glances, their brows furrowing in confusion. They decided to calm Sherhui down, advising her, "Please, compose yourself. Do not get too agitated. Regardless of the circumstances, we require stringent evidence and objective analysis. Mere shouting will not suffice. I have no evidence, but she confessed." Sherhui clenched her fists, asserting emphatically, observing her burgeoning hysteria. The officers could not help but cast their gaze toward Jiang Jinran, who strolled over nonchalantly. "What did you say to her? Why is she suddenly so agitated?" The officer inquired, his brow furrowed in perplexity. Jiang Jinran shrugged, her demeanor remarkably calm, revealing no turbulence, merely stating, "I told her to repent and strive to be a good person." "You're talking nonsense," Sherhui retorted vehemently, her eyes ablaze with fury as she lunged toward Jiang Jinran. Claws outstretched, "You deceitful wretch." However, before her hands could reach Jiang Jinran, the police forcefully restrained her. "Calm down," they urged. Sherhui writhed in agony, resembling a deranged lunatic. Jiang Jinran observed the scene with cold indifference, her gaze devoid of emotion. Earlier, she had deliberately lowered her voice. The police remained oblivious to what she had conveyed to Sherhui. As for the events at the art building, Sherhui possessed not a shred of evidence. She was acutely aware of this, which emboldened her to confront Sherhui so boldly. In this moment, to the officers, Sherhui appeared merely as an agitated individual without any proof, left to vent her impotent rage. "It serves you right, Sherhui. This is all due to your misdeeds," Jiang Jinran thought, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes at the success of her retribution. Ultimately, Sherhui was taken away by the police. As they departed, they inquired with concern if she had been frightened. Jiang Jinran obediently shook her head, thinking how could one be frightened when she was elated instead? Jiang Jinran received a call from the police. Sherhui's fingerprints had been collected and matched with those found on the snack bag, providing conclusive evidence of her poisoning. The police further informed her that the authorities at Dixing were also apprised of the situation, expressing shock and sorrow over Sherhui's actions, and they would not tolerate such behavior, deciding to expel her from school. Naturally, In addition to expulsion, Shi would face legal repercussions. Thus, the enmity between Jiang Jinran and Shi was finally resolved. Shi would receive her just punishment, and for Jiang Jinran, Shi would depart Dixing, entirely exiting her life. In light of this incident, Jiang Jinran's spirits remained relatively high over the following days. However, this mood did not last long, as she soon received a call from Shenwei. Shenwei informed her that the recording for the variety show was about to commence and urged her to prepare. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinran suddenly recalled the variety show awaiting her participation. After signing the contract and receiving the appearance fee, she had completely forgotten about it. Now, with Shenwei's reminder, she realized she needed to fulfill her contractual obligations. Participating in the variety show meant she would need to request leave from school. In fact, Dixing was quite pleased to see students engage in popular and high-exposure activities, considering it a form of promotion for the institution. Therefore, when Jiang Jinran reached out to her homeroom teacher regarding the variety show, her teacher readily granted her leave. Soon after, Shenwei sent a series of documents related to the variety show to her email. Jiang Jinran perused the information briefly. The variety show was titled Xingxing Guanchashi. Chapter 78. A shift in narrative. Jiang Jinran silently repeated the name in her mind. Wait a minute. Her eyes widened suddenly. If her memory served her correctly, Xingxing Guanchashi was indeed mentioned in the novel, and there was quite a bit of content about it. In the narrative, Jiang Chujing had participated in this very show. This was a paired variety show, and Jiang Chujing's partner in the novel was not her, but rather another individual. Jiang Jinran furrowed her brows, struggling to recall. After some contemplation, she finally remembered that Jiang Chujing's partner was a girl named Bai Shui. Yes, that was it, Bai Shui. This girl was no ordinary person. During the variety show, she had caused Jiang Chujing significant distress, tarnishing his reputation and laying the groundwork for his future disgrace. However, due to her intervention, the narrative had drastically altered. Jiang Jinran was now the one paired with Jiang Chujing instead of Bai Shui. Without encountering Bai Shui, could Jiang Chujing potentially evade the calamities depicted in the novel? That would be splendid indeed. Jiang Jinran pouted, feeling that Jiang Chujing had been spared a misfortune. But what about Bai Shui? Would the person originally slated to appear on the show still make an appearance? This was something that could only be revealed once the show commenced recording. If Bai Shui were to disappear entirely, Jiang Chujing's trajectory would be irrevocably altered. He truly ought to thank her profusely for this twist of fate. Jiang Jinran yawned widely. She returned to her computer to delve into the variety show details. The so-called pairing in the show entailed each celebrity teaming up with a child from the public. The main premise of the show was for celebrities to take these children to various locales to experience life, while guests in the observation room provided commentary. Jiang Jinran was to be the child paired with Jiang Chujing. It sounded relatively uncomplicated. Jiang Jinran simply hoped that the variety show would conclude smoothly, devoid of the tumultuous events depicted in the novel. She continued to review several more pages of information about the show, which was structured as a blend of recording and live broadcast. Having absorbed enough details, she logged out her email. With only 2 days remaining until the show's official commencement, Jiang Jinran planned to get a good night's sleep to rest up before organizing her luggage for departure. She was wary of her unpredictable father, fearing he might lash out at her again, especially since he nearly resorted to violence during their first encounter. Jiang Jinran was not afraid of Han Yi, but preferred to avoid provoking trouble. After 2 days, when she participated in the variety show, she would be unlikely to encounter Han Yi again. At this moment, Bai Shui was also reviewing the materials related to the variety show. Sitting before her computer, she meticulously examined the documents. Just days prior, she had received a call from Han Yi. It will definitely be a hit? Initially, she thought Han Yi was exaggerating until he informed her. Hearing this, Bai Shui was naturally astonished and elated, feeling both thrilled and incredulous. Shenwei, Jiang Chujing. Thus, she was not unfamiliar with Shenwei and Jiang Chujing. In fact, these names resonated prominently in her mind. Han Yi had indeed exerted considerable effort to secure such an excellent opportunity for her. Bai Shui felt a wave of gratitude and extended her heartfelt thanks to Han Yi. However, Han Yi suddenly spoke to her. Xiao Shui, there's something I must tell you. You must remember it well and never forget. Do you understand? Han Yi's tone was serious and earnest, prompting Bai Shui to involuntarily adopt a grave expression. Dad, what is it? Why does it seem so serious? Han let out a gentle sigh, so soft that it could easily be overlooked if one were not attentive. It's not a major matter. But do you know who Jiang Qiche is? Upon hearing this, Qiche smiled faintly. Of course I know. Dad, I'm not a caveman. How could I not know such a popular star as Jiang Qiche? Han continued, that is not what I meant. He hesitated for a moment before bluntly stating, Jiang Qiche, who also shares the surname Jiang, is my son, your half-brother. Qiche was taken aback. Her eyes widened in shock as she struggled to absorb this revelation. She had always known that he had 5 sons and a daughter in that household, but she had never delved into the specifics. She had refrained from learning about Han Yi's other family, fearing that knowledge would breed jealousy. Qiche's emotions were a tangled web of surprise, curiosity, and a hint of unacknowledged anticipation. I have said all this to remind you. Xiao Qiche, Han Yi's low voice, continued from the phone. You must not reveal your identity in front of Jiang Qiche. He must not know that you are his father's daughter. Do you understand? If Jiang Qiche were to find out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qiche lowered her gaze, her voice soft and subdued. I understand, Dad. You need not worry. I will not do anything to cause you trouble. Although she spoke reassuringly, a fleeting shadow crossed her bright eyes. Han Yi's words seemed to remind her that she remained a concealed entity, a being unworthy of the light. She must disguise herself diligently. Her obedient tone undoubtedly pleased Han Yi, who smiled and responded, Xiao Qiche is truly well-behaved. What a perceptive child you are. If you perform well in this variety show, you might just achieve overnight fame. Chapter 79. Are you really that afraid of him? Qiche understood that she had no right to refuse or complain. Han Yi was willing to grant her this rare opportunity, one that others could only dream of, and she felt immensely satisfied. Concealing her identity was merely a trifling matter, nothing overly difficult. At that moment, various materials about the variety show sprawled across her computer screen. Qiche had already gathered a substantial understanding of its content. She would be teaming up with a star for the show. Who would her partner be? Qiche's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she pondered. 2 days later, Jiang Jinran packed her belongings and departed from the Jiang family villa. Almost all members of the Jiang family were aware that Jiang Jinran would be participating in the variety show. Jiang Jinran had no intention of hiding this fact, especially since her appearance would be broadcast live on television for all to see. When Jiang Yin heard this news, she asked in surprise, was it Qiche who helped you get into the show? However, Jiang Yin thought of her son, and his bright smile immediately flashed in her mind. He was a cheerful child, but Jiang Yin knew that his laughter was merely a facade. His lips often wore a smile, yet true joy was elusive in his eyes. Realizing this, Jiang Yin dismissed her earlier question, but she thought, Qiche is not that kind of person. Jiang Jinran nodded vigorously, affirming, yes, of course. He would never help me. I earned this opportunity on my own. I see. Jiang Yin couldn't help but smile, her eyes revealing a sense of pride. Our little Ran is truly impressive. After Jiang Jinran left the villa, Han Yi finally became aware of the situation. He furrowed his brows, gazing at Jiang Yin in astonishment, a flicker of tension crossing his features. Jinran is also participating in this variety show? Jiang Yin nodded calmly, her expression neutral as she faced Han Yi, now adept at concealing her emotions. How could she? Han Yi blurted out. Jiang Qiche would never assist her. She lacked the connections. Jiang Yin shot him a sidelong glance, her tone laced with reproach. What do you mean? Do you think Jinran is unworthy, or are you reluctant for her to go on this show? Han Yi immediately smiled, attempting to defuse the situation. I never meant that. I merely find it strange. Yet deep inside, he truly wished Jiang Jinran would not participate. With both Jiang Qiche and Jiang Jinran involved, Qiche would have to face his 2 children, increasing the likelihood of complications. This thought unsettled Han Yi. However, he did not intend to inform Qiche about Jiang Jinran. It was best for the 2 girls to remain in their current state of unfamiliarity. Jiang Jinran was not as clever as Jiang Qiche and would likely pose no threat to Qiche. Revealing too much to Qiche would only burden her. Making her wary of Jiang Qiche alone was sufficient. Jiang Jinran settled into the back of a black Rolls-Royce, with the Jiang family's driver personally taking her to the filming location of the variety show. Fatigue enveloped her senses as she sat in the car, yawning several times in a daze. After what felt like an eternity, the vehicle came to a halt. Jiang Jinran rolled down the window, taking in the unadorned scenery outside. Tile-roofed houses, dirt roads, bare tree trunks, and scruffy yellow grass. This was her destination, the filming site of Star Observation Room, Sanshui Village. In essence, it was nothing more than an ordinary rural area. Jiang Jinran exited the vehicle, grasping her luggage in her right hand. The driver drove away, leaving her standing alone. However, it wasn't long before a black van sped towards her from a distance, drawing nearer until it halted less than 2 meters away. "What are you standing there for?" The window of the van rolled down, revealing Jiang Qiche's exceptionally handsome face, flawless in every regard. He wore a deep blue denim jacket, silver-gray headphones hanging around his neck, and a pair of pure black sunglasses perched on his high nose. His beauty was striking, yet there was an added air of coolness. Jiang Jinran instinctively raised her gaze, meeting Jiang Qiche's penetrating stare hidden behind his sunglasses. She turned her head away, feigning indifference, as if she had not seen him. Jiang Qiche smirked with interest, enjoying the disregard. Suddenly, the van door swung open. Jiang Qiche tilted his head, motioning to the seat beside him with a casual smile. "Hey, are you planning to stand there all day? The production team hasn't arrived yet, and the temporary location is a bit far from here. Why not come sit in my car for a while?" Jiang Jinran paused to consider. It had seemed to make sense. "Oh no, I shouldn't have gone out here," she thought. This place is isolated, and the only vehicle around is Jiang Qiche's van. Jiang Qiche, hearing her inner thoughts, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, besides my car, where can this little one go? Are you really that frightened of him?" "How amusing." Jiang Jinran bit her lip, a hint of hesitation crossing her face. She felt conflicted, but then she couldn't help but glance back at her second brother, her expression a mixture of complex emotions. "Jiang Qiche doesn't like me. He even wants to torment me. What difference does it make if I approach him?" Jiang Qiche's smile deepened, his eyes sparkling with interest. "Are you afraid of me?" He raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. Jiang Jinran merely cast a fleeting glance at him, neither affirming nor denying. Jiang Qiche, upon hearing this, feigned a look of hurt, insisting, "But last time, I didn't harm you, and I even kindly offered you ointment." His voice flowed like a crystal-clear spring, pure and melodious. Had she not been aware of his true nature, Jiang Jinran would have found it difficult to harbor any disdain for such a handsome and pleasant-sounding individual. Chapter 80. A lavish lineup. Jiang Jinran recalled their previous encounter at the Central Theater, pondering, this fellow truly seems to have refrained from causing any harm. Yet, who knows what he might do in the future? Jiang Qiche sensed that this little one had already wavered and continued to pat the seat beside him, beckoning Jiang Jinran to join him. She glanced around, contemplating that under the bright daylight, Jiang Qiche would likely refrain from any outrageous behavior, and, after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately boarded his luxury vehicle. Standing idly was indeed tiring, especially with a pile of luggage in hand. Jiang Qiche's vehicle was undeniably the most opulent option available to Jiang Jinran at present. She settled beside him, inhaling the light, fruity fragrance that enveloped Jiang Qiche, which wafted pleasantly into her nostrils. Truly, as a major star, he was impeccably adorned from head to toe. In contrast, Jiang Jinran felt a twinge of inadequacy, realizing how unrefined she appeared next to Jiang Qiche. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Qiche turned to glance at her, his brows gently arching behind his sunglasses. He understood her thoughts, yet relished in feigning ignorance. "Is it so wrong to look at you?" Jiang Jinran retorted with a hint of defiance. Then, she pursed her lips, lowering her gaze, and continued in a somewhat cold tone. "There are certain matters I wish to clarify with you beforehand." "How serious you are," Jiang Qiche chuckled, his tone notably lighthearted. "Well, do enlighten me. I am all ears." He winked playfully, making it seem as though they were engaged in some clandestine affair. Jiang Jinran's expression stiffened abruptly, her ears reddening instinctively. "Could you refrain from making such irrelevant remarks?" Jiang Qiche, unusually obedient, nodded, though a glimmer of mischief lingered in his eyes. "All right, Xiao Ran is correct. I shall heed your words." However, the man's tone shifted abruptly as he declared, "We are to be in the same group, so we must get acquainted." Jiang Jinran nodded. "I understand. What I mean is, before we form a team, we are merely strangers with no relationship." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiche could not help but reach out to touzle Jiang Jinran's hair, still smiling. "All right then, as you wish. If Xiao Ran wishes to pretend not to know me, I will fully cooperate." Jiang Jinran shifted slightly away in distaste. "Don't touch my head. How childish of you." Despite their banter, the atmosphere between them was far from dull, and the playful exchanges passed swiftly. Before long, Shunwei and the filming crew arrived at Sanshui village. Upon arrival, Shunwei's first order of business was to meet Jiang Jinran, eager not to slight the star. However, he was taken aback to find Jiang Jinran beside Jiang Jinran, his eyes widening in surprise. Although Jiang Jinran always appeared warm and welcoming, Shunwei was well aware of his boundaries and would not easily allow unfamiliar individuals to draw close. What's going on? Have these two become so close so quickly? Despite his confusion, Shunwei maintained a composed demeanor, refraining from voicing his thoughts. Come, there's a decent local eatery nearby. Let's grab a bite. Surely, you must be hungry? Shunwei enthusiastically invited Jiang Jinran and Jiang Jinran to dine together. Sanshui village was quite remote, lacking even a respectable hotel, and Shunwei had only managed to find this eatery with decent reviews. We certainly need to eat, Jiang Jinran remarked with a slight smile, hinting that this might be the most sumptuous meal they would have in the coming days. For the next few days, they would be confined to this dilapidated rural area, and their living and dining conditions would be on par with the local villagers. Indeed, this could very well be their final lavish meal. Jiang Jinran accompanied Jiang Jinran and Shunwei to the local eatery, where the food was surprisingly delightful. She devoured several bowls of rice, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied. After their meal, as guests on the show, Jiang Jinran and Jiang Jinran would have to endure hardships in the village until the program commenced. Seated in a corner, both absorbed in their phones, they awaited the arrival of the other guests. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance. Jiang Jinran instinctively lifted her gaze to the door, her eyes drawn to a slender woman of striking beauty who sauntered in with an unhurried grace. Her legs were long, her skin as fair as milk, and she exuded an air of pristine elegance. Chen Yao has arrived, someone exclaimed. Jiang Jinran blinked in realization. This was indeed Chen Yao, a rising star in the entertainment industry. Naturally, her presence here indicated she was also a guest invited by Mingxing Guanxia. With Jiang Jinran and Chen Yao both present, the lineup for this show was undeniably extravagant. Shortly thereafter, a tall, handsome man with deep-set features entered. Dressed in a casual jacket, he towered over the rest, standing at an estimated height of 190 centimeters. Li Qinghan has also arrived, a staff member cheerfully announced. Li Qinghan was a prominent male model who had graced renowned fashion weeks worldwide, thus enjoying considerable popularity. Following him was a middle-aged man of shorter stature, slightly portly, who entered with a broad smile, his cheeks round and cheerful. From his conversation with the staff, Jiang Jinran learned his name was Feng Zheng, a well-known comedian. Jiang Jinran noticed that the original owner of her body seemed quite knowledgeable about the entertainment industry, although she found the names unfamiliar. The remnants of the original memories aided her understanding. Turning her head, she found Jiang Jinran still engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, absorbed in whatever game captivated his attention. Truly a superstar, exuding confidence. With so many guests present, he remains unmoved, lost in his game, Jiang Jinran thought, shaking her head in resignation. Suddenly, Jiang Jinran lifted his head, his intense gaze locking onto Jiang Jinran's. Chapter 81. The arrival of Bai Shui. He instinctively curved his lips into a smile, then turned his phone around, screen facing Jiang Jinran. What do you think? Impressive, right? Jiang Jinran was momentarily taken aback. This fellow was actually flaunting his gaming achievements to her. The hustle and bustle around them was vibrant, yet Jiang Jinran seemed detached, immersed in his own world. Jiang Sr. Suddenly, Chen Yao approached with a beaming smile, her expression earnest as she directed her attention toward Jiang Jinran, her fingers nervously entwined. She had come specifically to greet him. Shortly after, Li Qinghan and Feng Zheng also approached, each humbly seeking Jiang Jinran's favor. Jiang Jinran watched in astonishment. Despite appearing older than Jiang Jinran, they treated him as if he were a figure of higher status. It seemed there was no need for Jiang Jinran to initiate conversation. These individuals sought him out themselves. Was this the survival rule of the entertainment industry? If one achieved sufficient fame, they could ascend to the pinnacle of success. What are you thinking? Jiang Jinran's nonchalant voice broke through her reverie. In truth, he was fully aware of what was on her mind. However, he was intentionally asking just to observe her reaction. Jiang Jinran pressed her lips together and shook her head vigorously, insisting that she wasn't thinking about anything. Jiang Jinran smirked, chuckling softly, but you seem to be lost in thought just now. Jiang Jinran raised an eyebrow, ready to retort. But Jiang Jinran reached out and ruffled her hair, admonishing her not to think too much at such a young age. The man's handsome face, illuminated by the light, appeared to be veiled in a subtle sheen, his lips curving into a dazzling smile. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly instead of letting your imagination run wild. Jiang Jinran instinctively tried to push Jiang Jinran's hand away, her small face scrunching up in distaste as she exclaimed, "Hey, didn't I say not to mess with my hair?" This sudden shift in his demeanor surprised her. His words were so pleasant. "You can ask me anything. I would trust you for a second. You must still be up to no good." Jiang Jinran halted his actions, regarding his younger sister with a slight bend of his brow. This little one still persistently believed that he was scheming against her. In truth, he had never intentionally harmed her. He merely enjoyed watching her struggle and panic, like a delightful toy that satisfied his fleeting desire for mischief. Yet, Jiang Jinran's expression darkened slightly. Something felt different now, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. If he had to describe it, he found himself increasingly fond of observing Jiang Jinran's dazed, joyful expressions and the way she savored her meals with satisfaction. It was peculiar. His preferences were indeed difficult to decipher. He was unaware of how suddenly he had changed. Wherever Jiang Jinran went, he was undeniably the focal point of attention amidst the crowd. Even now, as he sat in an inconspicuous corner, surrounded by those who dared not disturb him, many were straining their ears and stealing glances at his every move. Naturally, the interaction between Jiang Jinran and Jiang Jinran did not escape the notice of everyone present. They were both astonished and bewildered. Who was this little girl beside the untouchable Jiang Jinran? He was not a person known for his warmth or approachability, akin to a star in the distant sky, seemingly out of reach. Yet here he was, revealing a different side to a little girl. It was indeed strange. However, within the entertainment industry, oddities were commonplace. Even if they found it strange, they would keep their thoughts to themselves, pretending not to see. At that moment, a flurry of chaotic footsteps echoed from the entrance. A girl, resembling a doll with her exquisite beauty, entered, dragging a suitcase and panting slightly. "Who are you?" a staff member asked, perplexed. "Hello, everyone," the girl greeted politely, bowing deeply. Her fair complexion, perhaps kissed by the sunlight outside, bore 2 rosy blushes, enhancing her charm. "My name is Qiche, and I'm here to participate in the variety show." "Oh, you must be Qiche," Shunwei remarked, halting his actions and stepping toward the door to scrutinize Qiche closely. Qiche was someone the director had specifically mentioned, and Shunwei had not met her before. Seeing that the girl was both attractive and polite, he felt reassured. Such a well-behaved child was unlikely to cause any major trouble. Jiang Jinran, who had been drowsily resting her chin on her hand, suddenly perked up upon hearing the name Qiche, her sleepiness vanishing in an instant. "Qiche?" Jiang Jinran frowned anxiously, muttering to herself, "Where is Qiche?" Jiang Jinran kindly raised his finger, pointing toward the entrance. Following his gesture, Jiang Jinran's gaze traversed the crowd and landed squarely on Qiche. This girl was indeed Qiche, seemingly of a similar age to Jiang Jinran. Clearly another ordinary guest paired with a celebrity. Jiang Jinran furrowed her brow, a look of concern creeping into her eyes. Why is Qiche here? It should be possible. Everything has changed. Does this mean Qiche will still team up with Jiang Jinran? Jiang Jinran abruptly halted his movements, narrowing his eyes as a fleeting shadow passed through them. "Qiche, do you know her?" But quickly he changed his expression, reverting to his usual smiling demeanor as he looked at Jiang Jinran. Jiang Jinran, feeling a bit guilty, pressed her lips together, denying any familiarity. "Really?" Jiang Jinran's gaze became intense, his eyes, although adorned with a smile, now held an unfathomable depth. "Really?" Jiang Jinran, of course, would not divulge her knowledge of the plot. She frowned, her gaze complex as she regarded Jiang Jinran. Qiche could be considered the pivotal figure in Jiang Jinran's downfall. As the live broadcast commenced, Jiang Jinran's expression froze momentarily, seemingly taken aback by Qiche's formidable presence. Jiang Jinran remained lost in her thoughts. However, it seems Qiche will not team up with Jiang Jinran, so perhaps there won't be any issues. Regardless, it's best to avoid Qiche. Jiang Jinran smirked, the glimmer of mischief in his eyes. This little one was surprisingly concerned about him, worrying about his potential disgrace. In truth, whether Jiang Jinran would face ruin was not of great importance to Jiang Jinran. Yet, for some unknown reason, from the moment she laid eyes on Bai Shui, an inexplicable unease welled up within her. She did not like Bai Shui. Rather than fearing for Jiang Jinran's encounter with Bai Shui, it was more that she wished to avoid any connection with Bai Shui altogether. Out of sight, out of mind. After Bai Shui's arrival, all the celebrity and ordinary guests had gathered. Soon, the filming of the variety show would commence. Concurrently, on various social media platforms, numerous viewers and fans eagerly awaited the live broadcast of Star Observation Room. Shen Wei's new variety show had been in the works for a long time. Once the news broke, discussions online surged. The production team had maintained excellent secrecy regarding which celebrities would appear, with details only to be revealed during the first live broadcast, leaving a significant suspense for the audience. Star Observation Room is being kept under wraps too tightly. There hasn't been any news at all. Who said there hasn't been any news? Insiders have been leaking information that an award-winning actress will participate. Award-winning actress? Are you dreaming? She's abroad, filming a movie, and has no time. I've also heard some rumors, saying they've invited unexpected guests. Your words are just empty talk. You've said nothing of substance. I'm more concerned about which ordinary guests will be invited. I envy those who can team up with celebrities. Can we just fast forward to the start of the broadcast? I'm too curious. I hope I can appear in the Star Observation Room later. Although I know I might not meet Director Shun's expectations, it wouldn't be too much to hope for, right? If they don't announce the guests soon, I might just lose my mind. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinran sat before the makeup mirror as the makeup artist applied a light layer of makeup. After all, being on camera meant she couldn't truly go barefaced. Not only her, but other guests were also finalizing their preparations, some changing outfits, some touching up their makeup, and others fixing their hair. Jiang Jinran was not by her side. The makeup brush dusted across Jiang Jinran's face, and she absent-mindedly scanned the room, her gaze landing on Bai Shui, not far away. The graceful girl was sitting there obediently, also undergoing the makeup artist's transformation. Jiang Jinran instinctively narrowed her eyes. In a fleeting moment, she seemed to have suddenly recalled something, her brows furrowing momentarily. She finally comprehended the reason behind her disdain for Bai Shui. For within the contours of Bai Shui's brow and eyes, she discerned a faint shadow of Han Yi. It was indeed Han Yi. No wonder she harbored such animosity. Her aversion towards Han Yi had inadvertently extended to this girl named Bai Shui. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a lack of affinity. After all, who could fault her for disliking someone who bore a resemblance to that detestable scoundrel? With half an hour remaining before the official commencement of Mingxing Guanxia Shi, all the guests followed Shen Wei to the open square beneath the camphor tree at the village entrance. The event was about to begin, and Shen Wei cheerfully addressed the guests, reminding them that they had all reviewed the script and should adhere to its flow. When a live broadcast commenced, each guest would take turns making their appearance. Jiang Jinran and Jiang Jinran stood side by side, a mere half-meter apart. Yet, to onlookers, this proximity seemed remarkably conspicuous. Do you two know each other? After Shen Wei had finished speaking, Li Qinghan could no longer contain his curiosity and casually inquired about Jiang Jinran and Jiang Jinran. Jiang Jinran was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, she promptly shook her head. No, we are meeting for the first time. I got lost when I arrived here, and he kindly offered me a ride. Oh, I see. Li Qinghan nodded in understanding. No wonder I thought you two were already acquainted. Meanwhile, the others discreetly absorbed this exchange. So that was the case. However, was Jiang Jinran truly such a warm-hearted individual? It seemed out of character for him to involve himself in such trivial matters. How could I possibly know her? Jiang Jinran smiled wryly, speaking lightly. Today is our first meeting. She is unfamiliar with the area and prefers to follow me. I have no choice in the matter. Children can be like that. Upon hearing Jiang Jinran's words, Chen Yao chuckled in agreement. Jiang Jinran frowned slightly, feeling displeased. What do you mean by saying I prefer to follow you? Spare me the flattery. At that moment, Jiang Jinran turned to her, his eyes crinkling with a smile that seemed to harbor a hint of playful mockery. As if to say, look, I'm playing along by pretending not to know you. Jiang Jinran pouted, turning away in annoyance, no longer wishing to engage with him. The final half hour slipped away amidst their chatter, and at last, Mingxing Guanxia Shi officially commenced its live broadcast. As the stream opened, countless viewers eagerly flooded in, causing the heat to surge exponentially from the onset. Teacher, is my home here? I just wanted to see if you would come a Ming Xing Guan Cha sure. If not, then that's fine, sob sob. Quickly bring out the guests. I want to see who is here. Wow, it has finally started. Do you know how long I have waited? If I am not satisfied with the lineup, you all better be prepared. They wouldn't have invited a bunch of nobodies and kept it all a secret, would they? I hope that's not the case. So excited. I trust Director Shun. Hurry up and start. I am on tenterhooks. Welcome to Ming Xing Guan Cha Shi. Finally, the black screen faded away, revealing the smiling face of Shun Wei at the center. He stood alone, with no one beside him, against a backdrop of rustic rural scenery. A large camphor tree towering behind him, strikingly conspicuous. Chapter 83. The arrival of the stars. The bullet comments began to flood the screen. Director Shun, long time no see. Director, hurry and bring out the guests. I want to see them. Director, please give us a hint about who has been invited. The mysterious celebrity guests would sequentially approach from afar, gradually coming into view before joining Shun Wei. All right, Shun Wei said with a smile, rubbing his hands together. Let's see who our first guest is. The camera shifted, revealing the slender silhouette of a female figure within everyone's sight. Keen-eyed fans immediately recognized her. No way. Isn't that Chen Yao? Wow, it's our Yao Yao. She has truly made a name for herself. So beautiful. Her eyes are mesmerizing. When did Yao Yao land such a significant role? This is completely under the radar. Go Yao Yao, give it your all. Chen Yao confidently approached Shun Wei's side, cutely greeting the camera. Hello everyone, I am Chen Yao. Following her, other celebrity guests made their appearances in succession, each revelation eliciting waves of astonished comments. My goodness, this lineup is beyond imagination. So luxurious. They're all big names. I am satisfied. I knew I was right about you all. The guest list is splendid. I am definitely following this variety show. It features all my favorites. No wonder they kept it a secret. They have invited all the big stars. What a delightful surprise. Is there more? Is there more? With all the celebrity guests having appeared, except for Jiang Jinran, who was saved as the final grand surprise, the bullet comments began to overflow with question marks. There's more. How prominent must the final guest be to overshadow these big names? Unless it's a superstar, I won't be impressed. Stop teasing us. Unless Jiang Jinran is coming, nothing else will astonish me. It's unlikely Jiang Jinran would attend. He rarely participates in variety shows. Let's be realistic. It can't be that rumored best actress. Stop keeping us in suspense. I am dying of curiosity. Who is the last guest? Hurry and reveal. Jiang Jinran saw Shun Wei beckoning him, signaling for him to make his entrance. He subtly curled his lips and strolled over leisurely. Clad in a casual denim jacket, with stylish black sunglasses perched on his nose, Jiang Jinran confidently stepped into the camera's view. He slightly pulled down his sunglasses, revealing his bright, dark eyes, and with a playful gesture, waved at the camera. The comments erupted in chaos, a tempest of question marks and exclamations. Am I seeing things? Did I forget to eat and am now hallucinating? This person. Oh my goodness. No way, it's really Jiang Jinran. Holy cow, it's really my Qiche. The secrecy was so well kept. I followed his schedule daily and had no idea he would come. I am so overwhelmed with happiness. This can't be a dream, right? It was worth the wait. I finally got to see my favorite Qiche. Please don't smile at the camera like that. I really can't take it. I'm losing it. Qiche is so handsome. I don't need to watch anything else. Just feasting my eyes on him is enough. Waving at the camera like that is really unfair. You know, Jiang Jinran. It means I want more. I adore you. So the final guest is Jiang Jinran. That makes sense. He is indeed worth the grand finale. Now all I can see is Jiang Jinran. Everyone else pales in comparison. With all celebrity guests now introduced, the live comments were almost entirely dedicated to Jiang Jinran's name. Simultaneously, the trending topics related to Ming Xing Guan Cha Shi shot straight to the top of Weibo's trending list. Jiang Jinran and Ming Xing Guan Cha Shi were both trending explosively, occupying the top 2 spots. Other guests' names also appeared in the top 10, with an entire variety show dominating the rankings. This variety show has actually started. With Jiang Jinran, I absolutely must watch. Qiche, here I come. Could a kind soul share the live link? Wow, I'm going to watch. Qiche rarely participates in variety shows. I must support him. The live broadcast continued. Jiang Jinran stood beneath a tree not far away, with several other ordinary guests. The sun filtered through the leaves, casting warm rays upon everyone, creating a slightly uncomfortable heat. Jiang Jinran instinctively squinted her eyes. Bai Shui was standing a few people away to her right, and there were several celebrity guests paired with an equal number of ordinary guests. All of them were of a similar age, their youthful faces radiating innocence. At that moment, Shunwei gestured in their direction, prompting the staff to signal that it was their turn to make an entrance, reminding them to smile for the camera and leave a favorable impression on the audience. Jiang Jinran, being the last to appear, observed the children walking towards the camera, feeling a bit bored as she fidgeted with her ankle. She had little interest in the variety show itself. Her participation was solely a contractual obligation for monetary compensation. She had already devised a plan. Once the show officially commenced, she would adopt a laid-back strategy, avoiding competition and extravagance, allowing Jiang Qiche to shoulder all the hard work. This plan seemed quite satisfactory to her, and she nearly chuckled at the thought of Jiang Qiche awaiting her whims. Finally, a staff member gently tapped Jiang Jinran's shoulder, indicating that it was time for her to take the stage. With a relaxed demeanor, she approached the camera, which drew ever closer until she stood before it, gracefully curving her lips into a smile. What's this ordinary guest? She looks so lively. I like her. Wait, why does she seem a bit familiar? I think so too. Have we seen her somewhere? Isn't she the one who participated in the Hope Cup? The one who played the little tree? Yes, that's her. I barely recognized her in a different outfit. It really is her. I love her portrayal of the little tree. Chapter 84. Preordained. What is your name? Please introduce yourself to everyone. Shunwei smiled warmly at Jiang Jinran as she prepared to introduce herself. Jiang Jinran turned towards the camera, her eyes sparkling as she cheerfully waved her hands. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Jinran. Her gesture was naturally endearing, and her eyes shimmered with a bright, lively light under the sunlight. The barrage of comments erupted instantly. So adorable, so cute, like a little creature, I could just eat her up. Can this little cutie be paired with my brother Qiche? You two seem like a perfect match. I love her aura and appearance. So charming and natural. Go, little one. I can't wait to see your performance in the show. So your name is Jiang Jinran? What a lovely name. I'll remember that. The so-called pairings were straightforwardly determined by drawing lots. However, Jiang Jinran understood that while others relied on chance, her pairing with Jiang Qiche was predetermined. After all, she had been personally selected by him. Although the process required drawing lots, Shunwei would ensure they ended up together. Thus, Jiang Jinran was already bound to Jiang Qiche, rendering the lottery meaningless for her. Before the official drawing, Shunwei had even taken the opportunity to interview the ordinary guests, asking them who they most wished to team up with. The children shyly smiled at the question. Bai Shui's eyes sparkled as she glanced around, unsure of whom to focus on. Jiang Jinran remained composed, maintaining her calm demeanor. After all, I don't really have a choice. Just as she was thinking this, she noticed Jiang Qiche smiling at her from distance. Jiang Jinran pursed her lips in annoyance. What are you looking at? Jiang Qiche, taking advantage of the camera's focus elsewhere, exaggeratedly widened his eyes at her. Jiang Jinran slightly turned her head, choosing to ignore him. I want to team up with my brother Qiche. At that moment, a child spoke candidly to the camera, expressing their desire. After finishing, he shyly smiled. The camera immediately shifted to Jiang Qiche, who also smiled and waved at the child. The comments began to surge once more. Darling, don't smile like that. My heart can't take it. Want to team up with Jiang Qiche is only natural. If it were me, I want to team up with brother Qiche too. I'd just faint from his handsomeness. The children have great taste. Ha! I envy these kids. Why am I not standing there? Jiang Qiche is simply too stunning. He looks even more beautiful when he smiles. Such features deserve to be seen up close. The other ordinary guests also expressed their preferences, and without exception, they all chose Jiang Qiche. The camera then focused on Bai Shui, who nervously bit her lip, her gaze flitting across the faces of the celebrity guests before settling on Jiang Qiche's radiant and beautiful face. Initially, her feelings towards him were quite complex. He was the son of Han Yi, her half-brother, and a dazzling star she had seen countless times on television. However, upon seeing Jiang Qiche in person, all her emotions seemed to dissipate. He shone like a star, exuding a unique magnetism that drew her in. Suddenly, she felt a strange admiration and longing for this brother. After all, he was also her brother. Why couldn't she stand beside him, get to know him, speak with him, and interact with him? They were, after all, family. This inexplicable desire welled up within by Qiche, and she spoke her truth aloud. The moment her words left her lips, the crowd erupted in cheer. For aside from Jiang Jinran, all the other ordinary guests had chosen Jiang Qiche. At this moment, the camera conveniently shifted to Jiang Qiche's flawless face. Jiang Qiche is indeed the crowd favorite. As expected of Qiche, he is so well-loved. My charming husband. Being paired with such a handsome man would brighten anyone's mood. I would have chosen him too. The children have such good taste, haha. Darling, you're too popular. I want to keep you hidden away. Finally, the camera turned to Jiang Jinran, the last to speak. Now she had to reveal who she most wanted to team up with. Jiang Jinran's gaze began to wander, darting across the faces of the celebrity guests. To be honest, she and T made up her mind about who to choose. After all, she truly had no choice. Her pairing had already been predetermined. This was not something she needed to consider. Could she simply choose whoever she wanted? All of Jiang Jinran's internal monologue naturally reached Jiang Qiche's ears. The corners of his lips curled into a subtle smile. His gaze locked onto Jiang Jinran's as their eyes met, his expression hinting at playful amusement. Taking advantage of the camera not being on him, and with no one paying attention, he deliberately pointed at himself, signaling for Jiang Jinran not to hesitate in choosing him. Jiang Jinran averted her gaze, dismissing him. So conceited. I want to choose you. Jiang Qiche's smile deepened, his demeanor relaxed and carefree. It seemed as though he hadn't genuinely felt this happy in a long time, to the point where he began to wonder if he still possessed such emotions. Jiang Jinran was truly a remarkable person. As he watched his sister from a distance, his heart remained calm and content, knowing they would inevitably be paired together, amplifying his joy. What's the matter? Can't decide? Shenwei, noticing Jiang Jinran's prolonged silence as she gazed at the celebrity guests, couldn't he help but ask her with a smile. Jiang Jinran scratched her head, a hint of shyness gracing her smile. The barrage of comments flooded in, overflowing with maternal affection. So adorable, I'm overwhelmed. Why wasn't Xiao Ranran born to me? She's simply too cute. Darling, do you realize just how charming you are? Oh dear, Jiang Jinran seems to be endearing no matter what she does. Take your time, baby. Choose slowly and speak at your leisure. Understanding the necessity for entertainment, Jiang Jinran knew she had to state a preferred partner. Her gaze flickered over Jiang Chujing's face before quickly averting, ultimately pointing towards a man not far away. With a playful smile, she declared, I wish to team up with him, Brother Fengzheng. The comments erupted in confusion. Chapter 85. Pretending this little girl is truly one of a kind. Haha. Fengzheng is also quite good. Who does he look down upon? Surprisingly, she did not choose Jiang Chujing. I misjudged you, Jiang Jinran. Your taste is truly lacking. Oh dear, here comes the backlash. No wonder he's a top-tier fan. Have some decency. How can you insult a child? Our Jiang Chujing fans would never stoop so low. Do not allow her to distort the narrative. We are not represented. Xiao Ranran can choose whomever she likes. I support her teaming up with Uncle Fengzheng. Fengzheng, who had been half dozing, suddenly awoke at Jiang Jinran's gesture. He never expected that someone would forego Jiang Chujing to select him. At that moment, the camera shifted directly to Fengzheng. He awkwardly chuckled, his round cheeks adding a comical charm, beaming at Jiang Jinran with unusual warmth. All right, little one. I hope we get paired together. They seem like a lovely pair. I support you two teaming up. Ha ha ha, this is great. Fengzheng, truly a comedian. Just looking at him lifts my spirits. She was merely expressing herself, not to be taken seriously. 2 drawing boxes were brought forth by the staff, with stars and ordinary participants drawing from their respective boxes. Matching numbers would form a team. Jiang Jinran and Jiang Chujing were coincidentally assigned to draw last, solely for the sake of convenience. As the drawing progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Fengzheng teamed up with a little boy, waving apologetically at Jiang Jinran with a friendly smile, saying, sorry, big brother is off first. Jiang Jinran found his demeanor amusing and waved back, encouraging him. Her gaze shifted, Unintentionally catching sight of Jiang Jinran standing a distance away, his expression unusually cold and detached, devoid of any smile. Why is he not smiling? What's wrong? Jiang Jinran pondered, perplexed. Thankfully, the camera isn't on him. If fans saw Jiang Jinran's icy demeanor, they would surely declare his character shattered. Jiang Jinran pressed his lips together, maintaining a stoic expression. When he refrained from smiling, his refined features conveyed a subtle chill, creating an air of aloofness. In truth, it was nothing significant. He simply felt a tinge of displeasure. It was one thing for Jiang Jinran to choose someone else, but her dismissive attitude towards him, engaging warmly with Feng Zheng instead, stirred a sense of discomfort within him. After all, who was truly her brother? At that moment, Bai Shui unwrapped her drawn paper, revealing the number 7. Meanwhile, the celebrity guest who drew number 7 was Chun Yao. Bai Shui and Chun Yao, you are a team, Shen Wei announced with a smile after glancing at the results. Chun Yao approached Bai Shui, her expression warm as she said, we'll be doing tasks together. Let us do our best. Though she feigned happiness, Bai Shui couldn't suppress her disappointment at not pairing with Jiang Jinran. She instinctively glanced towards Jiang Jinran, who stood there in sunglasses, enveloped in a radiant aura, making it difficult to discern his expression. Finally, the drawing was nearing its conclusion. At this moment, apart from Jiang Jinran and Jiang Jinran, everyone else had completed their draws. Without a doubt, the last two remaining would have to pair up. Oh my! The only ordinary participant who didn't wish to team with Jiang Jinran ended up with him. Only Jiang Jinran and Jiang Jinran are left. They can only team up. How enviable for Jiang Jinran. Her luck is astounding. I wish I could switch places with Jiang Jinran. I'm so envious. What luck is this? She has to team with Jiang Jinran without any effort. Go, brother Jinran. I hope this little girl doesn't hold you back. Jiang Jinran must have some fortuitous aura. Best of luck to both adorable little ones. I like you both, and being a pair is pure bliss. Jiang Jinran approached Jiang Jinran. The coldness on his face vanished, revealing his signature, beautiful smile to the camera. Please take care of me. The man lowered his gaze to Jiang Jinran, extending his hand with a lazy elegance, his fingers long and fair. Jiang Jinran lifted her eyes to regard her brother. Why the formality? You're quite the actor. Jiang Jinran raised an eyebrow unperturbed. With no choice, Jiang Jinran forced a smile, extending her hand to shake his. Please take care of me, brother Jiang. Both of them are so good-looking, so adorable. One is a husband, the other a little girl. All right, you two do well. I'll cheer for you. One handsome, one cute. It's a feast for the eyes. You two are so endearing. It's overwhelming. I'm utterly smitten. Wow, this is thrilling. How bad can the environment be? Are they living in a doghouse? I'm suddenly a bit worried about brother Qiche. Can he adapt? Go, brother Qiche, secure a good accommodation. I fear you won't sleep well otherwise. Is the competition this fierce, right from the start? Everyone do your best. Ha ha, this is so entertaining. I just ordered spicy hot pot, ready to eat while watching. Shen Wei suddenly called out, begin. Jiang Jinran had yet to react when everyone took off like arrows. I must secure the best suite. I have to go. Feng Zheng shouted into the camera as he hurriedly urged his ordinary partner forward. Bai Shui was equally determined, not wishing to reside in dark, damp rural mud houses. She needed to pick a good house as quickly as possible. Sister Chun Yao, let us hurry, Bai Shui urged. Noticing Chun Yao struggling with her luggage and extending her hand to assist with a bag, easing Chun Yao as burdened considerably. The comments were filled with praise. Is this little girl Bai Shui? So considerate and capable. What a kind-hearted child. Chapter 86. The slacker duo Bai Shui. Not only beautiful but also competent, truly remarkable. Such a kind little darling. My heart melts. Bai Shui is putting in so much effort, but I admire her spirit. Go, baby, I'm rooting for you. Bai Shui is unbelievably cute. As the other participants had nearly all dashed away, only Jiang Jinran and Jiang Jinran remained. Why aren't you running? Jiang Jinran asked, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Jinran. With innocent wide eyes, she retorted, aren't you running either? Jiang Jinran chuckled, his beautiful cheeks glinting in the sunlight. I'm waiting for you. You don't seem eager to dash. If you had taken off, I would have followed suit. Jiang Jinran pouted subtly, a hint of annoyance in her demeanor. Oh, so it's my fault then? What was I trying so hard for? I just want to be a carefree little salted fish. That's all. Jiang Jinran slightly raised an eyebrow, the smile at the corner of his lips resembling a breathtaking bouquet, radiant and vibrant. However, if we don't hurry, we might end up in a doghouse later. That being said, Jiang Jinran wore no disdainful expression, still smiling cheerfully, as our choices were becoming increasingly limited. Meeting his sister's gaze, he tilted his head and said brightly, "I don't mind at all. Do you mind, brother?" Jiang Jinran grinned, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Well, that settles it then. If you don't mind. I don't either. We can take our time. There is no need to rush or compete." Jiang Jinran looked at his little sister, but remained silent, smiling. This little one is so carefree, yet speaks so charmingly. Nevertheless, he indulged her whims. At that moment, the barrage of comments was lively. "Are you two really just taking it easy? High emotional intelligence, no competition. Low emotional intelligence, just want to slack off." But their interaction is truly adorable. Ha! Little Ran and brother Qiche are indeed unconventional. If they're not concerned about their living conditions, they really don't need to push themselves too hard. Just enjoy each other's company. So cute. You two are going to make me melt. Just be unconventional. I must admit, I'm actually looking forward to brother Qiche living in a doghouse. Am I too wicked? Jiang Jinran had very little luggage, just a rather simple small suitcase. However, Jiang Jinran's belongings appeared to be considerably more than his. He held his own luggage, leisurely watching his sister before him, signaling her to hurry up with his eyes. Yet, Jiang Jinran remained motionless. She looked up with her bright, sparkling eyes, her gaze animated as she fixed it upon her brother. That look clearly conveyed, "Could you please help me carry my luggage?" Jiang Qiche stared into Jiang Jinran's eyes, and at that moment, he felt as if she resembled a little puppy wagging its tail in plea. Adorable yet pitiful, Jiang Qiche was not the kind of gentleman who would proactively help others. Even in the presence of others or in front of the camera, his persona was not that of a benevolent gentleman. He was simply a free-spirited individual. Now, gazing down at Jiang Jinran's round eyes, he silently observed for several seconds. Finally, he extended his hand and took Jiang Jinran's luggage. Jiang Jinran immediately widened her eyes, a look of joy blossoming from within. "Great! Jiang Qiche is quite clever, knowing to help me with my luggage. After all, I want to relax comfortably. But I can't directly ask for this. I can only hint with my eyes, or his fans will scold me to death." Jiang Qiche snorted inwardly. "You're quite self-aware, knowing you would get scolded." Nevertheless, he realized he had a heart that was willing to indulge her. He could have entirely ignored her pleading gaze, disregarding her request. However, since he was in a good mood, he decided to play the role of a good brother for a while. "Oh my, these two are so loving. Brother Qiche is actually this gentle. I envy Jiang Jinran. You two shouldn't be so cute. Your interactions are so adorable. Brother helping sister with her luggage. Oh, so sweet. Just like this is perfectly fine. There is no need to chase after results. Last place is still last place. Take your time. It's all right. Just don't tire yourselves out." Jiang Jinran and Jiang Qiche, as the barrage suggested, were taking their time without any rush. They strolled along the rustic stone-paved road. Jiang Jinran, as if on a sightseeing trip, had no luggage at all, curiously looking around. Jiang Qiche, carrying 2 pieces of luggage, found it quite effortless. The pace at which they walked was leisurely. Unlike others who were rushing ahead, they resembled 2 elderly men taking a leisurely stroll. Just then, Jiang Jinran spotted a rural convenience store, the freezer at the entrance brimming with colorful popsicles. Jiang Qiche once again noticed the glimmer in Jiang Jinran's eyes. "Want to eat?" he asked lightly. This meant everything had to be meticulously calculated. Otherwise, once the money ran out, they would have to go without. However, Jiang Jinran truly wanted a popsicle. Unsure if Jiang Qiche was willing to spend money on her, she could only plead with her eyes, gazing intently at him. "Well, let us buy it. Get as many as you want," Jiang Qiche said, suddenly generous. Jiang Jinran was taken aback, her eyes widening. "But there is no need to buy too many. Don't you remember we only have 200 yuan?" Jiang Qiche smirked, his expression carrying a carefree nonchalance. "I haven't forgotten. Let us enjoy ourselves. We can worry about money later." "What will you do when you run out of money? Go work on a farm to earn it back?" Jiang Jinran mused whimsically. Jiang Qiche laughed, his beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of light. "That is not a bad idea. I'll work on the farm, and you can sell vegetables. We can earn enough to support both of us." "You're making me laugh. Brother Qiche is actually quite humorous. Why is your dialogue so amusing? 2 little cuties. You've made me adore you even more. Oh, how are you two even funnier than comedians?" I'm truly falling for you too. Your charm is unique. Brother Qiche should buy little Ran a few more popsicles. Money can always be earned back. Chapter 87. Controversy at this moment. Jiang Jinran and Jiang Qiche arrived at the convenience store as freezer. Jiang Jinran lowered her head, carefully selecting, ultimately settling on a strawberry-flavored popsicle. She turned to Jiang Qiche, who was preparing to pay, and blinked. Aren't you going to have any, brother? Jiang Qiche glanced at her, his eyes curving into a smile. No, I'll save my money for you, little sister. Jiang Jinran's lips twitched slightly. Are you addicted to acting? Haha, you're quite something. Keep pretending. Let us see how long you can keep it up. Don't think I don't know your mischievous side. Jiang Qiche merely smiled without further comment, leisurely paying for Jiang Jinran's popsicle. Wow, Brother Qiche is so indulgent. I wish I could be Jiang Jinran. Can Brother Qiche buy me a popsicle too? Ah, you two are just too adorable. Just take your time. I love watching you stroll leisurely. No need to rush. Your interactions are so cute. I can never get tired of watching. Meanwhile, the camera shifted to the advance team. Feng Zheng took the lead, following the map to what appeared to be the best rural self-built house. The decor of this self-built house was quite modern, with a pleasant environment inside, spacious rooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Feng Zheng was immensely satisfied. The homeowner personally came out to greet him. I'm the first one here, right? Feng Zheng grinned at the homeowner, anxious that someone else had already occupied the house. Yes, you're the first. The homeowner, an elderly man, looked spirited, smiling as he spoke slowly. That's wonderful. I will cherish such a good environment, Feng Zheng said, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy as he flashed a big thumbs up to the camera. Uncle Feng, you are truly fortunate. Who would have thought that you would seize the opportunity? Impressive indeed. Uncle Feng, your speed is remarkable. Surely our dear Qiche won't have to reside in a doghouse. Will he? Please don't hit me. I'm rather curious to see Qiche living in a doghouse. Our Qiche maintains a positive attitude, even buying popsicles for little Ran. I adore watching their leisurely demeanor. I could gaze at them endlessly. They're simply adorable. I feel the same, haha. At this moment, the camera shifts to Bai Shui and Chun Yao. Bai Shui strides ahead, her steps brisk despite the heavy luggage in her hands, which does not hinder her pace. Conversely, the adult Chun Yao struggles to keep up, realizing that she is outpaced by a child. She breathes slightly heavier, striving to avoid falling behind. The sun remains rather intense, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Yao Yao feels overwhelmed. They truly are competitive. It makes my heart ache a little. You two should learn from Jiang Qiche and Jiang Jinran. Haha, our laid-back duo is indeed the most comfortable, with no pressure at all. Nonetheless, keep it up. The hard-working young girls deserve encouragement. Bai Shui and Chun Yao navigate according to the map and arrive at the self-built house with the best conditions. Unfortunately, Feng Zheng stands at the entrance, waving to the newly arrived duo. He squints and smiles, his face once again exuding humor. Apologies, haha, I arrived first. You are incredibly fast. Chun Yao's eyes widen in surprise and slight regret. Feng Zheng nods cheerfully, explaining that to ensure a good night's sleep, he had a rush. Chun Yao lowers her gaze, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. She looks at Bai Shui and quietly inquires, Xiao Shui, what should we do? Bai Shui has already taken out the map. Though young, her demeanor reflects a maturity beyond her years. She studies it meticulously for half a minute, then articulates clearly, we should head east. There is accommodation of decent quality, slightly inferior to this one, but still quite good. Bai Shui seems like a little adult, so mature, so understanding and composed. I admire her. I prefer this diligent, earnest, and clever child far more than that Jiang Jinran, who only knows how to eat popsicles. What is wrong with eating popsicles? I feel the same. I have disliked her for a while now, clearly shirking responsibility, yet many still find her adorable. It's only because of Jiang Qiche's influence that they say she is cute. If Jiang Jinran were paired with someone else, she would be criticized mercilessly. But Jiang Jinran is genuinely adorable. Why criticize her? Can we not chastise her for being carefree? She hinders our Qiche. I don't like that. However, I cannot voice it directly out of respect for Qiche. Please be a bit kinder. Children understand little. I find the interactions between the two endearing. I genuinely enjoy watching them. If you do not like it, then do not watch. The viewers in the live stream suddenly erupted into a quarrel over Bai Shui and Jiang Jinran. Meanwhile, Bai Shui and Chun Yao hurriedly made their way to another accommodation. Also a self-built house in the countryside. However, it was merely a single-story flat, and the decor was not as fine as Fengjiang's. Nevertheless, they felt grateful. Aside from its lackluster decor, the house had all the essentials. Moreover, it was far superior to those mud-walled houses. The two sighed in relief, happily checking in with their luggage. At this moment, Jiang Jinran leisurely trailed behind Jiang Qiche, enjoying her popsicle. They strolled at a relaxed pace. Jiang Qiche examined the map and proceeded towards the nearest accommodation, which appeared rather subpar, likely in a poor environment. However, at this point, they had no alternatives. Jiang Jinran followed behind, and they ambled towards the lodging. Indeed, the conditions were disappointing. Jiang Jinran and Jiang Qiche stood side by side, both lifting their gazes towards the mud-walled house before them. The air fell silent for a few seconds. They both pursed their lips, coincidentally falling into silence. The barrage of comments erupted into laughter. Two little fools. Now you're dumbfounded, aren't you? Ha! This cracks me up. Who told you to be so slow? Qiche and Jinran. This is a burden only you two must bear. Jiang Jinran is so annoying, dragging down Qiche. Why are their fans getting defensive? This is all for the sake of entertainment. As long as everyone enjoys it, that's what matters. I only find it adorable. How is it disgusting? I just can't stand Jiang Jinran's demeanor. Can we refrain from insults? She is clearly a very cute little girl. I can't believe this can be criticized. It's undeniably a humorous and charming scene. Chapter 88. Becoming a control group, the barrage of insults continued, yet Jiang Jinran and Jiang Qiche remained oblivious. This house, Jiang Jinran spoke first, breaking the silence, but then paused after uttering 3 words, displaying an entire range of indecision. She looked at Jiang Qiche and forced a chuckle. Brother, can you accept this? She had anticipated the remaining houses would be of poor quality, but she did not expect it to be this dismal. Jiang Qiche, having grown up, likely had never stepped into such a house. He pursed his lips, his expression revealing little emotion. Yet internally, he found it somewhat amusing. Now, you were concerned about him? Just moments ago, you were so carefree. Is this a sudden awakening of conscience, little one? Though Jiang Qiche had been raised in comfort and faced little hardship after entering the entertainment industry, he had endured relatively harsh environments for acting. He was not as detached from reality as one might think. Moreover, he had a strong capacity for accepting new experiences and would not excessively reject them. The mud-walled house before him, though unaccustomed, was not entirely unacceptable. Jiang Qiche was well aware that his capacity for acceptance was contingent upon his mood. Fortunately, his mood was quite good at present. Thus, he found the mud-walled house tolerable. Had it been under normal circumstances, he would have lacked the patience to step inside. As for why he felt good, Jiang Qiche could not help but glance at his sister beside him. It was quite remarkable. Being with Jiang Jinran improved his spirits. Of course, I can accept it, Jiang Qiche replied with a smile, shrugging. But what about you? Can you manage? I am quite afraid Jiang Qiche will hold it against me for making him stay in a mud-walled house. As long as he doesn't team mind, that's sufficient. Jiang Qiche curled his lips. You think about too many trivial things. It's quite amusing. Jiang Jinran smiled lightly. Her demeanor relaxed. Of course I can manage. I can stay anywhere. All right then, let us go inside. With that, the two of them carried their luggage and entered the mud-walled house, one after the other. At this moment, the trending topics on Weibo were dominated by the variety show Celebrity Observation Room. The most talked about figures were Jiang Qiche and the 2 ordinary guests, Bai Shui and Jiang Jinran. These 2 ordinary girls, with their distinctly different attitudes and behaviors, sparked fervent discussions among netizens. The diligent and earnest child, Bai Shui, is truly deserving of praise. Bai Shui maintains a proper attitude, refusing to slack off, effortlessly overshadowing Jiang Jinran's lackadaisical demeanor. Where has Jiang Jinran shown indolence? She is merely a child who does not compete for attention. Some individuals should refrain from being excessively malicious. She keeps asking Brother Qiche to carry her luggage, buy her popsicles, and even accompany her in a dilapidated mud-walled house. How is that cute? I absolutely detest her. Can we not hold Jiang Qiche back? This is truly exasperating. I also dislike her. A multitude of people are praising her cuteness, but where is the charm? I am thoroughly annoyed. Jiang Qiche is so unfortunate to have such a partner. Brother Qiche, I am heartbroken. Can he truly endure living in such a wretched house? I genuinely feel for him. If only Brother Qiche could team up with Bai Shui. Bai Shui is reliable and capable. She is the ideal partner. Do not harbor too much hatred. Jiang Jinran has not committed any wrongdoing. She simply chose not to strive excessively. Is that really so? However, I genuinely find Jiang Jinran quite adorable. Just like my sister, I would willingly buy her popsicles. Some people should practice kindness. It brings me immense joy to witness their interactions, which feel particularly natural and endearing. The online discourse surrounding this matter has sparked relentless debates, catapulting Jiang Jinran to become the second most popular guest on Mingxing Guanxia, aside from Jiang Qiche. There are those who criticize her, and others who adore her. Controversy and traffic soar hand in hand, and thus, Jiang Jinran has become both infamous and beloved. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Jinran remains oblivious to this whirlwind, as her phone has been confiscated, leaving her entirely disconnected from the internet. The mud-walled house where she and Jiang Qiche are about to settle can only be described as shabby and primitive. From the outside, it appears dilapidated, and the interior is even worse. The walls are stained black, marred by some unknown substance, presenting a mottled gray-white hue. The landlord has provided them with 2 bare wooden beds. The kitchen consists of a large iron pot that requires firewood for heating, and there is no gas stove. Most alarming, however, is the absence of a bathroom and toilet. They must utilize public facilities to address their needs. I cannot imagine a worse dwelling than this. How terrifying. I would rather sleep on the ground outside than reside in such a place. Brother Qiche and Sister Jinran, can you request a change of accommodation? Seeing you both here makes my heart ache. Nonetheless, I am rather curious to see Brother Qiche in such a house. There's a peculiar beauty in its strangeness. Ha ha ha, I agree. It appears quite interesting. As dusk descends, it is time for dinner. For each pair of guests, the most pressing concern at the moment is preparing the evening meal. Cooking requires ingredients that can be purchased from local farmers, foraged from nearby fields, or sourced from any pre-prepared items within the house. Bai Shui is swift and efficient. She quickly gathers the necessary ingredients for dinner and, alongside Qiche, begins the preparation. Her culinary movements are deft and skilled, exuding an aura of both obedience and competence. From a young age, her mother, Bai Ling, instilled in her the art of cooking. This was driven by the desire for Bai Shui to grow into a virtuous woman, as well as Bai Ling's hope that she would learn to create delightful dishes for Han Yi, thereby winning his affection. In this moment, the comments section erupts in admiration. Bai Shui is amazing. I am growing fonder of her by the minute. Bai Shui is so young, yet possesses so many skills. I'm older than her and still not as proficient, sob. Let us commend Bai Shui, the incredibly capable young lady. Go, Bai Shui, you are my favorite. It seems she will completely overshadow Jiang Jinran. She truly lives up to her name? Can we not drag Jiang Jinran into this? Must we resort to comparisons? Jiang Jinran is so inept. She deserves this backlash. Jiang Jinran's cuteness is sufficient. Bai Shui is simply hard-working. Can we cease the quarrels? It's becoming chaotic. At this moment, Jiang Jinran and Jiang Qiche sit face-to-face on the small stools in the mud-walled house, gazing at one another. The live broadcast camera shifts to their location. What shall we have for dinner? Jiang Qiche rests his chin on his hand, his eyes squinting in a smile, casting a calm glance at his sister across the table. Jiang Jinran blinks her eyes and responds candidly, I am fine with anything. She has just noticed that Jiang Qiche's gaze has scanned the room and, in a casual tone, he remarks that there are 2 radishes and a piece of cured meat, enough for them to eat. Jiang Jinran is not picky. She immediately nods, a gentle smile gracing her lips. All right, then let us have this. Jiang Qiche suddenly reveals a clear smile, his eyes ablaze as he gazes at Jiang Jinran. Now, the question arises, who will cook? Chapter 89. Too many surprises. Jiang Jinran naturally responds, we shall do it together. Of course, it would be best if you could do a bit more, handle everything, while I take a break. Jiang Qiche raises an eyebrow. Can you cook? Jiang Jinran hesitates slightly. Actually, I can cook, but at the moment, I want to pretend I can't. Jiang Qiche's lips curl into a smile. You can cook yet choose not to. How lazy, little one. I absolutely cannot. Jiang Qiche admits to Jiang Jinran in a light, casual tone, his sparkling eyes revealing a depth of emotion. Jiang Jinran perceives the profound light flowing within his gaze. Indeed, Jiang Qiche cannot cook. He does not strike one as someone adept in the kitchen. In reality, he has never even attempted it. Yet, at this moment, he finds himself unexpectedly emboldened. However, I suddenly wish to try today, Jiang Jinran states earnestly. Deep down, he feels a bit impulsive. He does not particularly enjoy or wish to attempt cooking. But seeing Jiang Jinran's unwillingness inspires him to take on the responsibility like an older brother. This infuriating impulse has transformed him. Jiang Jinran feels that his emotions and essence have been influenced by Jiang Jinran, making him less like himself. You want to try? Jiang Jinran's eyes widen slightly, her expression brightening with excitement. Great. I support you. I'm not picky at all. As long as it is not a culinary disaster, I can eat anything. As long as I do not have to lift a finger, what do I have to complain about? Unless this guy Jiang Jinran intends to poison the food. As this thought crosses her mind, Jiang Jinran's expression falters briefly. Jiang Jinran hears her unspoken words. Indeed, this girl has quite the imagination. Poison? What a vivid imagination, little one. If he truly wished for Jiang Jinran's demise, there exist 1,000 more refined and subtle methods. Poisoning is beneath him. Jiang Jinran remains silent, turning towards the kitchen to begin his preparations, and Jiang Jinran does not shirk from her duties, promptly following him. Primarily, Jiang Jinran feels it is essential to keep an eye on Jiang Jinran. Should he truly attempt anything nefarious with the food, one must always be vigilant. Like a little tail, she follows closely behind him, her demeanor cheerful as she offers, "Brother, if you need anything, you can call on me. I can help you. I am merely being polite. You better not summon me." Jiang Jinran muses inwardly. Jiang Jinran smirks as he picks up nearby firewood, preparing to ignite the flame. Jiang Jinran, trailing behind him, suddenly senses the air temperature rising dramatically, soon followed by an overwhelming scent of smoke filling her nostrils. Wait, why does it feel odd? Jiang Jinran furrows her brow and rushes forward, only to discover that the weeds surrounding the kitchen have caught fire. Flames are spreading from the bottom of the pot. Oh no, we are here to film a variety show, not to burn down the house. Jiang Jinran's eyes widen in disbelief. How could Jiang Jinran, a man in his 20s, be so reckless? After saying this, he subconsciously scratches his head. Step back for a moment. Allow me to extinguish the flames. Jiang Jinran kindly said as he attempted to create distance between Jiang Jinran and the source of the fire. However, Jiang Jinran disregarded his advice, choosing instead to follow closely behind him, her bright voice chiming, "It's fine, I will assist you." Thus, while others were savoring their evening meals, Jiang Jinran and Jiang Jinran found themselves in a chaotic endeavor to douse the fire. Are you two ever going to have dinner? How did this fire even start? Our beloved duo truly faces countless calamities. I hope this first experience of lighting a fire for Brother Qiche doesn't leave him with emotional scars. Oh, those poor little ones. I am so worried for you. I wish I could rush through the screen to help extinguish the flames. What terrible luck. How could this happen? You two are destined to always come in last, while everyone else is already enjoying their meals. Brother Qiche, I feel for you. Your luck is abysmal. All thanks to Jiang Jinran. No, while Jiang Jinran is indeed unfortunate, it's not entirely Jiang Jinran's fault. It was purely an accident. Both are victims here. So let's not blame our little Ran. By 8:30 in the evening, Jiang Jinran and Jiang Qiche finally sat down to their meal. After much effort, they had managed to extinguish the fire, and Jiang Jinran took it upon herself to handle the cooking, while Jiang Qiche hastily prepared the cured meat and radish. Although the dishes bore little resemblance to their original forms, they were still palatable. They both heartily consumed a generous bowl of rice. At this moment, the recent fire incident naturally made its way to the trending topics on Weibo, garnering explosive attention. Jiang Jinran nearly burned down the house. It's already extinguished, and it is understandable that Brother Qiche, being inexperienced, made a mistake. Let us refrain from undue criticism. How can a grown man in his 20s not know how to start a fire? Critics, why not focus on your own misfortunes instead of targeting Jiang Jinran, who was born with a silver spoon? Jiang Jinran is truly inept. She can do nothing and has brought misfortune upon Brother Qiche. Why isn't Brother Qiche paired with Baishui instead? He would be much better off. Baishui is indeed capable. I admire her greatly. Is it possible to switch partners? Let us have Baishui take over for Brother Qiche. What is wrong with Jiang Jinran? They are both adorable. They're the best duo. I agree. Jiang Jinran appears quite innocent, and their interactions are heartwarming. Let us not be too harsh. I feel a twinge of sympathy for little Ran. She hasn't done anything wrong. She is just not as competent as Bai Shui. Apologies, but the more you criticize, the more I adore her. I have completely fallen for little Ran. So have I. My heart is utterly smitten by such a charming girl. Why the negativity? After their meal, Jiang Jinran voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes, which surprised Jiang Jinran. Initially, she contemplated dividing the work, but to her astonishment, Jiang Jinran said nothing and took on the entire responsibility. This left her with mixed feelings. Chapter 90. Changing perceptions. Having endured the recent calamity together and witnessing Jiang Jinran's willingness to wash the dishes, Jiang Jinran's preconceived notions began to waver slightly. Could it be that he truly had changed? Perhaps he was not as dreadful as she had believed? No. Jiang Jinran resolutely shook her head. She could not be swayed by appearances and must remain vigilant. While washing the dishes, Jiang Jinran listened to Jiang Jinran's thoughts, a self-deprecating smile curling at the corners of his lips. In truth, he had not changed. Rather, for reasons unknown, he felt a hint of guilt. The unexpected fire had genuinely frightened the young girl, disrupting her evening and causing her to miss dinner. This realization filled him with remorse. Additionally, he sensed that Jiang Jinran harbored deep-seated biases against him, still believing he could pose a threat to her. Frustrated, he closed his eyes for a moment. He truly wished to alter his reputation. It was maddening to find himself entertaining such peculiar thoughts. Meanwhile, the barrage of compliments continued to flood the screen. Brother Qiche is such a good man, willingly washing the dishes. It seems little Ran initially wanted to help, but Brother Qiche took it all upon himself. They are both utterly adorable. I love watching their interactions. It has been a long journey filled with challenges. They finally managed to eat. Let them rest well now. These two cuties are becoming more endearing by the minute. I adore my husband Qiche. A husband who washes dishes is the best kind. How could Jiang Jinran let Brother Qiche wash alone? Can't she help out? Critics again? Little Ran wanted to share the load. But Brother Qiche insisted on doing it all. They are both wonderful, so please refrain from negativity. Are critics envious of Jiang Jinran? I'm not envious. What useful contributions has Jiang Jinran made thus far? It's all been Brother Qiche. Brother Qiche is genuinely happy with her, as a long-time fan. I can feel that his joy is sincere and that he willingly does these things. Indeed, while on the surface it appears Brother Qiche is shouldering everything. With a different partner, he might not contribute at all. I have some understanding of his character. Very true. I share that sentiment. These two have a remarkable chemistry, forming a perfectly harmonious duo. As night deepened, Jiang Jinran and Jiang Qiche completed their evening routines and prepared for bed. Their phones were confiscated, and there was no internet. The mud-walled room lacked even a television. With no entertainment available, they had no choice but to retire early. This arrangement allowed them to share a space together. Jiang Jinran was bundled up tightly, leaving no skin exposed, while Jiang Qiche, being considerate, lay on his bed without glancing at her. Surrounded by the chilly draft seeping through the dilapidated mud walls, and lying on the hard wooden bed that creaked and groaned with every movement, Jiang Qiche never imagined he would find himself in such a setting. Though uncomfortable, the novelty of the experience overshadowed his unease. In this moment, he felt an unusual calmness. Listening to the rhythmic chirping of insects outside and the gentle sound of Jiang Jinran's breathing nearby, he embraced a long-lost tranquility. Sleepiness soon enveloped him. Compared to the reasonably decent accommodations of others, the living conditions for Jiang Jinran and Jiang Qiche were far from ideal. Yet, the two of them harbored no complaints and quietly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments continued unabated. Ah, how adorable the two little ones are, melting my heart. Despite the dismal surroundings, they sleep so peacefully, which tugs at my heartstrings. This house truly leaves much to be desired, evoking a sense of sorrow within me. Good night and sweet dreams, Brother Jiang Qiche and Sister Jiang Jinran. Even in the most dilapidated dwelling, they harbor no complaints, which brings me a sense of tranquility. I am so fond of you both. I feel I could watch endlessly and wish the live broadcast would never end. Although today has been quite unfortunate. I wish you luck for tomorrow and hope you sleep well. My heart feels tender. As the guests gradually fell asleep, today's live broadcast came to a close, leaving the audience reluctant to part. Although the live stream has ended, discussions online have not ceased. The most talked about person today is undoubtedly Jiang Qiche, who naturally draws attention. while Jiang Jinran unexpectedly became the second most popular guest. Many criticize her, yet she has garnered a significant number of admirers. Some believe she is lacking and not as capable as by Shui, dragging Jiang Jinran down, while others find her innocent and lovely, appreciating her interactions with Jiang Jinran. In summary, Jiang Jinran's current reputation is a mixed bag. However, controversy breeds attention, and through this incident, Jiang Jinran has achieved notoriety. She has become the center of heated debates, and her charming appearance and unpretentious demeanor have endeared her to many. Jiang Jinran remains blissfully unaware of the external controversies. She quickly drifts into a dreamless slumber, awakening naturally the following day. As she opens her eyes, sunlight cascades over her, and she groggily rises, slightly widening her gaze. Surely, she hasn't overslept? Just as she thinks this, Jiang Jinran's gentle voice reaches her ears. You've woken up just in time for breakfast. At that moment, Jiang Jinran's gaze shifts to the nearby dirty wooden table, where 2 bowls of rice porridge and several salted duck eggs are laid out. Where did you get those salted duck eggs? She asks without hesitation. Jiang Jinran smiles softly, saying, I just took a stroll outside, and an elder gave them to me. What a kind soul, Jiang Jinran exclaims with admiration. Surely, the elder thinks I am quite lovely, Jiang Jinran quips with a playful arch of his brow. Jiang Jinran, how narcissistic. Jiang Jinran sets the chopsticks neatly and urges Jiang Jinran to hurry and wash up, or breakfast will get cold. Jiang Jinran promptly jumps out of bed. After leisurely finishing breakfast, the two head to the clearing beneath the camphor trees as per the director's instructions. Meanwhile, a new day of live streaming commences. Today, we will arrange for everyone to exploring mountain. Jiang Jinran hears director Shunwei inform an assistant as she approaches. Wait, Ing Mountain? Her eyes widen in shock. If I recall correctly, that incident occurred at Ing Mountain. Jiang Jinran furrows her brow slightly, unease flickering in her eyes. Jiang Jinran glances at her, his expression calm, inquiring silently about her thoughts. Unaware of his gaze, Jiang Jinran remains absorbed in her own emotions. Will that incident happen again? If it does, it would be a significant blow to Jiang Jinran. Suddenly, Jiang Jinran reaches out, patting Jiang Jinran's shoulder, his face still adorned with a gentle smile. What are you thinking? The live stream has already begun. Don't drift off. Jiang Jinran reminds her with friendly concern. Jiang Jinran's worries are of little consequence to Jiang Jinran. From a long time ago, he had predicted his own downfall. Rather than being concerned, Jiang Jinran is more curious about how exactly his downfall will manifest. Good morning, everyone. Director Shunwei steps into the center, his lips curving into a habitual smile, radiating the vitality of the morning sun. Good morning, Director, Jiang Jinran and Jiang Jinran reply, the only two outsiders, lost in their thoughts and saying not a word. How did everyone sleep last night? Are you getting used to it? Director Shunwei continues to beam, his gaze dancing among the guests as he poses friendly questions. The guests enthusiastically respond, raising their voices. Director, I slept soundly, better than I expected. Thanks to you, I actually had a good night's sleep. Jiang Jinran and Jiang Jinran remain the only silent ones, feeling somewhat out of place in the cheerful atmosphere. Although they fell asleep quickly and slept soundly, they cannot comfortably claim they had a restful night, given their living conditions are far worse than anyone else's. They can only be thankful for their strong adaptability. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find rest in that drafty mud-walled house. At this moment, a considerable number of viewers have entered the live stream. The comments begin to flood in. Jiang Jinran and Jiang Jinran, the two little unfortunate ones, clearly did not sleep well. They appear rather unenthusiastic. After all, how can one rest in such a mud-walled room? Director Shunwei, your questions cut right to the heart of brother Jiang Jinran and sister Jiang Jinran. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. Jiang Jinran and Jiang Jinran have been silent, likely due to a poor night's sleep. In such conditions, it's hard for anyone to sleep well. Yet, I saw they go to bed early last night, and they didn't seem to mind. On the surface, yes, but they're probably cursing internally. After some pleasantries, Director Shunwei transitions to the main topic. A new day begins. After yesterday's half-day acclimatization, today he pauses slightly, his smile revealing a hint of significance. We will undertake some unique challenges. Aside from Jiang Jinran, who overheard some relevant information, the other guests remain in the dark. They are completely unaware. It is in such unprepared circumstances that the true reactions of celebrities can be observed. Now, director Qiche is about to announce the main itinerary for the guests today. He looks into the camera and, with sudden enthusiasm, announces that near Sanshui village, there's a picturesque mountain named Ying Mountain. Have you heard of it? Li Qinghan shakes his head first, indicating he does not know. Director, my geography is not great. I genuinely don't know. Chen Yao chuckles, a bit embarrassed, scratching her head. I don't know either. Just then I know. Bai Shui's crisp voice chimes in. Looking at director Qiche, she confidently replies, Ying Mountain is famous for its many natural caves. The comments explode in praise. How impressive, Bai Shui knows so much. I like Bai Shui more and more. She is such a perfect young lady. I want a sister like Bai Shui. She is so reliable. Yes. It feels like being with her would be worry-free. Bai Shui seems to possess various skills and is cultured. She must come from a well-bred family. Perhaps a wealthy young lady. She is far superior to those uneducated types. At least this young lady knows about Ying Mountain, while they do not. Although, to be fair, this is my first time hearing about Ying Mountain. It's not particularly famous. I also don't know about Sanshui village or Ying Mountain. It's understandable that Chen Yao and the others are unaware. Bai Shui is just too incredible to know about this. Bai Shui humbly purses her lips. So we're going to Ying Mountain today? Feng Zheng asks with widened eyes, straightforwardly inquiring. Director Qiche nods. That's right, today. You will embark on an adventure at Ying Mountain. The guests who complete the adventure first and reach the designated location will receive a sumptuous meal and the opportunity to swap accommodations. A grand feast and a chance to change rooms? These words strike Jiang Jinran with excitement, causing her to clench her fists. Reflecting on the events from yesterday until this morning, she savored the exquisite culinary creations of Jiang Jinran, including the savory salted duck egg white porridge. It made her yearn for something flavorful and delightful. The prospect of exchanging accommodation rights was equally enticing, as it implied the potential to trade their modest earthen dwelling for a superior residence, a surefire gain. No one possessed a house that was inferior to theirs. Jiang Jinran stood nearby, discreetly eavesdropping on Jiang Jinran's musings. His demeanor appeared remarkably relaxed, even exuding an air of nonchalance. Ah, the little one. While she claimed indifference, it was evident she cared deeply, caring about the quality of his cooking and their living conditions. Within Jiang Jinran's emotions, an inexplicable sense of frustration began to surface. It turned out his sister was not fond of their current situation, making him feel somewhat disheartened. In truth, he himself was indifferent to their living arrangements and meals. But he had not anticipated that Jiang Jinran would be so affected by these matters. Chapter 92. They all desire victory, suddenly. Jiang Jinran directed his gaze toward Qiche. A subtle smile gracing his lips, his handsome face resembling a radiant gem, sparkling under the sun. Director, with this expedition, victory is assured. Everyone was taken aback by Jiang Jinran's unexpected declaration of confidence, including Jiang Jinran, who stared at her brother in astonishment, her eyes wide yet silent, internally questioning where his self-assurance stemmed from. How could he be so confident? Winning is not something I would dare to claim, lest we face a considerable setback and become the subject of ridicule. Hearing his sister's silent thoughts, Jiang Jinran felt no anger. Instead, his competitive spirit intensified. His desire to succeed was not for his own sake, but rather for Jiang Jinran. At that moment, the online comments erupted in excitement. Brother Qiche is so handsome. His manner of speaking is incredibly charming. It feels like Brother Qiche is different today. In what way? He was always the type to smile at everyone yet remain aloof, indifferent to many matters, but now he seems to genuinely care about the outcome of this challenge. I must say, today's Jiang Jinran is indeed different. I can actually see a competitive spirit in his eyes. Ah, it shows he truly wants to win. Perhaps he hasn't eaten well or slept properly these past few days. He is eager for a better house and a nice meal. Haha, I think you've hit the nail on the head. Go for it, Brother Qiche. I believe you can win. Brother Qiche wants to win. Let's all cheer him on. Is that Yingshan really dangerous? I'm so worried. Indeed, winning isn't the most important thing. Safety is paramount. Brother Qiche, please be careful. Qiche cast a knowing glance at Jiang Jinran, teasingly remarking, It's the first time I've seen you so eager to win. Only Qiche dared to jest with Jiang Jinran, while the other guests, though surprised, refrained from speaking out in his presence. Jiang Jinran casually glanced at his sister before turning his gaze back to Qiche, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. Am I not allowed to desire victory? Shinwei chuckled and waved his hand, affirming that he certainly was. Thus, the adventure was about to commence. The production team had prepared an adventure pack for each guest, containing provisions, outdoor exploration tools, and some emergency equipment. As Jiang Jinran slung the pack over her shoulders, the other guests dashed away like rockets, eagerly racing towards Yingshan. Jiang Chujing gently patted Jiang Jinran's shoulder. She looked up at him. Today, we cannot afford to be lackadaisical like yesterday. Jiang Chujing stated softly, yet with a hint of seriousness, implying that they must not slack off today. Jiang Jinran bit her lip, feeling somewhat guilty. At that moment, the online comments erupted in debate. Jiang Jinran, you ought to be ashamed. It's gotten to the point where even Brother Chujing can't tolerate it. It turns out Jiang Chujing knows everything. He doesn't want this. It's all Jiang Jinran's fault. Don't go too far. Brother Chujing means no harm. He simply hopes Jiang Jinran will cooperate to win. Since Brother Chujing can't win today, I'll just blame Jiang Jinran. Why blame Jiang Jinran? You fans are too intense. Brother Chujing might as well kick Jiang Jinran aside. He could win alone. Can the haters stop harassing little Jinran? What impact do you think your insults have? They only boost her popularity. You want to win too, don't you? Jiang Chujing reached out, adjusting Jiang Jinran's backpack gently, his melodious voice cascading down. Jiang Jinran felt somewhat unaccustomed to this sudden display of tenderness. Recalling Jiang Chujing's earlier question, she nodded earnestly. I want to win too. Jiang Chujing smiled at her earnestness, his radiant smile illuminating his face. Then let us strive together, sister. The viewers in the live stream witnessed this exchange, their animosity dissipating. Ah, so adorable. Every time I see your interactions, my heart melts. You two are too cute. Let's work hard together, my little darlings. The haters can't see how well these two get along. Those haters should come out and speak up now. Jiang Chujing and Jiang Jinran are the perfect duo, irreplaceable. Both of you want to win so badly. I wish I could help, but all I could do is cheer for you from the screen. Jiang Jinran and Jiang Chujing finally prepared to set off. They reached the sightseeing electric vehicle and quickly boarded it, which would transport them to the foot of Yingshan. The other guests had already departed, making them the last pair to set out. However, Jiang Chujing understood that being slightly behind at this moment was inconsequential. Yingshan was the true battleground, and he had confidence in overtaking the others. 15 minutes later, Jiang Jinran and Jiang Chujing arrived at the foot of Yingshan, the majestic mountain towering before them, a continuous expanse of green unfolding in Jiang Jinran's view. For some reason, although the mountain appeared no different from others, it emanated an unsettling chill. The caves within Yingshan were not inherently dangerous. Yet, Jiang Jinran recalled the incident that had tarnished Jiang Chujing's reputation, which had occurred here. And Bai Shui was also linked to this place. Everything had been disrupted, yet it would still follow its predetermined course. At that moment, Jiang Chujing again patted her shoulder. What are you thinking about? His eyes were like a serene, deep sea, devoid of overt emotion. He chuckled lightly. Don't get distracted. We have important matters to attend to. Jiang Chujing was aware of Jiang Jinran's concerns. Overthinking potential mishaps was not in his nature. He wished to focus solely on their current objective. Hearing his words, Jiang Jinran nodded seriously, casting aside her errant thoughts, her expression now reflecting determination. For the sake of a better house and a sumptuous meal, she was ready to give it her all. The two ascended the mountain decisively and swiftly. Having already lagged behind, they could not afford to waste any more time and needed to ascend quickly to regain their position in this challenge. As they entered the mountain, Jiang Jinran felt as if she were enveloped by layers of dense forest. The verdant scenery surged into their eyes, and the sunlight above seemed to dim significantly due to the dense forest cover. Chapter 93, Hesitation and Fear. The camera followed them closely, allowing viewers to witness the unfolding scenes on Yingshan in real time. The atmosphere was thick with unease. Why does it feel so eerie? I'm getting goosebumps. Is it going to be dangerous? I'm so worried. Jiang Chujia and Jiang Jinran, I command you to prioritize safety above all else. Safety first. I hope you return safely. Chujia, wow, this is a bit terrifying. I'm genuinely scared. It's broad daylight. Don't frighten us. At this moment, the camera shifted, broadcasting the live feed from the advance team. They were all gathered at the entrance of a vast, dark tunnel, none daring to take the first step. The unknown is perpetually daunting. Who knows what lies within that ominous darkness? Chen Yao pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at the tunnel ahead, revealing her unease. Being a girl, alongside her was Bai Shui, a younger girl, and both were uncertain if they could safely emerge from the tunnel. Even Feng Zheng, who typically charged ahead, hesitated this time. He lingered at the tunnel's entrance, glancing at the staff beside him, and jokingly asked, "There aren't any bizarre creatures in there, right?" The staff reassured him softly, "We've sent people in to check. You can rest assured there won't be any issues, just a bit dark. It needs some challenge. If it were too easy, it wouldn't be an adventure, would it?" Feng Zheng's expression relaxed slightly upon hearing this, but then he furrowed his brow again. "If we encounter danger inside, can we withdraw?" The staff nodded with a smile. "Of course, just call on the walkie-talkie, and the rescue team will promptly assist you." "Seriously? You're already thinking about withdrawing before it even starts? Can't you show a bit of courage?" "It's understandable. These tunnels do appear rather frightening." "Is Uncle Feng really scared? I thought he was quite brave." "Are you really that indecisive? Just charge in and be done with it. Come on, can we skip the chatter and get moving?" The comments are quite harsh. It's only natural to feel fear in such situations. If you were here, you'd probably be terrified. Exactly. Can we not be so critical of the guests? Celebrities are just ordinary people. Earn so much money and still call themselves ordinary? Give me $1 million. And I'd rush in without blinking. Can we stop arguing? Is it really that easy to spark a debate? I just want to enjoy the live stream. Amidst the tense yet tranquil atmosphere, Bai Shui stepped forward gently. With her large adventure backpack, her lovely face bore no sign of fear. Her bright, dark eyes reflected a hint of determination. She turned to Chen Yao and said softly, "Sister, let us go inside." As she spoke, she switched on her flashlight. They had to enter eventually. Bai Shui smiled, seemingly to soothe Chen Yao's anxious emotions. "Remember, our goal is to enjoy a grand feast." Seeing Bai Shui's calm expression eased Chen Yao's tension slightly. She nodded with a smile and stepped forward, following Bai Shui's lead. Unexpectedly, it was the two girls who first entered the tunnel. The comments erupted with praise. "Wow, that's impressive. Who says girls are always timid? Bai Shui, my goddess. You always step up. I like Bai Shui even more now. She's amazing. Composed, graceful, and resolute. That's our Bai Shui. You adults are outdone by a little girl. This is hilarious. Well done, Bai Shui. I'm cheering for you. You must win." I never expected Bai Shui to be the true warrior. Others should learn from her. I'm already a fan of Bai Shui. She is so talented and charming. What about the others? Hurry up and enter. You're more timid than a little girl. Bai Shui is truly remarkable. I can only say the others are disappointing. Seeing Bai Shui and Chen Yao venture into the tunnel, Feng Zheng and the others, despite their fears and doubts, understood they had to follow suit. They couldn't let two young girls outshine them. Feng Zheng gently took the hand of the inexperienced guest, inhaled deeply, switched on the flashlight, and stepped into the tunnel. The others, witnessing this, no longer hesitated and one by one approached the tunnel. Soon, Jiang Jinran and Jiang Qiche arrived without delay. Noticing the tunnel was empty, they realized all the guests had already entered. Without a moment's hesitation, they stepped into the tunnel as well. The comments erupted in astonishment. "Wow, these two are fearless. The most decisive among all the guests, haha. As expected of my Qiche and Jinran. So brave, they just charged in. Haha. Turns out you two have the biggest guts. I'm genuinely impressed. Oh wow, you two are so cool. No time wasted, just went straight in. Go for it." Jiang Qiche and Jiang Jinran are striving to catch up and surpass everyone. These two sweethearts are incredibly brave, not dragging their feet at all. Much better than the others. Can we not engage in comparisons? Isn't that the truth? They showed no fear and went straight into the tunnel, unlike the others who hesitated. Don't be defensive. Jiang Qiche and Jiang Jinran are the boldest. No doubt about it. As Jiang Jinran walked closely beside him, they kept close together, fearing they might get separated if they strayed too far. Before them lay the rugged, uneven rock walls, glistening with droplets of water, imparting a damp feeling to the tunnel. Water seemed to seep from above, and the ground was slick with moisture. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream, feeling as if they were in the tunnel themselves, began to panic. This is a bit scary. Why does it suddenly feel like a horror movie? Jiang Qiche and Jiang Jinran. How are you two managing to remain composed? I am terrified. Chapter 94. Entanglements with Bai Shui. You guys are so brave. I want to withdraw. Oh my, goosebumps are rising. Take it slow, you two. I'm worried you'll fall. My heart is racing just watching. This is so frightening. At this moment, the new episode of Celebrity Observation Room once again surged to the trending topics. The topic of Yingshan's adventure captivated everyone's attention. I've lived this long and never heard of Yingshan. Yingshan isn't that obscure. I've heard of it. Yingshan Adventure. Our reality shows this thrilling now? How interesting. But that tunnel really looks terrifying. I couldn't handle it. Yet celebrities earn so much. So what's the big deal about entering a tunnel? Bai Shui is truly eye-catching. She exudes a maturity that belies her age. I really like her. But I prefer Jiang Jinran. She is so adorable and seems eager to win today. I never thought I'd see Qiche exploring the mountains. What an interesting sight. Interesting? I'm worried about him. I hope nothing goes wrong, or I'll be heartbroken. Thrills are what make it interesting. Previous shows were too bland. This is great. I suggest raising the stakes. I love watching celebrities in suspense and fear. Haha. Jiang Jinran and Jiang Qiche continue to navigate the expansive tunnel. Her eyes appear to be gradually consumed by darkness, rendering everything around her dim. The incessant sound of dripping water echoed in her ears. Jiang Jinran felt an inexplicable irritation creeping in. She compelled herself to calm her mind, allowing her thoughts to drift as a multitude of ideas flickered through her consciousness. Her greatest concern remained Bai Shui. According to previous developments, in the tunnel of Yingshan, Jiang Chujing and Bai Shui had been partners at that time. Jiang Chujing's fingers, gripping the flashlight, momentarily faltered. He had heard Jiang Jinran muttering incessantly about some entanglement between Bai Shui and himself. However, she had never explicitly revealed the nature of this entanglement. To be honest, he was quite curious. How had Bai Shui caused him such ruin? Jiang Jinran furrowed her brows. Lost in contemplation, after they ventured into the tunnel for exploration, a verbal conflict had arisen between the two, prompting Bai Shui to storm off in anger. Becoming lost in the pitch-black tunnel, Jiang Chujing, being a responsible individual, did not abandon the young girl. Instead, he wielded the flashlight, searching for Bai Shui's figure, with the rescue personnel accompanying him in the search. They searched for a long time, but ultimately could not find her, and reluctantly exited the tunnel. To their surprise, as soon as they emerged, Bai Shui followed, albeit in a poor state, with some injuries. A flicker of disdain flashed through Jiang Jinran's eyes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chujing's deep gaze momentarily paused. He felt a wave of disgust wash over him, as if something unsavory had crawled onto him, leaving him unsettled. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinran remained engulfed in her own thoughts. Bai Shui's revelation was explosive, and without a doubt, a multitude of netizens began to denounce Jiang Chujing. Bai Shui's circumstances, being a minor and a girl, ignited public outrage, prompting collective indignation against Jiang Chujing. His brows knitted tightly in response. A chill gradually settled in his beautiful eyes. Jiang Jinran sighed softly as she walked. Ultimately, due to the absence of evidence, the public was more inclined to support Bai Shui, the young girl, thereby positioning Jiang Chujing as the target of public criticism. Later, the Jiang family intervened to suppress the uproar. However, this action only fueled public resentment. The more they stifled the outcry, the more anger and disdain they provoked towards Jiang Chujing. His reputation crumbled, leading to the loss of numerous endorsements, marking the first step towards his complete disgrace. Jiang Chujing pursed his lips slightly, his cold, thin lips forming a straight line. At this moment, his face bore a stern seriousness. Only now did he finally understand the implications of Jiang Jinran's words regarding his disgrace. So that was it. A smirk unexpectedly graced his lips, akin to a cold rose blooming in the night. Although he found it somewhat distasteful, it also seemed rather intriguing. Bai Shui, was it? He felt a curiosity about whether this young girl could indeed cause him such significant trouble. Jiang Jinran continued to walk ahead, when suddenly, her foot caught on something, causing her to lose her balance. She let out a soft cry as her body tilted sideways and fell. Xiao ran. Jiang Chujing noticed Jiang Jinran's distress, and, with rare astonishment, widened his eyes, calling out her name while extending his arm in an attempt to catch her. Yet, he was just a moment too late. Jiang Jinran did not manage to grasp his hand. Instinctively, she braced herself against a nearby rock, softening her fall, yet still tumbled to the ground, rolling a considerable distance. Fortunately, she cleverly protected her head. After an unknown duration of rolling on the ground, Jiang Jinran, tense and anxious, slowly opened her tightly shut eyes. Before her lay pure darkness. At that moment, she was sprawled on the cold rock, feeling the dampness seeping through her clothes, while a few minor scrapes on her body radiated a subtle pain. Furrowing her brow, she decisively half-rose, retrieving her flashlight from her exploration bag. Upon illuminating her surroundings, she discovered she was encircled by towering, impenetrable rock walls, as if trapped in a sealed chamber. The uneven rock formations formed a tight circle, leaving her with no path to escape. How on earth had she rolled in here? Surely, there must be an exit. Chapter 95. A Glimmer of Hope in Adversity. Jiang Jinran's brows knitted tightly together. No wonder she could no longer sense the presence of others. Jiang Jing, the staff, and the rescue personnel seemed to have completely vanished, leaving her isolated in this strange, airtight space. The sounds of others were entirely absent. Jiang Jinran struggled to rise from the ground, beginning to circle the rock walls. The flashlight firmly grasped in her hand. She sought even the faintest glimmer of hope for survival among the overwhelming stone. Surely, she could not perish here. Regrettably, after circling for quite some time, all she encountered was rock upon rock, with no sign of hope in sight. Feeling a wave of despondency, Jiang Jinran lowered her gaze. She absent-mindedly patted the rock, her spirits dampened. Just then, she recalled the walkie-talkie in her exploration bag. A spark of excitement flickered in her eyes as she quickly opened her backpack. She rummaged through it and finally found her walkie-talkie nestled in a corner. However, when she attempted to turn it on, she discovered it was malfunctioning. Essentially, it was utterly useless. Oh heavens! Jiang Jinran felt tears of frustration welling up. What wretched luck! Was fate conspiring against her? Yet, amidst this realization, a flicker of determination ignited in her eyes. Even if fate sought her demise, she would not surrender easily. At that moment, she suddenly thought of Yiyan. Would he have a way to rescue her from such a predicament? Surely, he would find a solution. Alas, Jiang Jinran could only entertain the thought for now. She had to rely on herself. Quickly shaking off her earlier gloom, she resumed her exploration with the flashlight. After approximately 20 minutes, she finally discovered a narrow crevice in a corner. Any gap indicated that it was not a completely sealed space. Jiang Jinran pressed her lips together, her fingers gathering strength as she began to move the rocks surrounding the crevice. After some diligent effort, she unexpectedly struck a spot where an entire rock shifted. The narrow gap suddenly widened, allowing enough space for a slender child to pass sideways. Jiang Jinran finally comprehended how she had tumbled from the main path of the tunnel into this desolate space. It seemed she had inadvertently collided with a similar rock and fallen through this narrow crevice. As for the others, their larger frames rendered them incapable of entering. Jiang Jinran let out a gentle sigh. She had truly encountered a string of ill-fated coincidences, culminating in her current predicament. Fortunately, at this moment, she had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Jiang Jinran shouldered her exploration bag, cautiously attempting to squeeze through the crevice. She instinctively held her breath, striving to contract her body as much as possible. After a series of intermittent struggles, she finally managed to escape. Jiang Jinran let out a long sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the scene before her rendered her momentarily stunned. To her astonishment, after breaking free, she was confronted by a massive rock. Surrounding her were still impenetrable rock walls. In other words, she had transitioned from one enclosed space to another. Jiang Jinran felt an absurd sense of being toyed with by fate. Gritting her teeth, determination ignited in her eyes. The more dire the situation, the less she could afford to be defeated. Just as before, Jiang Jinran took out her flashlight and began to survey her surroundings. Fortune favored the diligent. Before long, she discovered a crack between the rocks. However, relying on her experience, she pushed against the stones encircling the fissure, exerting all her strength, yet the rocks remained utterly unyielding. The gap was simply too small for her to squeeze through. This time, Jiang Jinran truly found herself in a predicament. Biting her lip, she stubbornly bent down and pressed her face against the crack. Through the narrow opening, she peered out, eager to glimpse the environment beyond. Suddenly, a bright beam of light shot towards her. Jiang Jinran instinctively stepped back and shielded her eyes with her hand. In the next moment, she heard distinct footsteps. Someone was in the space outside the rock. This could mean that Jiang Jinran was merely a step away from completely breaking free from her predicament. She immediately pressed her face against the crack and called out, "Is anyone there?" No sooner had her voice faded than the footsteps outside abruptly ceased. Following that, the beam from the flashlight shone in once more. This time, Jiang Jinran did not retreat. She merely squinted her eyes instinctively. Then, she heard careful footsteps approaching. Someone was tentatively drawing near. Jiang Jinran widened her eyes. In the light of the flashlight, she vaguely discerned a face approaching. It was Bai Shui. Bai Shui, holding a flashlight, widened her eyes slightly and approached with a cautious demeanor. Jiang Jinran's feelings became rather complex. How to be Bai Shui? Did this mean that her only hope of escape lay with Bai Shui? Deep down, Jiang Jinran was reluctant to associate herself with Bai Shui because she understood that this seemingly intelligent and capable individual was far from benevolent. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, there was no animosity between them. Just as Jiang Jinran was grappling with her thoughts, Bai Shui suddenly spoke. You. Who are you? Her voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating her own unease, even fear. I am Jiang Jinran. Bai Shui paused for a moment, her pupils darting before she asked, Jiang Jinran, how did you end up here? Jiang Jinran pressed her lips together. In this dire situation, the only course of action was to seek Bai Shui's help. No matter what, surviving was the most crucial thing. With that thought in mind, she slightly parted her lips and recounted her recent ordeal to Bai Shui. I am trapped here and cannot get out, Jiang Jinran earnestly implored. Could you please help me relay a message to the rescue team? Bai Shui remained silent, her lips tightly pressed together. For reasons unknown, rather than feeling sympathy upon hearing Jiang Jinran's tragic circumstances, a strange sense of satisfaction welled up within her. In truth, she was not particularly fond of Jiang Jinran. What right did a useless person, who could do nothing, have to enjoy such good fortune? Being in the same group as Jiang Jing and benefiting from his care? Now that Jiang Jinran was trapped, Bai Shui simply thought she deserved it. The idea of rescuing her was utterly out of the question. Moreover, Bai Shui was alone. She had also become separated from Chen Yao. The tunnel was so dark that if two people did not stay close together, they could easily get lost. Perhaps the rescue team had not noticed her absence. And worse still, her walkie-talkie was in Chen Yao's bag. Therefore, Bai Shui's situation was not much better than Jiang Jinran's. She could hardly protect herself, let alone assist Jiang Jinran. I too have become separated, Bai Shui said, pursing her lips and feigning a pitiful expression. I'm afraid I cannot help you. You two have become separated? Jiang Jinran furrowed her brows, her expression suddenly turning serious. I'm also quite exhausted, feeling dizzy. I apologize, but I truly cannot assist you. Bai Shui replied in a low voice, slowly turning away, leaving Jiang Jinran with only a vague silhouette. Wait, Bai Shui. Jiang Jinran raised her voice, but she could only watch helplessly as Bai Shui's figure receded further into the darkness. Jiang Jinran pouted. Why was she leaving so quickly? Initially, she had hoped to brainstorm solutions with Bai Shui and attempt to escape together. Little did she know that this person was hurrying away. Was she afraid of being dragged down? Jiang Jinran did not dwell on it further. In this situation where no one could be relied upon, she had to find her own way out. Bai Shui continued her journey through the darkness, clutching the flashlight tightly, as if it had become her lifeline. In truth, her situation was considerably better than Jiang Jinran's. At least she could navigate freely through the tunnel. With a stroke of luck, she might even manage to find her way out. Jiang Jinran, on the other hand, was in a different predicament. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Bai Shui's beautiful eyes. She wished for Jiang Jinran's misfortune to deepen. Just then, her foot unexpectedly caught on something. Bai Shui stumbled, losing her balance. With a thud, she fell onto the cold, damp ground. A sharp pain shot through her leg, and she let out a low cry, the metallic scent of blood flooding her nostrils. Bai Shui did not need to check. She knew her calf was bleeding. What terrible luck! She gasped several times, her brow furrowing tightly, her face paling with pain. At that moment, a bright light suddenly illuminated her. Following that, a flurry of footsteps echoed around her. Bai Shui! Someone exclaimed in surprise, calling her name. Bai Shui slightly lifted her head to meet the anxious faces of the rescue personnel. However, her gaze seemed uncontrollable, drifting past the rescuers to the tall figure approaching. Jiang Jing was following the rescue team, making his way swiftly towards Bai Shui. Upon recognizing that the person on the ground was Bai Shui, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, barely perceptible. It was Bai Shui, not Jiang Jinran. Originally, Jiang Jinran and the rescue personnel had been searching this area for Jiang Jinran's whereabouts. But unexpectedly, they had stumbled upon another missing person, Bai Shui. Are you all right? Bai Shui? One of the rescuers crouched down, patiently inquiring. Bai Shui pressed her lips together, her peripheral vision constantly glancing towards Jiang Jinran. The handsome man merely stood stiffly to the side, not approaching to ask about her injuries. His exquisitely beautiful face seemed to be veiled in an unclear frost, cold and aloof, revealing no hint of emotion. Jiang Jinran's reaction left Bai Shui feeling somewhat let down. Mingming, he is not like this towards Jiang Jinran. He shows her exceptional care and tolerance. Yet, in terms of blood relation, I am his true sister, although I am an illegitimate sister. The thought of this brings forth a surge of intense emotions within Bai Shui's heart. The irritation stemming from her painful wounds, the grievance born from Jiang Jinran's indifference, and the helpless sorrow upon reflecting on her own origins coalesce into a torment that drives her to the brink of madness. Bai Shui's fingers instinctively clench into fists, her eyes reddening, her lips trembling. I just fell, and my leg is bleeding. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinran frowned, quickly turning to the rescue personnel, decisively stating, "Her wounds need immediate attention. Take her out quickly. I will search for Jiang Jinran alone." Jiang Jinran pressed his lips together lightly, asserting, "I know my limits. I will not force myself." However, Bai Shui could hardly believe her ears, her body trembling even more violently. She was not even sure what she was truly angry about. Clearly, she and Jiang Jinran were almost like strangers now. Yet, when she heard Jiang Jinran's intention to abandon her to the rescue personnel, while he chose to save Jiang Jinran, an even fiercer, nameless flame ignited within her heart. It felt as though her heart was being fried in hot oil, making her feel nauseous. Jiang Jinran was unwilling to acknowledge her injuries, focusing solely on rescuing Jiang Jinran. Realizing this, a tumultuous and complex hatred suddenly surged within Bai Shui. At this moment, she loathed Jiang Jinran more than Jiang Jinran. This brother who shared her bloodline yet regarded her with utter disregard. Jiang Jinran remained oblivious to Bai Shui's inner turmoil. As he saw the rescue personnel skillfully lift her, he ventured deeper into the tunnel, flashlight in hand. Jiang Jinran had vanished from his sight. Just the thought of this made his heart feel as if it were being sliced apart by a cold knife, an overwhelming pain flooding in. He chastised himself for being so careless. Had he been more cautious, perhaps this would not have happened. Jiang Jinran refused to dwell on such thoughts, knowing that wallowing in regret would yield no benefit. He needed to muster his spirits and find Jiang Jinran as swiftly as possible, willing to turn the entire mountain upside down if necessary. Chapter 97. The next step belongs to brother at this moment. Due to the unforeseen incident involving Jiang Jinran and Bai Shui, the live broadcast of Mingxing Guanchashi was abruptly interrupted. The production team promptly issued an apology, yet they could not quell the public's panic and outrage. The term interruption of Mingxing Guanchashi live broadcast surged to the top of the trending search list, accompanied by a fiery exclamation. The names Jiang Jinran, Jiang Jinran, and Bai Shui also soared to prominence on the trending list, with the entire chart being dominated by topics related to Mingxing Guanchashi. Fortunately, brother Qiche is safe, but what about sister Jinran? It seems she has not been found. It's too late for regrets now. The most important thing is to find her quickly. I'm really crying. Both Jiang Jinran and Bai Shui are such wonderful sisters. I truly hope they are safe. Is the tunneling mountain really that terrifying? One moment of inattention and people just disappear. It wasn't even mentioned to be this horrific at first. Praying for Jiang Jinran and Bai Shui. They must be safe, these two lovely girls. How could this happen? Everything was fine at first. I'm really at a loss. Hurry and release our brother Qiche. What if he gets into danger too? Brother Qiche, please be safe. My heart cannot bear it. Bai Shui has been found. This news undoubtedly brought immense relief to the anxious netizens. Ah, this is truly wonderful. I'm crying tears of joy. Bai Shui has been found. This is the best news I've heard today. What about Jiang Jinran? Why is there no news of her? Could she still be missing? Yes, what about our sister Jinran? No news means she has been found. I'm so worried. Thank goodness, sister Bai Shui is fine. Finally, there's some good news. It's enough that Bai Shui was found. Who cares about Jiang Jinran? It's better if she is gone. How can you say such things? Do you have any humanity? Are you a monster? How can you express such cold-blooded sentiments? The internet truly has its share of scum. Jiang Jinran has always been a disaster. I detest her and wish nothing but misfortune upon her. With such malice online, your life must be very unfortunate, right? Scum and perverts should be expelled. Are you foolish? She is just a young girl who hasn't done anything wrong. Why such hatred? I reported you. Are you sick? This truly shows the diversity of humanity. Can we refrain from making jokes about life and death? Get lost. You're insane. Jiang Jinran sat on the ground, hugging her knees, her back against the cold rock wall, her eyes gently closed. A damp atmosphere enveloped her, refusing to dissipate. Unable to find a way out for the moment, she could only rest in the corner, closing her eyes to recuperate. This did not signify her surrender. Once she regained her strength, she would continue to devise a plan. Moreover, she believed that someone would come to the other side of the rock wall. After all, if Bai Shui could inadvertently find her way here, so too could others. As long as she could see someone, she would not worry about escaping. In this moment, Jiang Jinran's emotions were not tense, but rather calm, even slightly relaxed. Suddenly, she heard the faint sound of footsteps. Had she not strained her ears to listen closely, she would have been completely unaware of the presence. Jiang Jinran's eyes widened instantly, joy blossoming from the depths of her being. This meant someone else had arrived. She quickly turned around, pressing her face against the rock wall, peering through the crevice. To her surprise, she locked eyes with a pair of deep, beautiful eyes. At this moment, both individuals by the rock wall gazed at each other through the gap. Jiang Jinran was startled by the sudden appearance of those eyes. Instinctively taking a step back, Xiaoran, a voice as melodious and clear as a mountain spring, floated through the crevice. It was Jiang Chujing's voice. Brother? Jiang Jinran tentatively called out, her tone laced with excitement and joy. Although she had always harbored reservations about this brother, after experiencing a tumultuous roller coaster of emotions and the fear, despair, and exhaustion that came with it, seeing this familiar figure, her brother, inevitably stirred complex feelings within her heart. It felt as if she had found a lifeline in an utterly unfamiliar environment. Xiaoran, how are you? Jiang Chujing's clear voice came through the crack in the rock. Jiang Jinran could not see his expression, but she sensed a tremor laced with indescribable emotion in his voice. Was Jiang Chujing also excited? I'm fine, Jiang Jinran replied. Gripping the rock, speaking candidly about her minor scrapes, I have a few slight abrasions, but nothing serious. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chujing's previously suspended heart gradually found its footing. In that moment, he suddenly grasped a feeling akin to the joy of regaining something lost. This emotion pierced through the bitterness that had enveloped his heart, igniting a flicker of excitement within him. He felt elated. As long as you're fine, stay safe, I'll take care of everything from here. Jiang Chujing's voice remained pleasant, yet carried an unexplainable determination, as if making a promise, each word resonating with conviction, inspiring unreserved trust. Jiang Jinran nodded vigorously, but her brows furrowed again slightly. I believe you, but these rock walls are quite difficult to manage. Jiang Qiche let out a soft laugh, the smile at the corners of his lips radiating a sense of flamboyance and unrestrained confidence. What does this even mean? Today, even if I had to flattening Shan, I would rescue you. Jiang Jinran was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this fellow supposed to detest her? Yet, an instinct urged her to trust and rely on Jiang Qiche. It was truly a contradiction. Upon hearing Jiang Jinran's unspoken thoughts, the smile on Jiang Qiche's face grew even more vibrant. Xiaoran, he suddenly called out softly. Jiang Jinran's reverie was interrupted by his voice, and she instinctively glanced towards the crevice in the rocks. What was happening? In truth, it was nothing significant. Jiang Qiche placed his hand on the rock, as if this gesture would allow him to feel Jiang Jinran's presence more acutely. In the past, I may not have been a good brother. Back then, I was quite immature. Jiang Qiche spoke with a hint of self-deprecation, his voice deep and melodious. But today, after going through this ordeal, I have suddenly come to understand that I want to be a qualified brother. Jiang Qiche pressed his lips together, a glimmer of gentleness and determination crossing his gaze. Perhaps I am still somewhat inexperienced, but I am making an effort. Have you not noticed how I have been taking care of you these past few days? Huh? Jiang Jinran's mind momentarily froze. In that instant, she was unsure whether it was more astonishing that he wanted to be a good brother or that he had indeed been taking care of her. Taking care? Really? All I remember is you nearly burning down the house and creating some rather peculiar culinary experiments. Jiang Qiche cleared his throat lightly. Regardless, I will strive to be a good brother for you moving forward, he stated earnestly, and then, with an unexpected softness, he asked in a low voice, "So, Xiao Ran, could you please not dislike me anymore?" Perhaps it was the clarity and charm of his voice, or perhaps the pitiful tone he adopted. But Jiang Jinran's heart quivered involuntarily. This Jiang Qiche, as expected of a star, possesses quite the formidable charm. Jiang Qiche curved his lips, appearing pleased as if he had received a compliment, and exhibited a proud smile. Jiang Jinran bit her lip, hesitantly responding, "Well, that depends on your future performance." Jiang Qiche readily agreed, then added, "Just hold on a bit longer. I will call for help right away." Alone, Jiang Qiche could not move the rocks. Summoning reinforcements and utilizing appropriate tools was the optimal solution. Jiang Jinran understood this well. She nodded in agreement. "Yes, go quickly. I am fine for now." The previous events had been surreal. She had not anticipated that two individuals who had been at odds could suddenly reconcile. The notion that she and Jiang Qiche could engage in such conversation was extraordinary. She sensed that Jiang Qiche was no longer deceitful. His earlier words were not mere bravado, but rather filled with sincerity. In other words, he was genuine. Jiang Jinran was not oblivious. Since Jiang Qiche wished to mend their relationship, she had no reason to refuse. After all, from their first meeting until now, Jiang Qiche had not harmed her beyond his empty boasts. In fact, he had aided her significantly. Thus, she was willing to grant Jiang Qiche a chance for redemption. Approximately 20 minutes later, Jiang Qiche returned with a team of professional rescuers and equipment. Before the specialized tools, the rocks that had trapped Jiang Jinran crumbled like paper. In no time, Jiang Jinran was freed. At the moment she reemerged into the light, she saw Jiang Qiche standing before her, the tall, handsome man resembling a celestial being, extending his hand toward her with a radiant expression. Jiang Jinran did not hesitate. She placed her hand in the warmth of Jiang Qiche's palm. Jiang Qiche smiled and led her toward the tunnel's entrance. In an instant, the internet erupted. "Ah, finally! I've been waiting for this." Jiang Jinran, "Darling, I am so relieved you're okay. I can't stop crying. Oh my goodness. Who knew I would wait this long for this news? Thank goodness you're fine. I almost considered going to the temple to pray for you." "Ah, Jiang Jinran, my prayers were not in vain. I am so excited. Now that Jiang Jinran is safe, are those trolls going to lose sleep? They deserve it. The scum cannot have their way. Our Jiang Jinran has been found safe, haha." Though Jiang Jinran and Bai Shui had successfully been rescued, the show could not continue and had to be temporarily suspended. This was Jiang Qiche's solitary residence for many years. Jiang Jinran enjoyed his meticulous care without needing to worry about anything. Jiang Qiche's seaside apartment featured enormous transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. Upon entering, one was greeted with a breathtaking view of the clear ocean. The azure, deep sky, the modern bay bridge with vehicles speeding across it, and the boundless, stunningly blue sea created a picturesque scene. The beauty was overwhelming. Jiang Jinran could not help but approach the window, her eyes wide open as she quietly savored the view. Gazing upon such splendor, her heart seemed to calm in tandem. How could you, Jiang Qiche, reside in such a beautiful place without informing us? She mused internally. Upon hearing her thoughts, Jiang Qiche chuckled softly and shook his head behind her. "If you like it, you can stay here as long as you wish," the handsome man said, tilting his head with a doting tone. Jiang Jinran quickly shook her head in response. "No, thank you. Too much of this scenery would become tiresome." After speaking, Jiang Jinran turned around and boldly sank into the soft sofa. As she settled in, she felt herself sink into its embrace. Just then, the doorbell of the apartment rang unexpectedly. Jiang Qiche turned and headed toward the door. Jiang Jinran blinked rapidly, wondering who could be visiting at this moment. As chapter 99 unfolds, Jiang Jinran heard the sounds of the door opening and closing. Her gaze fell upon a bag. Furrowing her brow in confusion, what could this be? Jiang Qiche smiled slightly and opened the bag for her to see. Inside were an assortment of delicacies, pizzas, cakes, pasta, and fruits. "Did you order takeout?" Jiang Jinran's eyes brightened, a hint of delight shining in her gaze. She was indeed a bit hungry, having not eaten since leaving Yingshan. "No, I had my manager run errands for me," Jiang Qiche replied casually, retrieving the food from the bag and arranging it on the coffee table. "You must be famished." After completing this task, Jiang Qiche sat on the sofa across from Jiang Jinran, his deep gaze leisurely scrutinizing her. With a playful smile, he remarked, I initially thought I could cook something for you since I had ingredients at home. The first attempt was a bit of a failure, and I felt embarrassed. However, considering you were worn out, I assumed you might not want to eat my cooking, so I had my manager prepare some dishes that young ones tend to enjoy. The warm, golden light of the room illuminated Jiang Jinran's exquisite and deep features, his expression unusually gentle, with a subtle yet clear smile gracing his lips, making him extraordinarily handsome. Jiang Jinran was momentarily taken aback. No wonder Jiang Jinran has become a sensation in the entertainment industry. His beauty is truly remarkable. Jiang Jinran paused slightly. Were they not discussing food? How had this little one transitioned from talking about food to beauty? Despite having received countless compliments about her beauty, Jiang Jinran felt an inexplicable joy when Jiang Jinran praised her. Thank you, brother. Understanding the age-old adage that one is indebted to those who offer kindness. Jiang Jinran immediately flashed a smile at Jiang Jinran and began to relish her meal. At that moment, Jiang Jinran's phone rang. He had been quietly resting his chin on his hand, watching his sister eat, when a sudden sound caused him to furrow his brows. He lowered his head, pulled out his phone, and saw it was a call from his manager. Upon answering, the manager's anxious voice resonated through the phone. I must tell you, there's trouble brewing. Jiang Jinran's expression remained unfazed, his tone casual as he replied, What trouble? Hearing this, Jiang Jinran slightly lifted her head, curious about what Jiang Jinran referred to. It's about a girl participating in the variety show with you. She has made some revelations on Weibo. I want to go into details, but you should check it out yourself. I need to contact the PR team first. After hanging up, Jiang Jinran's brows knitted together in contemplation. What on earth? He pondered. Revelations? He felt a sense of confusion wash over him. But soon he realized, wait, could it be that Qiche has exposed me on Weibo? His eyes narrowed, a flicker of coldness flashing within. This meant that, although the circumstances were different, the outcome was indeed aligned with what Jiang Jinran had foreseen. Qiche, inexplicably, had chosen to unveil him on Weibo. Noticing the change in Jiang Jinran's demeanor, Jiang Jinran furrowed her brows in curiosity and gently inquired, Brother, what is happening? Jiang Jinran cast a brief glance her way, his expression returning to calm. He smirked slightly. There's nothing you need to know. Just check Weibo. Consequently, both Jiang Jinran and Jiang Jinran opened Weibo simultaneously. On the trending topics list, the top two entries feature names both were familiar with, Jiang Jinran and Qiche. Oh no! Jiang Jinran's eyes widened in alarm. The inevitable had indeed arrived. Although many circumstances had shifted, Qiche was no longer teamed with Jiang Jinran, and they might not even have interacted. The incident had still unfolded. Was this an inescapable curse? Hastily, Jiang Jinran clicked on the trending topic, and, as she suspected, Qiche had indeed used her Weibo account to publicly expose Jiang Jinran. The content of the revelation aligned closely with her expectations, detailing how during her disappearance in the Ying Mountain Cave, she had injured her leg. She believed she was destined to perish until she unexpectedly encountered Jiang Jinran. She viewed him as her beacon of hope, naturally assuming he would rescue her. However, to her dismay, Jiang Jinran chose indifference, abandoning her and walking away. Her intent in sharing this was to unveil Jiang Jinran's true nature, revealing to all that the seemingly polished Ade concealed a different reality. Jiang Jinran read every word of Qiche's post with rapt attention. Perhaps because of the earnest and aggrieved tone, the comment section was flooded with netizens who seemed to believe her, hurling insults at Jiang Jinran while offering comfort to Qiche. This can't be true, Jiang Jinran sighed internally. She had thought Jiang Jinran had distanced himself from Qiche, believing such events would not recur, yet here they were, dramatically unfolding. Scrolling down, she perused Qiche's comment section. Within a mere few minutes, the post had garnered tens of thousands of shares and comments, on the verge of surpassing 100,000. Jiang Jinran exited Qiche's Weibo and sought to observe the public commentary on the trending topic. In stark contrast to Qiche's comment section, opinions on the Weibo square were polarized. Jiang Jinran boasted a vast fan base, and his loyal followers were reluctant to accept Qiche's claims. In such moments, they chose to stand by Jiang Jinran. Jiang Jinran has been my favorite for years. While he may not be the warmest person, he isn't as bad as portrayed. I wish to hear his side first. Right now, we only have Qiche's perspective. The main party hasn't spoken yet. All these people urging me to unfollow might be from rival factions. My feelings are mixed. I was initially shocked and swayed, but upon reflection, I choose to trust Jiang Jinran and my own judgment. Can some people refrain from hurling insults so hastily? Wait until Jiang Jinran addresses this before casting stones. I'll stand by Jiang Jinran. Please, take it easy on the criticism. What if Bai Shui is fabricating this? You all believe her without any evidence. This is ridiculous. Fame brings controversy. Jiang Jinran is too popular, obstructing others' paths, hence the backlash. I'm heartbroken. Why do this to my Jiang Jinran? He must be devastated seeing so many insults online. Who is Bai Shui? Does Jiang Jinran even know her? While his fans remained steadfast, a growing number of bystanders and netizens began to join the fray. She's just a 13-year-old girl. How could Jiang Jinran turn a blind eye to her plight? Did Jiang Jinran truly act this way? Let us not wrongfully accuse him. It's hard to deny. The public sentiment has escalated to this level, and he hasn't even responded. He must feel guilty. Someone like Jiang Jinran deserves to be blacklisted in the industry. How callous is he to ignore a minor in distress? It infuriates me. Is Jiang Jinran still hiding? He should step forward and explain. We must raise our voices for Bai Shui. This isn't merely an incident. It symbolizes male oppression over females, adult indifference to minors. We must not let this fade. Can brands swiftly sever ties with Jiang Jinran? Do they truly want such a representative? I once admired Jiang Jinran. Now it feels like a stain on my conscience. I'm repulsed by Jiang Jinran. He seems so pretentious, and now he's finally exposed. We should unite to boycott Jiang Jinran. He is wealthy. PLL likely try to suppress this. Bai Shui is just an ordinary child. How could she compete with Jiang Jinran? I bet her post will soon vanish. Bai Shui is truly a good child, capable and understanding. Jiang Jinran is heartless. I now like Bai Shui even more. I'm now her devoted fan. Jiang Jinran exited Weibo, exhaling a deep breath. Simultaneously, Jiang Jinran sat across from her, having just silenced his phone. His gaze was heavy as he looked over. Having heard every unspoken sentiment from Jiang Jinran while he scrolled through Weibo, to be honest, he too found it peculiar that he and Bai Shui should have any entanglement at all. As fate would have it, during his search for Jiang Jinran, Qiche unexpectedly encountered Bai Shui, leading to a series of unforeseen events. However, what perplexed him the most was Qiche's instinctive gesture of running his fingers through his hair. What had he done to offend Bai Shui? With a casual demeanor, Qiche lowered his gaze, a slight smile playing on his lips. Perhaps, he mused, it was simply his appearance that inspired such animosity. His sister, Jiang Jinran, observed his silence and furrowed her brow, concerned. Are you upset? She inquired. The smile on Qiche's face deepened. Did you not see that I am smiling? Jiang Jinran pouted. You tend to smile even when you're angry. Without missing a beat, she shifted the topic, her urgency palpable. How did you end up entangled with Bai Shui? It shouldn't be the case. What did you do to offend her? Qiche's expression remained unchanged as he raised an eyebrow. How should I know? And what do you plan to do? Jiang Jinran was taken aback by his apparent indifference in the face of adversity. He seemed oblivious to the potential repercussions this incident could have on his career. Qiche smirked. I understand that this situation is dire, but I am innocent. Bai Shui is merely fabricating lies. Jiang Jinran, having seen through the facade, scoffed, without evidence. Even if you clarify, others will perceive it as mere evasion. She continued resolutely. In the eyes of the public, you are the strong one, while Bai Shui is viewed as the weak. Naturally, the narrative will favor the latter. You make a valid point. Qiche acknowledged with a nod, yet fell silent again, picking up his phone and illuminating the screen, lost in whatever he was perusing. Jiang Jinran felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Was he truly planning to do nothing? You deserve to be toyed with by Bai Shui, she thought bitterly. Suddenly, Qiche lifted his gaze, a knowing smile gracing his lips, his beautiful eyes sparkling yet concealing a chill. The outcome remained uncertain. Jiang Jinran pressed her lips together in silence, pondering his audacity. Qiche leaned slightly forward, turning his phone screen towards her, revealing that Bai Sui's claims were unfounded. While searching for Jiang Jinran, Qiche and the rescue team had encountered the missing Bai Shui, who had sustained an injury to her leg requiring immediate attention. Consequently, Qiche instructed the rescue personnel to assist her first, continuing the search for Jiang Jinran alone. Ultimately, it was Qiche who found Jiang Jinran. In essence, Qiche had not committed the acts Biasu accused him of. Rather, he had performed numerous good deeds, all of which could be corroborated by the rescue team present at the time. It was understandable, however, as this was likely the scheme of SHNWI, who had invested considerable effort in getting himself on the show. If Qiche were embroiled in scandal, it would spell disaster for the production, rendering his hard work and the investors' money futile. Naturally, he sought to clear his name to protect the show. Chapter 101. Biasu speaks again. I am well acquainted with this plot. Jiang Jinran pressed her lips together. Thus, the statement released by the production team proved to be utterly ineffective. Qiche absorbed Jiang Jinran's sentiments without uttering a word, merely offering a faint smile, his deep eyes glimmering with a shadowy coldness. At this moment, Biasu lay half-reclined on her bed, her leg injury meticulously treated and bandaged, yet the pain persisted. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial wound. Her bones were unharmed. However, her current mood left no room for activity, and she could only rest and recuperate. Prior to this, Bil Ing had arranged for a family doctor to examine her, confirming her leg was not severely injured, which had alleviated her worries. As Biasu lay in bed, her resentment intensified with each passing thought, culminating in a rash decision to post on Weibo. As the situation escalated, she felt no regret. Perhaps the pain in her leg or the overwhelming bitterness in her heart fueled her desire for Qiche to face consequences. While she harbored disdain for Jiang Jinran, her loathing for Qiche eclipsed it. She resented his aloofness and superiority, despite their blood relation as siblings. In the dark tunnel, when her leg was agonizingly injured, he had unhesitatingly chosen Jiang Jinran over her, leaving her to the rescue personnel. She never anticipated that this would ignite such profound hatred within her. Initially, her feelings were rooted in jealousy towards Jiang Jinran, but now she found herself consumed by a desire to ruin Qiche. Jiang Jinran was merely a minor character she could not be bothered with. Yet Qiche was different. He was the proud son of their father, a prominent star, and an arrogant, indifferent brother in her presence. Each detail fueled Biasu's jealousy and animosity. She longed to pull Qiche down from his pedestal, to see him crash and bow his haughty head. The impact of her Weibo post exceeded her expectations. To her surprise, a multitude rallied to her side in condemnation of Qiche. Biasu felt no fear of her deceit being uncovered. Even if Qiche wished to deny it, he could not produce any evidence. He could not prove he had abandoned her in the tunnel. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as she maintained her stance, public opinion would inevitably side with the perceived weaker party. With this in mind, Biasu retrieved her phone, opening Weibo to gauge the current state of public sentiment. Narrowing her eyes, her expression turned distinctly displeased. Nevertheless, the statement issued by the production team was, in fact, true. Yes, she was spreading falsehoods. But so what if she was in a foul mood and chose to do so? Biasu exhaled deeply, a chilling darkness settling on her brow. She was determined not to yield. What did it matter if the production team intervened? As long as there was no evidence, she could persist in her unfounded claims. Biasu said about drafting a new Weibo post, quickly editing and composing her thoughts before hastily hitting send. Once Biasu's post went live, the comment and retweet sections were inundated with a flood of netizens. Wow, I thought there would be a twist, but it seems their ISNT. Qiche's fans should take notice. Is this your so-called clarification? The person involved doesn't even acknowledge it. The entertainment industry, capital, and big stars teaming up to bully a young girl. How shameless. Biasu, you are so brave, speaking out under such pressure. Don't fear. I will always support you. Biasu, it doesn't matter if you lack backing. We are your support. A 13-year-old girl, so pitiful. She stands no chance against the entertainment industry, capital. I predict this will ultimately be swept under the rug. Even if it gets buried, we must keep the heat on. We cannot allow them to succeed. I am genuinely fired up. I will confront this capital head-on. I can't believe how hard it is for ordinary people to defend their rights. Biasu, Hang in there. We will all support you, oh, poor little sister. How brave of you to stand up and clarify. At this moment, the Weibo Plaza erupted into yet another chaotic frenzy. I was almost deceived. How insidious they are. Sister Bai Shui is facing great difficulties. Let us all maintain her momentum and safeguard her rights. Hurry up and come out to apologize. Stop struggling. It's truly disgusting to resort to such despicable tactics. Meanwhile, the fans are still making their last stand. I will always believe in Brother Qiche. He would never do such a thing. Those who unfollowed should quickly show me the Sign magazine photos. I'm waiting. Chapter 102. Preparing to counterattack. Those who believe Bai Shui's nonsense are unworthy of liking our Brother Qiche. At the same time, Jiang Jinran and Jiang Qiche, who were glued to their phones in the apartment, naturally saw Bai Shui's new Weibo post. After reading it, Jiang Jinran could only feel one thing. This Bai Shui is too dramatic, too eager for sympathy. How dare she type those words? Doesn't her conscience hurt? Jiang Qiche chuckled softly. Jiang Jinran looked up and saw Jiang Qiche with a relaxed demeanor, his eyes sparkling, and a nonchalant smile. Are you worried about me? Jiang Jinran paused momentarily, then lightly cleared her throat, pretending to be indifferent. It's none of my business. Jiang Qiche smirked, his smile carrying an air of casual elegance, a little contradiction. Jiang Jinran opened her mouth, about to retort, but at that moment, Jiang Qiche's phone rang. He lowered his head, his gaze falling on the screen. It was another call from the agent. At this time, it was obvious what the call was about. Jiang Qiche's lips pressed into a thin line as he answered the call with a cold expression. I must tell you, the situation is quite dire. The agent opened with this statement. Jiang Qiche smirked slightly. You've said that before. The agent's voice was tinged with impatience. This is no joke. Many advertisers have contacted me. If we cannot resolve this matter, they will terminate their contracts and demand compensation for breach. Jiang Qiche's face remained impassive, merely smiling lightly. It seems you have never asked me whether I actually did those things. Have you assumed I did? The agent fell silent for a moment. He indeed presumed Jiang Qiche was guilty. First, the whistleblower was a 13-year-old girl, an ordinary guest completely incomparable to Jiang Qiche. If she and T truly suffered and been mistreated, how could she dare to confront him? Secondly, after working together for so long, the agent understood Jiang Qiche's temperament. He was not a bad person, but neither was he good. A person who appears amiable can be cold and aloof. If he encounters a girl he dislikes, it is entirely possible he would not lift a finger to help. Therefore, the agent did not pursue the matter further, accepting the notion that Jiang Qiche indeed did it. Moreover, even if Jiang Qiche were wronged, he would surely take the initiative to clarify. Jiang Qiche is not someone who would suffer in silence. You haven't asked me to clarify this entire time, the agent said somewhat dejectedly, so naturally I would think you did it. Jiang Qiche gently shook his head, appearing somewhat helpless. Time is almost up. The handsome man raised his wrist, glancing at his watch, and spoke those meaningful words. The agent was confused, not understanding Jiang Qiche's implication. What do you mean? Hearing Jiang Qiche, Jiang Jinran could not help but turn her gaze to the man on the phone. Jiang Qiche's smile was slight, yet his eyes bore no trace of mirth, shrouded in a somber chill, indicating that it was time to strike back. Jiang Jinran widened her eyes slightly, a hint of astonishment crossing her face. Could it be that he had already devised a plan? The adverse public opinion against Jiang Qiche was mounting. Advertisers and numerous contracted production teams were preparing to terminate their agreements, and news of this spread simultaneously. Netizens felt a sense of vindication, believing that Jiang Qiche deserved this and hoped for more severe consequences. Bai Shui's Weibo gained hundreds of thousands of followers after this incident. In stark contrast, Jiang Qiche's Weibo was witnessing a significant drop in followers. Just then, Jiang Qiche's fans discovered something significant. Jiang Qiche had suddenly logged on a Weibo. Brother Qiche has finally arrived. Brother, please log off. I really hope you don't see all these negative comments. It would surely sadden you. Why do I feel like crying? Pressuring Jiang Qiche to clarify, he wanted to allow himself to be wronged. Finally, I've been waiting for you, Brother Qiche. I will always support you. Brother has finally logged on. I was on the verge of losing hope. Brother Qiche, don't pay attention to the haters. They're truly excessive. Amidst the excitement and anticipation of the fans, Jiang Qiche unexpectedly posted a Weibo message. I categorically deny all rumors regarding today's events. I will provide my evidence shortly. This brief statement stirred a tempest. Jiang Qiche's comment section erupted with activity. Comments and shares surged to 100,000. And the term Jiang Qiche posts quickly topped the trending searches, creating a significant buzz. In an instant, netizens were bewildered, unsure of whom to believe. How can it reverse again? Is this a constant cycle? Jiang Qiche himself has posted, "This is getting interesting. What is the evidence Jiang Qiche claims to have? Please reveal it. I am dying of curiosity." Yes, I knew I was right. Brother Qiche has indeed come forward to deny it and has evidence in hand. Haters, you better watch out. Wait, he only said this one line, and it reversed? If Jiang Qiche has the ability, he should quickly reveal the evidence. He isn't feeling guilty, is he? I still believe in Bai Shui. She would not lie. Jiang Qiche's statement may lead to a lawyer's letter. I've already thought it through for you. After holding back for so long, he finally managed to say this. Don't think I will believe it. Everyone, stay steadfast. Support Bai Shui. Chapter 103. Heartfelt Warning. Naturally, Jiang Jinran also saw Jiang Qiche's Weibo post. She frowned and immediately looked at the calm Jiang Qiche across from her, unable to help but ask, "Do you really have evidence?" Jiang Qiche, upon hearing this, slightly raised his eyes and shot Jiang Jinran a lazy glance. "Really? You don't believe your brother?" Jiang Jinran reached up to scratch her head, not entirely disbelieving. It's just that according to the storyline, Jiang Qiche wouldn't have evidence. Just wait and see. Jiang Qiche's voice was light and carefree, filled with confidence. Meanwhile, Bai Shui was also observing the movements on Weibo. Jiang Qiche's formal denial was entirely within her expectations. However, Jiang Qiche claiming to have evidence was something Bai Shui had not anticipated. How could he possibly have evidence? Bai Shui furrowed her brows deeply, a strong sense of unease surging within her heart. However, the words spoken by Jiang Qiche may not necessarily hold truth. He is currently facing immense pressure from various fronts, and under such duress, it is entirely plausible for him to utter alarming statements. To claim there is evidence seems utterly ridiculous. Bai Shui tightened her grip on her phone, feeling a mix of anxiety and suspicion in this moment. She was uncertain of Jiang Qiche's next move and could only wait and observe the unfolding events. Just as the entire internet anticipated what kind of explosive revelation Jiang Qiche would unveil, he indeed dropped a bombshell. Upon clicking in, it turned out to be an audio recording. Upon closer listening, three voices resonated within the recording: an unfamiliar male voice, Bai Shui's voice, and Jiang Qiche's voice. This was recorded in the Yingshan tunnel, capturing the moment Jiang Qiche encountered Bai Shui, who had fallen and injured herself, along with the rescue personnel. The audio was remarkably clear. Jiang Qiche instructed the rescue team to take Bai Shui away to tend to her wounds while he remained to search for Jiang Jinran, whose fate was uncertain. This division of responsibilities was reasonable and entirely beyond reproach. What on earth was happening? Was this recording fabricated? I find it hard to believe. Is this truly evidence from Jiang Qiche? It is quite astounding. How did he think to record it? I suppose I shall wait a moment. This recording is somewhat unsettling. If the recording is authentic, then Bai Shui has indeed spread falsehoods, lacking any conscience. Had she not encountered Jiang Qiche, she might have perished in the tunnel. And now she is casting aspersions on him. I may need to take a moment to process. This situation is fraught with twists, and I no longer know whom to trust. This evidence is irrefutable. The recording cannot be false. To claim the recording is fabricated, can one not think critically? This incident just transpired today. Even if one were to fabricate it, time would be necessary. Jiang Qiche released the recording immediately. There was no time for deceit. What on earth? Have we all been deceived by Bai Shui? At merely 13 years old, how could she be so cunning? Bai Shui is deliberately spreading rumors, attempting to ruin Jiang Qiche's career. Why does she harbor such animosity? I truly cannot fathom this. Did he not save her? I am utterly bewildered. I feel as though I have been toyed with. What is the truth? I will still choose to believe in Bai Shui, unconditionally supporting this young girl of 13. I know not where this dubious recording originates. I too shall continue to believe in Bai Shui. I do not trust this recording. How amusing. Some have always claimed to have the ability to present evidence. Yet now that the evidence has surfaced, they refuse to believe it. If you wish to target Jiang Qiche, just say so without hiding behind a facade of righteousness. Brother Qiche, you have not disappointed me. The evidence is irrefutable, and the critics have fallen silent. Those who do not believe the recording may dwell in their own worlds. If they do not trust this, What then will they believe? Bai Shui's empty words? Ah, I am so relieved I did not give up. I have finally awaited Brother Chujing's decisive evidence, thoroughly silencing those who spread rumors. I had no intention of unfollowing. Now that the recording has emerged, my admiration has only deepened. Brother Chujing is a person of great responsibility, particularly towards his partner. At this moment, Jiang Chujing's Weibo comment section was ablaze with tens of thousands of comments. Jiang Chujing sat on the sofa, casting a cursory glance at the comments before composing one himself. What a surprise! Jiang Chujing has emerged in the comment section. Oh my, the real person has appeared. Let's take a photo. Darling, you need not say more. I believe in you, love you. This recording is beyond reproach. Some merely wish to tarnish your name. Do those who think the recording is easily fabricated have the intellect of a primary school graduate? Initially, I was somewhat conflicted, but it appears Jiang Chujing has indeed committed no wrongdoing. Bai Shui, this cunning girl, has resorted to deception. It disgusts me. Bai Shui is nothing but an ingrate. Jiang Chujing saved her life. How could she utter such words? Bai Shui has gone too far. Almost fell for her ruse. She has manipulated the online community. A great deceiver. Does Bai Shui dare to post on Weibo again? If she has the courage, let her refute this. Bai Shui is a villain. She should promptly emerge to apologize. I am infuriated, and she is merely 13. I am so relieved. There is no longer any need for explanations. I know your character. Bai Shui, come forth and repent. I am about to explode with anger. I am done. After listening, she blinked in surprise. How could Jiang Chujing possess such a recording? This was entirely at odds with the narrative. What had transpired to lead to such an outcome? It is impossible. It should not be so. When Jiang Chujing encountered Bai Shui, how could he have anticipated recording it? Could it be he possessed foresight, already aware that Bai Shui would betray him, thus leaving such a contingency? That seems too fantastical. Jiang Chujing sat opposite Jiang Jinran, his eyes slightly narrowed as he discreetly observed the perplexed expression on his sister's face. In truth, Jiang Jinran had guessed correctly. He had indeed possessed foresight, but all that he knew was conveyed to him by Jiang Jinran's inner voice. Jiang Jinran's inner voice had provided him with a warning. Chapter 104, Turning the Tide. Thus, in the Yingshan Tunnel, when he encountered Bai Shui, who had fallen, his first thought was not to rescue her, but to consider whether Bai Shui would, as Jiang Jinran had warned, pose a threat to him. A sense of vigilance arose within him, prompting him to activate the recording device. After all, this was no trouble at all. It was merely a casual action. If nothing further transpired, that would be ideal. But if Bai Shui truly intended to fabricate rumors, he would possess substantial evidence. To his surprise, events unfolded precisely as Jiang Jinran had foreseen. Bai Shui did not hesitate to spread falsehoods against him. He remained completely unperturbed. After all this time, he had tangible evidence in hand, and the tragedy would not repeat itself. How did you conceive of the recording? Jiang Jinran silently pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to inquire of the individual involved to quell his inner doubts. Jiang Chujing set his phone down, looking over with an enigmatic smile, his eyes curving into a soft, radiant arc. Perhaps this was a favor from fate. He spoke with layered meaning, his words resonating with double entendres. Jiang Jinran retorted, "Could you not speak like a normal person?" Her expression reflected a hint of exasperation. Jiang Chujing chuckled softly. "I do not know. Perhaps it was a moment of inspiration." He shrugged, his handsome face illuminated by the bright light streaming through the window. "It might have been sheer coincidence. Regardless, I recorded it. Little did I expect it would prove useful. Perhaps this is destiny's design." Jiang Jinran laughed lightly. "Truly, listening to you is akin to hearing nothing at all. You are quite something." Jiang Chujing merely smiled without further comment. He picked up his phone again, at that moment receiving a WeChat message from his manager. "We have already gathered evidence and submitted it to the lawyer. You may now post on Weibo." Jiang Chujing glanced at it and promptly opened Weibo, composing his third post of the day. Unlike many celebrities who delegate their Weibo management to their teams and never personally edit their posts, Jiang Chujing was different. He wrote all his posts himself, maintaining control of his account. The content of the third post was as follows. Upon the release of this post, Jiang Chujing's fans erupted into a frenzy. "Darling, you look so handsome. You should deal with those haters. I have awaited this day. Brother Chujing, you have finally taken action against the haters. Oh, this is so gratifying. This is precisely how it should be done." Bai Shui is a minor. I wonder if she will face consequences. I hope she receives her due. Applause. Stand up. Brother Qiche, you are truly too handsome. It should be this way. At this point, Bai Su has undoubtedly been crushed by the rumors she spread. She has yet to refute them on Weibo. If the rumors were unfounded, she would have clarified as soon as the recording was released. The fact that she hasn't spoken up now reflects her guilt, does it not? Bai Su, the deceitful swindler, has tricked my tears and toyed with me. It is utterly despicable. Brother Qiche, I wrongfully accused you, and I sincerely apologize for doubting you at the outset. How could you suspect, Brother Qiche? What sort of true fan are you, so wavering in your faith? It's best you unfollow immediately. Well done. I am thoroughly pleased. Finally, I have awaited this moment for far too long. My dear, you have not disappointed me. The more I ponder, the angrier I become. Bai Su, this scheming woman. How dare she? May she face her comeuppance for her deceitful ways. Surely, this situation cannot reverse now. It seems the dust has settled. Today has been entirely consumed by gossip. I've been unable to focus on work and have accomplished nothing. How splendid this has been. At this moment, Qiche. Recordings of Qiche and clarifications from Qiche have surged to the forefront of Weibo's trending topics, to the extent of overwhelming the feed. With just 3 Weibo posts, Qiche has entirely shifted the narrative, and nearly everyone now believes in his innocence. Meanwhile, the comment section of Bai Su's Weibo has descended into chaos. Comments that once expressed belief in her, sympathy, and support have vanished, replaced by countless doubts and insults. Bai Su, are you watching? Are you hiding like a turtle? Hurry and clarify. Why are you not emerging? Have you heard the recording, Bai Su? What do you have to say? I await your response. Are you pretending to be dead now? You deceitful liar. Will that serve you? Qiche has already engaged a lawyer. There is no escape for you. Why have you not said a word until now? Have you truly been silenced? Are you out of your mind? Or are you suffering from delusions? What has Qiche done to you that you wish to ruin him? Qiche is your savior. How can you repay kindness with malice? You shameless ingrate. At such a young age, your mind is filled with schemes. Hurry and bow and apologize to Qiche. Who do you think you are? No one knows who you are unless you spread rumors and seek attention from Qiche. Where are you? Bai Su, have you vanished? Come forth and speak. Are you not adept at voicing your thoughts? You have truly exploited the sympathy of netizens. Bai Su gazed at the incessantly appearing new comments on Weibo, her fingers trembling uncontrollably as she held her phone. Her complexion had paled, and her entire being felt tense and uncontainable. Biting her lip, a wave of nausea surged within her. These intense words were indeed difficult for her to endure. She quickly exited Weibo, no longer wishing to see the comments. How could Qiche possess a recording? This was something Bai Su could not comprehend. How could he have thought to record their conversation in such a brief span? It was truly bizarre. She was certain that she would win this round. But alas, there were no ifs left. At this juncture, she could indeed offer no rebuttal and could only feign ignorance. She felt as though everything was ruined. Her reputation lay in tatters. She faced the scorn of thousands, and she had offended the powers of the entertainment industry, including someone as significant as Qiche. The gates of the entertainment world seemed to have closed firmly against her. Who would dare employ her now? Bai Su took a deep breath, her eyes welling with tears, shimmering droplets threatening to spill over. Just then, her phone rang. She glanced down, and, upon seeing a familiar name on the screen, her eyes widened slightly. Bai Su's emotions were complex. Chapter 105, I won't help you. The name HNY flickered on the phone screen. HNY was calling at this moment, likely having learned of the current events. She was unsure of how HNY would respond. Would he be angry and seek to confront her, or would he staunchly defend her? Bai Su's fingers trembled, her heart racing as she answered the call, instinctively pressing her lips together. Hello, Dad. Her voice was low, maintaining its usual obedient tone. Look at what you've done. The first words from HNY were filled with robust reproach. Bai Su flinched, her shoulders shaking, her face growing even paler. Dad, she stammered, struggling to find a suitable explanation, her mouth opening in vain as helplessness and turmoil filled her eyes. What are you thinking? Have you lost your mind? HNY's voice was laced with unprecedented anger, a tone he had never used with Bai Su before. This was the first time, in Bai Su's memory. HNY had always been composed and gentle. Now, His voice was filled with rage, impatience, and a stern authority. The tension that had been taught in Isu's mind snapped at this moment. As her eyes blinked, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Dad, She felt a sense of grievance, her heart aching, her voice tinged with a sob. Did you not say you loved me the most? Did you not say you disliked the children from that family? Isu bit down on her lip, her tear-streaked face a portrait of despair. Why are you so furious about Qiche matters? She inhaled sharply, her nose and eyes reddening. I thought you would choose me over Qiche. HNY had not anticipated that Isu would suddenly express so much. In that moment, he realized he had let his anger cloud his judgment, and his tone toward her had indeed been too harsh. However, Isu deserved to be reprimanded. She was correct. He had little affection for the children of Jiang. He had always favored Isu. Yet, how could Isu be foolish enough to openly provoke Qiche? Did she think Qiche was easy to handle? Each of his sons was formidable in their own right. Did Isu truly believe she could contend with them? Isu's identity was already sensitive and hidden. How could she dare to seek attention in front of Qiche? If her background were exposed by Qiche, HNY himself would be in dire straits. HNY indeed favored Isu, yet he was also an exceedingly selfish man. His interests and position were of utmost importance to him. If his own interests were compromised, even Isu would not receive his goodwill. However, he had not anticipated how fragile Isu's emotional defenses were. After all, she was merely a 13-year-old child. HNY had to gradually calm his own emotions, his tone softening slightly. You truly misstepped this time. Do you understand? Isu pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. Why did you provoke Qiche? HNY's brows knitted together, his tone exuding helplessness. Did I not tell you to steer clear of him? Isu, her gaze cast downward, tears streaming down her face, opened her mouth to speak. Now, if Qiche seeks to deal with my father, will you help me? Qiche would not easily let this go. He had sought out lawyers, had involved the police. She feared that her situation was perilous. At this moment, HNY was her only hope. Isu was only now beginning to realize her fear. Blinded by hatred, she now faced an immensely severe predicament. Help you? HNY echoed the words softly, falling into silence. He seemed genuinely lost in thought. After a pause, HNY sighed lightly, his tone tinged with resignation. How can I help you? If he were to assist Isu, Qiche would undoubtedly become aware of the connection between himself and Isu. Has he gone mad to act in such a manner? His own interests should be paramount, given the magnitude of the error you have committed. It is only just that you face some consequences. His tone suddenly grew severe. After all, as long as one does not perish, it suffices. Isu's eyes widened in fear. HNY's coldness and severity left her at a loss. The loving father she once knew seemed to have shed all pretense, revealing a grotesquely selfish side. HNY was, astonishingly, unwilling to assist her. And do you have any idea how much effort I expended to secure your place in this variety show? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his eyes rekindling with fierce rage as he raised his voice, stating, Now that you have created such a colossal mess, I have no idea how to account for this to others. You should reflect on your actions. By the end, his voice betrayed a hint of impatience. Even if Qiche seeks revenge on you, you must endure it. After all, you are the one who has committed an inexcusable error. Having uttered these words, HNY decisively ended the call. Isu's hands remained tightly clasped around her phone. Tears had already dried upon her cheeks, her eyes vacant as she stood frozen, momentarily at a loss. Just then, her phone rang again. It was a completely unfamiliar number. Her breath caught for a moment. An inexplicable sense of unease surged within her. Who could it be? After wrestling with herself for a long time, she ultimately pressed the answer button, cautiously speaking. Hello? The voice that came through was cold and devoid of warmth, as if it were made of ice. Isu immediately recognized the owner of the voice. It was Qiche. Her heart trembled involuntarily, her pulse racing. At this moment, she did not wish to display any weakness. She clenched her fingers tightly. Feigning composure, how did you acquire my phone number? Qiche let out a low scoff, replying, Is it so difficult to obtain your phone number? Isu's heart leapt into her throat, her body trembling uncontrollably from tension. If Qiche had managed to discover her phone number, what else might he uncover? Perhaps the details of her association with HNY? For Bi Su, if her relationship with HNY were to be exposed, she would be indifferent. What terrified her was the thought of HNY going mad and treating her as he had today. She understood how much he cared about these matters. Chapter 106. Just desert's what you want from me. Bi Su made an effort to steady her emotions. Feigning ignorance. I sought you out to inform you. Qiche's voice carried a chilling tone, akin to frozen ice. That you must face the consequences for your slanderous actions. Although you are merely 13, it does not serve as an excuse to evade responsibility. Your actions constitute deliberate defamation and have resulted in exceedingly detrimental consequences. Bi Su's hands began to tremble once more. She could scarcely bear to listen. HNY had already stated he would not assist her, and Bil was merely a woman reliant on HNY. She could not help her either. Tears of bitterness welled up again. Expect a court summons, Bi Su, Qiche coldly declared, as if pronouncing her death sentence. Bi Su's eyes widened, yet she found herself unable to utter a single word. Furthermore, do not let me see you again. Qiche's lips curled into a smirk, his tone somewhat malicious. If you aspire to enter the entertainment industry, I regret to inform you. As long as I am here, you shall not find success in that realm. Although she had long prepared herself for such a possibility. Hearing Qiche articulate, it caused her heart to tremble uncontrollably, sorrow and bitterness flooding her being. She regretted it. At this moment, she truly regretted it. Ultimately, she should not have. After saying these words, Qiche hung up the phone without hesitation. Bi Su set her phone down, suddenly crouching down as she embraced her knees, beginning to weep bitterly. Tears surged forth once more, threatening to drown her in despair. Qiche delegated all subsequent matters to his manager. It was hard to fathom. Jiang Jinran witnessed Qiche's decisive and efficient resolution of the slander incident, and now everything felt somewhat surreal. According to the original narrative, this was supposed to be a significant hurdle in Qiche's career, yet he had effortlessly resolved it. It was truly remarkable. What on earth are you pondering? Qiche approached suddenly, ruffling Jinran's hair, a faint smile gracing his lips. Shouldn't you be pleased for me at this moment? The handsome man slightly furrowed his brow, feigning annoyance as he inquired. Jinran quickly recognized the cue and forced a smile, chuckling lightly. Of course I'm happy. I was just a bit surprised that this matter resolved itself so smoothly. I thought. Qiche's lips curved into a wider smile, suddenly interrupting, let's not dwell on that. You need to rest well today. Do you wish to take a bath? The man slightly turned his body, casting his gaze toward the bathroom, his tone casual. Jinran's eyes widened slightly, a glimmer of confusion flashing in her eyes. Am I staying here tonight? To her astonishment, he intended to have her stay overnight. Is that a problem? Qiche countered with a half-smile. Why are you so surprised, little one? Is it so remarkable that I would allow you to stay in my apartment? It's just a bit overwhelming. Jinran admitted candidly, pouting her lips. Overwhelming? How so? Qiche replied with a helpless smile, a fleeting softness appearing in his eyes. You are my sister, after all. Strangely, at that moment, Jinran felt an inexplicable stirring in her heart. Jinran's luggage had also been brought along. She retrieved some clothing from it, preparing to take a bath as Qiche had suggested. Qiche's bathroom was even more exquisite than Jinran had imagined. The bathroom, situated beside a massive window, offered a view of beautiful lights and a deep blue sea. The bathtub was spacious and pristine, glimmering with a lustrous sheen akin to jade. Jinran couldn't help but shake her head. Qiche truly knew how to indulge himself. This sea view was simply unbeatable. However, it was her turn to relish it now. After enjoying a soothing bath, Jinran emerged feeling significantly uplifted. The day's misfortunes and fatigue seemed to wash away entirely. Gazing out the window at the starry night sky and the tranquil bay, she had not anticipated that she and Qiche would suddenly break the ice and advance their relationship so significantly. Yet, if the real daughter were to arrive one day, and he discovered she was not his biological sister, would he still treat her the same way? In truth, It wasn't just Jiang Qiche. There was also Jiang Yyyn and Jiang Uhn. Currently, they all treated her well. But in the future, when faced with a true daughter, Sing Ning, who would they choose? Jiang Jinran immediately shook her head. It was best not to dwell on such thoughts. With expectations come inevitable disappointments. Relying on oneself is the true path. Diligently accumulating wealth is the correct answer. Fortunately, she had already amassed a considerable fortune, so even if everyone abandoned her in the future, she would possess her own confidence. After her bath, Jiang Jinran emerged wearing a loose loungewear set. At that moment, Jiang Qiche happened to step out of the guest room, and they collided in the hallway. Jiang Qiche smiled gently at her. "I've tidied your room. Come with me." Jiang Jinran was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Qiche was more capable than she had anticipated. She had thought he was the type to never lift a finger, yet here he was personally arranging her room. The smile on Jiang Qiche's lips grew wider. Resembling a child who had received praise, his eyes sparkling with genuine delight. "Are you surprised?" Jiang Qiche pushed open the door, feigning ignorance. "Am I still going to arrange the room?" As the door swung open, Jiang Jinran once again beheld the grand floor-to-ceiling windows. Beyond the transparent glass lay a star-studded, profound night sky, complemented by the vast, sprawling vista of the bay at night. Every corner of this house is exquisite. Jiang Qiche has quite the taste. Jiang Jinran exclaimed sincerely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiche's spirits lifted even further. He relished the sensation of being praised by Jiang Jinran. It was a peculiar feeling, as if he had received immense validation, a sensation he had never experienced before. Jiang Qiche did not linger for long. As Jiang Jinran prepared to retire for the night, he bid her good night and stepped outside. From a mud-walled house to the beautiful, upscale bay apartment, Jiang Jinran's living conditions had improved significantly. She soon drifted into a dreamless sleep. The following morning, Jiang Jinran was awakened by the shrill ringing of a phone. The piercing sound jolted her senses, and with great effort, she opened her eyes, reaching out to her bedside table to find her phone. The screen flickered with the name Jiang Yyyn. Jiang Jinran momentarily lost her focus, given the significant events of the previous day that had dominated all headlines. It was improbable that Jiang Yyyn and Jiang Uhn were unaware. They must have sought to confirm her well-being immediately, but unable to reach her due to a dead phone battery, they ultimately had to contact Jiang Qiche. It had been a long time since Jiang Qiche had received a call from family while living alone. Now, with her phone fully charged, Jiang Yyyn's call came through. She pressed the answer button, her voice tinged with a slight nasal quality. "Hello, Mom." "Shaoran, how are you now? Did you sleep well last night?" Jiang Yyyn's voice remained as gentle as ever. Jiang Jinran yawned, affirming that she had rested well. With a chuckle, she added, "Qiche's apartment is lovely and the environment is great. I feel quite good." Hearing this, Jiang Yyyn could not help but smile. "That reassures me." However, a tinge of bitterness arose in her heart. Speaking of Jiang Qiche's apartment, she, as a mother, had yet to visit it. The Jiang family had become a scattered entity, with everyone's relationships distant and cold. As the head of the family, she felt powerless to unify them. Yet, it seemed that things had begun to change. Qiche had suddenly become lively and willing to open up, her transformation triggering a series of butterfly effects. She had reconnected with Jiang Shyn and Jiang Qiche, while also gaining clarity about HNY. In this light, it appeared that Qiche was indeed her little blessing. He was set to travel to Su. Su Nondai. Jiang Jinran's eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Uhn was taking a private plane to Su to engage in business discussions with clients. However, unexpectedly, an accident occurred as the plane approached Su's airspace. It was a grave incident. The pilot suddenly lost control of the aircraft, resulting in the private plane crashing into a dense forest. Miraculously, all aboard survived. Unfortunately, they found themselves trapped in an endless, desolate tropical rainforest. Jiang Uhn sustained a leg injury during the crash. In the subsequent days of survival in the wilderness, they were only rescued after nearly 2 weeks. Regrettably, due to delays in medical treatment, Jiang Uhn was left with a lifelong disability. Jiang Jinran believed that Jiang Uhn would inevitably darken in character. Apart from emotional reasons, The permanent injury to his leg would serve as a significant catalyst. Once a paragon of perfection, a celestial being in high esteem, the sudden stark contrast of a visible disability was indeed jarring. Over time, this disparity could lead to severe psychological issues. Accumulating shadows of the mind would inevitably push him toward a darker path. Moreover, the incident involving Jiang Jinran's private plane was no mere accident. It was revealed through an investigation he commissioned post-rescue that someone had tampered with the aircraft. However, the identity of the saboteur remained elusive, akin to an unsolved mystery without resolution. Mom. Jiang Jinran tightened her grip on the phone, her brow furrowing deeply. Has he boarded the plane? Jiang Jinran's eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Jinran's voice suddenly turned urgent and anxious, prompting her mother to question, "What is it, Xiar-en?" "Yuan already boarded the plane. He took our family's private jet." Jiang Jinran quickly closed her eyes and sighed. It was over. Initially, she had intended to adopt a nonchalant attitude, caring only for her own well-being and refraining from intervening in others' fates. Yet, after staying with the Jiang family for so long and building relationships, she was not a heartless person. She had felt genuine warmth and care from Jiang Yuan, and at this moment, she could no longer remain a mere observer. However, Jiang Yuan had already boarded the plane, leaving her with little time. "Mom, I must hang up now." Jiang Jinran hurriedly concluded her call with Jiang Yuan and quickly dialed Jiang Yuan's number. Jiang Jinran bit her lip anxiously as she awaited the call to connect. Yet, Jiang Yuan's phone was turned off, likely a result of the customary shut-off upon boarding the plane. A hint of disappointment crossed Jiang Jinran's face as she cast her gaze downward, feeling a sense of helplessness. Was she destined to simply watch everything unfold? No. Jiang Jinran immediately leapt from her bed, freshened up, changed her clothes, and exited the guest room. Jiang Qiche was seated at the dining table, watching television while enjoying breakfast. Jiang Jinran cast a casual glance at the table, noting the breakfast likely purchased by Jiang Qiche's agent, still in its packaging. This guy truly cannot cook. "You're awake?" Jiang Qiche's gaze shifted from the television to Jiang Jinran, his hair tousled, clad in loose loungewear, exuding a refreshing youthful charm. "I intended to wake you for breakfast in 5 minutes." He smiled, the radiance of his grin illuminated by the morning sun. Pointing to the breakfast spread, he added, "I figured you wouldn't want to eat what I cooked, so I had the agent buy this instead." Jiang Qiche's words momentarily paused her thoughts. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed his deep-set eyes, yet his smile remained carefree. "What's wrong?" Jiang Qiche inquired, his tone slightly stiff. "Are you uncomfortable here? Are you in such a hurry to leave?"